Wagner, the Werewolf, by George W. M. Reynolds, Part 2, Chapter 45, The Lady of Constantinople. For upward of half an hour did the boat skim the surface of the Golden Horn, the dip of the oars in the water and the rippling around the sharp prow alone breaking the solemn silence of the night. At length the skiff stopped, and the female slave took Alessandro's hand, whispering in a low tone, "I will serve as thy guide, Christian, but speak not till thou haste permission." She then led him from the boat, up a flight of steps, and through a garden, for he occasionally came in contact with the outstretching branches of shrubs, and there was moreover a delicious odor of flowers, as he proceeded in the total darkness of his blindfolding. At the expiration of 10 minutes the guide stopped, and Alessandro heard a key turn in a lock. "Enter there," said the slave, pushing him gently forward and speaking in a low tone. "Take off the cap, attire yourself in the raiment you will find ready provided, and then pass fearlessly through the door at the further end of the room. You will meet me again in the hall which you will thus reach." And, without waiting for a reply, the slave closed and locked the door through which Alessandro had just passed. Hastily did he remove the cap, which had indeed almost suffocated him, and he now found himself in a small apartment, elegantly furnished in the most luxurious Oriental fashion and brilliantly lighted. A table spread with confectionery, cakes, fruits, and even wines, though the fermented juice of the grape be expressly forbidden by the laws of the Prophet Mohammed, occupied the center of the room. Around the walls were continuous sofas or ottomans, so conducive to the enjoyment of a voluptuous indolence. The floor was spread with a carpet so thick that the feet sunk into the silky texture, as into newly fallen snow. And whichever way he turned, Alessandro beheld his form reflected in vast mirrors set in magnificent frames. There were no windows on any side of this apartment, but there was a cupola fitted with stained glass on the roof, and Alessandro judged that he was in one of those voluptuous kiosks usually found in the gardens of wealthy Turks. Precisely as the slave had informed him, he found an elegant suit of Moslem garments set out on the sofa for his use, and he hastened to exchange his Italian costume for the Oriental raiment. As he thus attired himself, it was necessary to contemplate himself in the mirror facing him, so as properly to adjust clothes to which he was totally unaccustomed, and it struck him that the garb of the infidel became him better than that of the Christian. He did not, however, waste time in the details of this strange toilet, but as soon as it was completed, he opened the door at the further end of the room in pursuance of the instructions he had received. Alessandro found himself in a large marble hall, from which several flights of stairs led to the apartments above. The place was refulgent with the light of numerous chandeliers, the glare of which was enhanced by the vast mirrors attached to the walls and the crystal pillars that supported the roof. Not a human being met Alessandro's eyes, and he began to fear either that he had mistaken the directions he had received, or that some treachery was intended when a door opened, and the female slave, wrapped in a veil, made her appearance. Placing her forefinger upon that part of the veil which covered her lips, to enjoin silence, she led the way up the nearest staircase, Alessandro following with a heart beating audibly. They reached a door at which a Negro male slave was stationed, the hakim. "Physician," said Alessandro's guide, laconically addressing herself to the Negro, who bowed in silence and threw open the door. The female slave conducted the pretended physician into a small but splendidly furnished anteroom, in which there were several other dependents of her own sex. A door at the further end was opened, and Alessandro passed through into another, larger and still more magnificently furnished room. The door closed behind him, and he found himself alone with the idol of his adoration. Half seated, half lying upon cushions of scarlet brocade, the glossy bright hue of which was mellowed by the muslin spread over it, appeared the beauteous creature whose image was so faithfully delineated in his memory. She was attired in the graceful and becoming dualma, a purple vest which set close to her form, and with a species of elasticity shaped itself so as to develop every contour. But in accordance with the custom of the clime and age, the dualma was open at the bosom, sloping from each lovely white shoulder to the waist, where the two folds joining, formed an angle at which the purple vest was fastened by a diamond worth a monarch's ransom. The sleeves were wide but short, scarcely reaching to the elbow and leaving all the lower part of the snowy arms completely bare. Her ample trousers were of purple silk, covered with the finest muslin and drawn in tight a little above the ankles, which were naked. On her feet she wore crimson slippers cut very low, and each ornamented with a diamond. Round her person below the waist she wore a magnificent shawl, rolled up, as it were, negligently, so as to form a girdle or zone, and fastened in front with two large tassels of pearls. Diamond bracelets adorned her fair arms, and her head-dress consisted of a turban or shawl of light but rich material, fastened with golden bodkins, the head of each being a pearl of the best water. Beneath this turban, her rich auburn hair, glowing like gold in the light of the perfumed lamps, and amidst the blaze of diamonds which adorned her, was parted in massive bands, sweeping gracefully over her temples and gathered behind the ears, then falling in all the luxuriance of its rich clustering folds over the cushion, whereon she reclined. Her fingernails were slightly tinged with henna, the rosy hue the more effectually setting off the lily whiteness of her delicate hand and full round arm. But no need had she to dye the lashes of her eyes with the famous kohol, so much used by Oriental ladies, for those lashes were by nature formed of the deepest jet, a somewhat unusual but beauteous contrast with the color of her hair. The cheeks of the lovely creature were slightly flushed, or it might have been a reflection of the scarlet brocade of the cushion on which, as we have said, she was half seated, half lying, when Alessandro appeared in her presence. For a few moments the young Italian was so dazzled by her beauty, so bewildered by the appearance of that lady, whose richness of attire seemed to denote the rank of sultana, that he remained rooted to the spot, uncertain whether to advance, to retire, or to fall upon his knees before her. But in an encouraging tone, and in a voice musical as a silver bell, the lady said, "Approach, Christian," and she pointed to a low ottoman within a few paces of the sofa which she herself occupied. Alessandro now recovered his presence of mind, and no longer embarrassed and awkward, but with graceful ease and yet profound respect, he took the seat indicated. "Beauteous lady," he said, "how can I ever demonstrate the gratitude, the illimitable, boundless gratitude which fills my heart, for the joy, the truly Elysian delight afforded me by this meeting? You speak our language well, Christian," observed the lady, smiling faintly at the compliment conveyed by the words of Alessandro, but evading a direct reply. "I have for some years past been in the service of the Florentine envoy, lady," was the answer. "And the position which I occupy at the palace of the embassy has led me to study the beauteous language of this clime, and to master its difficulties. But never did that language sound so soft and musical upon my ears as now, flowing from those sweet lips of thine." "The Moslem maiden dares not listen to the flattery of the infidel," said the beauteous stranger in a serious but not severe tone. "Listen to me, Christian, with attention, for our meeting must not be prolonged many minutes. To say that I beheld thee with indifference when we first encountered each other in the bazaar were to utter a falsehood which I scorn. To admit that I can love thee, and love thee well," she added, her voice slightly trembling, "is an avowal which I do not blush to make. But never can the Moslem maiden bestow her hand on the infidel. If thou lovest me, if thou wouldst prove thyself worthy of that affection which my heart is inclined to bestow upon thee, thou wilt renounce the creed of thy forefathers and embrace the Mussulman faith. Nor is this all that I require of thee, or that thou must achieve to win me. Become a true believer, acknowledge that Allah is God and Mohammed is his prophet, and a bright and glorious destiny will await thee. For although thou wilt depart hence without learning my name, or who I may be, or the place to which you have been brought to meet me, though we shall behold each other no more until thou hast rendered thyself worthy of my hand, yet shall I ever be mindful of thee, my loved one. An unseen, an unknown influence shall attend thee. Thy slightest wishes will be anticipated and fulfilled in a manner for which thou wilt vainly seek to account, and, as thou provest thy talents or thy valor, So will promotion open its doors to thee with such rapidity that thou wilt strain every nerve to reach the highest offices in the state. For then only mayst thou hope to receive my hand, and behold the elucidation of the mystery which up to that date will envelop thy destinies." While the lady was thus speaking, a fearful struggle took place in the breast of Alessandro. For the renunciation of his creed, a creed in which he must ever in his heart continue to believe, though ostensibly he might abjure it, was an appalling step to contemplate. Then to his mind also came the images of those whom he loved, and who were far away in Italy. His aunt, who had been so kind to him, his sister whom he knew to be so proud of him, and Father Marco, who manifested such deep interest in his behalf. But on his ears continued to flow the honeyed words and the musical tones of the charming temptress. And, as she gradually developed to his imagination the destinies upon which he might enter, offering herself as the eventual prize to be gained by a career certain to be pushed on successfully through the medium of a powerful, though mysterious influence, Florence, relatives, and friends became as secondary considerations in his mind. And by the time the lady brought her long address to a conclusion, that address which had grown more impassioned and tender as she proceeded, Alessandro threw himself at her feet, exclaiming, "Lovely houri, that thou art beauteous as the maidens that dwell in the paradise of thy prophet. I am thine. I am thine." The lady extended her right hand, which he took and pressed in rapture to his lips. But the next moment she rose lightly to her feet and, assuming a demeanor befitting a royal sultana, said in a sweet, though impressive tone, "We must now part. Thou to enter on thy career of fame, I to set in motion every spring within my reach to advance thee to the pinnacle of glory and power. Henceforth thy name is Ibrahim. Go then, my Ibrahim, and throw thyself at the feet of the Rais Effendi, and that great minister will forthwith present thee to Piri Pasha, the Grand Vizier. Toil diligently, labor arduously, and the rest concerns me. Go then, my Ibrahim, I say, and enter on the path which will lead thee to the summit of fame and power." She extended her arms toward him. He snatched her to his breast and covered her cheeks with kisses. In that paradise of charms he could have reveled forever. But the tender caresses lasted not beyond a few moments, for the lady tore herself away from his embrace and hurried into an adjacent apartment. Alessandro, or rather the renegade Ibrahim, passed into the anteroom where his guide, the female slave, awaited his return. She conducted him back to the hall and advanced toward the door of the voluptuous kiosk where he had changed his raiment. "Goest thou forth a Christian still, or a true believer?" she asked, turning suddenly round. "As a Mussulman," answered the renegade, while his heart sank within him and remorse already commenced its torture. "Then thou hast no further need of the Christian garb," said the slave. "Await me here." She entered the kiosk and returned in a few moments with the cap, which, in obedience to her directions, he once more drew on his head and over his countenance. The slave then led him into the garden, which they treaded in profound silence. At length they reached the steps leading down to the water, and the slave accompanied him into the boat, which immediately shot away from the bank. Alessandro had now ample time for calm reflection. The excitement of the hurried incidents of the evening was nearly over, and though his breast was still occupied with the image of his beautiful unknown, and with the brilliant prospects which she had opened to view, he nevertheless shrank from the foul deed of apostasy which he had vowed to perpetrate. But we have already said that he was essentially worldly-minded, and, as he felt convinced that the petty jealousy of the Florentine envoy would prevent him from rising higher in the diplomatic hierarchy than the post of secretary, he by degrees managed to console himself for his renegadism on the score that it was necessary, the indispensable stepping stone to the gratification of his ambition. Thus, by the time the boat touched the landing place where he had first entered it, he had succeeded to some extent in subduing the pangs of remorse. The female slave now bade him remove the cap from his face and resume his turban. A few moments sufficed to make this change, and he was about to step on shore when the woman caught him by the sleeve of his caftan, and, thrusting a small case of sandalwood into his hand, said, She whom you saw ere now commanded me to give thee this." The slave pushed him toward the bank. He obeyed the impulse and landed, she remaining in the boat, which instantly darted away again, most probably to convey her back to the abode of her charming mistress. On the top of the bank, the renegade was accosted by the spy whom he had left there when he embarked in the skiff. "Allah and the Prophet be praised!" exclaimed the man, surveying Alessandro attentively by the light of the lovely moon. "Thou art now numbered amongst the faithful." The apostate bit his lips to keep down a sigh of remorse which rose to them, and his guide, without uttering another word, led the way to the palace of the Rais Effendi. There Alessandro, or Ibrahim, as we must henceforth call him, was lodged in a splendid apartment and had 2 slaves appointed to wait upon him. He, however, hastily dismissed them, and when alone, opened the case that had been placed into his hands by the female slave. It contained a varied assortment of jewelry and precious stones, constituting a treasure of immense value. Chapter 46. The Apostate Ibrahim. Constantinople, like haughty Rome, is built on 7 hills, the houses being so disposed that they do not intercept the view commanded by each on the amphitheatrical acclivities. But the streets are narrow, crooked, and uneven, and the grand effects of the numerous stately mosques and noble edifices are subdued, and in many cases altogether lost, either by the very insignificant width of the thoroughfares in which they stand, or by the contiguity of mean and miserable wooden tenements. The Mosque of St. Sophia, once a Christian church with its magnificent portico supported by marble columns, its 9 vast folding doors adorned with bas-reliefs, and its stupendous dome 120 feet in diameter, the Mosque of the Sultan Solomon, forming an exact square with 4 noble towers at the angles, and with its huge cupola in the midst. The Mosque of the Sultan Ahmed, with its numerous domes, its tall minarets, and its colonnades supported by marble pillars, and the Mosque of the Sultana Valida, or Queen Mother of Mohammed IV, exceeding all other Mussulman churches in the delicacy of its architecture and the beauty of its columns of marble and jasper, supplied by the ruins of Troy. These are the most remarkable temples in the capital of the Ottoman Empire. The Grand Bezestein, or Exchange, is likewise a magnificent structure, consisting of a spacious hall of circular form, built of freestone, and surrounded by shops displaying the richest commodities of Oriental commerce. In the Ladies' Bazaar, there is a marble column of extraordinary height, and on the sides of which, from the foot to the crown, are represented in admirable bas-reliefs the most remarkable events which characterized the reign of the Emperor Arcadius, ere the capital of Roman dominions of the East fell into the hands of the descendants of Osman. But of all the striking edifices at Constantinople, that of the Sultan's Palace, or Seraglio, is the most spacious and the most magnificent. Christian writers and readers are too apt to confound the Seraglio with the harem, and to suppose that the former means the apartments belonging to the Sultan's ladies, whereas the word Seraglio, or rather Sernal, represents the entire palace of which the harem, or female's dwelling, is but a comparatively small portion. The Seraglio is a vast enclosure, occupying nearly the entire site of the ancient city of Byzantium and embracing a circumference of 5 miles. It contains 9 enormous courts of quadrangular form and an immense number of buildings, constituting a complete town of itself. But within this enclosure dwell upward of 10,000 persons, the entire court of the Sultan. There reside the great officers of state, the bodyguards, the numerous corps of bostanges or gardeners and baltogis or firewood purveyors, the corps of white and black eunuchs, the pages, the mutes, the dwarfs, the ladies of the harem and all their numerous attendants. There are 9 gates to the palace of the Sultan. The principal one opens on the square of St. Sophia and is very magnificent in its architecture. It is this gate which is called the Sublime Port, a name figuratively given to the court of the Sultan in all histories, records, and diplomatic transactions. It was within the enclosure of the Seraglio that Alessandro Francatelli, whom we shall henceforth call by his apostate name of Ibrahim, was lodged in the dwelling of the Rais Effendi, or Minister of Foreign Affairs. But in the course of a few days, the renegade was introduced into the presence of Piri Pasha, the Grand Vizier, that high functionary who exercised a power almost as extensive and as despotic as that wielded by the Sultan himself. Ibrahim, the apostate, was received by His Highness Piri Pasha at a private audience, and the young man exerted all his powers and called to his aid all the accomplishments which he possessed, to render himself agreeable to that great minister. He discoursed in an intelligent manner upon the policy of Italy and Austria, and gave the Grand Vizier considerable information relative to the customs, resources, and condition of these countries. Then, when the Vizier touched upon lighter matters, Ibrahim showed how well he was already acquainted with the works of the most eminent Turkish poets and historians, and the art of music being mentioned, he gave the minister a specimen of his proficiency on the violin. Piri Pasha was charmed with the young renegade, whom he immediately took into his service as one of his private secretaries. Not many weeks elapsed before the fame of Ibrahim's accomplishments and rare talents reached the ears of the Sultan, Solomon the Magnificent, and the young renegade was honored with an audience by the ruler of the East. On this occasion, he exerted himself to please even more triumphantly than when he was introduced to the Grand Vizier, and the Sultan commanded that henceforth Ibrahim should remain attached to his person in the capacity of keeper of the imperial archives. We should observe that the dispatches which the Florentine envoy wrote to the government of the Republic contained but a brief and vague allusion to the apostasy of Alessandro Francatelli, merely mentioning that the youth had become a Mussulman and entered the service of the Grand Vizier, but not stating either the name which he had adopted or the brilliant prospects which had so suddenly and marvelously opened before him. The Florentine ambassador treated the matter thus lightly, because he was afraid of incurring the blame of his government for not having kept a more stringent watch over his subordinate, were he to attach any importance to the fact of Alessandro's apostasy. But he hoped that by merely glancing at the event as one scarcely worth special notice, the Council of Florence would be led to treat it with equal levity. Nor was the ambassador deceived in his calculation, and thus the accounts which reached Florence relative to Alessandro's renegadism, and which were not indeed communicated to the council until some months after the occurrence of the apostasy itself, were vague and indefinite to a degree. And had Ibrahim no remorse? Did he never think of his lovely sister Flora, and of his affectionate aunt who, in his boyhood, had made such great and generous sacrifices to rear them honorably? Oh, yes, but a more powerful idea dominated the remembrance of kindred and the attachment to home, and that idea was ambition. Moreover, the hope of speedily achieving that greatness which was to render him eligible and worthy to possess the charming being whose powerful influence seemed to surround him with a constant halo of protection, and to soothe down all the asperities which are usually found in the career of those who rise suddenly and rise highly. This ardent, longing hope not only encouraged him to put forth all his energies to make himself master of a glorious position, but also subdued to no small extent the feelings of compunction which would otherwise have been too bitter, too agonizing to endure. His mind was, moreover, constantly occupied. When not in attendance upon the Sultan, he devoted all his time to render himself intimately acquainted with the laws, polity, diplomatic history, resources, condition, and finances of the Ottoman Empire. He also studied the Turkish literature and practiced composition, both in prose and verse, in the language of that country which was now his own. But think not, reader, that in his heart he was a Mussulman, or that he had extinguished the light of Christianity within his soul. No, oh, no, the more he read on the subject of the Mohammedan system of theology, the more he became convinced not only of its utter falsity, but also of its incompatibility with the progress of civilization. Nevertheless, he dared not pray to the true God whom he had renounced with his lips. But there was a secret adoration, an interior worship of the Savior, which he could not and sought not to subdue. Solomon the Magnificent was an enlightened prince, and a generous patron of the arts and sciences. He did not persecute the Christians because he knew in his own heart that they were further advanced in all human ideas and institutions than the Ottomans. He was, therefore, delighted whenever a talented Christian embraced the Moslem faith and entered his service, and his keen perception speedily led him to discern and appreciate all the merits and acquirements of his favorite Ibrahim. Such was the state of things at Constantinople, when those rapidly successive incidents, which we have already related, took place in Florence. At this time, immense preparations were being made by the Sultan for an expedition against the island of Rhodes, then in the possession of the Knights of St. John, commanded by their Grand Master, Villiers of Isle Adam. This chieftain, aware of the danger which menaced him, dispatched envoys to the courts of Rome, Genoa, Venice, and Florence, imploring those powers to send him assistance against the expected invasion of the Turks. Each of these states hastened to comply with this request, and numerous bodies of auxiliaries sailed from various ports in Italy to fight beneath the glorious banner of Villiers of Isle Adam, one of the stanchest veteran champions of Christendom. Thus, at the very time when Nisida and Wagner were united in the bonds of love on the island of which they were the possessors, while, too, Issachar the Jew languished in the prisons of the Inquisition of Florence, at which city the chivalrous-hearted Manuel d'Orsini tarried to hasten on the trial and give his testimony in favor of the Israelite, and moreover while Flora and the Countess Giulia dwelt in the strictest retirement with the young maiden's aunt. At this period, we say, a fleet of 300 sail quitted Constantinople under the command of the Capitan Pasha, or Lord High Admiral, and proceeded toward the island of Rhodes. At the same time, Solomon the Magnificent crossed into Asia Minor, and placing himself at the head of an army of 100,000 men, commenced his march toward the coast facing the island, and where he intended to embark on his warlike expedition. His favorite Ibrahim accompanied him, as did also the Grand Vizier Piri Pasha and the principal dignitaries of the empire. It was in the spring of 1521 that the Ottoman fleet received the army on board at the Cape in the Gulf of Macri, which is only separated by a very narrow strait from the island of Rhodes, and in the evening of the same day on which the troops had thus embarked, the mighty armament appeared off the capital city of the Knights of St. John, Chapter 47, The Siege of Rhodes. On the following morning, salvos of artillery throughout the fleet announced to the inhabitants and garrison of Rhodes that the Sultan was about to effect a landing with his troops. The debarkment was not resisted, for it was protected by the cannonade which the ships directed against the walls of the city, and the Christians had no vessel capable of demonstrating any hostility against the mighty fleet commanded by the Capitan Pasha. Villiers of Isle Adam, the generalissimo of the Christian forces, had reduced to ashes all circumjacent villages and received their inhabitants into the city itself. But the Ottomans cared not for the waste and desolation thus created around the walls of the city. But while their artillery, alike on land and by sea, maintained an incessant fire on the town, they threw up works of defense and established depots of provisions and ammunition. The Sultan went in person accompanied by Ibrahim, and attended by a numerous escort, to reconnoiter the fortifications and inspect the position of his troops. On the other side, Villiers of Isle Adam distributed his forces in such a manner that the warriors of each nation defended particular gates. Thus the corps of Spaniards, French, Germans, English, Portuguese, Italian, Auvergnese, and Provincials respectively defended 8 of the gates of Rhodes, while the Lord General himself, with his bodyguard, took his post at the 9th. For the Knights of Rhodes comprised natives of nearly all Christian countries, and the mode in which Villiers thus allotted a gate to the defense of the warriors of each nation gave an impulse to that emulative spirit which ever induces the soldiers of one clime to vie with those of another. The Ottoman troops were disposed in the following manner. Ayaz Pasha, Begalabeg, or governor of Roumelia, found himself placed in front of the walls and gates defended by the French and Germans. Ahmed Pasha was opposed to the Spaniards and Auvergnese, Mustafa Pasha had to contend with the English. Qasim, Beghalabeg of Anatolia, was to direct the attack against the bastion and gates occupied by the natives of Provence. The Grand Vizier, Piri Pasha, was opposed to the Portuguese, and the Sultan himself undertook the assault against the defenses occupied by the Italians. For several days there was much skirmishing, but no advantage was gained by the Ottomans. Mines and countermines were employed on both sides, and those executed by the Christians effected terrible havoc amongst the Turks. At length, in pursuance of the advice of the renegade Ibrahim, the Sultan ordered a general assault to be made upon the city, and heralds went through the entire encampment, proclaiming the imperial command. Tidings of this resolution were conveyed into the city by means of the Christian spies, and while the Ottomans were preparing for the attack, Villiers of Isle Adam was actively employed in adopting all possible means for the defense. At daybreak, the general assault commenced, and the Aga or colonel of the Janissaries succeeded in planting his banner on the gate entrusted to the care of the Spaniards and Auvergnese. But this success was merely temporary in that quarter, for the Ottomans were beaten back with such immense slaughter that 15,000 of their choicest troops were cut to pieces in the breach and the ditch. But still, the assault was prosecuted in every quarter and every point, and the Christian warriors acquitted themselves nobly in the defense of the city. The women of Rhodes manifested a courage and zeal which history has loved to record as most honorable to their sex. Some of them carried about bread and wine to recruit the fainting and refresh the wearied. Others were ready with bandages and lint to stanch the blood which flowed from the wounded. Some conveyed earth in wheelbarrows to stop up the breaches made in the walls, and others bore along immense stones to hurl down upon the assailants. Oh, it was a glorious but a sad and mournful sight, that death struggle of the valiant Christians against the barbarism of the East. And many touching proofs of woman's courage and daring characterized that memorable siege. Especially does this fact merit our attention. The wife of a Christian captain, seeing her husband slain and the enemy gaining ground rapidly, embraced her 2 children tenderly, made the sign of the cross upon their brows, and then, having stabbed them to the heart, threw them into the midst of a burning building near, exclaiming, "The infidels will not now be able, my poor darlings, to wreak their vengeance on you, alive or dead." In another moment, she seized her dead husband's sword, and plunging into the thickest of the fight, met a death worthy of a heroine. The rain now began to fall in torrents, washing away the floods of gore which, since daybreak, had dyed the bastions and the wall. And the assault continued as arduously as the defense was maintained with desperation. Solomon commanded in person the division which was opposed to the gate, and the fort entrusted by the Lord General of the Christians to the care of the Italian auxiliaries. But though it was now past noon, and the Sultan had prosecuted his attack on that point with unabated vigor since the dawn, no impression had yet been made. The Italians fought with a heroism which bade defiance to the numerical superiority of their assailants, for they were led on by a young chieftain who, beneath an effeminate exterior, possessed the soul of a lion. Clad in a complete suit of polished armor, and with crimson plumes waving from his steel helmet, to which no visor was attached, that youthful leader threw himself into the thickest of the medley, sought the very points where danger appeared most terrible, and, alike by his example and his words, encouraged those whom he commanded to dispute every inch of ground with the Moslem assailants. The Sultan was enraged when he beheld the success with which that Italian chieftain rallied his men again after every rebuff, and, calling to Ibrahim to keep near him, Solomon the Magnificent advanced toward the breach which his cannon had already effected in the walls, defended so gallantly by the Italian auxiliaries. And now, in a few minutes, behold the Sultan himself, nerved with wonderful energy, rushing on, scimitar in hand, and calling on the young Italian warrior to measure weapons with him. The Christian chieftain understood not the words which the Sultan uttered, but full well did he comprehend the anxiety of that great monarch to do battle with him, and the curved scimitar and the straight, cross-handled sword clashed together in a moment. The young warrior knew that his opponent was the Sultan, whose imperial rank was denoted by the turban which he wore, and the hope of inflicting chastisement on the author of all the bloodshed which had taken place on the walls of Rhodes inspired the youth with a courage perfectly irresistible. Not many minutes had this combat lasted before Solomon was thrown down in the breach, and the cross-handled sword of his conqueror was about to drink his heart's blood, when the renegade Ibrahim dashed forward from amidst the confused masses of those who were fighting around, and by a desperate effort hurled the young Italian warrior backward. "I owe thee my life, Ibrahim," said the Sultan, springing upon his feet. "But hurt not him who has combated so gallantly. We must respect the brave." The Italian chieftain had been completely stunned by his fall. He was, therefore, easily made prisoner and carried off to Ibrahim's tent. Almost at the same moment, a messenger from Ahmed Pasha presented to the Sultan a letter, in which was stated that the Grand Master, Villiers of Isle Adam, anxious to put a stop to the fearful slaughter that was progressing, had offered to capitulate on honorable terms. This proposition was immediately agreed to by the Sultan, and a suspension of hostilities was proclaimed around the walls. The Ottomans retired to their camp, having lost upward of 30,000 men during the deadly strife of a few hours, and the Christians had now leisure to ascertain the extent of their own disasters, which were proportionately appalling. Chapter 48. The Prisoner. In the meantime, Ibrahim had ordered his prisoner, the young Italian chieftain, to be conveyed to his tent, and when the renegade's slaves had disencumbered the Christian of his armor, he began to revive. As Ibrahim bent over him, administering restoratives, a suspicion, which had already struck him the moment he first beheld his face, grew stronger and stronger, and the apostate at length became convinced that he had seen that countenance on some former occasion. Ordering his slaves to withdraw, Ibrahim remained alone with his prisoner, who was now able to sit up on the sofa and gaze around him. "I understand it all," he exclaimed, the blood rushing back to his pale cheek. "I am in the power of the barbarians." "Nay, call us not harsh names, brave chieftain," said Ibrahim, "seeing that we do not treat you unworthily." "I was wrong," cried the prisoner, then, fixing his fine blue eyes upon the renegade, he added, "Were you not habited as a Moslem, I should conceive, by the purity with which you speak my native language, that you were a Christian and an Italian." "I can speak many languages with equal fluency," said Ibrahim evasively, as a pang shot through his heart. "But tell me thy name, Christian, for thou art a brave man, although so young." "In my own country," answered the youth proudly, "I am called the Count of Riverola." We have before stated that Ibrahim was the complete master of his emotions, but it required all his powers of self-possession to subdue them now, when the name of that family into which he was well aware his sister had entered fell upon his ears. His suspicion was well-founded. He had indeed seen Francisco before this day, had seen him when he was a mere boy in Florence, for Alessandro was 3 or 4 years older than the young count. But he had never, in his native land, exchanged a word with Francisco. He had merely, occasionally, seen him in public, and it was quite evident that even if Francisco had ever noticed him at that time, he did not recollect him now. Neither did Ibrahim wish the young count to ascertain who he was, for the only thing which the renegade ever feared was the encounter of anyone who had known him as a Christian, and who might justly reproach him for that apostasy which had led him to profess Mohammedanism. "Lord Count of Riverola," said Ibrahim after a short pause, "you shall be treated in a manner becoming your rank and your bravery." Such, indeed, was the command of my imperial master, the most glorious Sultan, but even had no such order been issued, my admiration of your gallant deportment in this day's strife would lead to the same result. "My best thanks are due for these assurances," returned Francisco. "But tell me how fares the war without?" "The Grand Master has proffered a capitulation which has been accepted," answered Ibrahim. "A capitulation," exclaimed Francisco. "Oh, it were better to die in defense of the cross than live to behold the crescent triumphant on the walls of Rhodes." The motive of the Grand Master was a humane one, observed Ibrahim. He has agreed to capitulate, to put an end to the terrific slaughter that is going on. Doubtless the Lord General acts in accordance with the dictates of a matured wisdom, exclaimed the Count of Riverola. Your lordship was the leader of the Italian auxiliaries, said Ibrahim interrogatively. Such was the honorable office entrusted to me, was the reply. When messengers from Villiers of Isle-Adam arrived in Florence, beseeching succor against this invasion which has, alas, proved too successful, I panted for occupation to distract my mind from ever pondering on the heavy misfortunes which had overtaken me. Misfortunes? Exclaimed Ibrahim. Yes, misfortunes of such a nature that the mere thought of them is madness, cried Francisco in an excited tone. First, a beauteous and amiable girl, one who, though of humble origin, was endowed with virtues and qualifications that might have fitted her to adorn a palace, and whom I fondly, devotedly loved, was snatched from me. She disappeared I know not how. All trace of her was suddenly lost, as if the earth had swallowed her up and closed over her again. This blow was in itself terrible, but it came not alone. A few days elapsed, and my sister, my dearly beloved sister, also disappeared, and in the same mysterious manner. Not a trace of her remained, and what makes this second affliction the more crushing, the more overwhelming, is that she is deaf and dumb. Oh, heaven grant me the power to resist, to bear up against these crowning miseries. Vain were all my inquiries. Useless was all the search I instituted to discover whither had gone the being whom I would have made my wife, and the sister who was ever so devoted to me. At length, driven to desperation, when weeks had passed, and they returned not, goaded on to madness by bitter, bitter memories, I resolved to devote myself to the service of the cross. With my gold I raised and equipped a gallant band, and a favoring breeze wafted us from Leghorn to this island. The Grand Master received me with open arms, and, forming an estimation of my capacities far above my deserts, placed me in command of all the Italian auxiliaries. You know the rest. I fought with all my energy, and your Sultan was within the grasp of death when you rushed forward and saved him. The result is that I am your prisoner. So young, and yet so early acquainted with such deep affliction, exclaimed Ibrahim. But can you form no idea, Christian, of the cause of that double disappearance? Had your sister no attendants who could throw the least light upon the subject? He asked, with the hope of eliciting some tidings relative to his own sister, the beauteous Flora. I dare not reflect thereon, cried Francisco, the tears starting into his eyes. For, alas, Florence has long been infested by a desperate band of lawless wretches, and my God, I apprehend the worst, the very worst. Thus speaking, he rose and paced the spacious tent with agitated steps, for this conversation had awakened in his mind all the bitter thoughts and dreadful alarms which he had essayed to subdue amidst the excitement and peril of war. A slave now entered to inform Ibrahim that the Sultan commanded his immediate presence in the imperial pavilion. Christian, said Ibrahim, as he rose to obey this mandate, wilt thou pledge me thy word, as a noble and a knight, not to attempt to escape from this tent? I pledge my word, answered Francisco, seeing that thou thyself art so generous to me. Ibrahim then went forth, but he paused for a few moments outside the tent to command his slaves to serve up choice refreshments to the prisoner. He then hastened to the pavilion of the Sultan, whom he found seated upon a throne, surrounded by the begalabegs, the councillors of state, the viziers, the lieutenant generals of the army, and all the high dignitaries who had accompanied him on his expedition. Ibrahim advanced and prostrated himself at the foot of his throne, and at the same moment, two of the high functionaries present threw a caftan of honor over his shoulders, a ceremony which signified that the Sultan had conferred upon him the title of Begalabeg, or Prince of Princes. Rise, Ibrahim Pasha, exclaimed Solomon, and take thy place in our councils, for Allah and his Prophet have this day made thee their instrument to save the life of thy sovereign. The newly created Pasha touched the imperial slipper with his lips, and then rising from his prostrate position, received the congratulations of the high functionaries assembled. Thus it was that, in a few months, protected by that secret influence which was hurrying him so rapidly along in his ambitious career, the Italian apostate attained to a high rank in the Ottoman Empire. But he was yet to reach the highest, next to that of the sovereign, ere he could hope to receive the fair hand of his mysterious patroness as the crowning joy of his prosperity. For her image, her charming image, ever dwelt in his mind, and an ardent fancy often depicted her as she appeared in all the splendor of her beauty, reclining on the sofa at the dwelling to which he had been conducted with so much precaution, as detailed in a preceding chapter. On the following day peace was formally concluded between the Ottomans and the Knights of Rhodes, the latter consenting to surrender the island to the formidable invaders. An exchange of prisoners was the result, and Francisco, Count of Riverola, again found himself free within 24 hours after his capture. "Your lordship is now about to sail for your own clime," said Ibrahim, when the moment of separation came. "Is there aught within my power that I can do to testify my friendship for one so brave and chivalrous as thou art?" "Nothing, great Pasha," exclaimed Francisco, who felt his sympathy irresistibly attracted toward Ibrahim, he knew not why. "But, on the other hand, receive my heartfelt thanks for the kindness which I have experienced during the few hours I have been thy guest. The history of thy afflictions has so much moved me," said Ibrahim Pasha after a brief pause, "that the interest I experience in your behalf will not cease when you shall be no longer here. If then you would bear in mind the request I am about to make, gallant Christian." "Name it," cried Francisco. "'Tis already granted." "Write me from Florence," added Ibrahim, "and acquaint me with the success of thy researches after thy lost sister and the maiden whom thou lovest. The ships of Leghorn trade to Constantinople, whither I shall speedily return, and it will not be a difficult matter to forward a letter to me occasionally." "I should be unworthy of the kind interest you take in my behalf, great Pasha, were I to neglect this request," answered Francisco. "Oh, may the good angels grant that I may yet recover my beloved sister Nisida and that sweetest of maidens, Flora Francatelli." Francisco was too overpowered by his own emotions to observe the sudden start which Ibrahim gave, and the pallor which instantaneously overspread his cheeks as the name of his sister thus burst upon his ears. That sister who, beyond doubt, had disappeared most strangely. But, with an almost superhuman effort, he subdued any further expression of the agony of his feelings and, taking Francisco's hand, said in a low, deep tone, "Count of Riverola, I rely upon your solemn promise to write me and write soon and often. I shall experience a lively pleasure in receiving and responding to your letters." "Fear not that I shall forget my promise, your highness," responded Francisco. He then took leave of Ibrahim Pasha and returned to the city of Rhodes, whence he embarked on the same day for Italy, accompanied by the few Florentine auxiliaries who had survived the dreadful slaughter on the ramparts. The hustle and excitement attending the departure from Rhodes somewhat absorbed the grief which Ibrahim felt on account of the mysterious disappearance of his sister Flora. Solomon left a sufficient force, under an able commander, to garrison the island, which was speedily evacuated by Villiers of Isle Adam and his knights. And by the middle of May the Sultan, attended by Ibrahim and the other dignitaries of the empire, once more entered the gates of Constantinople. Not many days had elapsed when, at a divan or state council, at which Solomon the Magnificent himself presided, Ibrahim Pasha was desired to give his opinion upon a particular question then under discussion. The renegade expressed his sentiments in a manner at variance with the policy recommended by the Grand Vizier, and this high functionary replied, in terms of bitterness and even grossness, at the same time reproaching Ibrahim with ingratitude. The apostate delivered a rejoinder which completely electrified the divan. He repudiated the charge of ingratitude on the ground of being influenced only by his duty toward the Sultan, and he entered upon a complete review of the policy of the Grand Vizier Piri Pasha. He proved that the commerce of the country had greatly fallen off, that the revenues had diminished, that arrears were due to the army and navy, that several minor powers had not paid their usual tribute for some years past, and, in a word, drew such a frightful picture of the maladministration and misrule that the Grand Vizier was overwhelmed with confusion, and the Sultan and other listeners were struck with the lamentable truth of all which had fallen from the lips of Ibrahim Pasha. Nor less were they astonished at the wonderful intimacy which he displayed with even the minutest details of the machinery of the government. In a word, his triumph was complete. Solomon the Magnificent broke up the divan in haste, ordering the members of the council to return each immediately to his own abode. In the evening, a functionary of the imperial household was sent to the palace of the Grand Vizier to demand the seals of office, and thus fell Piri Pasha. It was midnight when the Sultan sent to order Ibrahim Pasha to wait upon him without delay. The conference that ensued was long and interesting, and it was already near daybreak when messengers were dispatched to the various members of the divan to summon them to the seraglio. Then, in the presence of all the rank and talent in the capital, the Sultan demanded of Ibrahim whether he felt sufficient confidence in himself to undertake the weight and responsibility of office. All eyes were fixed earnestly upon that mere youth of scarcely 23, who was thus solemnly adjured. In a firm voice he replied that with the favor of the Sultan and the blessing of the Most High, he did not despair of being enabled to restore the Ottoman Empire to its late prosperity and glory. The astronomer of the court declared that the hour was favorable to invest the new Grand Vizier with the insignia of office, and at the moment when the call to prayer, "God is great," sounded from every minaret in Constantinople, Ibrahim Pasha received the imperial seals from the hand of the Sultan. Chapter 49. The new Grand Vizier, the call to prayer, "God is great," sounded from every minaret in Constantinople, when Solomon the Magnificent raised the renegade Ibrahim to a rank second only to his own imperial station. The newly appointed prime minister received the congratulations of the assembled dignitaries of the empire, and when this ceremony was accomplished, he repaired to the palace of the viziership, which Piri Pasha had vacated during the night. A numerous escort of slaves, and a guard of honor, composed of an entire company of Janissaries, attended Ibrahim to his new abode, the streets through which he passed being lined with spectators anxious to obtain a glimpse of the new minister. But calm, almost passionless, was the expression of Ibrahim's countenance. Though he had attained to his present high station speedily, yet he had not reached it unexpectedly. And, even in the moment of this, his proud triumph, there was gall mingled with the cup of honey which he quaffed. For, the light of Christianity was not extinguished within his breast, and though it no longer gleamed there to inspire and to cheer, it nevertheless had strength enough to burn with reproachful flame. The multitudes cheered and prostrated themselves as he passed, but his salutation was cold and indifferent, and he felt at that moment that he would rather have been wandering through the Vale of Arno, hand in hand with his sister, than be welcomed in the streets of Constantinople as the Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire. O crime! Thou mayst deck thy brow with flowers, and adorn thy garments with the richest gems. Thou mayst elicit the shouts of admiring myriads, and proceed attended by guards ready to hew down those who would treat thee with disrespect. Thou mayst quit the palace of a mighty sovereign to repair to a palace of thine own, and in thy hands thou mayst hold the destinies of millions of human beings. But thou canst not subdue the still small voice that whispers reproachfully in thine ear, nor pluck from thy bosom the undying worm. Though Ibrahim Pasha felt acutely, yet his countenance, as we have before said, expressed nothing. He was still sufficiently master of his emotions to retain them pent up in his own breast, and if he could not appear perfectly happy, he would not allow the world to perceive that his soul harbored secret care. He entered the palace now destined to become his abode, and found himself the lord and master of an establishment such as no Christian monarch in Europe possessed. But as he passed through marble halls and perfumed corridors lined with prostrate slaves, as he contemplated the splendor and magnificence, the wealth and the luxury by which he was now surrounded, and as he even dwelt upon the hope, nay, the more than hope, the conviction, that he should full soon be blessed with the hand of a being whose ravishing beauty was ever present to his mental vision. That still small voice which he could not hush appeared to ask what avail it was for a man if he gain the whole world but lose his own soul. But Ibrahim Pasha was not the man to give way to the influence of even reflections so harrowing as these, and he immediately applied himself to the business of the state to divert his mind from unpleasurable meditations. Holding a levee that same day, he received and confirmed in their offices all the subordinate ministers. He then dispatched letters to the various governors of provinces to announce to them his elevation to the Grand Viziership, and he conferred the Pashalik of Egypt upon the fallen minister, Piri Pasha. In the afternoon, he granted audiences to the ambassadors of the Christian powers, but the Florentine envoy, it should be observed, had quitted Constantinople some weeks previously, indeed, at the time when the Sultan undertook his expedition against Rhodes. For the representative of the Republic had entirely failed in the mission which had been entrusted to him by his government. In the evening, when it was quite dusk, Ibrahim retired to his apartment, and hastily disguising himself in a mean attire, he issued forth by a private gate at the back part of the palace. Intent upon putting into execution a scheme which he had hastily planned that very afternoon, he repaired to the quarter inhabited by the Christians. There he entered a house of humble appearance where dwelt a young Greek, with whom he had been on friendly terms at that period when his present greatness was totally unforeseen. Indeed, while he was simply the private secretary of the Florentine envoy. He knew that Demetrius was poor, intelligent, and trustworthy, and it was precisely an agent of this nature that Ibrahim required for the project which he had in view. Demetrius, such was the young Greek's name, was seated in a small and meanly furnished apartment, in a desponding manner and scarcely appearing to notice the efforts which his sister, a beautiful maiden of 19, was exerting to console him, when the door opened, and a man dressed as a water-carrier entered the room. The young Greek started up angrily, for he thought the visitor was one of the numerous petty creditors to whom he was indebted, and whose demands he was unable to liquidate. But the second glance which he cast, by the light of the lamp that burnt feebly on the table, toward the countenance of the meanly dressed individual, convinced him of his mistake. "His Highness the Grand Vizier?" ejaculated Demetrius, falling on his knees. "Calanthe," he added, speaking rapidly to his sister, "bow down to the representative of the Sultan." But Ibrahim hastened to put an end to this ceremony, and assured the brother and sister that he came thither as a friend. "A friend?" repeated Demetrius, as if doubting whether his ears heard aright. "Is it possible that heaven has indeed sent me a friend in one who has the power to raise me and this poor, suffering maiden from the depths of our bitter, bitter poverty? Dost thou suppose that my rapid elevation has rendered me unmindful of former friendships?" demanded Ibrahim, although, had he not his own purposes to serve, he would never have thought of seeking the abode, nor inquiring after the welfare of the humble acquaintance of his obscure days. The young Greek knew not, however, the thorough selfishness of the renegade's character, and he poured forth his gratitude for the vizier's kindness and condescension with the most sincere and heartfelt fervor, while the beauteous Calanthe's large dark eyes swam in tears of hope and joy. As she surveyed with mingled wonder and admiration the countenance of that high functionary whose rapid rise to power had electrified the Ottoman capital, and whom she now saw for the first time, "Demetrius," said Ibrahim, "I know your worth. I have appreciated your talents, and I feel deeply for the orphan condition of your sister and yourself. It is in my power to afford you an employment whereby you may render me good service, and which shall be liberally rewarded. You are already acquainted with much of my former history, and you have often heard me speak in terms of love and affection of my sister Flora. During my recent sojourn in the island of Rhodes, a Florentine nobleman, the Count of Riverola, became my prisoner. From him I learned that he was attached to my sister, and his language led me to believe that he was loved in return. But alas, some few months ago Flora suddenly disappeared, and the Count of Riverola instituted a vain search to discover her. Too pure-minded was she to fly of her own accord from her native city. Too chaste and too deeply imbued with virtuous principles was she to admit the suspicion that she had fled with a vile seducer. No, force or treachery, if not murder, added Ibrahim in a tone indicative of profound emotion, must have caused her sudden disappearance. The Count of Riverola has doubtless ere now arrived in Italy, and his researches will most assuredly be renewed. He promised to communicate to me the result, but as he knew not to whom that pledge was given, as he recognized not in me the brother of the Flora whom he loves, I am fearful lest he forget or neglect the promise. It is, therefore, my intention to send a secret agent to Florence, an agent who will convey rich gifts to my aunt, but without revealing the name of him who sends them, an agent, in a word, who may minister to the wants and interests of my family, and report to me whether my beloved sister be yet found, and if so, the causes of her disappearance. It seems to me that you, Demetrius, are well fitted for this mission. Your knowledge of the Italian language, your discreetness, your sound judgment, all render you competent to enact the part of a good genius watching over the interests of those who must not be allowed to learn whence flow the bounties which suddenly pour upon them. Gracious Lord, said the young Greek, his countenance radiant with joy, I will never lose any opportunity of manifesting my devotion to the cause in which your Highness condescends to employ me. You will proceed alone to Italy, continued Ibrahim, and on your arrival in Florence, you will adopt a modest and reserved mode of life, so that no unpleasant queries may arise as to your object in visiting the Republic. Demetrius turned a rapidly inquiring glance upon Calanthe, who hastened to observe that she did not fear being left unprotected in the city of Constantinople. Ibrahim placed a heavy purse and a case containing many costly jewels in the hands of Demetrius, saying, "These are as an earnest of my favor and friendship." Then, producing a second case tied round with a silken cord, he added, "And this is for my aunt, the Signora Francatelli." Demetrius promised to attend to all the instructions which he had received, and Ibrahim Pasha took his leave of the brother and the charming sister, the latter of whom conveyed to him the full extent of her gratitude for his kindness and condescension toward them in a few words uttered in a subdued tone, but with all the eloquence of her fine dark eyes. "Did I not love my unknown protectress?" murmured Ibrahim to himself as he sped rapidly back to his palace. "I feel that Calanthe's eyes would make an impression upon my heart." Scarcely had he resumed his magnificent garb, on his return home, when a slave announced to him that His Imperial Majesty, the Sultan, required his immediate attendance at the Seraglio, whither he was to repair in the most private manner possible. A sudden misgiving darted through Ibrahim's imagination. Could Solomon have repented of the step which he had taken in thus suddenly elevating him to the pinnacle of power? Was his viziership to last but a few short hours? Had the secret influence, which had hitherto protected him, ceased? Considering the times and the country in which he lived, these fears were justifiable, and it was with a rapidly beating heart that the new minister hastened, attended only by a single slave, to the dwelling of his imperial master. But when he was ushered into the presence of the Sultan, his own slave remaining in the anteroom, his apprehensions were dissipated by the smiling countenance with which the monarch greeted him. Having signaled his attendants to retire, Solomon the Magnificent addressed the Grand Vizier in the following manner: "Thy great talents, thy zeal in our service, and the salvation which I owed to thee in the breach at Rhodes have been instrumental, O Ibrahim, in raising thee to thy present high state, but the bounties of the Sultan are without end, as the mercy of Allah is illimitable. Thou hast doubtless heard that among my numerous sisters there is one of such unrivaled beauty, such peerless loveliness, that the world hath not seen her equal. Happy may the man deem himself on whom the fair Aisha shall be bestowed, and thou art that happy man, Ibrahim, and Aisha is thine." The Grand Vizier threw himself at the feet of his imperial master, and murmured expressions of gratitude. But his heart sank within him, for he knew that, in marrying the Sultan's sister, he should not be allowed the enjoyment of the Mussulman privilege of polygamy. and thus his hopes of possessing the beautiful unknown to whom he owed so much appeared to hover on the verge of annihilation. But might not that unknown lady and the beauteous Aisha be one and the same person? The unknown was evidently the mistress of an influence almost illimitable, and was it not natural to conceive that she, then, must be the sister of the Sultan? Again, the Sultan had many sisters, and the one who had exerted her interest for Ibrahim might not be the Princess Aisha who was now promised to him. All these conjectures and conflicting speculations passed through the mind of Ibrahim in far less time than we have taken to describe their nature, and he was cruelly the prey to mingled hope and alarm when the Sultan exclaimed, "Rise, my Vizier Azam, and follow me." The apostate obeyed with beating heart, and Solomon the Magnificent conducted him along several passages and corridors to a splendidly furnished room, which Ibrahim immediately recognized as the very one in which he had been admitted, many months previously, to an interview with the beauteous unknown. Yes, that was the apartment in which he had listened to the eloquence of her soft, persuasive voice. It was there that, intoxicated with passion, he had abjured the faith of a Christian and embraced the creed of the false prophet Mohammed. And, reclining on the very sofa where he had first seen her, but attended by a troop of charming female slaves, was the fair unknown, his secret protectress, more lovely, more bewitching than she appeared when last they met. An arch smile played upon her lips as she rose from the magnificent cushions, a smile which seemed to say, "I have kept my word, I have raised thee to the highest dignity, save one in the Ottoman Empire, and I will now crown thine happiness by giving thee my hand." And, oh, so beauteous, so ravishingly lovely did she appear, as that smile revealed teeth whiter than the oriental pearls which she wore, and as a slight flush on her damask cheek, and the bright flashing of her eyes betrayed the joy and triumph which filled her heart. So elegant and graceful was her faultless form, which the gorgeous Ottoman garb so admirably became, that Ibrahim forgot all his recent compunction, lost sight of home and friends, remembered not the awful apostasy of which he had been guilty, but fell upon his knees in adoration of that charming creature, while the Sultan, with a smile which showed that he was no stranger to the mysteries of the past, exclaimed in a benignant tone, "Vizier Azam, receive the hand of my well-beloved sister Aisha." Chapter 50. The Count of Aristino, the plot thickens. Return we now to the fair city of flowers, to thee, delightful Florence, vine-crowned Queen of Tuscany. The summer has come, and the gardens are brilliant with dyes and hues of infinite variety. The hills and the valleys are clothed in their brightest emerald garment, and the Arno wins its peaceful way between banks blushing with choicest fruits of the earth. But, though gay that July scene, though glorious in its splendor that unclouded summer sun, though gorgeous the balconies filled with flowers, and brilliant the parterres of Tuscan roses, yet gloomy was the countenance and dark were the thoughts of the Count of Aristino, as he paced with agitated steps one of the splendid apartments of his palace. The old man was actually endowed with a good, a generous, a kind and forgiving disposition, but the infidelity of his wife, the being on whom he had so doted and who was once his joy and his pride, that infidelity had warped his best feelings, soured his temper, and aroused the dark spirit of vengeance. She lives, he murmured to himself, pausing for a moment to press his feverish hand to his heated brow. She lives, and doubtless under the protection of her paramour, but I shall know more presently. Antonio is faithful, he will not deceive me. And the Count resumed his agitated walk up and down the room. A few minutes elapsed when the door opened slowly, and Antonio, whom the reader may remember to have been a valet in the service of the Riverola family, made his appearance. The Count hastened toward him, exclaiming, "What news, Antonio? Speak, haste thou learnt aught more of her." "My lord," answered the valet, closing the door behind him, "I have ascertained everything. The individual who spoke darkly and mysteriously to me last evening has within this hour made me acquainted with many strange things." "But the Countess, I mean the guilty, fallen creature who once bore my name," ejaculated the old nobleman, his voice trembling with impatience. "There is no doubt, my lord, that her ladyship lives and that she is still in Florence," answered Antonio. "The shameless woman!" cried the Count of Arestino, his usually pale face becoming perfectly deathlike through the violence of his inward emotions. "But how know you all this?" demanded his lordship, suddenly turning toward the dependent. "Who is your informant, and can he be relied on? Remember, I took thee into my service at thine own solicitation. I have no guarantee for thy fidelity, and I am influential to punish as well as rich to reward." "Your lordship has bound me to you by ties of gratitude," responded Antonio. "For when discarded suddenly by the young Count of Riverola, I found an asylum and employment in your lordship's palace. It is your lordship's bounty which has enabled me to give bread to my aged mother, and I should be a villain were I to deceive you." "I believe you, Antonio," said the Count. "And now tell me how you are assured that the Countess escaped from the conflagration and ruin of the institution to which my just vengeance had consigned her. How, too, you have learnt that she is still in Florence." "I have ascertained, my lord, beyond all possibility of doubt," answered the valet, "that the assailants of the convent were a terrible horde of banditti, at that time headed by Stefano Verina, who has since disappeared no one knows whither. That the Marquis of Orsini was one of the leaders in the awful deed of sacrilege, and that her ladyship, the Countess, and a young maiden named Flora Francatelli were rescued by the robbers from their cells in the establishment. These ladies and the Marquis quitted the stronghold of the banditti together, blindfolded and guided forth by that same Stefano Verina whom I mentioned just now, Lomolino, the present captain of the horde, and another bandit." "And who is your informant? How learned you all this?" demanded the Count, trembling with the excitement of painful reminiscences reawakened, and with the hope of speedy vengeance on the guilty pair, his wife and the Marquis. "My lord," said Antonio, "pardon me if I remain silent, but I dare not compromise the man." "Antonio," exclaimed the Count wrathfully, "you are deceiving me. Tell me who was your informant. I command you, hesitate not." "My lord." "My lord," cried the valet, "is it not enough that I prove my assertions, that I—" "No," cried the nobleman. "I have seen so much duplicity where all appeared to be innocence, so much deceit where all wore the aspect of integrity, that I can trust man no more. How know I for certain that all this may not be some idle tale which you yourself have forged, to induce me to put confidence in you, to entrust you with gold to bribe your pretended informant, but which will really remain in your own pocket? Speak, Antonio, tell me all, or I shall listen to you no more, and your servitude in this mansion then ceases." "I will speak frankly, my lord," replied the valet, "but in the course you may adopt." "Fear not for yourself, nor for your informant, Antonio," interrupted the Count impatiently. "Be ye both leagued with the banditti yourselves, or be ye allied to the fiends of hell," he added with fiercer emphasis, "I care not so long as I can render ye the instruments of my vengeance." "Good, my lord," exclaimed Antonio, delighted with this assurance. "And now I can speak fearlessly and frankly. My informant is that other bandit who accompanied Stefano Verina and Lomolino when the Countess, Flora, and the Marquis were conducted blindfold from the robbers' stronghold. But while they were yet all inmates of that stronghold, this same bandit, whose name is Venturo, overheard the Marquis inform Stefano Verina that he intended to remain in Florence to obtain the liberation of a Jew who was imprisoned in the dungeons of the Inquisition. And this Jew, Venturo also learnt by subsequent inquiry from Verina, is a certain Issachar ben Salaman. "Issachar ben Salaman?" ejaculated the Count, the whole incident of the diamonds returning with all its painful details to his mind. "Oh, no wonder," he added bitterly, "that the Marquis has so much kindness for him. But proceed, Antonio." "I was about to inform your lordship," continued the valet, "that Venturo, of whom I have spoken, happened the next day to overhear the Marquis inform the Countess that he should be compelled to stay for that purpose in Florence. Whereupon Flora Francatelli offered her ladyship a home at her aunt's residence, whither she herself should return on her liberation from the stronghold. Then it was that the maiden mentioned to the Countess the name of her family, and when Venturo represented all these facts to me just now, I at once knew who this same Flora Francatelli is and where she dwells. You know where she dwells, cried the Count joyfully. Then, Giulia, the false, the faithless, the perjured Giulia is in my power, unless indeed, he added more slowly, unless she may have removed to another place of abode. That, my lord, shall be speedily ascertained, said Antonio. I will instruct my mother to call, on some pretext, at the cottage inhabited by Dame Francatelli, and she will soon learn whether there be another female resident there besides the aunt and the niece Flora. Do so, Antonio, exclaimed the Count. Let no unnecessary delay take place. Here is gold, much gold for thee to divide between thyself and the bandit informant. See that thou art faithful to my interests, and that sum shall prove but a small earnest of what thy reward will be. The valet secured about his person the well-filled purse that was handed to him, and retired. The Count of Arestino remained alone to brood over his plans of vengeance. It was horrible, horrible to behold that aged and venerable man, trembling as he was on the verge of eternity, now meditating schemes of dark and dire revenge. But his wrongs were great, wrongs which, though common enough in that voluptuous Italian clime, and especially in that age and city of licentiousness and debauchery, were not the less sure to be followed by a fearful retribution, where retribution was within the reach of him who was outraged. Ha! Ha! He chuckled fearfully to himself as he now paced the room with a lighter step, as if joy filled his heart. All those who have injured me are within the reach of my vengeance. The Jew in the Inquisition, the Marquis open to a charge of diabolical sacrilege, and Giulia assuredly in Florence. I dealt too leniently with that Jew. I sent to pay for the redemption of jewels which were my own property. All my life have I been a humane, a merciful man. I will be so no more. The world's doings are adverse to generosity and fair dealing. In my old age have I learnt this. Oh, the perfidy of women toward a doting, a confiding, a fond heart, works strange alterations in the heart of the deceived one. I, who but a year, nay, 6 months ago, would not harm the meanest reptile that crawls, now thirst for vengeance, vengeance. Repeated the old man in a shrieking, hysterical tone, upon those who have wronged me. I will exterminate them at one fell swoop, exterminate them all. And his voice rang screechingly and wildly through the lofty room of that splendid mansion. Chapter 51. The Meeting. On the bank of the Arno, in a somewhat retired situation, stood a neat cottage in the midst of a little garden, surrounded by no formal pile of bricks to constitute a wall, but protected only by its own sweet hedge or fragrant shrubs and blooming plants. Over the portico of the humble but comfortable tenement twined the honeysuckle and the clematis, and the sides of the building were almost completely veiled by the vines amidst the verdant foliage of which appeared large hunches of purple grapes. At an open casement on the ground floor, an elderly female, very plainly but very neatly attired, and wearing a placid smile and a good-natured expression upon a countenance which had once been handsome, sat watching the glorious spectacle of the setting sun. The orb of day went down in a flood of purple and gold behind the western hills, and now the dame began suddenly to cast uneasy glances toward the path that led along the bank of the river. But the maiden for whose return the good aunt felt anxious was not far distant. Indeed, Flora Francatelli, wearing a thick veil over her head, was already proceeding homeward after a short ramble by the margin of the stream, when the reverie in which she was plunged was interrupted by the sounds of hasty footsteps behind. Ever fearful of treachery since the terrible incident of her imprisonment in the Carmelite convent, she redoubled her speed, blaming herself for having been beguiled by the beauty of the evening to prolong her walk farther than she intended on setting out, when the increasing haste of the footsteps behind her excited the keenest alarms within her bosom, for she now felt convinced that she was pursued. The cottage was already in sight, and 100 paces only separated her from its door when a well-known voice, a voice which caused every fiber in her heart to thrill with surprise and joy, exclaimed, "Flora, beloved one, fly not! Oh, I could not be deceived in the symmetry of thy form, the graciousness of thy gait. I knew it was thou. And in another moment the maiden was clasped in the arms of Francisco, Count of Riverola. Impossible were it to describe the ecstatic bliss of this meeting, a meeting so unexpected on either side. For a minute before, Flora had deemed the young nobleman to be far away, fighting in the cause of the cross, while Francisco was proceeding to make inquiries at the cottage concerning his beloved, but with a heart that scarcely dared nourish a hope of her reappearance. "Oh, my well-beloved Flora," exclaimed Francisco, "and are we indeed thus blessed, or is it a delusive dream? But tell me, sweet maiden, tell me whether thou hast ceased to think of one, from whose memory thine image has never been absent since the date of thy sudden and mysterious disappearance." Flora could not reply in words. Her heart was too full for the utterance of her feelings. But as she raised the veil from her charming countenance, the tears of joy which stood upon her long lashes, and the heavenly smile which played upon her lips, and the deep blushes which overspread her cheeks spoke far more eloquently of unaltered affection than all the vows and pledges which might have flowed from the tongue. "Thou lovest me, lovest me, lovest me still," exclaimed the enraptured Count, again clasping her in his arms, and now imprinting innumerable kisses on her lips, her cheeks, and her fair brow. Hasty explanations speedily ensued, and Francisco now learnt for the first time the cause of Flora's disappearance, her incarceration in the convent, and the particulars of her release. But who could have been the author of that outrage? Exclaimed the Count, his cheeks flushing with indignation and his hand instinctively grasping his sword. "Whom could you, sweet maiden, have offended? What fiend thus vented his malignity on thee?" "Hold, my lord," cried Flora in a beseeching tone. "Perhaps you—" And she checked herself abruptly. "Call me not my lord, dearest maiden," said the Count. "To thee I am Francisco, as thou to me art Flora, my own beloved Flora. But wherefore didst thou stop short thus? Wherefore not conclude the sentence that was half uttered? Oh, Flora, a terrible suspicion strikes me. Speak, relieve me from the cruel suspicion under which I now labor. Was it my sister, my much-lamented sister, who did thee that foul wrong?" "I know not," replied Flora, weeping, "but, alas! Pardon me, dear Francisco, if I suspect aught so bad of anyone connected with thee, and yet heaven knows how freely, how sincerely I forgive my enemy." Her voice was lost in sobs, and her head drooped on her lover's breast. "Weep not, dearest one," exclaimed Francisco. "Let not our meeting be rendered mournful with tears. Thou knowest, perhaps, that Nisida disappeared as suddenly and as mysteriously as thou didst, but could she also have become the victim of the Carmelites? And did she, alas, perish in the ruins of the convent? I am well assured that the Lady Nisida was not doomed to that fate," answered Flora. "For had she been consigned to the convent, as a punishment for some real offense, or on some groundless charge, she must have passed the ordeal of the chamber of penitence, where I should have seen her. Yes, Francisco, I have heard of her mysterious disappearance, and I have shed many, many tears when I have thought of her, poor lady. Although," added the maiden in a low and plaintive tone, "I fear, Francisco, that it was indeed she who doomed me to that monastic dungeon. Doubtless, her keen perception, far more keen than in those who are blessed with the faculties which were lost to her, enabled her to penetrate the secret of that affection with which you had honored me, and in which I felt so much happiness." "I confessed my love to Nisida," interrupted Francisco. "But it was not until your disappearance I was driven to despair, Flora. I was mad with grief, and I could not, neither did I, attempt to conceal my emotion. I told Nisida all, and well, do I recollect the reply which she gave me, giving fond assurance that my happiness would alone be consulted. Alas, was there no double meaning in that assurance?" asked Flora gently. "The Lady Nisida knew well how inconsistent with your high rank, your proud fortunes, your great name was that love which you bore for a humble and obscure girl. A love which I shall not be ashamed to own in the sight of all Florence," exclaimed Francisco in an impassioned tone. "But if Nisida were the cause of that cruel outrage on thee, my Flora, we will forgive her, for she could have acted only through conscientious, though most mistaken, motives. Mistaken, indeed. for never could I have known happiness again hadst thou not been restored to me. It was to wean my mind from pondering on afflictions that goaded me to despair that I embarked in the cause of Christendom against the encroachments of Moslem power. Thinking that thou wast forever lost to me, that my sister also had become the victim of some murderous hand, harassed by doubts the most cruel, and uncertainty the most agonizing, I sought death on the walls of Rhodes. But the destroying angel's arrow rebounded from my corselet. His sword was broken against my shield. During my voyage back to Italy, after beholding the crescent planted on the walls where the Christian standard had floated for so many, many years, a storm overtook the ship, and yet the destroying angel gave me not the death I courted. This evening I once more set foot in Florence. From my own mansion Nisida is still absent, and no tidings have been received of her. Alas! Is she then lost to me forever? Without tarrying even to change my travel-soiled clothes, I set out to make inquiries concerning another whom I love, and that other is thyself. Here, thanks to a merciful heaven, my heart has not been doomed to experience a second and equally cruel disappointment, for I have found thee at last, my Flora, and henceforth my arm shall protect thee from peril. How have I deserved so much kindness at thine hands? Murmured the maiden, again drooping her blushing head. And oh, what will you think, Francisco? What will you say when you learn that I was there in that cottage, with my aunt, when you called the last time to inquire if any tidings had been received of me? You were there, exclaimed Francisco, starting back in surprise not unmingled with anger. You were there, Flora, and you knew that I was in despair concerning thee, that I would have given worlds to have heard of thy safety, I who thought that some fiend in human shape had sent thee to an early grave. Forgive me, Francisco, forgive me, cried Flora, bursting into tears, but it was not my fault. On the night following the one in which the banditti stormed the convent, as I ere now detailed to your ears, I returned home to my aunt. When the excitement of our meeting was past, and when we were alone together, I threw myself at her feet, confessed all that had passed between thee and me, and implored her advice. Flora, she said, while her tears fell upon me as I knelt, no happiness will come to thee, my child, from this attachment which has already plunged thee into so much misery. It is beyond all doubt certain that the relations of the Count were the authors of thy imprisonment, and their persecutions would only be renewed were they to learn that the Count was made aware of your reappearance in Florence. For thy sake, then, my child, I shall suffer the impression of thy continued absence and loss to remain on the minds of those who may inquire concerning thee. And should his lordship call here again, most especially to him shall I appear stricken with grief on account of thee. His passion, my child, is one of boyhood, evanescent, though ardent while it endures. He will soon forget thee, and when he shall have learnt to love another there will no longer be any necessity for thee to live an existence of concealment. Thus spoke my aunt, dear Francisco, and I dared not gainsay her. When you came the last time, I heard your voice. I listened from my chamber door to all you said to my aunt, and I longed to fly into your arms. You went away, and my heart was nearly broken. Some days afterward we learnt the strange disappearance of the lady Nisida, and then knew that you must have received a severe blow, for I was well aware how much you loved her. 2 or 3 weeks elapsed, and then we heard that you were about to depart to the wars. Oh, how bitter were the tears that I shed, how fervent were the prayers that I offered up for your safety. And those prayers have been heard on high, beloved one, exclaimed Francisco, who had listened with melting heart and returning tenderness to the narrative which the maiden told so simply but so sincerely, and in the most plaintive tones of her musical voice. Can you forgive me now? Asked the blushing maiden, her swimming eyes bending on her lover glances eloquently expressive of hope. I have nothing to forgive, sweet girl, replied Francisco. Your aunt behaved with a prudence which in justice I cannot condemn, and you acted with an obedience and submission to your venerable relative which I could not be arbitrary enough to blame. We have both endured much for each other, my Flora, but the days of our trials are past, and your good aunt will be convinced that in giving your young heart to me, you have not confided in one who is undeserving of so much love. Let us hasten into her presence. But one question have I yet to ask you," he added, suddenly recollecting an idea which had ere now made some impression on his mind. "You informed me how you were liberated from the convent, and you mentioned the name of the Countess of Aristino, whom circumstances had made your companion in that establishment, and to whom your aunt gave an asylum. Know you not, dearest Flora, that fame reports not well of that same Giulia of Aristino, and that a woman of tarnished reputation is no fitting associate for an innocent and artless maiden such as thou? During the period that the lady of Aristino and myself were companions in captivity," responded Flora with a frankness as amiable as it was convincing. She never in the most distant manner alluded to her love for the Marquis of Orsini. When the Marquis appeared in the convent, in company with the robbers, I was far too much bewildered with the passing events to devote a thought to what might be the nature of their connection. And even when I had more leisure for reflection, during the entire day which I passed in the stronghold of the banditti, I saw naught in it save what I conceived to be the bond of close relationship. I offered her ladyship an asylum at the abode of my aunt, as I should have given a home under such circumstances to the veriest wretch crawling on the face of the earth. But in that cottage the Countess and myself have not continued in close companionship, for my aunt accidentally learnt that fame reported not well of the lady of Aristino, and in a gentle manner she begged her to seek another home at her earliest leisure. The Countess implored my venerable relative to permit her to retrain at the cottage, as her life would be in danger were she not afforded a sure and safe asylum. Moved by her earnest entreaties, my aunt assented, and the Countess has almost constantly remained in her own chamber. Sometimes, but very rarely, she goes forth after dusk and in a deep disguise. The Marquis has not, however, visited the cottage since my aunt made this discovery relative to the reputation of the lady of Aristino." "Thanks, charming Flora, for that explanation," cried the young Count. "Let us now hasten to thine aunt, and in her presence will I renew to thee all the vows of unalterable and honorable affection which my heart suggests, as a means of proving that I am worthy of thy love." And, hand in hand, that fine young noble and that beauteous blushing maiden proceeded to the cottage. Two persons, concealed in an adjacent grove, had overheard every syllable of the above conversation. These were the valet Antonio, and his mother, Dame Margaretha, at whose dwelling, it will be recollected, the unfortunate Agnes had so long resided under the protection of the late Count of Riverola. "This is fortunate, mother," said Antonio, when Francisco and Flora had retired from the vicinity of the grove. "You are spared the trouble of a visit to the old Signora Francatelli, and I have learned sufficient to enable me to work out all my plans alike of aggrandizement and revenge. Let us retrace our way into the city. Thou wilt return to thy home, and I shall hence straight to the Lord Count of Aristino." Chapter 52. The Greek Page, Song of the Greek Page, a Revelation. 3 months had now elapsed since Ibrahim Pasha had risen to the exalted rank of Grand Vizier and had married the sister of Solomon the Magnificent. The Sultan daily became more attached to him, and he, on his part, acquired influence over his imperial master. Vested with a power so nearly absolute that Solomon signed without ever perusing the hadisheriffs or decrees drawn up by Ibrahim, and enjoying the confidence of the Divan, all the members of which were devoted to his interests, the renegade administered according to his own discretion the affairs of that mighty empire. Avaricious and ever intent upon the aggrandizement of his own fortunes, he accumulated vast treasures, but he also maintained a household and lived in a style unequaled by any of his predecessors in office. Having married a sister of the Sultan, he was not permitted a plurality of wives, but he purchased the most beauteous slaves for his harem and plunged headlong into a vortex of dissipation and pleasure. For some weeks he had manifested the most ardent and impassioned attachment toward Aisha, who, during that period, was happy in the belief that she alone possessed his heart. But the customs of the East, as well as the duties of his office, kept them so much apart that he had no leisure to discover the graces of her mind, nor to appreciate all the powers of her naturally fine, and indeed well-cultivated intellect, so that the beauty of her person constituted the only basis on which his affection was maintained. The fervor of such a love soon cooled with satiety, and those female slaves whom he had at first procured as indispensable appendages to his rank and station were not long in becoming the sources of new pleasure and voluptuous enjoyment. Aisha beheld his increasing indifference and strove to bind him to her by representing all she had done for him. He listened coldly at first, but when, on several occasions, the same remonstrances were repeated, he answered angrily, "Had it not been for my influence." She said to him one day, when the dispute had become more serious than preceding quarrels of the kind, "You might still have been an humble secretary to a Christian noble." "Not so," replied the Grand Vizier, "for at the very time when I first beheld thee in the Bezestein, certain offers had been secretly conveyed to me from the Rise Effendi, in whose service you would have lingered as a mere subordinate for long, long years," returned Aisha. "It was I who urged you on. Have I not often assured you that your image dwelt in my memory after the accident which first led to our meeting, that one of my faithful women noticed my thoughtful mood, and that when I confessed to her the truth, she stated to me that, by a singular coincidence, her own brother was employed by the Rise Effendi as an agent to tempt you with the offers to which you have alluded. Then, inquiries which my slave instituted brought to my ears the flattering tidings that you also thought of me, and I resolved to grant you an interview. From that moment, my influence hurried you on to power, and when you became the favorite of the mighty Solomon, I confessed to him that I had seen and that I loved you. His fraternal attachment to me is greater than to any other of his sisters, seeing that himself and I were born of the same mother, though at a long interval. Thus was it that my persuasion made him think higher and oftener of you than he would else have done, and now that you have attained the summit of glory and power, she who has helped to raise you is neglected and loved no longer. Cease these reproaches, Aisha," exclaimed Ibrahim, who had listened impatiently to her long address, "or I will give thee less of my company than heretofore. See that the next time I visit thee my reception may be with smiles instead of tears, with sweet words instead of reproaches." And in this cruel manner the heartless renegade quitted his beauteous wife, leaving her plunged in the most profound affliction. But as Ibrahim traversed the corridors leading to his own apartments, his heart smote him for the harshness and unfeeling nature of his conduct. And as one disagreeable idea, by disposing the spirits to melancholy, usually arouses others that were previously slumbering in the cells of the brain, all the turpitude of his apostasy was recalled with new force to his mind. Repairing to a small but magnificently furnished saloon in a retired part of the palace, he dismissed the slaves who were waiting at the door, ordering them, however, to send into his presence a young Greek page who had recently entered his service. In a few minutes the youth made his appearance and stood in a respectful attitude near the door. "Come and sit at my feet, Constantine," said the Grand Vizier, "and thou shalt sing to me one of those airs of thy native Greece with which thou hast occasionally delighted mine ears. I know not how it is, boy, but thy presence pleases me, and thy voice soothes my soul when oppressed with the cares of my high office." Joy flashed from the bright black eyes of the young Greek page as he glided noiselessly over the thick carpet, but that emotion of pleasure was instantly changed to one of deep deference. "Proceed," said his master, "and sing me that plaintive song which is supposed to depict the woes of one of the unhappy sons of Greece." "But may not its sentiments offend your highness?" asked the page. "It is but a song," responded Ibrahim. "I give thee full permission to sing those verses, and I should be sorry were you to subdue aught of the impassioned feelings which they are well calculated to excite within thee." The page turned his handsome countenance up toward the Grand Vizier, and commenced in melodious, liquid tones the following song of the Greek page. "Oh, are there not beings condemned from their birth, to drag without solace or hope o'er the earth, the burden of grief and of sorrow? Doomed wretches who know, while they tremblingly say, the star of my fate appears brighter today, that it is but a brief and a mocking ray to make darkness darker tomorrow. And 'tis not to the vile and base alone that unchanging grief and sorrow are known, but as oft to the pure and guileless. And he, from whose fervid and generous lip gush words of the kindest fellowship, of the same pure fountain may not sip in return, but it is sad and smileless. Yes, such doomed mortals, alas! There be, and mine is that self-same destiny, the fate of the lorn and lonely. For e'en in my childhood's early day, the comrades I sought would turn away, and of all the band from the sportive play was I thrust and excluded only. When 15 summers had passed o'er my head, I stood on the battlefield strewn with the dead. For the day of the Moslem's glory had made me an orphan child, and there my sire was stretched, and his bosom bare showed a gaping wound, and the flowing hair of his head was damp and gory. My sire was the chief of the patriot band that had fought and died for their native land, when her rightful prince betrayed her. On his kith and kin did the vengeance fall of the Mussulman foes, and each and all were swept from the old ancestral hall, save myself, by the fierce invader. And I was spared from that blood-stained grave to be dragged away as the Moslem's slave, and bend to the foe victorious. But, O Greece, to thee does my memory turn its longing eyes, and my heartstrings yearn to behold thee rise in thy might and spurn, as of yore, thy yoke inglorious. But oh, whither has Spartan courage fled? And why proud Athens? Above thine head is the Mussulman crescent gleaming. Have thine ancient memories no avail? And art thou not fired at the legend tale which reminds thee how the whole world grew pale and recoiled from thy banners streaming? Enough, boy, exclaimed Ibrahim. Then in a low tone he murmured to himself, the Christians have indeed much cause to anathematize the encroachments and tyranny of the Moslems. There was a short pause, during which the Grand Vizier was absorbed in profound meditation, while the Greek page never once withdrew his eyes from the countenance of that high functionary. Boy, at length said Ibrahim, you appear attached to me. I have observed many proofs of your devotion during the few months that you have been in my service. Speak, is there aught that I can do to make you happy? Have you relations or friends who need protection? If they be poor, I will relieve their necessities. My lips cannot express the gratitude which my heart feels toward your highness, returned the page, but I have no friends in behalf of whom I might supplicate the bounty of your highness. Are you yourself happy, Constantine? Asked Ibrahim. Happy in being permitted to attend upon your highness, was the reply, delivered in a soft and tremulous tone. But is it in my power to render you happier? Demanded the Grand Vizier. Constantine hung down his head, reflected for a few moments, and then murmured, yes. Then, by heaven, exclaimed Ibrahim Pasha, thou haste only to name thy request, and it will be granted. I know not wherefore, but I am attached to thee much. I feel interested in thy welfare, and I would be rejoiced to minister to thy happiness. I am already happier than I was, happier, because my lips have drunk in such words flowing from the lips of one who is exalted as highly as I am insignificant and humble, said the page in a voice tremulous with emotion but sweetly musical. Yes, I am happier, he continued. And yet my soul is filled with the image of a dear, a well-beloved sister who pines in loneliness and solitude, ever dwelling on a hapless love which she has formed for one who knows not that he is so loved, and who perhaps may never know it. Ah, thou hast a sister, Constantine, exclaimed the Grand Vizier. And is she as lovely as a sister of a youth so handsome as thou art ought to be? She has been assured by those who have sought her hand that she is indeed beautiful, answered Constantine. But of what avail are her charms, since he whom she loves may never whisper in her ear the delicious words, I love thee in return? Does the object of her affections possess so obdurate a heart? Inquired the Grand Vizier, strangely interested in the discourse of his youthful page. It is not that he scorns my sister's love, replied Constantine, but it is that he knows not of its existence. It is true that he has seen her once, yet 'twere probable that he remembers not there is such a being in the world. Thus came it to pass, my lord, an officer, holding a high rank in the service of his imperial majesty, the great Solomon, had occasion to visit a humble dwelling wherein my sister resided. She, poor silly maiden, was so struck by his almost godlike beauty, so dazzled by his fascinating address, so enchanted by the sound of his voice, that she surrendered up her heart suddenly and secretly, surrendered it beyond all power of reclamation. Since then, she has never ceased to ponder upon this fatal passion, this unhappy love. She has nursed his image in her mind until her reason has rocked with the wild thoughts, the ardent hopes, the emotions of despair, all the conflicting sentiments of feeling in a word, which so ardent and so strange a love must naturally engender. Enthusiastic, yet tender, fervent, yet melting in her soul, and while she does not attempt to close her eyes to the conviction that she is cherishing a passion which is preying upon her very vitals, she nevertheless clings to it as a martyr to the stake. Oh, my lord, canst thou marvel if I feel deeply for my unhappy sister? But wherefore doth she remain thus unhappy? Demanded Ibrahim Pasha. Surely there are means of conveying to the object of her attachment an intimation how deeply he is beloved, and he must be something more than human. He added in an impassioned tone, if he can remain obdurate to the tears and sighs of a beauteous creature such as thy sister doubtless is. And were he to spurn her from him, oh, your highness, it would kill her, said the page, fixing his large, eloquent eyes upon the countenance of the Grand Vizier. Consider his exalted rank and her humble position. Doth she aspire to become his wife? Asked Ibrahim. She would be contented to serve him as his veriest slave. Responded Constantine, now strangely excited. Were he but to look kindly upon her, she would deem herself blessed in receiving a smile from his lips, so long as it was bestowed as a reward for all the tender love she bears him. Who is this man that is so fortunate as to have excited so profound an interest in the heart of one so beautiful? Demanded the Grand Vizier. Name him to me. I will order him to appear before me, and, for thy sake, I will become an eloquent pleader on behalf of thy sister. Words cannot express the joy which flashed from the eyes of the page, and animated his handsome, though softly feminine countenance, as, casting himself on his knees at the feet of Ibrahim Pasha, he murmured, Great Lord, that man whom my sister loves, and for whom she would lay down her life, is thyself. Ibrahim was for some minutes too much overcome by astonishment to offer an observation, to utter a word, while the page remained kneeling at his feet. Then suddenly, it flashed to the mind of the Grand Vizier that the only humble abode which he had entered since he had become an officer holding a high rank in the service of Solomon was that of his Greek emissary, Demetrius, and it now occurred to him that there was a striking likeness between the young page and the beautiful Calanthe, whom he had seen on that occasion. Constantine, he said at length, art thou then the brother of that Demetrius whom I dispatched some 3 months ago to Florence? I am, my lord, and 'tis our sister Calanthe of whom I have spoken, was the reply. Oh, pardon my arrogance, my presumption, great Vizier, he continued, suddenly rising from his kneeling position and now standing with his arms meekly folded across his breast. Pardon the arrogance, the insolence of my conduct, he exclaimed. But it was for the sake of my sister that I sought service in the household of your highness. I thought that if I could succeed in gaining your notice, if in any way I could obtain such favor in your eyes as to be admitted to speak with one so highly raised above me as thou art, I fancied that some opportunity would enable me to make those representations which have issued from my lips this day. How patiently I have waited that occasion, heaven knows. How ardent have been my hopes of success, when from time to time your highness singled me out from amongst the numerous free pages of your princely household to attend upon your privacy. How ardent, I say, these hopes have been, your highness may possibly divine. And now, my lord, that I have succeeded in gaining your attention and pouring this secret into your ears, I will away to Calanthe and impart all the happiness that is in store for her. Though the flowers may hold up their heads high in the light of the glorious sun, yet she shall hold hers higher in the favor of your smile. Generous master, he added, suddenly sinking his voice to a lower tone and reassuming the deferential air which he had partially lost in the excitement of speaking, permit me now to depart. This evening, Constantine, said the Grand Vizier, fixing his dark eyes significantly upon the page. "Let your sister enter the harem by the private door in the garden. Here is a key. I will give the necessary instructions to the female slaves to welcome her." Constantine received the key, made a low obeisance, and withdrew, leaving the Grand Vizier to feast his voluptuous imagination with delicious thoughts of the beauteous Calanth. Chapter 53. The Sultana Valida, the Three Black Slaves. In the meantime, the Princess Aisha, the now neglected wife of the Grand Vizier, had repaired to the imperial seraglio to obtain an interview with her brother, Solomon the Magnificent. The Sultan, as the reader has already learnt, was deeply attached to Aisha. Their mother, the Sultana or Empress Mother, who was still alive, occupied apartments in the seraglio. Her children entertained the greatest respect for her, and her influence over the Sultan, who possessed an excellent heart, though his sway was not altogether unstained by cruelties, was known to be great. It was therefore to her mother and her brother that the beautiful Aisha proceeded, and when she was alone with them in the Valida's apartment and removed her veil, they immediately noticed that she had been weeping. Upon being questioned relative to the cause of her sorrow, she burst into an agony of tears and was for some time unable to reply. At length, half regretting that she had taken the present step, Aisha slowly revealed her various causes of complaint against the Grand Vizier. "By Allah," exclaimed the Sultan, "the ungrateful Ibrahim shall not thus spurn and neglect the costly gift which I, his master, condescended to bestow upon him." "What? When the Shah of Persia, the Khan of the Tartars, and the Prince of Caramania all sought thine hand, and dispatched ambassadors laden with rich gifts to our court to demand thee in marriage, did I not send them back with cold words of denial to their sovereigns? And was it to bestow thee, my sister, on this ungrateful boy, who was so late naught save a dog of a Christian, ready to eat the dirt under our imperial feet? Was it to bestow thee on such an one as he, that I refused the offers of the Persian Shah? By the tomb of the Prophet, this indignity shall cease. Restrain your wrath, my son," said the Sultana Valida. "Ibrahim must not be openly disgraced. The effects of his punishment would redound on our beloved Aisha. No, rather entrust this affair to me, and fear not that I shall fail in compelling this haughty pasha to return to the arms of his wife, and implore her pardon for his late neglect." "Oh, dearest mother, if thou canst accomplish this," exclaimed Aisha, her countenance becoming animated with joy and her heart palpitating with hope. "Thou wouldst render me happy indeed." "Trust to me, daughter," replied the Sultana Valida. "In the meantime seek not to learn my intentions, but on thy return home send me by some trusty slave thy passkey to the harem. And thou, my son, wilt lend me thine imperial signet ring for 12 hours. Remember," said the Sultan, as he drew the jewel from his finger, "that he who wears that ring possesses a talisman of immense power, a sign which none to whom it is shown dares disobey. Remember this, my mother, and use it with caution." "Fear not, my dearly beloved son," answered the Sultana Valida, concealing the ring in her bosom. "And now, Aisha, do you return to the palace of your haughty husband, who ere 12 hours be past, shall sue for pardon at thy feet." The Sultan and Aisha both knew that their mother was a woman of powerful intellect and determined character, and they sought not to penetrate into the secret of her intentions. Solomon withdrew to preside at a meeting of the divan, and Aisha returned to the palace of the Grand Vizier, attended by the slaves who had waited for her in an anteroom leading to her mother's apartments. It was now late in the afternoon, and the time for evening prayer had arrived ere the Sultana Valida received the passkey to Ibrahim Pasha's harem. But the moment it was conveyed to her, she summoned to her presence 3 black slaves, belonging to the corps of the Bostanges, or gardeners, who also served as executioners, when a person of rank was to be subjected to the process of bowstring, or when any dark deed was to be accomplished in silence and with caution. Terrible appendages to the household of Ottoman sultans were the black slaves belonging to that corps. Like snakes, they insinuated themselves, noiselessly and ominously, into the presence of their victims, and it were as vain to preach peace to the warring elements which God alone can control, as to implore mercy at the hands of those remorseless Ethiopians. To the 3 black slaves did the Sultana Valida issue her commands, and to the eldest she entrusted Solomon's signet ring and the passkey which Aisha had sent her. The slaves bowed 3 times to the Empress Mother, laid their hands on their heads to imply that they would deserve decapitation if they neglected the orders they had received, and then withdrew. There was something terribly sinister in their appearance, as they retired noiselessly but rapidly through the long, silent, and darkened corridors of the imperial harem. It was night, and the moon shone softly and sweetly upon the mighty city of Constantinople, tipping each of its 1,000 spires and pinnacles as with a star. Ibrahim Pasha, having disposed of the business of the day, and now with his imagination full of the beautiful Calanth, hastened to the anteroom or principal apartment of the harem. The harem, occupying one complete wing of the vizier's palace, consisted of 3 stories. On the ground floor were the apartments of the Princess Aisha and her numerous female dependents. These opened from a spacious marble hall, and at the folding doors leading into them were stationed 2 black dwarfs, who were deaf and dumb. Their presence was not in any way derogatory to the character of Aisha, but actually denoted the superior rank of the lady who occupied those apartments in respect to the numerous females who tenanted the rooms above. As she was the sister of the Sultan, Ibrahim dared not appear in her presence without obtaining her previous assent through the medium of one of the mutes, who were remarkably keen in understanding and conveying intelligence by means of signs. A grand marble staircase led from the hall to the 2 floors containing the apartments of the ladies of the harem. And thus, though Aisha dwelt in the same wing as those females, her own abode was as distinct from theirs as if she were the tenant of a separate house altogether. On the 1st floor, there was a large and magnificently furnished room in which the ladies of the harem were accustomed to assemble when they chose to quit the solitude of their own chambers for the enjoyment of each other's society. The ceiling of the anteroom, as this immense apartment was called, was gilt entirely over. It was supported by 20 slender columns of crystal, and the splendid chandeliers which were suspended to it diffused a soft and mellow light, producing the most striking effects on that mass of gilding. Those reflecting columns, and the wainscoted walls inlaid with mother-of-pearl and with ivory of different colors. A Persian carpet 3 inches thick was spread upon the floor. Along 2 opposite sides ran continuous sofas, supported by low, white marble pillars, and covered with purple-figured velvet fringed with gold. In the middle of this gorgeous apartment was a large table, shaped like a crescent, and spread with all kinds of preserved fruits, confectionery, cakes, and delicious beverages of a non-alcoholic nature. The room was crowded with beauteous women when the presence of Ibrahim was announced by a slave. There were the fair-complexioned daughters of Georgia, the cold, reserved but lovely Circassians, the warm and impassioned Persians, the voluptuous Wallachians, the timid Tartars, the dusky Indians, the talkative Turkish ladies, beauties, too, of Italy, Spain, and Portugal, indeed. Specimens of female perfection from many, many nations. Their various styles of beauty, and their characteristic national dresses, formed a scene truly delightful to gaze upon. But the Grand Vizier noticed none of the countenances so anxiously turned toward him to mark on which his eyes would settle in preference, and the ladies noiselessly withdrew, leaving their master alone with the slave in the anteroom. Ibrahim threw himself on a sofa and gave some hasty instructions to the slave, who immediately retired. In about a quarter of an hour he came back, conducting into the anteroom a lady veiled from head to foot. The slave then withdrew altogether, and Ibrahim approached the lady, saying, "Calanth, the beauteous Calanth, welcome to my palace." She removed her veil, and Ibrahim fixed his eager eyes upon the countenance thus disclosed to him. But he was immediately struck by the marvelous resemblance existing between his page Constantine and the charming Calanth. It will be remembered that when he called, in a mean disguise, at the abode of Demetrius, He saw Calanthe for the first time, and only for a short period. And though he was even then struck by her beauty, yet the impression it made was but momentary. And he had so far forgotten Calanthe, as never to behold in Constantine the least resemblance to anyone whom he had seen before. But now that Calanthe's countenance burst upon him in all the glory of its superb Greek beauty, that resemblance struck him with all the force of a new idea, and he was about to express his astonishment that so wondrous a likeness should subsist between brother and sister, when the maiden sunk at his feet, exclaiming, "Pardon me, great vizier, but Constantine and Calanthe are one and the same thing." Methought the brother pleaded with marvelous eloquence on behalf of his sister. Said Ibrahim with a smile, and raising Calanthe from her suppliant posture, he led her to a seat, gazing on her the while with eyes expressive of intense passion. "Your Highness," observed the maiden after a short pause, "has heard from my own lips how profound is the attachment which I have dared to conceive for you. How great is the admiration which I entertain for the brilliant powers of your intellect. To be with thee, great Ibrahim, will I abandon my country friends, I and even creed, shouldst thou demand that concession, for in thee, and in thee only, are all my hopes of happiness now centered. And those hopes shall not be disappointed, dearest Calanthe," exclaimed Ibrahim, clasping her in his arms. "But a few minutes before you entered this room, 100 women, the choicest flowers of all climes, were gathered here. And yet I value one smile on thy lips more than all the tender endearments that those purchased hours could bestow. For thy love was unbought. It was a love that prompted thee to attach thyself to me in a menial capacity." The impassioned language of the Grand Vizier was suddenly interrupted by the opening of the door, and 3 black slaves glided into the anteroom, half crouching as they stole along, and fixing on the beauteous Calanthe eyes, the dark pupils of which seemed to glare horribly from the whites in which they were set. "Dogs, what signifies this intrusion?" exclaimed Ibrahim Pasha, starting from the sofa and grasping the handle of his scimitar. The chief, the 3 slaves, uttered not a word of reply, but exhibited the imperial signet, and at the same time unrolled from the coil which he had hitherto held in his hand a long green silken bowstring. At that ominous spectacle, Ibrahim fell back, his countenance becoming ashy pale, and his frame trembling with an icy shudder from head to foot. "Choose between this and her," whispered the slave in a deep tone, as he first glanced at the bowstring and then looked toward Calanthe, who knew that some terrible danger was impending, but was unable to divine where or when it was to fall. "Merciful Allah!" exclaimed the Grand Vizier, and throwing himself upon the floor, he buried his face in his hands. In another moment, Calanthe was seized and gagged, before even a word or a scream could escape her lips. But Ibrahim heard the rustling of her dress as she unavailingly struggled with the monsters in whose power she was, the selfish ingrate. He drew not his scimitar to defend her. He no longer remembered all the tender love she bore him, but, appalled by the menace of the bowstring, backed by the warrant of the Sultan's signet ring, he lay groveling on the rich Persian carpet, giving vent to his alarms by low and piteous groans. Then he heard the door once more close as softly as possible. He looked up, glared with wild anxiety around, and breathed more freely on finding himself alone. For the Ethiopians had departed with their victim. Slowly rising from his supine posture, Ibrahim approached the table, filled a crystal cup with sherbet to the brim, and drank the cooling beverage, which seemed to go hissing down his parched throat. So dreadful was the thirst which the horror of the scene just enacted had produced. Then the sickening as well as maddening conviction struck to his very soul, that though the envied and almost worshipped vizier of a mighty empire, having authority of life and death over millions of human beings, and able to dispose of the governments and patronage of huge provinces and mighty cities, he was but a miserable, helpless slave in the eyes of another greater still, an ephemeron whom the breath of Solomon the Magnificent could destroy. And overcome by this conviction, he threw himself on the sofa, bursting into an agony of tears, tears of mingled rage and woe. Yes, The proud, the selfish, the haughty renegade wept as bitterly as ever even a poor, weak woman was known to weep. Asterisk, asterisk. How calm and beautiful lay the waters of the Golden Horn beneath the light of that lovely moon, which shone so chastely and so serenely above, as if pouring its argent luster upon a world where no evil passions were known, no hearts were stained with crime, no iniquity of human imagining was in the course of perpetration. But, ah, what sound is that which breaks on the silence of the night? Is it the splash of oars? No, for the two black slaves who guide yon boat which has shot out from the shore into the center of the gulf are resting on the slight sculls. The boat itself, too, is now stationary, and not a ripple is stirred up by its grotesquely shaped prow. What, then, was that sound? 'Twas the voice of agony bursting from woman's throat, and the boat is about to become the scene of a deed of horror, though one of frequent, alas, too frequent, occurrence in that clime, and especially on that gulf. The gag has slipped from Callan's mouth, and a long, loud scream of agonizing despair sweeps over the surface of the water, rending the calm and moonlit air, but dying away ere it can raise an echo on either shore. Strong are the arms and relentless is the black monster who has now seized the unhappy Greek maiden in his ferocious grasp, while the luster of the pale orb of night streams on that countenance lately radiant with impassioned hope, but now convulsed with indescribable horror. Again the scream bursts from the victim's lips, but its thrilling, cutting agony is interrupted by a sudden plunge, a splash, a gurgling and a rippling of the waters, and the corpse of the murdered Callanth is borne toward the deeper and darker bosom of the Bosporus. The sun was already dispersing the orient mists, when the chief of the three black slaves once more stood in the presence of the Grand Vizier, who had passed the night in the anteroom, alone, and a prey to the most lively mental tortures. So noiselessly and reptile-like did the hideous Ethiopian steal into the apartment, that he was within a yard of the Grand Vizier ere the latter was aware that the door had even opened. Ibrahim started as if from a snake about to spring upon him, for the ominous bowstring swung negligently from the slave's hand, and the imperial signet still glistened on his finger. "Mighty Pasha," spoke the Ethiopian in a low and cold tone. "Thus saith the Sultana Valida, cease to treat thy wife with neglect. Hasten to her, throw thyself at her feet, implore her pardon for the past, and give her hope of affection for the future. Shouldst thou neglect this warning, then every night will the rival whom thou preferest to her be torn from thine arms, and be devoted as food for the fishes. She whom thou didst so prefer this night that is past sleeps in the dark green bed of the Bosporus. Take warning, Pasha, for the bowstring may be used at last. Moreover, see that thou revealest not to the Princess Aisha the incident of the night, nor the nature of the threats which send thee back repentant to her arms." And, with these words, the slave glided hastily from the room, leaving the Grand Vizier a prey to feelings of ineffable horror. His punishment on earth had begun, and he knew it. What had his ambition gained? Though rich, invested with high rank, and surrounded by every luxury, he was more wretched than the meanest slave who was accustomed to kiss the dust at his feet. But, subduing the fearful agitation which oppressed him, composing his feelings and his countenance as well as he was able, the proud and haughty Ibrahim hastened to implore admittance to his wife's chamber, and when the boon was accorded, and he found himself in her presence, he besought her pardon in a voice, and with a manner expressive of the most humiliating penitence. Thus, at the moment when thousands, perhaps millions, were envying the bright fortunes and glorious destiny of Ibrahim the Happy, as he was denominated, the dark and terrible despotism of the Sultana Valida made him tremble for his life, and compelled him to sue at Aisha's feet for pardon. And if, at the same instant of his crushed spirit and wounded pride, there were a balm found to soothe the racking fibers of his heart, the anodyne consisted in the tender love which Aisha manifested toward him, and the touching sincerity with which she assured him of her complete forgiveness. Asterisk, asterisk. Return we again to that Mediterranean island on which Fernand Wagner and the beauteous Nisida espoused each other by solemn vows plighted in the face of heaven, and where they have now resided for 6 long months. At first, how supremely happy was Nisida, having tutored herself so far to forget the jarring interests of that world which lay beyond the sea, as to abandon her soul without reservation to the delights of the new existence on which she had entered. Enabled once more to use that charming voice which God had given her, but which had remained hushed for so many years, able also to listen to the words that fell from the lips of her lover, without being forced to subdue and crush the emotions which they excited, and secure in the possession of him to whom she was so madly devoted, and who manifested such endearing tenderness toward herself, Nisida indeed felt as if she were another being, or endowed with the lease of a new life. At first, too, how much had Wagner and Nisida to say to each other, how many fond assurances to give, how many protestations of unalterable affection to make. For hours would they sit together upon the seashore, or on the bank of the limpid stream in the valley, and converse almost unceasingly, wearying not of each other's discourse, and sustaining the interests and the enjoyment of that interchange of thoughts by flying from topic to topic, just as their unshackled imagination suggested. But Fernand never questioned Nisida concerning the motive which had induced her to feign dumbness and deafness for so many years. She had given him to understand that family reasons of the deepest importance, and involving dreadful mysteries from the contemplation of which she recoiled with horror, had prompted so tremendous a self-martyrdom, and he loved her too well to outrage her feelings by urging her to touch more than she might choose on that topic. Careful not to approach the vicinity of large trees, for fear of these dreadful tenants of the isle who might be said to divide its sovereignty with them, the lovers, may we not venture to call them husband and wife, would ramble hand in hand along the stream's enchanting banks in the calm hours of moonlight, which lent softer charms to the scene than when the gorgeous sun was bathed all in gold. Or else they would wander on the sands to the musical murmur of the rippling sea, their arms clasping each other's neck, their eyes exchanging glances of fondness, hers of ardent passion, his of more melting tenderness. But there was too much sensuality in the disposition of Nisida to render her love for Wagner sufficient and powerful enough to ensure permanent contentment with her present lot. The first time that the fatal eve drew near when he must exchange the shape of man for that of a horrid wolf, he had said to her, "Beloved Nisida, I remember that there are finer and different fruits on the other side of the island, beyond the range of mountains, and I should rejoice to obtain for thee a variety. Console thyself for a few hours during mine absence, and on my return we shall experience renewed and increased happiness, as if we were meeting again after a long separation." Vainly did Nisida assure him that she reckoned not for a more extensive variety of fruits than those which the nearest grove yielded, and that she would rather have his society than all the luxuries which his absence and return might bring. He overruled her remonstrances, and she at length permitted him to depart. Then he crossed the mountains by means of the path which he had described when he escaped from the torrent at the point where the trees stretched across the stream, as described in the preceding chapter. And on the other side of the range of hills, he fulfilled the dreadful destiny of the Wehr wolf. On his return to Nisida, after an absence of nearly 24 hours, for the time occupied in crossing and recrossing the mountains was considerable, he found her gloomy and pensive. His long absence had vexed her. She, in the secrecy of her own heart, had felt a craving for a change of scene, and she naturally suspected that it was to gratify a similar want that Fernand had undertaken the transmontane journey. She received his fruits coldly, and it was some time ere he could succeed in winning her back to perfect good humor. The next interval of a month glided away. The little incident which had for a moment ruffled the harmony of their lives was forgotten, at least by Nisida. And so devoted was Fernand in his attention, so tenderly sincere in his attachment toward her, and so joyful, too, was she in the possession of one whose masculine beauty was almost superhumanly great, that those incipient cravings for change of scene, those nascent longings for a return to the great and busy world, returned but seldom, and were even then easily subdued in her breast. When the second fatal date after their union on the island approached, Wagner was compelled to urge some new but necessarily trivial excuse for again crossing the mountains. And Nisida's remonstrances were more authoritative and earnest than on the previous occasion. Nevertheless, he succeeded in obtaining her consent. But during his absence of 4 or 25 hours, the lady had ample leisure to ponder on home, the busy world across the sea, and her well-beloved brother Francisco. Fernand, when he came back, found her gloomy and reserved. Then, as he essayed to wean her from her dark thoughts, she responded petulantly and even reproachingly. The ensuing month glided away as happily as the 2 former ones, and though Fernand's attentions and manifestations of fondness increased, if possible, still Nisida would frequently sigh and look wistfully at the sea, as if she would have joyed to behold a sail in the horizon. The third time the fatal close of the month drew nigh, Wagner knew not how to act, but some petulance on the part of Nisida furnished him with an excuse which his generous heart only had recourse to with the deepest, the keenest anguish. Throwing back the harsh word at her whom he loved so devotedly, he exclaimed, "Nisida, I leave thee for a few hours until thy good humor shall have returned." And without waiting for a reply, he darted toward the mountains. For some time the lady remained seated gloomily upon the sand. But as hour after hour passed away, and the sun went down, and the moon gathered power to light the enchanting scene of landscape and of sea, she grew uneasy and restless. Throughout that night, she wandered up and down on the sands, now weeping at the thought that she herself had been unkind, then angry at the conviction that Fernand was treating her more harshly than she deserved. It was not till the sun was high in the heavens that Wagner reappeared. And though Nisida was in reality delighted to find all her wild alarms, in which the monstrous snakes of the isle entered largely, thus completely dissipated, yet she concealed the joy which she experienced in beholding his safe return, and received him with gloomy hauteur. Oh, how her conduct went to Wagner's heart! For he knew that, so long as the direful necessity which had compelled his absence remained unexplained, Nisida was justified in attributing that absence to unkind feelings and motives on his part. 1,000 times that day was he on the point of throwing himself at her feet and revealing all the details of that frightful destiny. But he dared not. Oh, no, he dared not, and a profound melancholy seized upon his soul. Nisida now relented, chiefly because she herself felt miserable by the contemplation of his unhappiness, and harmony was restored between them. But during the 4th month of their union, the lady began to speak more frequently and frankly of the weariness and monotony of their present existence, and when Fernand essayed to console her, she responded by deep-drawn sighs. His love was based on those enduring elements which would have rendered him content to dwell forever with Nisida on that island, which had no sameness for him so long as she was there to be his companion. But her love subsisted rather sensually than mentally. And now that her fierce and long pent-up desires had experienced gratification, she longed to return to the land of her birth, to embrace her brother Francisco. Yes, even though she should be again compelled to simulate the deaf and dumb. The close of the 4th month was at hand, and Wagner was at a loss how to act. New excuses for a fresh absence were impossible, and it was with a heart full of anguish that he was compelled to seize an opportunity in the afternoon of the last day of the month to steal away from Nisida and hasten across the mountains. Oh, what would she think of his absence now? An absence for which he had not prepared her, and which was not on this occasion justified by any petulance or willfulness on her part? The idea was maddening, but there was no alternative. It was noon on the ensuing day when Fernand Wagner, pale and careworn, again sought that spot on the strand where the rudely constructed cottage stood, but Nisida was not within the hut. He roved along the shore to a considerable distance, and still beheld her not. Terrible alarms now oppressed him. Could she have done some desperate deed to rid herself of an existence whereof she was weary? Or had some fatal accident befallen her? From the shore he hastened to the valley, and there, seated by the side of the crystal stream, he beheld the object of his search. He ran, he flew toward her, But she seemed not to observe him, and when he caught a glimpse of her countenance, he shrank back in dismay. It was so pale and yet so expressive of deep, concentrated rage. But we cannot linger on this portion of our tale. Suffice it to say that Wagner exerted all his eloquence, all his powers of persuasion to induce Nisida to turn a kind glance upon him. And it was only when, goaded to desperation by her stern silence and her implacable mien, he exclaimed, "Since I am no longer worthy of even a look or a syllable, I will quit thee forever." It was only when these words conveyed to Nisida a frightful menace of loneliness that she relented and gradually suffered herself to be appeased. But vainly did she question him relative to the cause of his absence on this occasion. He offered a variety of excuses, and she believed none of them. The month that followed was characterized by many quarrels and disputes, for Nisida's soul acquired all the restlessness which had marked it ere she was thrown on the island, but which solitude at first and then the possession of Wagner had for a time so greatly subdued. Nevertheless, there were still occasions when she would cling to Wagner with all the confiding fondness of one who remembered how he had saved her life from the hideous anaconda, and who looked up to him as her only joy and solace in that climb, the beauty of which became painful with its monotony. Yes, she would cling to him as they roved along the sands together. She would gaze up into his countenance, and as she read assurances of the deepest affection in his fine dark eyes, she would exclaim rapturously, "Oh, how handsome, how godlike art thou, my Fernand! Pardon me that I should ever have nursed resentment against thee." It was when she was in such a mood as this that he murmured in her ears, "Nisida, dearest, thou hast thy secret which I have never sought to penetrate. I also have my secret, beloved one, as I hinted to thee on that day which united us in this island, and into that mystery of mine thou mayest not look. But at certain intervals I must absent myself from thee for a few hours, as I hitherto have done. And on my return, O dearest Nisida, let me not behold that glorious countenance of thine clouded with anger and with gloom." Then ere she could utter a word of reply, he sealed her lips with kisses. He pressed her fervently to his heart, and at that moment she thought he seemed so divinely handsome, and she felt so proud of possessing the love of a man invested with such superhuman beauty and such a splendid intellect, that she attempted not a remonstrance, nor a complaint against what was but the preface to a fifth absence of 24 hours. And when Fernand Wagner reappeared again, his Nisida hastened to meet him as he descended from the mountains. Those mountains which were crossed over by a sure-footed and agile man with so much difficulty, and which he knew it would be impossible for him to traverse during that mad career in which he was monthly doomed to whirl along in his lupine shape. Yes, she hurried to meet him, receiving him with open arms, smiled tenderly upon him, and led him to the seashore, where she had spread the noonday meal in the most inviting manner. The unwearied and unchanging nature of his love had touched her heart, and, during the long hours of his fifth absence, she had reasoned on the folly of marring the sweet harmony which should prevail between the only two human tenants of that island. The afternoon passed more happily than many and many a previous day had done. Nisida thought that Fernand had never seemed so handsome, though somewhat pale, and he fancied that his companion had never appeared so magnificently beautiful as now, while she lay half reclining in his arms, the rays of the setting sun faintly illuminating her aquiline countenance, and giving a glossy richness to the luxuriant black hair which floated negligently over her naked shoulders. When the last beams of the orb of day died flickeringly in the far horizon, the tender pair retired to their hut, rejoicing in the serene and happy way in which the last few hours had glided over their heads, when a dark figure passed along the sand, and stopped at a short distance from the door of the rudely constructed tenement. And assuredly this was no mortal being, nor wore it now a mortal shape, but Satan, in all the horrors of his ugliness, though still invested with that sublimity of mien which marked the mighty fallen angel. Satan, clothed in terrors ineffable, it was. For a few moments he stood contemplating the hut wherein the sleepers lay. Dread lightnings flushed from his eyes, and the forked electric fluid seemed to play round his haughty brow, while his fearful countenance, the features of which no human pen may venture to describe, expressed malignant hate, anticipated triumph, and tremendous scorn. Then, extending his right hand toward the hut, and speaking in that deep, sonorous tone which, when heard by mortal ears, seemed to jar against the very soul, he chanted the following incantation: "Woman of wild and fierce desires, why languish thus the wonted fires that armed thine heart and nerved thine hand to do whate'er thy firmness planned? Has maudlin love subdued thy soul, once so impatient of control? Has amorous play enslaved the mind where erst no common chains confined? Has tender dalliance power to kill the wild, indomitable will? No more must love thus paralyze and crush thine iron energies. No more must maudlin passion stay thy despot soul's remorseless sway. Henceforth thy lips shall cease to smile upon the beauties of this isle. Henceforth thy mental glance shall roam o'er the Mediterranean foam, toward thy far-off Tuscan home. Alarms for young Francisco's wheel, and doubts into thy breast steal, while retrospection carries back thy memory o'er time's beaten track and stops at that dread hour when thou, with burning eyes and flashing brow, called heaven to hear the solemn vow dictated with the latest breath of the fond mother on the untimely bed of death. Thus spoke the demon, and having chanted the incantation, full of menace and of deep design, he turned to depart. Sleep was still upon the eyes of Fernand and Nisida as they lay in each other's arms. The island and the sea, too, were sleeping in the soft light of the silver moon, and the countless stars which gemmed the vault of heaven, when the dark figure passed along the sand. Away from the rudely constructed tenement. Chapter 54. When the sun rose again from the orient wave, Fernand repaired to the grove, as was his wont, to gather fruits for the morning repast, while Nisida bathed her fair form in the waters of the Mediterranean. But there was a gloom upon that lady's brow, and there was a sombre flashing in her large dark eyes which denoted an incipient conflict of emotions stirring within her breast. She had retired to rest, as we have seen on the previous evening, with a heart glowing toward her beloved and handsome Fernand. She had fallen asleep with the tender sounds of his musical yet manly voice in her ears, and the image of his beautiful countenance in her mind. But in the night, she knew not at what hour, strange dreams began to oppress her, ominous visions filled her with anxiety. It seemed as if some being, having right to reproach and power to taunt, whispered to her as she slept, stern remonstrances against the idle, voluptuous, and dreaming life she was leading, mocking her for passing her time in the maudlin delights of love, calling upon her to arouse her latent energies and shake off that luxurious lethargy, teaching her to look upon the island, beauteous though it were, as one vast prison in which she was confined, from whence there were, nevertheless, means of escape. Raising up before her mental vision all the most alluring and bustling scenes of her own fair, native city of Florence, then bitterly reproaching her for having allowed her soul to be more wrapped up in the society of Fernand Wagner than solicitous, as it was wont to be, for the welfare of her brother Francisco, creating, too, wild doubts in her imagination as to whether circumstances might not, after all, have united her brother and Flora Francatelli in the bonds of a union which for many reasons she abhorred. And lastly, thundering in her ears the terrific accusation that she was perjured to a solemn and an awful vow pledged by her lips on a dread occasion, and to the dictating voice of her dying mother. When she awoke in the morning, her brain appeared to be in confusion, but as her thoughts gradually settled themselves in the various cells of the seat of memory, the entire details of her long dream assumed the semblance of a connected chain, even as we have just described them. For these thoughts had arisen in the nature and order commanded by the demon. Fernand Wagner saw that the mind of his lovely companion, his charming bride, was ruffled, and, as he embraced her tenderly, he inquired the cause. His caresses for the moment soothed her, and induced her to struggle against the ideas which oppressed. For there are thoughts that Satan excites within us, which we can wrestle with and conquer if we will. Finding that Nisida became more composed, and that she treated her mournfulness and his agitation merely as the results of a disagreeable dream, Fernand rose, hastened to perform his own ablutions, and then repaired to the adjacent grove, as above stated. But Nisida remained not long in the Mediterranean's mighty bath. The moment Wagner had departed from her presence, thoughts which had recently passed in sad procession through her brain came back with renewed vigor, forcing themselves, as it were, upon her contemplation, because she offered but a feeble resistance to their returning invasion. And as she stood on the shore, having donned her scant clothing, and now combing out her long, luxuriant hair, to the silk richness of which the salt water had lent a more glorious gloss, she became a prey to an increasing restlessness, an augmenting anxiety, a longing to quit the island, and an earnest desire to behold her brother Francisco once again. Sentiments and cravings which gave to her countenance an expression of somber lowering and concentrated passion, such as it was wont to exhibit in those days when her simulated deafness and dumbness forced her to subdue all the workings of her excited soul, and compress her vermilion lips to check the ebullition of that language which on those occasions struggled to pour itself forth. "Oh, Italy! Italy!" she exclaimed in an impassioned tone. "Shall I ever behold thee again? Oh, my beloved native land, thou too, fair city, whose name is fraught with so many varied reminiscences for me, am I doomed never to visit ye more? Nisida, dearest Nisida," said Wagner, who had returned to her unperceived and unheard, for his feet passed noiselessly over the sand. "Wherefore those passionate exclamations? Why this anxious longing to revisit the busy, bustling world? Are not the calm and serene delights of this island sufficient for our happiness? Or art thou wearied of me who love thee so tenderly?" "I am not wearied of thee, my Fernand," replied Nisida, "nor do I fail to appreciate all thy tender affection toward me. But I can conceal it from myself and from thee no longer. I am overcome with the monotony of this isle. Unvaried sunshine during the day, unchanging calmness by night, pall upon the soul. I crave variety, even the variety that would be afforded by a magnificent storm or the eruption of yon sleeping volcano. My thoughts wander in spite of myself toward Italy. I think, too, of my brother, the young and inexperienced Francisco. Moreover, there is in our mansion at Florence a terrible mystery which prying eyes may seek to penetrate, a closet containing a fearful secret, which, if published to the world, would heap loathing execrations and disgrace on the haughty name of Riverola. And now Francisco is the sole guardian of that mystery, which he himself knows not, or at least knew not, when last we were together. But it requires a strong and energetic mind like my own to watch over that awful secret. And now, Fernand, dear Fernand, thou canst not blame me, thou wilt not reproach me, if I experience an irresistible longing to return to my native land. And know you not, Nisida, said Wagner, in a tone of mingled mournfulness and reproach, that, even if there were any means for thee to return to Florence, I could not accompany thee. Dost thou not remember that I informed thee that, being doomed to death, I escaped from the power of the authorities, it matters not how, and that were I to set foot in Florence, it would be to return to my dungeon? Alas! All this I remember well, too well, exclaimed Nisida. And think not, my Fernand, that I feel no pang when I lay bare to thee the state of my soul. But if it were possible for us to go to Italy, thou couldst dwell secretly and retiredly in some suburb of Florence, and we should be together often, very often. No, Nisida, answered Wagner. That were impossible. Never more may I venture into that city, and if thou couldst even find the means to revisit thy native clime, thither must thou go, and there must thou dwell alone. For Wagner knew full well that were the lady to return to Florence, she would hear of the frightful incidents which marked his trial and also the day of his escape. And, though he had at first inclined to impart to her the terrible secret of his fate, yet subsequent and more calm deliberation in his own mind had convinced him of the imprudence of giving her love a shock by such a tremendous, such an appalling revelation. Fernand, said Nisida, breaking silence after a long pause during which she was wrapped in profound meditation, thy words go to my heart like fiery arrows. O my handsome, my beautiful, my beloved Fernand, why does destiny thus persecute us? It is impossible for thee to return to Florence. It is equally impossible for me to renounce the first opportunity which heaven may afford for me to repair thither. My God, wherefore do our fates tend in such opposite directions? To separate from thee were maddening. To abandon my brother Francisco, to desert the grave and solemn interests which demand my presence at home, were to render myself perjured to a vow which I breathed, and which heaven witnessed, when I knelt long years ago at the deathbed of my mother. After all thou hast said, my beloved Nisida, exclaimed Fernand, in a voice expressive of the deepest melancholy. I should be wrong. I should be even criminal to listen only to the whispering of my own selfishness and retain thee here, did opportunity serve for thy departure. But on this island shall I remain, perhaps forever. And if the time should come when you grew wearied of that bustling world across the sea, and thy memory traveled to this lonely isle where thy Fernand was left behind thee, haply thou wouldst embark to return hither and pass the remainder of thy days with one who can never cease to love thee. Tears came into the eyes of Nisida, of her who so seldom, so very seldom wept, and throwing herself into Wagner's arms, she exclaimed, God grant that I may revisit my native land, and believe me, oh, believe me, when I declare that I would come back to thee the moment the interests of my brother no longer demanded my presence. They embraced fondly, and then sat down upon the sand to partake of their morning repast. But the thoughts of both were naturally intent upon the recent topic of their discourse, and their conversation, though each endeavored to force it into other channels, reverted to the subject which was now uppermost in their minds. What must my poor brother Francisco conjecture to be the cause of my prolonged, and to him mysterious absence? Said Nisida, as her eyes were cast wistfully over the wide expanse of waters. Methinks that I have already hinted to thee how the foolish passion which he had conceived for a maiden of low degree and obscure birth compelled me, in accordance with his nearest and best interest, to consign the object of his boyish love to the convent of the Carmelites. Yes, and it was with surprise and dismay incredible that I heard, ere I was torn away from Florence by the villain Stefano, how that convent was sacked and destroyed by unknown marauders. Full intelligence of which terrible sacrilege you communicated to me by signs the second and last time you visited me in my dungeon, observed Wagner. And I heard also, with increased fear, continued Nisida, that some of the inmates of that convent had escaped, and, being unable, in consequence of my simulated deafness and dumbness, to set on foot the necessary inquiries, I could not learn whether Flora Francatelli was amongst those who had so escaped the almost general ruin. Oh, if she should have survived that fatal night, and if she should have again encountered my brother! Alas! Thou perceivest, my Fernand, how necessary it is for me to quit the island on the first occasion which may serve for that purpose. And wouldst thou, Nisida, asked Wagner reproachfully, place thyself as a barrier between the Count of Riverola and her whom he loves? Yes, ejaculated Nisida, her countenance suddenly assuming a stern and imperious expression, for the most important interests are involved in the marriage which he may contract. But enough of this, Fernand, she added, relapsing into a more tender mood. And now tell me, canst thou blame me for the longing desire which has seized upon me, the ardent craving to return to Florence? Nay, I do not blame thee, dearest Nisida, he exclaimed. But I pity thee, I feel for thee, because, he continued, if I understand rightly, thou wilt be compelled to feign deafness and dumbness once more, in order to work out thy mysterious aims. Thou wilt be compelled to submit to that awful martyrdom, that terrible duplicity which thou wilt find so painful and difficult to resume. After the full enjoyment of the blessed faculties of speech and hearing. Alas, such will be my duty, murmured Nisida. And oh, that destiny is a sad one. But, she exclaimed after a moment's pause, and as a reminiscence appeared suddenly to strike her, dost thou not think that even such a destiny as that becomes tolerable, when it is fulfilled as the only means of carrying out the conditions of a vow breathed to a well-beloved and dying mother? But wearisome, oh, crushingly tedious was that mode of existence, and the first bright day of real happiness which I enjoyed was that when I first knew that thou didst love me. And again, Fernand? Oh, again was I supremely happy when, one evening, thou mayst remember well, it was the eve that my brother and the minion Flora exchanged tender words together in the room adjoining that where we were seated. On that evening, Fernand, I besought by signs that thou wouldst breathe the words, I love thee. And thou didst so, and I drank in those words as a person dying with thirst would imbibe pure spring water placed to his lips. Fernand pressed Nisida to his heart, for he saw, in spite of her anxiety to return to Italy, that she really loved him. But those sensual and impassioned feelings led the beauteous Nisida thus frequently to melt into softness and tenderness when she contemplated the wondrously handsome countenance of Fernand. Yet from this day forth her longing to return to Italy became more earnest, more irresistible, and she would compel him to sit by her side for hours together on the shore, while she eagerly watched for the appearance of a sail in the horizon. And Fernand, who divined her object, himself now longed for the advent of a ship. So sincere was his love for Nisida that he was ready to make any sacrifice in order to promote her happiness. Thus passed away the 6th month, and on the afternoon of the last day thereof, when Wagner was about to observe to her that the time had now arrived for him to pass the mountains once again, she said of her own accord, Fernand, my beloved, when next you visit the other side of the island, you would do well to raise some sign, or leave some permanent mark to show that there are inhabitants on this island. For a ship might touch at that point, the sailors might seek the shore for water, and they would then search to discover where those who raised the signal post are dwelling. Your wish shall be fulfilled, dearest, answered Wagner, and without delay will I seek the other side of the island. They then embraced tenderly, and Fernand departed, once more to fulfill his frightful doom. Nisida watched his receding form until it was lost in the groves intervening between the plains and the acclivities of the range of mountains. And then she seated herself again on the sand, wondering of what nature her husband's secret could be, and why it compelled him to absent himself occasionally from her. Though he kept an accurate calculation of the lapse of time, and counted the passing days with unvarying precision, yet she retained no such faithful calendar in her memory, and had not observed that his absence always occurred on the last day of the month. The hour of sunset was now rapidly approaching, and as Nisida was wrapped in thought, but with her eyes fixed wistfully upon the mighty bosom of the deep, a slight sound as of the rustling of garments fell upon her ears. She started up and glanced suddenly around. But how ineffable was her astonishment, how great was her sudden joy, when she beheld the figure of a man approaching her. For it instantly struck her that the same ship which had conveyed him thither might bear her away from a scene which had latterly become insupportably monotonous. The individual whose presence thus excited her astonishment and her delight was tall, thin, and attired rather in the German than in the Italian fashion. But, as he drew nearer, Nisida experienced indefinable emotions of alarm, and vague fears rushed to her soul, for the expression of that being's countenance was such as to inspire no pleasurable emotions. It was not that he was ugly. No, his features were well formed, and his eyes were of dazzling brilliancy. But their glances were penetrating and reptile-like, glances beneath which those of ordinary mortals would have quailed, and his countenance was stamped with a mingled sardonism and melancholy which rendered it painful to contemplate. Nisida attributed her feeling of uneasiness and embarrassment to the shame which she experienced at finding herself half-naked in the presence of a stranger. For so oppressive bad become the heat of the summer, that her clothing was most scanty, and she had long ceased to decorate her person with garlands and wreaths of fantastically woven flowers. "Fear not, lady," said the demon, for he indeed it was. "I am come to counsel and solace, not to alarm thee. How knowest thou that I require counsel? And who art thou that talkest to me of solace?" asked Nisida, her sentiment of shame yielding to one of boundless surprise at hearing herself thus addressed by a being who appeared to read the very inmost secrets of her soul. "I am one who can penetrate into all the mysteries of the human heart," returned the fiend, in his sonorous, deep-toned voice. "And I can gather thy history from the expression of thy countenance, the attitude in which I first beheld thee, while thou wast still seated upon the strand, and the mingled emotions of surprise and joy with which thou didst mark my presence. Is it, then, difficult to imagine that thou requirest counsel to teach thee how to proceed so as to obtain thine emancipation from this isle? Or would it be extraordinary if, moved by thy sorrow, I offered to befriend thee? And is it not ever the way with mortals, poor, weak, miserable beings that they are, to grow speedily dissatisfied with their lot? In the spirit of religion ye say that heaven controls your destinies according to its own wise purposes. And when all goes well with ye, and you have your desires, ye pray and are thankful because forsooth," added the demon with a smile of bitter scorn, "it is so easy to pray when ye are contented and happy, and so easy to be thankful when ye are pampered with all ye require. Here art thou, lady, on an island teeming with all the choicest fruits of the earth, and enjoying an eternal summer where all is pleasant to the view, and to whose silent shores the cares of the great world cannot come. And yet thou wouldst quit this calm retreat, and rush back into the vortex of evil passions, warring interests, conflicting pursuits. But I will not weary thee with my reflections, although it is my nature first to upbraid and taunt those whom I intend to serve. And who art thou, strange being, that reasoneth morally with the smile of scorn upon thy lips?" demanded Nisida, the vague alarms which had previously influenced her reviving with additional power. "Who art thou, I say, that commenced to reproach, and yet profferest thine aid?" "No matter who I am," replied the fiend. "Some day thou mayst know me better if thou— But how camest thou hither? Where is the ship that brought thee, the boat that landed thee?" demanded Nisida in a tone of feverish impatience. "No ship brought me hither, no boat set me on the shore," answered the demon, fixing his eyes, those piercing eyes upon Nisida's countenance, as if to read the impression which this strange revelation made upon her secret soul. "Then who art thou?" exclaimed the lady, a cold shudder passing over her entire frame, although she retreated not nor withdrew the glances which she, through her wondrous strength of mind, was enabled to retain fixed upon the demon's countenance. "Seek not to learn as yet who I am," said the fiend. "Let it suffice for thee to know that I am something more than a mere mortal, a being gifted with powers which, in the hands of such a one as thou, would throw the entire world into convulsions. For there is much in thee after my own heart, beauteous Nisida of Riverola." "Ah! Thou art even acquainted with my name," cried Nisida, again shuddering violently in spite of her powerful efforts to appear calm and fearless. "I am acquainted with thy name, and with all that concerns thee and thine, Nisida," replied the fiend. "Aye," he added with a malignant chuckle, "even to the mystery of the closet in thy late father's chamber, and the contents of the terrible manuscript which taught thee such dreadful secrets. I know, too, all that thou hast done to serve thine aims, thy simulated deafness and dumbness, the assassination of Agnes, the imprisonment of Flora in the convent." "Then art thou indeed some superhuman power," interrupted Nisida in a tone of inexpressible alarm. "And I dare hold no further converse with thee." "One moment, and thou wilt think differently," exclaimed the demon. "But I will give thee an evidence of my power. Here, take this instrument, 'tis called a telescope, and use it for a single minute. Glance across the waters, and thou shalt behold a scene which will interest thee somewhat, I trow." The fiend handed her a telescope and directed her to apply it to her eyes. She obeyed him, though reluctantly. But intense curiosity overcame her scruples and, moreover, her extraordinary strength of mind aided her in supporting the presence of one whom she knew to be invested with superhuman powers. But of what nature, she feared to guess. Nisida turned toward the sea and used the magic telescope as directed, while the demon stood behind her, his countenance expressing a diabolical triumph, mingled with blighting scorn. But ah! What does Nisida behold? The moment she applies the telescope to her eye, she is transported as it were to her own native city. She is in Florence, yes, in the fair capital of Tuscany. Every familiar scene is presented to her again, and she once more views the busy crowds and the bustling haunts of men. She sweeps them all with a hurried glance, and then her look settled upon a young couple walking together in a secluded place on the banks of the Arno. But oh, how terribly flashed her eyes, how changed with wrath and concentrated rage suddenly becomes her countenance. For in that fond pair, wandering so lovingly together on the Arno's margin, she recognized her brother Francisco and the maiden Flora Francatelli. "Thou hast seen enough," cried the demon, snatching the telescope from her hands. "And now, more than ever," he added with a malignant smile of triumph, "dost thou long to revisit thy native land? It was to confirm that longing that I showed thee the scene thou hast just witnessed. And canst thou give me the means to return thither?" demanded Nisida, almost maddened by the spectacle that had met her eyes. "Listen," exclaimed the fiend, "and hear me patiently. I charge thee not to breathe to thy Fernand one word descriptive of this interview which thou hast had with me. Thou couldst simulate dumbness for 10 long years or more, with a success which rendered thee great and glorious in my eyes. For I love the hypocrite and the deceiver," he added with one of his diabolical smiles, "although I myself deceive them. Be dumb, then, in all that relates to my visit to thee here. But thou mayst so beset thy Fernand with earnest entreaties to give thee the means of departure from this island, for he can do so if he have the will, that he shall be unable to resist thy prayer, thy fears, thy anguish, real or feigned, whichever that anguish may be. And should he not yield to thy intercessions, then assail him on another point. Tell him that thou wilt never rest until thou shalt have discovered the cause of those periodical visits which he makes to the other side of the mountains. Threaten to accompany him the next time he goes thither. But I need not teach you how to be energetic nor eloquent, for thou art a woman of iron mind and of persuasive tongue, and thy perseverance, as is thy will, is indomitable. Follow my counsel then, and, though the future to a great extent be concealed from my view, yet I dare prophesy success for thee. And now farewell, Nisida, farewell." And the demon retreated rapidly toward the forests, as if to seek the abode of those terrible serpents, whose cunning was akin to his own. Nisida was too much astonished by the nature of the counsel which his deep, sonorous voice had wafted to her ear, to be able to utter a word until his receding form was no longer visible, and then she exclaimed wildly, "I have assuredly seen Satan face to face," and her blood ran cold in her veins. But a few moments were sufficient to enable that woman of wondrous energy to recover her presence of mind and collect her scattered thoughts, and she sat down on the sand to ponder upon the strange incidents which had so terribly varied the monotony of her existence. She thought, too, of the scene which she had beholden on the banks of the Arno. Her worst fears were confirmed. Flora had escaped from the ruin of the Carmelite convent, was alive, was at liberty, and was with Francisco. Oh, how she now longed for the return of Fernand Wagner. But many hours must elapse, a night must pass, and the orb of day which had by this time gone down must gain the meridian once more ere he would come back. And in the meantime, although she suspected it not, he must fulfill the awful doom of a werewolf, as the reader will find by the perusal of the next chapter. Chapter 55. It was within a few minutes of sunset, as Fernand Wagner, having crossed the mountains, hastened down that bituminous declivity constituting the scene of desolation, which separated the range of volcano hills from the delightful plains and verdant groves stretching to the seashore. A shudder passed over his frame as he beheld the solitary tree in which he had seen the monstrous snake playing and gamboling on the morning when he was thrown upon this Mediterranean isle. "Oh!" he exclaimed aloud as he sped onward. "What happiness and also what misery have I known in this clime! But, doomed and fated being that I am, such is my destiny, and so must I be here or elsewhere in whichever land I may visit, in whatever part of the earth I may abide. Oh! Merciful heaven, can no prayer, no self-mortification remove the ban, the curse from my devoted head? Oh! Just heaven," he exclaimed, stretching forth his arms toward the sky and with ineffable anguish depicted on his upturned countenance. "Spare me! Have I not been punished enough? Oh, take away from me this appalling doom. Let me become old, wrinkled, forlorn, and poor once more. Let me return to my humble cot in the black forest, or let me die. Almighty power, if thou wilt, but spare me now. Wretch, wretch that I was to be dazzled by the specious promises, O Faust. But I am justly punished. Thy vengeance, O heaven, is well-deserved. Sinner, sinner that I am. Those were the last human sounds he uttered for several hours. For, scarcely had they escaped his lips when the horrible change began, and in a few moments a wild yell rent the air, and a monstrous wolf sprung from the spot where Wagner had fallen down in such agonizing writhings. Away, away went the ferocious animal heading toward the sea, careering, thundering on, as if intent on plunging into the silent depths, and there ending its course in a watery grave. But no, death yawns not for the werewolf. Scarcely have its feet touched the verge of the water, when the monster wheels round and continues its whirlwind way without for an instant relaxing one tittle of its speed. Away, away through the fruit-bearing groves, clearing for itself a path of ruin and havoc, scattering the gems of the trees and breaking down the richly laden vines. Away, away flies the monster, hideous howls bursting from its foaming mouth. The birds scream and whistle wildly, as startled from their usual tranquil retreats, they spread their gay and gaudy plumage, and go with gushing sound through the evening air. He reaches the bank of a stream, and bounds along its pleasant margin, trampling to death noble swans which vainly seek to evade the fury of the rushing monster. Away, away toward the forest hurries the werewolf, impelled, lashed on by an invincible scourge and filling the woods with its appalling yells, while its mouth scatters foam like thick flakes of snow. Hark, there is an ominous rustling in one of the trees of the forest, and the monster seems to instinctively know the danger which menaces it. But still, its course is not changed. It seems not to exercise its own will in shaping its course. Down the tremendous snake flings itself from the tree, and in an instant, its hideous coils are wound round the foaming, steaming, palpitating body of the wolf. The air is rent with the yell of agony that bursts from the throat of the horrified monster as it tumbles over and over, as if it had run to the length of a tether, for the snake clings with its tail to the bough from which it has darted down. But the yielding of the wolf is only momentary. Up it springs again, and away, away it careers, more madly, more desperately, more ferociously, if possible, than before. And the snake, oh, poor, weak, and powerless was even that dread reptile of 40 feet in length, when combated with a monster lashed on, and also protected by invisible fiends. For, as the wolf sped on again, the boa was dragged as if by 1,000 horses from its coiling hold upon the bough, and shaken, lacerated, and affrighted, the hideous reptile unwound itself from the ferocious animal, and fell powerless on the grass, where the vermin of the forest attacked it with their greedy maws ere its pestilential breath had ceased. Away, away toward the mountains rushes the werewolf, those mountains which constitute the barrier of safety to protect Nisida from the fangs of the animal that would mangle her fair form were she to cross its path. But, he rushes up the acclivity, he clears rugged rock and jutting crag with wondrous bounds, just heaven. Will he pass those heights? Will he cross the range of volcanic hills? Oh, Nisida, who art on the other side of that range, little dreamest thou of the peril that menaces thee. Joy, joy. The danger has passed. The wolf turns aside from a loftier impediment of crag than had yet appeared in its course, and down, down again toward the groves and valleys, over the bituminous waste made by the volcano. On goes the monster. Away, away, through the verdant scenes once more, fresh havoc, fresh desolation, fresh ruin marking his maddening course. Away, away the werewolf speeds. The moon rises to give a stronger and purer light to the dreadful spectacle, a light stronger and purer than that of night itself, which is never completely dark in the tropics. Away, away, and still on, outstripping time, running a race with the fleeting moments till hours and hours of unrelaxing speed are numbered. Thus goes the wolf. And now he snuffs the morning air. The fresh breeze from the east raises the foam of the Mediterranean waves and allays the heat on the body of the careening, bounding, and almost flying monster. His howling grows less ferocious. His yells become less terrible, and now his pace is a trifle more measured, that relaxation of a whirlwind speed gradually increasing. 'Tis done. The course is o'er. The race is run. And the werewolf falls in writhing agonies upon the fresh grass, whence in a few moments rises Fernand Wagner, a man once more. But as he throws a glance of horror around on the scene of his night's dread employment, he starts back with mingled aversion and alarm. For there, with folded arms, eyes terrible to look upon, and a countenance expressing infernal triumph and bitter scorn, stood the demon. "Fiend, what wouldst thou with me?" demanded Wagner. "Are not the sufferings which I have just endured enough to satisfy thy hatred of all human beings? Are not the horrors of the past night sufficient to glut even thine insatiate heart? Mortal," said the demon, speaking in his profound and awe-inspiring tones, "didst thou take all thy miseries which at this moment afflict thy race, combine all the bitter woes and crushing sorrows that madden the brains of men, mix up all the tears and collect all the sobs and sighs that tell of human agony, then multiply the aggregate by 10 million times its sum, and go on multiplying by millions and millions, till thou wast tired of counting, thou wouldst not form even an idea of that huge amount of human misery which could alone appease me. For on man do I visit the hate wherewith my own fall has animated me. Powerless on high, where once I was so powerful, I make my kingdom of earth and hell, and in both my influence is great and is terrible." "Yes, yes, too great, too terrible," exclaimed Wagner. "But why dost thou persecute me with thy presence? I did not call thee, I did not invoke thine aid." "No, but thou requirest it," said the demon with a satirical smile. "Thinkest thou to be enabled to dream away thine existence in this island with the warm, impassioned Nisida? No, mortal, no. Already doth she pine for her own native Italian clime, and she will end by loathing thee and this land if she continue to dwell here, and with only thee as her companion. But it is in thy power to make Nisida forget Italy, Francisco, Flora, and all the grave interests and dreadful mysteries which seem to demand her presence in the busy world. It is in thy power to render her happy and contented in this island, to attach her to thee for the remainder of thine existence, to provide her with the means of preserving her youth and her beauty unimpaired, even as thine own, to crush forever all those pinings and longings which now carry her glances wistfully across the sea, in a word, to bend her mind to all thy wishes, her soul to all thy purposes. Yes, it is in thy power to do all this, and the same decision which shall place that amount of ineffable happiness within thy reach will also redeem thee from the horrible destiny of a werewolf, leaving thee thy youth and thy beauty, and investing thee with a power equal to that enjoyed by thy late master, Faust. And doubtless on the same conditions, said Wagner, half ironically and half in horror at the mere thought of surrendering his soul to Satan. Art thou blind to the means of promoting thy earthly happiness? Demanded the demon, fixing on Fernand a glance intended to appall and intimidate, but at which he on whom it was bent quailed not. Hast thou not received sufficient experience of the terrific sufferings which 12 times a year thou art doomed to endure? Knowest thou not on each occasion thou destroyest human life, where mortal beings are in thy path, or that thou ravagest the fair scenes which he whose name I dare not mention has created? And art thou ignorant of the tremendous horror and loathsome obloquy which attach themselves to the name of a werewolf? See, thou art already wearied of traveling through the various climes of the earth. Thou no longer delightest in cultivating thine intellect, so marvelously adapted to receive knowledge of all kinds, and thy power to create whole mines of wealth is exercised no more. But thou wouldst fix thine abode in this island forever, were Nisida to remain thy companion. Well, and if thou losest her, for assuredly a vessel will some day touch on these shores, what wouldst thou do then? All lonely, desolate, forlorn, thou wouldst curse the day that gave thee regenerated life. Thou wouldst seek death, and to thee death may not come yet for many, many years. Fernand, thou art worse than mad not to embrace my offers. Consent to become mine eternally when thy mortal breath shall leave thy body, and in the meantime I promise thee power illimitable, happiness such as no human being ever yet enjoyed." "No, no," exclaimed Wagner. "Rather the destiny of a werewolf, rather the solitude of this island for the remainder of my days, than resign all chance of salvation. And that mine immortal soul is yet safe, the very temptations thou offerest with such eloquent persuasion fully proves. Oh, heaven, of its infinite mercy, will receive the dreadful sufferings 'tis mine to endure each month, as an atonement for that hour of weakness, madness, folly, when dazzled by the words of Faust and overwhelmed by a weight of miseries, I accepted a regenerated existence. Yes, heaven will forgive me yet, and therefore avaunt, fiend, avaunt." And as he uttered these words, he made the sign of the cross, and the demon fled away howling. Wagner turned aside in dismay and sank upon the ground as if blasted by the lightning. A deep sleep fell on Fernand's eyes, and in his dreams he thought he heard a solemn but rejoicing strain of music filling the air. That divine melody seemed to speak a language eloquent and intelligible, and to give him hope and promise of a deliverance from the dreadful destiny which his weakness and folly had entailed upon him. The music grew fainter and fainter, and at the moment when it died away altogether, a heavenly and radiant being rose in the midst of a cloud, an angel, clad in white and shining garments, and with snowy wings closed and drooping from its shoulders. Looking benignly upon the sleeping Wagner, the angel said in a soft and liquid tone, "Thrice haste thou resisted the temptations of the enemy of mankind. Once in thy dungeon at Florence, a second time amidst the defiles of yon mountains, and now on this spot. He will appear to thee no more, unless thou thyself summon him. Much haste thou already done in atonement for the crime that endangered thy soul when, withdrawing thy faith from heaven, thou didst accept new life on the conditions proposed to thee by the agent of Satan. But much more must thou yet do, ere that atonement will be complete." The form ceased to speak, and gradually became fainter and fainter, until it disappeared with its glorious halo altogether. Then Fernand awoke, and his dream was vividly impressed upon his memory. Assuming a kneeling posture, he clasped his hands fervently together and said aloud, "Merciful heaven, be the vision one divinely sent, or be it but the sport of an imagination fevered by a long night of suffering, I receive it as an emblem and as a sign of hope and promise." He arose. The sun was now high in the heaven, and he hastened to the shore to perform his ablutions. Refreshed in body with the bath which he took in the Mediterranean, and in mind with the influence of the vision, he retraced his way toward the mountains. The range was passed in safety, and he once more set foot on that section of the island where Nisida was so anxiously awaiting his presence. The hour at which Fernand Wagner was accustomed to return after his periodical excursions beyond the mountains had long passed, for it will be remembered that he had fallen asleep and slumbered some time after his restoration to human shape and his encounter with the demon. Nisida was already a prey to the wildest alarms, which were not altogether untainted with selfishness. For the enemy of mankind had led her to believe that Wagner had within his reach certain means of enabling her to quit the island. And she trembled lest death might have intervened to snatch him away, and thus annihilate the hopes which had been so insidiously infused into her soul. She was also distressed at his prolonged absence on grounds more creditable to her heart, for she shuddered at the idea that her handsome Fernand might at that very moment be writhing in the coils of a horrible snake. Then, arousing herself, Nisida resolved to attempt the passage of the mountains and seek for her lover and rescue him if possible, and if not, to die with him. But as she drew near the craggy mountains, she suddenly beheld the object of her anxiety approaching her, and in a few minutes they were locked in each other's arms. "My Fernand," said Nisida at length, "I feared that some danger had befallen you, and I was hastening to join you on the other side of these heights, either to aid you in escaping from the peril or to share its consequences with you." "Beloved Nisida," exclaimed Wagner. "How welcome to me is this proof of thy regard, this earnest of thy love." "I can never cease to love you, dear Fernand," answered Nisida, turning her fine large eyes upon his handsome face. "Oh, that I should seek to quit thee! The thought smites me to the inmost recesses of my heart. And yet it is to some extent thy fault, for wherefore wilt thou not accompany me?" "In the first place, beloved one," replied Wagner, "thou talkest as if a ship were already in sight, or a boat lay ready to launch from this shore. Secondly, I have before assured thee that I dared not return to Florence, and that as I cannot therefore be thy companion thither, it would be better for me to remain on the island, to which, perhaps," he added in a mournful tone, "you might after all never come back." "Oh, Fernand, think not so ill of your Nisida," she cried, throwing one of her snowy, full arms round his neck and looking earnestly but yet tenderly on his countenance. "Never, never shall I know happiness again until I have revisited Florence. Each day that passes without giving me a hope to see this aim fulfilled increases my misery, adds to my uneasiness, augments my anxiety, so that in a short time my suspense will become intolerable. It is nearly so already, Fernand, but pity me. Yes, and help me if you can. Dearest Nisida, willingly would I sacrifice my own inclinations to forward thine," exclaimed Wagner in a tone of deep sincerity. "But how is it possible that I can aid thee? I have not wings to affix to thy fair shoulder. I have not a voice powerful enough to raise echoes on a shore whence assistance might be sent. Nay, look not so sternly on me, beloved Nisida. I did not intend to vex thee with idle jestings, but thou knowest that I cannot aid thee." "Fernand, you love me not," exclaimed Nisida, suddenly withdrawing her arm from its fond position about his neck and retreating a few paces. "No, you do not love me as you were wont, or as I love you. You doubtless have some means of gratifying my ardent longings. A secret voice whispers within me that if you chose to exert all your powers, you might render me happy, at least so happy as I could be when separated from you. I have assured you that naught save the most important interests would render me thus anxious to return to my native city, and if you find me thus importunate, you should pity me, not refuse to aid me." "Holy Virgin, this is maddening," cried Wagner. "Nisida, be reasonable. How can I assist thee? How can I enable thee to cross that sea which appears to us boundless? And thou accusest me of not loving thee, Nisida? Oh, this is too cruel." "No, it is thou who art cruel," exclaimed Nisida in an impassioned tone. "I know that you are not a being of an ordinary stamp, that your intellect is as wonderful as your person is godlike, and that you possess a mine of knowledge in the extent of which no mortal can equal thee. Is it strange, is it marvelous, then, that I should implore thee to exert thy powers, the vast powers of thy glorious intelligence, to forward my design? Nay, seek not to interrupt me, Fernand, denial is vain. A secret voice continues to whisper within me that thou art able to do all I ask. I know not the means to be used, I seek not to know them, but that thou hast such means within thy reach is a conviction firmly impressed upon my mind. Here then, Fernand, at thy feet, on my knees, do I implore thee, beseech thee, not to refuse the boon which I, thy loving wife, crave at the hands of thee, my husband, as if I were a humble suppliant suing at the footstool of a throned king." "Nisida, Nisida," cried Fernand, painfully excited by this sudden movement on her part, and endeavoring to rise. "What means so strange a proceeding? Rise, dearest, rise. It is not to me that you must thus humble yourself. No, I will not quit this suppliant attitude until you shall have granted my request, my prayer," said Nisida. "Refuse me not, my Fernand. Oh, I implore you not to refuse me. Whatever means be within your reach, exert them on my behalf. A brother's interest, the remembrance of a solemn vow breathed only to my lamented and much wronged mother, and the safeguard of a mystery, the discovery of which by curious and prying eyes would heap infamy and disgrace upon the family that bears the name of Riverola. All these reasons render me thus anxious to return to Italy. And if you keep me here, Fernand, I shall pine away. I shall perish before your eyes, and you will repent of your harshness when it is too late. Or else," she added, speaking with wild rapidity, I shall be reduced to despair, and in a moment of excitement shall seek death in those silent waters, or climb yon craggy mountains to fling myself headlong from their summit. Nisida, your menaces are maddening as your supplications to me are vain and useless," said Wagner, himself now laboring under a fearful excitement. "Rise, I implore you, rise, and let us endeavor to converse more calmly, more rationally." "Yes, I will rise," said Nisida, now affecting a sullen haughtiness, and preparing to wield another of the weapons which the demon had placed in her hand. "I rise, Fernand, because I feel that I was wrong thus to abase myself, I who bear the proud name of Rivarola," and she tossed her head indignantly. "Well, it seems that you are resolved to keep me chained to your side on this island. Be it so. But henceforth let there be no mistrust, no mystery, no secrets between us. If Italy must be forgotten forever, then this isle shall become our world, and our thoughts shall travel not beyond its confines. All shall be mutual confidence, a reciprocal outpouring of our minutest thoughts. On that condition only will existence here be tolerable to us both. And now, as a proof that thou wilt assent to this proposal, than which nothing can be more rational, let our new life of mutual confidence date from this moment. Tell me then, my Fernand." She proceeded, assuming a winning manner and throwing as much pathos as possible into her sweetly musical voice, that voice which gave new and indescribable charms to the soft Italian language. "Tell me then, my Fernand, wherefore thou quittest me at certain intervals, why thou invariably seekest on those occasions the opposite side of the island, and whether thou wilt in future suffer me to be the companion of those journeys." "Thou be my companion, thou, Nisida," exclaimed Wagner, his whole frame convulsed with mental agony. "Merciful heaven! What fiend has prompted thee thus to speak?" "Nisida," he said, suddenly exercising a strong mastery over his emotions as he seized her hand and pressed it with spasmodic violence. "Nisida, as thou valuest our happiness, seek not to penetrate into my secret, proffer not that mad request again." And dropping her hand, he paced the shore with the agitation of reviving excitement. "Fernand," said Nisida, approaching him, and once more speaking in a resolute and even severe tone, "listen to me. When we met upon the island, an accident of a terrible nature led me to forget my vow of self-imposed dumbness. And when the excitement occasioned by that accident had somewhat passed, you were in doubt whether you had really heard my voice or had been deluded by fevered imagination. It would have been easy for me to simulate dumbness again, and you would have believed that the bewilderment of the dread scene had misled you. But I chose not to maintain a secret from thee, and I confess that my long-supposed loss of two glorious faculties was a mere deed of duplicity on my part. At that time you said that you also had explanations to give, and yet months and months have passed by, and confidence has not begotten confidence. Let this mistrust on your part cease. Reveal to me the cause of these frequent excursions across the mountains, or else the next time that you set out on one of these mysterious journeys, I shall assuredly become your companion." "Now, Nisida," exclaimed Wagner, his heart rent with indescribable tortures. "It is you who are cruel, you are unjust." "No, Fernand, it is you," cried Nisida in a thrilling, penetrating tone as if of anguish. "Merciful heaven! What misery is in store for us both," said Wagner, pressing his hand to his burning brow. "Oh, that some ship would appear to bear thee away, or that my destiny were other than it is." And he flung himself upon the sand in a fit of blank despair. Nisida now trembled at the violence of those emotions which she had raised in the breast of him whom she loved, and for a minute she reproached herself for having so implicitly obeyed the counsel of the evil spirit. Her own feelings were worked up to that pitch of excitement with which women, even in the strongest-minded, must have its vent in tears, and she burst into an agony of weeping. The sound of those sobs was more than the generous-hearted and affectionate Fernand could bear, and starting from the sand whereon he had flung himself, he exclaimed, "Nisida, my beloved Nisida, dry those tears, subdue this frenzied grief. Let us say no more upon these exciting topics this evening, but I will meditate, I will reflect upon the morrow, and then I will communicate to thee the result of my deliberations." "Oh, there is then hope for me yet," cried Nisida joyfully. "And thou hast the means to grant my wishes, but thou fearest to use them. We will say no more this evening on subjects calculated to give so little pleasure, but tomorrow, my Fernand, tomorrow." And Nisida stopped her own utterance by pressing her lips to those of Wagner, winding her beauteous arms most lovingly round his neck at the same time, and pressing him to her bosom. But that night and the ensuing morn were destined to wring the heart cords of the unhappy Fernand. For the influence of the demon, though unknown and unrecognized, was dominant with Nisida. Chapter 56. It was night, and Fernand was pacing the sand with even greater agitation than he had manifested during the cruel scene of the evening. He was alone on the seashore, and Nisida slept in the hut. Terrible thoughts warred in the breast of Wagner. Nisida's language had astonished and alarmed him. He was convinced that Satan himself had inspired her with those ideas, the utterance of which had nearly goaded him to madness. She had insisted on the belief that he was acquainted with the means of enabling her to return to Italy. And yet Nisida was not a mere girl, a silly, whimsical being who would assert the wildest physical impossibilities just as caprice might prompt her. No, she really entertained that belief, but without having any ostensible grounds to establish it. Such an impression could only have been made upon her mind by the fiend who seeks to entangle me in his meshes, murmured Wagner to himself as he paced the strand. The demon has failed to tempt me as yet, thrice has he failed, and now he musters all his force to assail me too in the most vulnerable points. But, O heaven, give me strength to resist the dread influence thus brought to bear upon me. What course can I adopt? What plan pursue? If tomorrow must witness a renewal of that scene which occurred this evening, I shall succumb. I shall yield. In a moment of despair, I shall exclaim, yes, Nisida, I will sacrifice everything to acquire the power to transport thee back to Italy, and I shall hurry to yon mountains. And seeking their wildest defile, shall evoke the enemy of mankind, and say, come, Satan, I give thee my soul in exchange for the illimitable power thou offerest, and thus will be the terrible result, the fearful catastrophe. Big drops of agony stood upon Fernand's brow as he uttered these words. He saw that he was hovering on the verge of a fearful abyss, and he trembled lest he should fall, so intense was his love for Nisida. At one moment he thought of the soothing vision, full of hope and promise, which had occupied his slumber in the morning. At another he pondered on the tears, the prayers, and the threats of Nisida. The conflicting thoughts were indeed sufficient to urge him on to a state of utter despair. His eternal salvation and the happiness of her whom he loved so tenderly were placed in such antagonistic position that they raised a fierce, a painful, an agonizing warfare in his breast. Now he would fall upon his knees and pray fervently for strength to continue in the right path. Then he would again give way to all the maddening influences of his bitter reflections. And, while in this mood, had Satan suddenly stood before him, he would have succumbed. Yes, he would have succumbed. But the fiend had no longer any power to offer direct temptation to the wretched Wagner. Oh, if he could die that moment, how gladly would he release himself from an existence fraught with so much misery. But death was not yet within the reach of him who bore the doom of a werewolf. The morning dawned, and Fernand Wagner was still pacing the sand, dreading to meet Nisida again, and not daring to seek to avoid her. Were he to fly to the mountains or to the forests, she would search after him, and thus he would only be leading her into perils amidst yawning precipices, or where she might become the prey of the terrible anaconda. To remain were anguish, to fly were madness. "O wretch, miserable wretch that I am!" exclaimed Wagner as he beheld the twilight, so short in the tropics, growing more powerful, and knew that Nisida would soon come forth from the hut. In a few minutes the orb of day appeared above the orient wave, and almost at the same time the lady made her appearance on the shore. "Fernand, thou hast not sought repose throughout the night just past," she said, advancing toward him and endeavoring to read upon his countenance the thoughts which filled his brain. "Nisida," he replied, in a rapid and excited tone, "I have gone through so much during the last few hours that 'tis a marvel reason has maintained its seat. If thou lovest me, let us forget all those topics which have so strongly excited us both, and let us unite our prayers that heaven will send thee means to quit this isle and return to thy native land." "Fernand," said Nisida, in a tone of deep disappointment and reproach, "I was not prepared for this. Your words imply that you possess the power to aid my departure hence, but that you have resolved not to use it. Is that your decision?" "I scorn to deceive thee, Nisida, by a direct falsehood in so serious a matter as this," exclaimed Wagner. "Knowest thou, my beloved, at what price must be purchased the power which alone can enable me to effect thy return to Italy? Canst thou divine the immeasurable sacrifice which I must make to gratify thy wishes?" "Fernand," answered Nisida, in a reproachful and yet resolute tone, "there is no price that I would not pay to obtain the means of pleasing thee. There is no sacrifice that I should shrink from were your happiness at stake." "Nisida," ejaculated Wagner in a tone of fearful excitement, "you drive me to despair." "Have mercy upon me, Nisida, have mercy upon me." "Am I God?" "If you taunt me, if you reproach me. Thus I will do all that you command, but force me not to believe, Nisida, my well-beloved Nisida, that in espousing thee in the sight of heaven, I took to my bosom a fiend instead of a woman, a relentless demon in the most charming female shape that evil spirit ever wore. Oh, if you knew all, you would pity me as it is. So wretched on earth, you would not compel me to renounce every hope of salvation, for no, Nisida," he added, his countenance wearing an expression of indescribable horror, "know that in demanding of me this last sacrifice, you ordained that I should sell my immortal soul to Satan." For a moment, Nisida appeared shocked and appalled at the words which met her ears, but she rather recoiled from the manner of fearful excitement in which they were uttered than from the intelligence which they conveyed. "He who truly loves," she said coldly, as she recovered her equanimity, "would make even that sacrifice. And now listen, Fernand," she continued, her eyes flashing fire and her naked bosom heaving convulsively as she spoke, while her splendid form was drawn up to its full height, and her whole aspect sublimely terrible and wondrously beautiful, even in that fit of agitated passion. "Listen, Fernand," she cried in her musical, flute-like voice, which, however, assumed the imperious accent and tone of command. "Thou art a coward, and unworthy such an earnest, such a profound, such a devoted love as mine, if thou refusest to consummate a sacrifice which will make us both powerful and great as long as we live. Consider, my Fernand, the spirit with whom thou wouldst league thyself can endow us with an existence running over centuries to come, can invest us with eternal youth, can place countless treasures at our disposal, can elevate us to the proudest thrones of Christendom. Oh, wilt thou spurn advantages like those? Wilt thou refuse to avail thyself of gifts that must render us so supremely happy? No, no. And we can return together to my native city, we can enter Florence in triumph. Thou no longer fearing the terror of the law, I no longer compelled to simulate the doom of the deaf and dumb. Our enemies shall lick the dust at our feet, and we shall triumph wherever success may be desirable. Oh, I understand that beseeching, appealing look, Fernand. Thou thinkest that I shall love thee less if this immense sacrifice be consummated, that I shall look upon thee with loathing. No, not so. And to convince thee that mine is a soul endowed with an iron will, that mine is an energy which can grapple even with remorse, I will reveal to thee a secret which thou hast perhaps never even suspected. Fernand," she exclaimed, now becoming absolutely terrible with the excitement that animated her. "Fernand," she repeated, "'twas I who murdered the girl Agnes in the garden of thy mansion at Florence." Thou, Nisida?" almost shrieked Wagner wildly. "Oh, no, no, recall that dreadful avowal. And yet, oh, yes, I see it all, my former suspicions are confirmed. Wretched woman, what harm did the unfortunate Agnes do to thee?" "I saw in her a rival, Fernand, or fancied that she was so," answered Nisida. I overheard your conversation with her that morning in the garden. I saw her embrace thee tenderly. Mine ears drank in her words. Oh, I remember them even now. She said, Oh, what a night of uneasiness have I passed. But at length thou art restored to me, thou whom I have ever loved so fondly, although I abandoned thee for so long a time. Were not those her very words? And thou didst speak to her in a tone equally tender. Ah! I have ever suspected that she was thy mistress, although thou didst swear upon the cross in thy dungeon that she was not. But so great was my love for thee that I smothered the dread suspicion. Suspicion, repeated Wagner in the penetrating tone of heart-rending anguish, an anguish so intense that his brain whirled, and he knew not what he said or did. O wretched woman, and thou didst slay Agnes on a mere suspicion. I hated her, even before I entertained that suspicion, exclaimed Nisida, impatiently, for she was the mistress of my father. Thinkest thou that my quick ears had not gleaned the mysterious whisperings which frequently passed between my sire and his valet Antonio, relative to the lady who dwelt in seclusion at the abode of that menial's mother? Or thinkest thou that, when I once obtained a clue to my father's degrading passion, I scrupled to watch him, to follow him, to learn all his proceedings? No, for it was the more easily to enact the spy upon my own father that originally simulated the doom of the deaf and dumb. A purse of gold induced Dame Margaretha, Antonio's mother, to give me admission into her house, though she also believed that I was really deprived of the faculties of hearing and of speech. But often and often was I concealed in the chamber adjacent to that where my father passed hours with his mistress, and it was not without advantage that I so acted. For I discovered that amongst the presents which he had given her were the jewels which had belonged to my sainted mother, that mother whose wrongs were so manifold and whose sufferings were so great. Yes, and I possessed myself of those jewels, leaving the girl the other gifts which she had received from my sire. And now, since I am involved in relations of such import, I shall do well to inform thee, Fernand, that I had seen and loved thee before thou didst come as a visitor to our mansion in Florence. For it was my habit to proceed occasionally to the dwelling of the good doctor, Duras, the depositary of my grand secret of the feigned loss of faculties, and while wandering alone in his garden I once beheld thee, and the moment I beheld I loved thee. Often after that would I visit the kind physician's grounds, whereof I possessed a pass-key, and my admiration of thee led me to pass the slight boundary which separated his garden from thine. Then I would approach the windows of thy dwelling and contemplate thee, as thou wast seated in thy favorite apartment. On the night of my father's funeral, although so very late when all the subsequent business connected with the reading of the will was concluded, my mind was so perturbed and restless that I could not sleep, and quitting the Riverola mansion by a private door, I sought the fresh air with the hope that it would calm me. Some vague and indescribable sentiment of curiosity, or else something that I heard on the return of the mourners, relative to the strange scene enacted in the church, I know not which, led me to the vicinity of your abode. And there, in your favorite room, I beheld you seated, listening attentively to some sweet words, doubtless, which Agnes was breathing into your ear. But she caught a glimpse of my countenance by the light of the lamps. Enough, enough, exclaimed Wagner. Thou hast indeed cleared up innumerable mysteries. But, oh, Nisida, would that thou hadst remained silent, that thou hadst not drawn aside the veil which my elevated opinion of thee had thrown over the suspicions that, I admit, from time to time. And if I have told thee all this, Fernand, interrupted Nisida impatiently, it is that thou mayst be convinced not only of the natural energy of my mind, but also of the deep love which I bear thee. And now that thou seest me in my true character, a murderess if thou wilt, she added with an emphasis of bitter scorn, now canst thou refuse that sacrifice? Nisida, enough crime has been perpetrated by both us, heaven knows, ejaculated Wagner, still writhing with the anguish produced by the avowal which had so lately met his ears. Oh, accursed be the day, blotted from the annals of time be the hour, Nisida, when thy hand struck the fatal dagger into the heart of Agnes. What? This to my face, said Nisida, her countenance becoming crimson with indignation, and not her face only, but her swan-like neck, her shoulders, and her bosom. Then she was thy mistress, Fernand? And thou didst love her while I fancied, false one that thou art, thine affections to be wholly and solely mine. Nisida, exclaimed Fernand, cruelly bewildered, you drive me to despair. I know not whether to loathe thee for this avowal which thou hast made, or to snatch thee to my arms, abandon all hope of salvation, and sacrifice myself entirely for one so transcendently beautiful as thou art. But thy suspicions relative to Agnes are ridiculous, monstrous, absurd. For, as surely as thou art there, Nisida, as the heaven is above us and the earth beneath us, as surely as that I love thee so well as to be unable to reproach thee more for the deed which thou hast confessed, so surely, Nisida, was Agnes my own granddaughter, and I, Fernand Wagner, young, strong, and healthy as thou beholdest me, am 15 years of age. Nisida started in affright, and then fixed a scrutinizing glance upon Fernand's countenance, for she feared that his reason was abandoning him, that he was raving. Ah, Nisida, I see that you do not credit my words, he exclaimed, and yet I have told thee the solemn, sacred truth. But mine is a sad history and a dreadful fate, and if I thought that thou wouldst soothe my wounded spirit, console, and not revile me, pity, and not loathe me, I would tell thee all. Speak, Fernand, speak, she cried, and do me not so much wrong as to suppose that I could forget my love for thee, that love which made me the murderer of Agnes. Besides, she added, enthusiastically, I see that we are destined for each other, that the dark mysteries attached to both our lives engender the closest sympathies, that we shall flourish in power and glory and love and happiness together. Wagner threw his arms around Nisida's neck and clasped her to his breast. He saw not in her the woman who had dealt death to his granddaughter. He beheld in her only a being of ravishing beauty and wondrous mind. So intoxicated was he with his passion, and so great was the magic influence which she wielded o'er his yielding spirit. Then, as her head reclined upon his breast, he whispered to her, in a few hurried but awfully significant words, the nature of his doom, the dread conditions on which he had obtained resuscitated youth, an almost superhuman beauty, a glorious intellect, and power of converting the very clods of the earth into gold and precious stones at will. And now, dearest, he added, in a plaintive and appealing tone, and now thou mayst divine wherefore on the last day of every month I have crossed these mountains. Thou mayst divine, too, how my escape from the prison of Florence was accomplished, and, though no mortal power can abridge my days, though the sword of the executioner would fall harmless on my neck, and the deadly poison curdle not in my veins, still man can bind me in chains, and my disgrace is known to all Florence. But thou shalt return thither, Fernand, exclaimed Nisida, raising her countenance and gazing upon him, not with horror and amazement, but in pride and triumph. Thou shalt return thither, Fernand, armed with a power that may crush all thine enemies, and blast with destructive lightning the wretches who would look slightingly on thee. Already thou art dearer, far dearer to me than ever thou wast before. For I love the marvelous, I glory in the supernatural, and thou art a being whom such women as myself can worship and adore. And thou repinest at thy destiny. Thou shudderest at the idea of that monthly transformation which makes thy fate so grand, because it is so terrible. Oh, thou art wrong, my Fernand. Consider all thou hast gained, how many years of glorious youth and magnificent beauty await thee. Think of the power with which thy boundless command of wealth may invest thee. Oh, thou art happy, enviable, blessed. But I, she added, the impassioned excitement of her tone suddenly sinking into subdued plaintiveness as her charming head once more fell upon his breast. I am doomed to fade and wither like the other human flowers of the earth. Oh, that thought is now maddening. While thou remainest as thou art now, vested with that fine, manly beauty which won my heart when first I saw thee, and before I knew thee, I shall grow old, wrinkled, and thou wilt loathe me. I shall be like a corpse by the side of one endowed with vigorous life. Oh, Fernand, this may not be. and thou canst purchase the power to bestow unperishing youth, unchanging beauty upon me, the power, moreover, to transport us hence, and render us happy in inseparable companionship for long, long years to come. Merciful heavens! Nisida, exclaimed Fernand, profoundly touched by the urgent, earnest appeal of the lovely siren, whose persuasive eloquence besought him to seal his own eternal damnation. Wouldst thou have me yield up my soul to the enemy of mankind? Do you hesitate? Can you even pause to reflect? Cried Nisida, with whose tongue the demon himself was as it were speaking. Oh, Fernand, you love me not, you have never, never loved me. And she burst into a flood of tears. Wagner was painfully moved by this spectacle, which constituted so powerful an argument to support the persuasive eloquence of her late appeal. His resolution gave way rapidly. The more agonizing became her sobs, the weaker grew his self-command. And his lips were about to murmur the fatal assent to her prayer, about to announce his readiness to summon the enemy of mankind, and conclude the awful compact, when suddenly there passed before his eyes the image of the guardian angel whom he had seen in his vision. Dim and transparent as the thinnest vapor, yet still perceptible, and with an expression of countenance profoundly mournful. The apparition vanished in a moment, but its evanescent presence was fraught with salvation. Tearing himself wildly and abruptly from Nisida's embrace, Wagner exclaimed in a tone indicative of the horror produced by the revulsion of feeling in his mind. No, never, never! And, fleet as the startled deer he ran, he flew toward the mountains. Frightened and amazed by his sudden cry and simultaneous flight, Nisida cast her eyes rapidly around to ascertain the cause of his alarm, thinking that some dreadful spectacle had stricken terror to his soul. But ah, what sees she? Why do her glances settle fixedly in one direction? What beholds she in the horizon? For a few moments she is motionless, speechless, she cannot believe her eyes. Then her countenance, which has already experienced the transition from an expression of grief and alarm to one of suspense and mingled hope and fear, becomes animated with the wildest joy, and forgetting the late exciting scene as completely as if it had never taken place. But with all her thoughts and feelings absorbed in the new, the one idea which now engrosses her, she turns her eyes rapidly round toward the mountains, exclaiming, "Fernand, dearest Fernand! A sail, a sail!" But Wagner hears her not. She stamps her foot with impatient rage upon the sand, and in another moment the groves conceal her lover from view. Yes, Wagner looked not round, heard not the voice of Nisida invoking him to return, but continued his rapid flight toward the mountains, as if hurrying in anguish and in horror from the meshes which had been spread to ensnare his mortal soul. And now Nisida became all selfishness. There was at length a hope, a sudden hope that she should be speedily enabled to quit the hated monotonous island, and her fine, large, dark eyes were fixed intently upon the white sails which gradually grew more and more palpable in the azure horizon. She was not deceived. There was no doubt, no uncertainty as to the nature of the object which now engrossed all her thoughts and filled her heart with the wildest joy. It was indeed a ship, and its course was toward the island. For, as she gazed with fixed and longing eyes, it by degrees assumed a more defined shape, and that which had at first appeared to be but one small white piece of canvas gradually developed the outlines of many sails, and showed the tapering spars until at last the black hull appeared, completing the form of a large and noble vessel. Joy, joy, she should yet be saved from the island, and, do the chances of that hoped-for safety multiply. Is it indeed another ship which has caught her eye in the far-off horizon? Yes, and not one only, but another and another and another, until she can count 7 vessels, all emerging from the mighty distance and spreading their snow-white canvas to the breeze which wafts them toward the isle. Crowds of conflicting thoughts now rush to the mind of Nisida, and she seats herself upon the strand to deliberate as calmly as she may upon the course which she should adopt. Alas, Fernand, thou wast not then uppermost in the imagination of thy Nisida, although she had not entirely forgotten thee. But the principal topic of her meditations, the grand question which demanded the most serious weighing and balancing in her mind, was whether she should again simulate the deafness and dumbness which she had now, for many months, been accustomed to affect. Grave and important interests, and a deeply rooted attachment to her brother on the one side, urged the necessity of so doing. But on the other, a fearful disinclination to resume that awful duplicity, that dreadful self-sacrifice, an apprehension lest the enjoyment of the faculties of hearing and speech for so long a period should have unfitted her for the successful revival and efficient maintenance of the deceit. These were the arguments on the negative side. But Nisida's was not a mind to shrink from any peril or revolt from any sacrifice which her interests or her aims might urge her to encounter. And it was with fire-flashing eyes and a neck proudly arching that she raised her head in a determined manner, exclaiming aloud, "Yes, it must be so. But the period of this renewed self-martyrdom will not last long. So soon as thine interests shall have been duly cared for, Francisco, I will quit Florence forever. I will return to this island, and here will I pass the remainder of my days with thee, my beloved Fernand. And that I do love thee still, Fernand, although thou hast fled from my presence as if I were suddenly transformed into a loathsome monster. That I must ever continue to love thee, Fernand, and that I shall anxiously long to return to thine arms. Are truths as firmly based as the foundations of the island. Thine, then, shall be the last name, thy name shall be the last word that I will suffer my lips to pronounce ere I once more place the seal upon them. Yes, I love thee, Fernand. Oh, would to God that thou couldst hear me proclaim how much I love thee, my beauteous, my strangely fated Fernand." It was almost in a despairing tone that Nisida gave utterance to these last words. For as the chance of escape from the island grew every moment less equivocal, by the nearer approach of the fleet, which was, however, still far from the shore, the intensity of her sensual passion for Wagner, that passion which she believed to be the purest and most firmly rooted love, revived, and her heart smote her for her readiness to abandon him to the solitude of that island. But as she was now acquainted with all the mysteries of his fate, as she knew that he could not die for many, many years to come, nor lose that glorious beauty which had proved alike her pleasure and her pride, her remorse and her alarms were to a considerable degree mitigated. For she thought within herself, although she now spoke aloud no more, "Death will not snatch him from me, disease will not impair his godlike features and elegant form, and he loves me too well not to receive me with open arms when I shall be enabled to return to him." These were her thoughts, and starting upon her feet, she compressed her lips tightly, as if to remind herself that she had once more placed a seal there, a seal not to be broken for some time. An hour had now passed since Fernand Wagner and Nisida separated on the seashore, and he did not come back. Meantime, the fleet of ships had drawn nearer, and though she more than once entertained the idea of hastening after Wagner to implore him to accompany her whithersoever those vessels were bound, or at least to part with the embrace of tenderness, yet her fear lest the ships might sail past without touching at the island predominated over her softer feelings. And now, having settled in her mind the course she was to adopt, she hastened to the stores which she had saved from the wreck of the corsair vessel, and which had been piled up on the strand the day after she was first thrown on that Mediterranean isle. It will be remembered that amongst the articles thus saved were changes of apparel, which Stefano Verina had procured for her use at Leghorn ere the corsair bark set sail on that voyage from which it never returned, and during Nisida's long sojourn on the island. She had frequently examined those garments, and had been careful to secure them from the effects of rain or damp, in the hope that the day would sooner or later come when she might assume them for the purpose of bidding adieu to that lovely but monotonous island. And now that day has come, and the moment so anxiously longed for appeared to be rapidly approaching. Nisida accordingly commenced her toilet, as if she had only just risen from her couch and was preparing to dress to go abroad amongst the busy haunts of human beings. Her dark, luxuriant hair, which so long had floated negligently upon her ivory shoulders, was now gathered up in broad, massive bands at the sides, and artistically plaited and confined at the back of her well-shaped head. The tight bodice was next laced over the swelling bosom. Hose and light boots imprisoned the limbs which had so often borne her glancing along in their nudity to the soft music of the stream in the vale or of the wavelets of the sea. Broidery set off the fine form of Nisida in all the advantage of its glowing, full, and voluptuous proportions. Then the large black veil was fastened to the plaits of her hair, whence its ample folds swept over that admirable symmetry of person, endowing her once more with the queen-like air which became so well her splendid, yet haughty style of beauty. Yes, no longer subdued by simplicity of attire, no longer tender and soft was the loveliness of Nisida, but grand, imperious, and dazzling did she now seem again, as erst she seemed ere her foot trod that island shore. Apparelled in handsome garments, and with the rich carnation glow of health and animation on her cheeks, and with her eyes flashing the fires of hope, but with the vermilion lips compressed, Nisida now stood on the strand where so oft she had wandered like a naiad, feeling no shame at her semi-nudity. During the time occupied by her toilet, the fleet of 7 ships had approached much nearer to the island, and now they were not more than 3 miles distant. The hulls, which at first had seemed quite black, shone, as they drew closer, with the gay colors in which they were painted, the gorgeous sunlight playing vividly on the gilding of the prows, the streaks of red and white along the sides, and the splendid decorations of the poop lanterns. Noble and mighty ships they were, ships of size such as Nisida had never seen before, and in comparison with which all the merchant vessels she had beheld at Leghorn were but mere boats. There was no need to raise a signal to invite them to approach, for that fleet was evidently steering toward the island. Whence did this fleet come? Whither was it bound? To what nation did it belong? And would those on board treat her with attention and respect? Such were the thoughts which flashed across her brain, and her heart beat with anxiety for the arrival of the moment which should solve those questions. Absorbed as she was in the contemplation of the noble ships, those mighty but graceful swans of the ocean, she did not forget to cast, from time to time, a rapid glance around, to see if Fernand were retracing his way toward her. Alas! No, he came not, and she must quit the isle without embracing him, without assuring him of her constant love, without renewing her oft-repeated promise to return. Ah! A thought struck her. She would leave a note for him in the hut. No sooner was the project determined on than she set about its execution, for there were writing materials amidst the stores saved from the Corsairac. A brief but tender letter was hastily penned, and then secured in a place where she knew he must find it should he revisit the rude tenement in which they had so often slept in each other's arms. And that he would revisit it she both fondly hoped and firmly believed, revisit it so soon as the excitement and the terror, under the influence of which he had parted from her, should have subsided. Her mind was now much easier, and her beauty was wonderfully enhanced by the glow of animation which suffused itself over her countenance, giving additional light to her ever-brilliant eyes, and rendering her noble aquiline face resplendent to gaze upon. The ships came to anchor at a distance of about 2 miles from the shore, and though the banners of each were fluttering in the breeze, yet Nisida was not well skilled enough in discriminating the flags of different nations to be able immediately to satisfy herself to which country that fleet belonged. But as she stood with her eyes fixed on the foremost vessel, which was also the largest, she observed that there was a gilt crescent in the middle of the blood-red standard that floated over her central poop lantern. And a chill struck to her heart, for the thought of African pirates flashed to her mind. This alarm was, however, as evanescent as it was poignant, for another moment's reflection convinced her that none of the princes of Africa could send so proud a fleet to sea. Following up the chain of reasoning thus suggested, and calling to her aid all the accounts she had read of naval fights between the Christians and the Moslems, she at length remembered that the blood-red banner, with the gilt crescent in the middle, denoted the presence of the Capitan Pasha, or Lord High Admiral of the Ottoman Empire. Confidently believing that peace existed between Italy and Turkey, she had now no longer any fears as to the treatment she was likely to experience at the hands of the Mohammedans, and it was with unfeigned joy that she beheld a boat which had put off from the admiral's ship. At length approaching the shore, as the magnificently painted and gorgeously gilt barge, which 24 white-turbaned rowers urged along with almost horse-race speed, neared the strand. Nisida observed, beneath a velvet canopy in the stern, a personage who, by his splendid apparel, his commanding demeanor, and the respect paid to him by the slaves accompanying him, was evidently of exalted rank. She accordingly conceived that this must be the Capitan Pasha himself, but she was mistaken. Her delight at the approach of the barge, which she fondly hoped would prove the means of her deliverance from the island, was only equaled by the surprise of those on board at beholding a beautiful and elegantly dressed lady, unattended and alone on the seashore, as if awaiting their arrival. And, during the few minutes which now elapsed ere the barge touched the strand, it was evident that the high functionary seated beneath the canopy surveyed Nisida with increasing wonder and admiration, while she, on her side, could not help noticing that he was remarkably handsome, very young, and possessing a countenance rather of an Italian than a Turkish cast of features. Meantime, a profound silence, broken only by the slight and uniform sounds produced by the oars, prevailed, and when the boat touched the strand, a long and wide plank, covered with velvet, was so placed as to enable the high functionary before alluded to land conveniently. Attended by 2 slaves, who followed at a respectful distance, the Mussulman chief advanced toward Nisida, whom he saluted in a manner which strengthened her suspicion that he was not of Turkish origin, although habited in the richest Oriental costume she had ever seen, and evidently holding some very superior office among the Ottomans. She returned his salutation with a graceful bow and a sweet smile, and he immediately addressed her in the Italian tongue, her own dear and delightful language, saying, "Lady, art thou the queen of this land? Or art thou, as appearances would almost lead one to conjecture, a solitary inhabitant here?" For he saw that she was alone, beheld no traces of culture, and there was but one miserable dwelling, and that such as she might have built up with her own hands. Nisida shook her head mournfully, making signs that she was deaf and dumb. The Mussulman chief uttered an ejaculation of mingled surprise and grief, and surveyed the lady with additional interest and admiration. But in a few moments his countenance assumed a sudden expression of astonishment, as if a light had broken in upon him, suggesting something more than a mere suspicion, nay, indeed, a positive conviction, and having examined her features with the most earnest attention, he abruptly took his tablets from the folds of his garment and wrote something on them. He then handed them to Nisida, and it was now her turn to experience the wildest surprise, for on the page open to her view were these words, traced in a beautiful style of calligraphy and in the Italian language. "Is it possible that your ladyship can be the Donna Nisida of Riverola?" Nisida's eyes wandered in astonishment from the tablets to the countenance of him who had penciled that question, but his features were certainly not familiar to her, and yet she thought that there was something in the general expression of that handsome face not altogether unknown to her. As soon as she had partially recovered from the surprise and bewilderment produced by finding that she at least was known to the Ottoman functionary, she wrote beneath his question the following reply: "I am indeed Nisida of Riverola, who for 7 long months have been the only inhabitant of this island whereon I was shipwrecked, and I am now anxious to return to Italy, or at all events to the first Christian port at which your fleet may touch. Have mercy upon me, then, and take me hence. But who are you, Signor, that I should prove no stranger to you?" The Ottoman chief read these words, and hastened to reply in the following manner: "I have the honor to be the Grand Vizier of His Imperial Highness the glorious Sultan Solomon, and my name is Ibrahim. A few months ago I encountered your brother Francisco, Count of Riverola, who was then in command of a body of Tuscan auxiliaries, raised to assist in defending Rhodes against the invading arms of the mighty Solomon. Your brother became my prisoner, but I treated him worthily. He informed me with bitter tears of the strange and mysterious disappearance of his well-beloved sister, who had the misfortune to be deprived of the faculties of hearing and speech. Your brother was soon set free, after the fall of Rhodes, and he returned to his native city. But from all he told me of thee, lady, It was natural that I should ere now conjecture who thou must be." Ibrahim did not choose to add that he had remembered to have seen Nisida occasionally in their native city of Florence, and that he was indeed the brother of her late dependent, Flora Francatelli. But the explanation which he did give was quite sufficient to renew her deepest surprise, as she now learnt for the first time that during her absence, her brother had been engaged in the perils of warfare. The Grand Vizier gently withdrew from Nisida's hand the tablets on which her eyes were positively riveted, but it was only to trace a few lines to afford her additional explanations. When he returned the tablets to her again, she read as follows: "By a strange coincidence, the glorious fleet which has wafted me hither to deliver you from this lonely isle, and which is under the command of the Capitan Pasha in person, is bound for the western coast of Italy. Its mission is at present known only to myself and a faithful Greek dependent, but your ladyship shall receive worthy attention and be duly conveyed to Leghorn. The squadron has been driven from its course by a tempest which assailed us off the island of Candia. Our pilot lost his reckonings, and when land was descried this morning, it was believed to be the coast of Sicily. Haste thou, lady, any means of enlightening us as to the geographical position of this island." Nisida answered in the ensuing manner: "I have not the least notion of the geographical position of the island. An eternal summer appears to prevail in this clime, which would be a terrestrial paradise were not the forests infested by hideous serpents of an enormous size." Ibrahim Pasha, having read this reply, summoned from the barge the officer in command, and to him he communicated the intelligence which he had just received from Nisida. That officer's countenance immediately underwent a dreadful change, and, falling on his knees at Ibrahim's feet, he made some strong appeal, the nature of which Nisida could only divine by its emphatic delivery and the terrified manner of the individual. Ibrahim smiled contemptuously and motioned the officer with an imperious gesture to rise and return to the barge. Then, again, having recourse to the tablets, he conveyed the following information to Nisida: "Lady, it appears that this is the Isle of Snakes, situated in the Gulf of Sictra, on the African coast. Horrible superstitions are attached to this clime, and I dare not remain longer on its shore, lest I should seriously offend the prejudices of those ignorant sailors. Come then, lady, you shall receive treatment due to your rank, your beauty, and your misfortunes." In the meantime, the officer had returned to the barge, where whispers speedily circulated in respect to the land on which that boat had touched. And the reader may imagine the extent of the loathing which the mere name of the isle was calculated to inspire in the breasts of the superstitious Mussulmans, when we observe that the existence of that island was well known to the Turks and also to the Africans, but was left uninhabited, and was never visited knowingly by any of their ships. Nisida saw that the Grand Vizier was in haste to depart, not through any ridiculous fears on his part, because he was too enlightened to believe in the fearful tales of mermaids, genii, ghouls, vampires, and other evil spirits by which the island was said to be haunted, but because his renegadism had been of so recent a date that he dared not, powerful and altered as he was, afford the least ground for suspecting that the light of Christianity triumphed in his soul over the dark barbarism of his assumed creed. Seeing then that Ibrahim Pasha was anxious to yield to the superstitious feelings of the sailors, Nisida intimated, with a graceful bend of the head, her readiness to accompany him. But, as she advanced toward the boat, she cast a rapid and searching glance behind her. Alas! Wagner appeared not. A feeling of uneasiness, amounting almost to a pang of remorse, took possession of her as she placed her foot upon the velvet-covered plank, and for an instant she hesitated to proceed. Could she abandon Fernand to the solitude of that isle? Could she renounce the joys which his love had taught her to experience? And might she not be enabled to persuade him to make that sacrifice which would invest him with a power that she herself would direct and wield according to her own pleasure and suitably to her own interests? But, oh, that hesitation lasted not more than a moment, for her feet were on the plank leading to the barge, and at a short distance floated the ship that would bear her away from the isle. one longing, lingering look upon the shore of that island where she had enjoyed so much happiness, even if she had experienced so much anxiety. One longing, lingering look, and she hesitated no more. Ibrahim escorted her to a seat beneath the velvet canopy. The officer in command gave the signal, the barge was shoved off, the rowers plied their oars, and the island was already far behind, ere Nisida had the courage to glance toward it again. Chapter 57. Let us now return to Fernand Wagner, whom we left flying from his Nisida, flying in horror and alarm from her whom he nevertheless loved so tenderly and devotedly. He fled as if from the brink of the yawning pit of hell, into which the malignant fiend who coveted his soul was about to plunge him. Nor once did he look back. Absorbed as his feelings were in the full conviction of the tremendous peril from which he had just escaped, he still found room for the reflection that were he to turn and catch but one glimpse of the beauteous, too beauteous creature from whom he had torn himself away, he should be lost. His mind was bent upon the salvation of his immortal soul, and he knew that the enemy of mankind was assailing him with a power and with an energy which nothing save the assistance of heaven could enable him to resist. He knew also that heaven helps only those who are willing and anxious to help themselves, and of this doctrine he had received a striking and triumphant proof in the sudden and evanescent appearance of his guardian angel at the instant when, overpowered by the strong, the earnest, and the pathetic pleading of the siren Nisida, he was about to proclaim his readiness to effect the crowning sacrifice. And it was to avoid the chance of that direful yielding, to fly from a temptation which became irresistible when embellished with all the eloquence of a woman on whom he doted, that Wagner sped with lightning rapidity toward the mountains. But the beauteous form of Nisida met not now his eyes, and deeply, profoundly, ardently as he still loved her, and felt that he must ever love her, yet, to speak soothly, he deplored not that she was no longer there. The vision of the previous night had so firmly established hope in his soul that he had prepared and tutored himself, during his journey across the mountains, to sacrifice all his happiness on earth to ensure the eternal felicity of heaven. No, Nisida was not there. But as he drew closer to the shore, he beheld, to his ineffable joy, the dark spot gradually assume that defined shape which left no room to doubt the truth of his vision, even were he inclined to be skeptical. For there, indeed, touching the strand, but still so far in the water that a slight exertion would send it completely afloat, was a large boat, curiously shaped and painted in a variety of fantastic colors. It had a mast standing, but the sail was lowered, and on a closer inspection, the boat proved to be altogether unimpaired. Heaven delights to effect its wise intentions by natural means, thought Wagner within himself. But surely it could not have been through the agency of Nisida that this boat was left upon the shore. No, he added aloud, after a still closer inspection. The rope fastened to the prow has been snapped asunder. Doubtless the boat became detached from one of the ships which appeared off the island yesterday, and which, he said in a low, murmuring voice, and with an ill-subdued sigh, have afforded Nisida the means of departure hence. He sat down, exhausted, and as he found leisure for recollection, as his thoughts composed themselves and settled down into something like collected calmness, he felt a sensation of indescribable joy at having triumphed over the appalling temptations which had beset him. And in his soul, a voice seemed to be singing an anthem of delight and gratitude, and he soon experienced a serenity of mind such as he had not known for many hours past. When man, having yielded to temptation, succeeds in escaping the perils of the consequences, he beholds a strong motive for self-gratulation. But how ineffably more sweet is it to be able to reflect that the temptation itself has been avoided in the first instance, and that the dangers of the results have never even been risked. Thus thought Wagner, but not for a moment did he attribute to any strength of mind on his own part the escape which had just been effected from the snares set by the evil one. No, he acknowledged within himself, and with all due humility, that the hand of the Almighty had sustained him in his most trying moments of peril. And ere he thought of resuming his journey to that side of the island on which Nisida was not, he knelt in fervent prayer. Rising from his knees, his eyes accidentally swept the sea, and he was riveted to the spot from which he was about to turn away, for the white sails of the Ottoman fleet met his astonished view. He remained gazing on those objects for some time, until he was convinced they were nearing the island. For a few moments a deep regret took possession of him. He should lose his Nisida irrevocably. But his next impulse was to wrestle with this feeling, to combat this weakness. How could he have hoped ever to rejoin her without rendering himself again liable to the witchery of her siren tongue, the eloquence of her silver-toned voice, the persuasiveness of her graceful manners? No, it were better that she should depart. It were preferable that he should lose her and preserve his immortal soul. Thus reasoned he, and that reasoning was effectual. He waited only long enough to assure himself that the fleet was positively approaching the island. He then knew that she would depart, and, without permitting himself to yield again to the weakness which had for a few moments threatened to send him back within the sphere of Nisida's fatal influence, he tore himself away from that point amongst the heights which commanded the view of the side of the island where she was. Hastening around the base of the volcano, he reached the defiles leading to that part of the isle where he had periodically fulfilled his dreadful destiny as a werewolf. Carefully avoiding the outskirts of the forest and the knots of large trees, he proceeded toward the shore, and his heart was rent with feelings of deep anguish as he everywhere beheld the traces of destruction left behind him by his recent run in the horrible form of a savage monster. Then, too, when melancholy thoughts had once again entered his soul, the image of Nisida appeared to flit before him in the most tempting manner. And the more he endeavored to banish from his memory the recollection of her charms, the more vividly delineated did they become. At length, jealousy took possession of him, and suddenly stopping short in his progress toward the shore, he exclaimed aloud, "What if she should be wooed and won by another? If she return to her native land, as assuredly she now will, she may meet some handsome and elegant cavalier who will succeed in winning her passions, and I, who love her so well, shall be forgotten. Oh, this is madness. To think that another may possess her, clasp her in his arms, press his lips to hers, feel her fragrant breath fan his cheek, play with the rich tresses of her beauteous hair, oh! No, no, the bare thought is enough to goad me to despair. She must not depart thus. We have separated, if not in anger, at least abruptly, too abruptly, considering how we have loved, and that we have wedded each other in the sight of heaven." "Heaven," repeated Wagner, his tone changing from despair to a deep solemnity. "Heaven! Oh, I rejoice that I gave utterance to the word, for it reminds me that to regain my Nisida I must lose heaven." And, as if to fly from his own reflections, he rushed on toward the sea, and there he stopped to gaze, as oft before he had gazed on the mighty expanse, seeming in the liquid sunlight, as it stretched away from the yellow sand, a resplendent lake of molten silver bounded by a golden shore. "How like to the human countenance art thou, O mighty sea?" thought Wagner, as he stood with folded arms on the brink of the eternal waters. "Now thou hast smiles as soft and dimples as beautiful as ever appeared in the face of innocence and youth, while the joyous sunlight is on thee. But if the dark clouds gather in the heaven above thee, thou straightway assumed a mournful and a gloomy aspect, and thou growest threatening and sombre. And in how many varied voices dost thou speak? O treacherous and changeful sea! Now thou whisperest softly as if thy ripples conveyed faint murmurs of love. But if the gale arise, thou canst burst forth into notes of laughter as thy waters leap to the shore with bounding mirth. And if the wind grow higher, thou canst speak louder and more menacingly, till, when the storm comes on, thou lashest thyself into a fury. Thou boilest with rage, and thy wrathful voice vies with the rush of the tempest and the roar of the thunder. Deceitful sea, imaging the beauties, thoughts, and passions of the earth. Within thy mighty depths, too, thou hast gems to deck the crowns of kings and the brows of loveliness. And yet thou cravest for more, and engulfest rich argosies with all their treasures, thou insatiate sea. And in thy dark caverns are the skeletons of the myriads of human beings whom thou hast swallowed up in thy fury. and whose bones are trophies which thou retainest in thy fathomless depths, as the heart of man enshrineth the relics of those hopes which have wasted away and perished. Thus thought Wagner, as he stood gazing upon the sea, then so calm and beautiful, but which he knew to be so treacherous. When wearied of the reflections which that scene inspired, and not daring to allow his mind to dwell upon the image of Nisida, he repaired to the nearest grove and refreshed himself with the cooling fruits which he plucked. Then he extended his rambles amongst the verdant plains, and strove strenuously to divert his thoughts as much as possible from the one grand and mournful idea, the departure of Nisida from the island. But vainly did he endeavor to fix his attention upon the enchanting characteristics of that clime. The flowers appeared to him less brilliant in hue than they were wont to be. The fruits were less inviting, the verdure was of a less lively green, and the plumage of the birds seemed to have lost the bright gloss that rendered its colors so gorgeous in the sunlight. For, the powers of his vision were almost completely absorbed in his mind, and that mind was a mirror wherein was now reflected with a painful vividness all the incidents of the last few hours. But still, he was sustained in his determination not to retrace his way to the spot where he had left Nisida, and when several hours had passed, and the sun was drawing near the western horizon, he exclaimed, in a moment of holy triumph, "She has doubtless by this time quitted the island, and I have been enabled to resist those anxious longings which prompted me to return and clasp her in my arms. O God, I thank thee that thou hast given me this strength." Wagner now felt so overcome with weariness after his wanderings and roamings of so many hours, especially as the 2 preceding nights had been sleepless for him, that he sat down upon a piece of low rock near the shore. A quiet, dreamy repose insensibly stole over him. In a few minutes his slumber was profound, and now he beheld a strange vision. Gradually the darkness which appeared to surround him grew less intense, and a gauzy vapor that rose in the midst, at first of the palest bluish tint possible, by degrees obtained more consistency, when its nature began to undergo a sudden change, assuming the semblance of a luminous mist. Wagner's heart seemed to flutter and leap in his breast, as if with a presentiment of coming joy. For the luminous mist became a glorious halo, surrounding the beauteous and holy form of a protecting angel, clad in white and shining garments, and with snowy wings drooping slowly from her shoulders. And ineffably, supernally benign and reassuring was the look which the angel bent upon the sleeping Wagner, as she said in the softest, most melodious tones, "The choir of the heavenly host has hymned thanks for thy salvation. After thou hadst resisted the temptations of the enemy of mankind when he spoke to thee with his own lips, an angel came to thee in a dream to give thee assurance that thou hadst already done much in atonement for the crime that endangered thy soul. But he warned thee then that much more remained to be done ere that atonement would be complete, and the rest is now accomplished. For thou hast resisted the temptations of the evil one when urged by the tongue and in the melodious voice of lovely woman. This was thy crowning triumph, and the day when thou shalt reap thy reward is near at hand. For the bonds which connect thee with the destiny of a werewolf shall be broken, and thy name shall be inscribed in heaven's own book of life. And I will give thee a sign, that what thou seest and hearest now in thy slumber is no idle and delusive vision conjured up by a fevered brain. The sign shall be this: on awaking from thy sleep, retrace thy way to the spot where this morning thou didst separate from her whom thou lovest, and there shalt thou find a boat upon the sand. The boat will waft thee to Sicily, and there, in the town of Syracuse, thou must inquire for a man whose years have numbered 162. For that man it is who will teach thee how the spell which has made thee a werewolf may be broken." Scarcely had the angel finished speaking, when a dark form rose suddenly near that heavenly being, and Wagner had no difficulty in recognizing the demon. But the enemy of mankind appeared not armed with terrors of countenance, nor with the withering scorn of infernal triumph. For a moment his features denoted ineffable rage, and then that expression yielded to one of the profoundest melancholy, as if he were saying within himself, "There is salvation for repentant man, but none for me." A cloud now seemed to sweep before Wagner's eyes. Denser and more dense it grew, first absorbing in its increasing obscurity the form of the demon, and then enveloping the radiant being who still continued to smile sweetly and benignly upon the sleeping mortal, until the glorious countenance and the shining garments were no longer visible, but all was black darkness around. And Fernand Wagner continued to sleep profoundly. Many hours elapsed ere he woke, and his slumber was serene and soothing. At length, when he opened his eyes and slowly raised his head from the hard pillow which a mass of rock had formed, he beheld the rich red streaks in the eastern horizon, heralding the advent of the sun. And as the various features of the island gradually developed themselves to his view, as if breaking slowly from a mist, he collected and rearranged in his mind all the details of the strange vision which he had seen. For a few minutes, he was oppressed with a fear that his vision would indeed prove the delusive sport of his fevered brain. For there seemed to be in its component parts a wild admixture of the sublime and the fantastic. The solemn language of the angel appeared strangely diversified by the intimation that he would find a boat upon the shore, that this boat would convey him to a place where he was to inquire for a man whose age was 162 years, and that this man was the being destined to save him from the doom of a werewolf. Then, again, he thought that heaven worked out its designs by means often inscrutable to human comprehension, and he blamed himself for having doubted the truth of the vision. Feelings of joy therefore accompanied the reassurance of his soul, and, having poured forth his thanksgivings for the merciful intervention of Providence in his behalf, he tarried not even to break his fast with the fruits clustering at a short distance from him, but hastened to retrace his way across the mountains, no longer doubting to find the sign fulfilled and the boat upon the shore. And now these thoughts rose within him. Should he again behold Nisida? Was the fleet, which he had seen on the previous day, still off the island? Or had it departed, bearing Nisida away to another clime? He expected not to behold either the fleet or his loved one, for he felt convinced that the angel would not send him back within the influence of her temptations. Nor was he mistaken, for having traversed the volcanic range of heights, he beheld naught to break the uniform and monotonous aspect of the sunlit sea. But, on drawing nearer to the shore, he saw a dark spot almost immediately in front of the little hut which Nisida and himself had constructed, and wherein they had passed so many happy hours. He now advanced with a beating heart to the hut. The door was closed. Was it possible that Nisida might be within? Oh, how weak in purpose is the strongest-minded of mortals! For an instant a pleasing hope filled Wagner's breast, and then, again summoning all his resolutions to his aid, he opened the door, resolved, should she indeed be there, to remain proof against all the appeals she might make to induce him to sacrifice to their mundane prosperity his immortal soul. But the hut was empty. He lingered in it for a few moments, and the reminiscences of happy hours passed therein swept across his brain. Suddenly the note which Nisida had left for him met his eyes, and it would be representing him as something far more or else far less than human, were we to declare he did not experience a feeling of intense pleasure at beholding the memorial of her love. The tears flowed down his cheeks as he read the following lines. "The hour approaches, dearest Fernand, when in all probability I shall quit the island, but think not that this hope is unaccompanied by severe pangs. Oh, thou knowest that I love thee, and I will return to thee, my own adored Fernand, so soon as my presence shall be no longer needed at Florence. Yes, I will come back to thee, and we will not part until death shall deprive thee of me, for I must perish first, and while thou still remainest in all the glory of regenerated youth. Alas, thou hast fled from me this morning in anger, perhaps in disgust. But thou wilt forgive me, Fernand, if, yielding to some strange influence which I could not control, I urged an appeal so well calculated to strike terror into thy soul. Oh, that I could embrace thee ere I leave this isle! But alas! Thou comest not back, thou hast fled to the mountains. It is, however, in the ardent hope of thy return to this spot, that I leave these few lines to assure thee of my undying affection, to pledge to thee my intention to hasten back to thine arms as soon as possible. and to implore thee not to nourish anger against thy devoted Nisida." Wagner placed the letter to his lips, exclaiming, "Oh, wherefore did an evil influence ever prove its power on thee, thou loving, loved, and beauteous being? Why was thy hand raised against the hapless Agnes? Wherefore did fate make thee a murderess? And why, oh, why didst thou assail me with prayers, tears, reproaches, menaces, to induce me to consign my soul to Satan? Nisida, may heaven manifest its merciful goodness unto thee, even as that same benign care has been extended to me." Fernand then placed the letter in his bosom, next to his heart, and dashing away the tears from his long lashes, began to turn his attention toward the preparation for his own departure from the island. As he approached the pile of stores, he beheld the light drapery which Nisida had lately worn, but which she had laid aside previous to leaving the island. And he also observed that the rich dress, which he had often seen her examine with care, was no longer there. "How beautiful she must have appeared in the garb," he murmured to himself. "But, alas, she returns to the great world to resume her former character of the deaf and dumb." Nisida and himself had often employed themselves in gathering quantities of those fruits which form an excellent aliment when dried in the sun, and there was a large supply of these comestibles now at his disposal. He accordingly transferred them to the boat. Then he procured a quantity of fresh fruits, and lastly he filled with pure water a cask which had been saved by Nisida from the corsairek. His preparations were speedily completed, and he was about to depart when it struck him that he might never behold Nisida again, and that she might perform her promise of returning to the island sooner or later. He accordingly availed himself of the writing materials left amongst the stores to pen a brief but affectionate note couched in the following terms: "Dearest Nisida, I have found, read, and wept over thy letter. Thou haste my sincerest forgiveness, because I love thee more than man ever before loved woman. Heaven has sent me the means of escape from this island, and the doom at which my regenerated existence was purchased will shortly lose its spell. But perhaps my life may be surrendered up at the same time. At all events, everything is dark and mysterious in respect to means by which that spell is to be broken. Should we never meet again, but shouldst thou return hither and find this note, receive it as a proof of the unchanging affection of thy Fernand." The letter was placed in the hut, in precisely the same spot where the one written by Nisida had been left, and Wagner then hastened to the boat, which he had no difficulty in pushing away from the shore. Without being able to form any idea of the direction in which the island of Sicily lay, but trusting entirely to the aid of heaven to guide him to the coast, whither his destiny now required him to proceed. He hoisted the sail and abandoned the boat to the gentle breeze which swept the surface of the Mediterranean. ***. The state cabins, they might more properly be called spacious apartments, occupied by the Grand Vizier Ibrahim Pasha on board the ship of the Lord High Admiral, were fitted up in a most sumptuous and luxurious manner. They consisted of 2 large saloons in a suite, and from each of which opened, on either side, a number of small cabins, tenanted by the officers immediately attached to the Grand Vizier's person, and the page and slaves in attendance on him. The first of the 2 large saloons was lighted by a handsome conical skylight on the deck. The innermost had the advantage of the stern windows. The drapery, the curtains, the carpets, the sofas, and the hangings were all of the richest materials. The sides and ceilings of the cabin were beautifully painted and elaborately gilded, and the woodwork of the windows was encrusted with thin slabs of variously colored marbles, on which were engraved the ciphers of the different Lord High Admirals who had hoisted their flags at any time on board that ship. For the state apartments which we are describing properly belonged to the Capitan Pasha himself, but they had been surrendered to the Grand Vizier as a mark of respect to the superior rank of this minister during his stay on board. The little cabins communicating with the large saloons were in reality intended to accommodate the ladies of the Capitan Pasha's harem. But Ibrahim did not turn them to a similar use, because it was contrary to Ottoman usage for the Princess Aisha, being the Sultan's sister, to accompany her husband on any expedition, and he had received so menacing a warning in the fate of Calanth, not to provoke the jealousy of Aisha or the vengeance of her mother, the Sultana Valida, that he had brought none of the ladies of his own harem with him. Indeed, since the violent death of Calanth, the harem had been maintained at Constantinople rather as an appendage of high rank than as a source of sensual enjoyment. Nisida of Riverola was treated with the utmost deference and attention by the Grand Vizier, Ibrahim Pasha, and on reaching the Lord High Admiral's ship, she was instantly conducted to the innermost saloon, which she was given to understand by signs would be exclusively appropriated to her own use. The slaves occupying the small cabins opening therefrom were removed to another part of the ship, and the key of the door connecting the two saloons was handed by the polite Ibrahim to the lady as a guarantee, or at least an apparent one, of the respect with which she should be treated and the security she might hope to enjoy. The fleet weighed anchor and set sail again almost immediately after the return of the Grand Vizier to the Admiral's ship. And as she was wafted away from the island of snakes, Nisida sat at the window of her splendid saloon gazing at the receding shores, and so strangely balancing between her anxiety to revisit Florence and her regrets at abandoning Fernand Wagner, that while smiles were on her lips, tears were in her eyes, and if her bosom palpitated with joy at one moment, it would heave with profound sighs at the next. In the afternoon, 4 male slaves entered Nisida's cabin and spread upon the table a magnificent repast, accompanied with the most delicious wines of Cyprus and Greece, and while the lady partook slightly of the banquet, 2 other slaves appeared and danced in a pleasing style for several minutes. They retired, but shortly returned, carrying in their hands massive silver censers, in which burnt aloes, cinnamon, and other odoriferous woods diffused a delicious perfume around. The 4 slaves who attended at table removed the dishes on splendid silver salvers, and then served sherbet and a variety of delicious fruits. And when the repast was terminated, they all withdrew, leaving Nisida once more alone. The island of snakes had been lost sight of for some hours, and the fresh breeze of evening was playing upon the cheeks of the lady Nisida, as she sat at the open casement of her splendid saloon, watching the ships that followed in the wake of that in which she was, when the sounds of voices in the adjacent cabin attracted her attention. And as the partition was but slight, and the persons discoursing spoke Italian, she could not help overhearing the conversation which there took place, even if she had possessed any punctilious feelings to have prevented her from becoming a willing listener. "The lady Nisida is a magnificent woman, Demetrius," observed a voice which our heroine immediately recognized to be that of the Grand Vizier. "Such a splendid aquiline countenance I never before beheld. Such eyes, too, such a delicious mouth, and such brilliant teeth. What a pity 'tis that she has not the use of her tongue. The voice of such a glorious creature, speaking mine own dear Italian language, would be music itself. And how admirably is she formed, upon somewhat too large a scale, perhaps, to precisely suit my taste, and yet the contours of her shape are so well rounded, so perfectly proportioned in the most harmonious symmetry, that were she less of the Hebe she would be less charming. Is your Highness already enamored of Donna Nisida?" asked the person to whom the Grand Vizier had addressed the preceding observations. "I must confess that I am, Demetrius," replied Ibrahim. "I would give a year of my life to become her favored lover for one day. But considering that I hope to see my sister Flora become the wife of Donna Nisida's brother Francisco, I must restrain this passion of mine within due bounds. But wherefore do you sigh thus heavily, Demetrius?" "Alas, my lord, the mention you make of your sister reminded me that I once possessed a sister also," returned the Greek in a plaintive tone. "But when I returned to Constantinople, I sought vainly for her, and heaven knows what has become of her, and whether I shall ever see her more. Poor Calanth. Some treachery has doubtless been practiced toward thee. Don't give way to despair, Demetrius," said the Grand Vizier. "Who knows but Calanth may have espoused some youth on whom her affections were set." "Ah, my lord," interrupted the Greek, "it is considerate, it is kind on the part of your Highness to suggest such a consolatory belief, but Calanthe would not keep an honorable bridal secret. Yet better were it that she should be dead, that she should have been basely murdered by some ruthless robber than that she should live dishonored. However, I will not intrude my griefs upon your highness, although the friendship and the condescension which your highness manifests toward me emboldens me to mention these sorrows in your presence. Would that I could really console thee, Demetrius, answered Ibrahim with well-affected sincerity, for thou hast shown thyself a sincere friend to my poor sister Flora. And now that we are alone together, Demetrius, for almost the first time since this hastily undertaken voyage began, let us recapitulate in detail all the occurrences which have led me to enter upon the present expedition, the real nature of which you alone know, save my imperial master. And, moreover, let us continue to discourse in Italian, for thou canst speak that language more fluently than I can express myself in thy native Greek. Besides, it rejoices my heart, he added with a sigh, to converse in a tongue so dear as that of the land which gave me birth. And, if Donna Nisida only knew that, in the representative of the mighty Solomon, she had beholden the brother of her late menial, Flora, how surprised would she be? And it were not prudent that she should learn that fact, my lord, observed Demetrius, for more reasons than one, since from sundry hints which the Signora Francatelli, your lordship's worthy aunt, dropped to me, it is easy to believe that the Donna Nisida was averse to the attachment which her brother Francisco had formed, and that her ladyship indeed was the means of consigning your highness' sister to the convent of the Carmelites. Albeit I shall not treat Count Francisco's sister the less worthily, now that she is in my power, said Ibrahim Pasha. Indeed, her matchless beauty would command my forbearance, were I inclined to be vindictive. Moreover, deaf and dumb as she is, she could not obtain the least insight into my plans, and therefore she is unable to thwart them. The reader may suppose that not one single word of all this conversation was lost upon Nisida, who had indeed learnt, with the most unbounded wonderment, that the high and mighty Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire, a man enjoying an almost sovereign rank, and who bore a title which placed him on a level with the greatest princes of Christendom, was the brother of the detested Flora Francatelli. During a short pause which ensued in the dialogue between Ibrahim Pasha and his Greek confidant, Nisida stole gently up to the door in the partitions between the two saloons. So fearful was she of losing a single word of a discourse that so deeply interested and nearly concerned her. But, as I was saying ere now, Demetrius, resumed the Grand Vizier, who, young as he was, had acquired all the methodical habits of a wise statesman, let us examine in detail the whole posture of affairs in Florence, so that I may maturely consider the precise bearings of the case, and finally determine how to act. For, although I have at my disposal a fleet which might cope with even that of enterprising England or imperious France, though 20,000 well-disciplined soldiers on board these ships are ready to draw the sword at my nod, and though, as the Seraskier and Saipe-Salar of the armies of the Sultan, I am responsible for my actions to His Majesty alone, yet it is not a small thing, Demetrius, to march an invading force into the heart of Italy, and thereby risk a war with all Christendom. Therefore, let us pause to reflect upon every detail of all those incidents which occurred 2 months ago at Florence. Good, my lord, said Demetrius. I will therefore begin with my arrival in that fair city, to which I repaired with all possible dispatch, as soon as I had received the instructions of your highness. It would appear that the Lord Count of Riverola reached Florence the same day as myself, he having been detained at the outset of his voyage home from Rhodes by contrary winds and a severe storm. It was somewhat late in the evening when I called at the cottage of the Signora Francatelli, your highness' worthy aunt, for I previously passed a few hours in instituting by indirect means as many inquiries concerning her circumstances and welfare as could be prudently made. To my grief, however, I could not ascertain any tidings concerning your highness' sister, and I therefore came to the mournful conclusion that her disappearance still remained unaccounted for. Pondering upon the sad tidings which, in this respect, I should have to forward to your highness, and having already devised a fitting tale whereby to introduce myself to your lordship's aunt, I went to the cottage, which, as I heard in the course of a subsequent conversation. Don Francisco of Riverola had just quitted. Your Highness' aunt received me with as much cordiality as she could well show toward a stranger. Then, in accordance with my prearranged method of procedure, I stated I was sent by a son of a debtor to the estate of the late Signor Francatelli, to repay to any of his surviving relations a large sum of money which had been so very long owing, and the loss of which at the time had mainly contributed to plunge Signor Francatelli into embarrassment. I added that the son of the debtor, having grown rich, had deemed it an act of duty and honor to liquidate this liability on the part of his deceased father. My tale was believed. The case of jewels, which I had previously caused to be estimated by a goldsmith in Florence, was received as the means of settling the fictitious debt, and I was forthwith a welcome friend at the worthy lady's table. The stratagem was a good one, Demetrius, observed the Grand Vizier, but proceed, and fear not that thou wilt weary me with lengthened details. I stayed to partake of the evening repast, continued the Greek, and the Signora Francatelli grew confiding and communicative, as was nothing more than natural, inasmuch as I necessarily appeared in the light of the agent of a worthy and honorable man, who had not forgotten the obligation to a family that had suffered by his father's conduct. I assured the Signora that the person by whom I was employed to liquidate that debt would be rejoiced to hear of the success of the Francatellis, and I ventured to make inquiries concerning the orphan children of the late merchant. Proceed, Demetrius, said the Grand Vizier. Spare not a single detail. Your Highness shall be obeyed, returned the Greek, though now speaking with considerable diffidence. The worthy lady shook her head mournfully, observing that Alessandro, the son of the late merchant, was in Turkey, she believed. And then she rose hastily, and opening a door leading to a staircase, called her niece to descend, as there was only a friend present. I was overjoyed to learn thus unexpectedly that the Signora Flora had reappeared, and when she entered the room, could scarcely conceal my delight beneath that aspect of mere cold courtesy which it became a stranger to wear. The young lady appeared perfectly happy, and no wonder. For when she had retired, after staying a few minutes in the room, her good aunt, in the fullness of her confidence in me, not only related all the particulars of the Signora Flora's immurement in the Carmelite convent, but also explained to me her motives for so long concealing the young lady's return home, as I have heretofore narrated to your Highness. The worthy aunt then informed me that the Count of Riverola had only returned that day from the wars, that he had made honorable proposals to her on behalf of the Signora Flora, and that it was intended to sustain the mystery which veiled the young lady's existence and safety in the cottage, until the marriage should have been privately effected, when it would be too late for the Count's friends to interfere or renew their persecutions against your lordship's sister. Your Highness' aunt dropped hints intimating her suspicion that the Lady Nisida was the principal, if not indeed the sole means of those persecutions which had consigned the innocent young maiden to the Carmelite convent. And the more I reflect on this point, in view of all I know of the affairs, and of Donna Nisida's strange and resolute character, the more I am convinced that she really perpetrated that diabolical outrage. Were it not for young Francisco's sake, and that I should bring dishonor into a family with which my sister will, I hope, be soon connected with marriage ties, exclaimed Ibrahim, I would avenge myself and my sister's wrongs by forcing the cruel Nisida to yield herself to my arms. But no, it must not be. And Nisida, who overheard every syllable, curled her lips, while her eyes flashed fire at the dark menace which the renegade had dared to utter, qualified though it were by the avowal of the motive which would prevent him from putting it into execution. No, it must not be, repeated Ibrahim. And yet, she is so wondrously beautiful that I would risk a great deal to win her love. But proceed, Demetrius. We now come to that portion of the narrative which so nearly concerns my present proceedings. Yes, my lord, and God give your Highness success, exclaimed the young Greek. Having taken leave of your excellent aunt, who invited me to visit her again, as I had casually observed that business would detain me in Florence for some time, and having promised the strictest secrecy relative to all she had told me, I repaired to the inn at which I had put up, intending to devote the next day to writing the details of all those particulars which I have just related, and which I purpose to send by some special messenger to your Highness. But it then struck me that I should only attract undue attention to myself by conducting at a public tavern a correspondence having so important an aspect, and I accordingly rose very early in the morning to sally forth to seek after a secluded but respectable lodging. I eventually obtained suitable apartments in the house of a widow named Dame Margaretha, and there I immediately took up my abode. Having written my letters to your Highness, I was anxious to get them expedited to Constantinople, for I was well aware that your Highness would be rejoiced to hear that your beloved sister was indeed in the land of the living, that she was in good health, and that a brilliant marriage was in store for her. I accordingly spoke to Dame Margaretha relative to the means of obtaining a trusty messenger who would undertake a journey to Constantinople. The old woman assured me that her son Antonio, who was a valet in the service of the Count of Aristino, would be able to procure me such a messenger as I desired, and in the course of the day that individual was fetched by his mother to speak to me on the subject. Having repeated my wishes to him, he asked me several questions which seemed to indicate a prying disposition, and a curiosity as impertinent as it was inconvenient. In fact, I did not like his manner at all, but conceiving that his conduct might arise from sheer ignorance, and from no sinister motive, I still felt inclined to avail myself of his assistance to procure a messenger. Finding that he could not sift me, he at length said that he had no doubt a friend of his, whom he named Venturo, would undertake my commission, and he promised to return with that individual in the evening. He then left me, and true to his promise, he came back shortly after dusk, accompanied by this same Venturo. The bargain was soon struck between us, and he promised to set off that very night for Rimini, whence vessels were constantly sailing for Constantinople. I gave him a handsome sum in advance, and also a sealed packet, addressed to your Highness private secretary, but containing an enclosure also well sealed, directed to your Highness. For I did not choose to excite the curiosity of these Italians by allowing them to discover that I was corresponding with the Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire. Venturo accordingly left me, promising to acquit himself faithfully of his mission. Your plans were all wisely taken, said the Grand Vizier, and no human foresight could have anticipated other than successful results. Proceed, for although you have hastily sketched all these particulars to me before, yet I am anxious to consider them in more attentive detail. Having thus disposed of that important business, resumed the young Greek, I went out to saunter through the streets of Florence, and while away an hour or two in viewing the splendid appearance of that charming city, when lighted up with the innumerable lamps of its palaces and casinos. At length I entered a dark and obscure street, which I knew must lead toward the river. I had not proceeded far down the street when I heard the sound of many steps rapidly approaching, as if of a patrol. I stepped aside under a deep archway, but as chance would have it, they stopped short within a few paces of the spot where I was shrouded in the utter obscurity of the arch. I should have immediately passed on my way, but was induced to stop by hearing a voice which I recognized to be that of Venturo, whom I believed to be already some miles away from Florence. I was perfectly astounded at this discovery, and if I had entertained any doubts as to the identity of that voice, they were speedily cleared up by the conversation between the men. We had better separate here, said Venturo, and break into at least two parties, as at the bottom of this street we shall come within the blaze of the lights of the casinos on the Arno's bank. Well spoken, returned a voice which, to my increasing wonder, I recognized to be that of Antonio, my landlady's son. You and I, Venturo, will keep together, and our friends can go on first. We will follow them in a few minutes, and then unite again at the angle of the grove nearest to Dame Francatelli's cottage. What say you, Lomellino? Just as you think fit, Antonio, returned a third person, whom I naturally concluded to be the individual addressed as Lomellino. You, or rather your master, the Count of Aristino, pays for this business, and so I am bound to obey you. Listen, then, resumed Antonio, The young Count of Riverola, whom I have traced to the cottage this evening, will no doubt be coming away about the time we shall all meet down there, and therefore we shall have nothing to do but to carry him off to the cave. Why is the Count of Aristino so hostile to young Riverola? Demanded the man who had answered to the name of Lomolino. He cares nothing about young Riverola, either one way or the other, replied Antonio. But I have persuaded his lordship that if Francisco be left at large, he will only use his influence to mitigate the vengeance of the law against the Countess Giulia, who is the friend of Flora Francatelli. And so the Count of Aristino has consented to follow my advice and have Francisco locked up until the Inquisition has dealt with the Countess, her lover, the Marquis of Orsini, and the Francatellis, aunt and niece. Then you have a spite against this man, said Lomolino. Truly have I, responded Antonio. You remember that night when you, with Stefano, Verena, and Piero, got into the Riverola Palace some months ago. Well, I don't know who discovered the plot, but I was locked in my room, and next morning young Francisco dismissed me in a way that made me his mortal enemy, and I must have vengeance. For this purpose, I have urged on the Count to cause Flora Francatelli, whom Francisco loves and wishes to marry, to be included in the proceedings taken by the Inquisition at his lordship's instigation against the Countess Giulia and the Marquis d'Orsini. And the old aunt must necessarily be thrown into the bargain, for harboring sacrilegious persons. And so young Francisco is to lose his mistress, Flora, and be kept a prisoner in the cavern till he has been condemned along with the others, said Lomolino. Neither more nor less than what you imagine, and I only wish I had the Lady Nisida also in my power, for I have no doubt she instigated her brother to turn me off suddenly like a common thief, because from all you have since told me, Lomolino, I dare swear it was she who got an inkling of our intentions to plunder the Riverola Palace, though how she could have done so, being deaf and dumb, passes my understanding. Well, growled Lomolino, it is no use to waste time talking of the past. Let us only think of the present. Come, my men, we will go on first, as already agreed. 3 or 4 armed ruffians then put themselves in motion, passing close by the place where I was concealed, but fortunately without discovering my presence. Oh, those miscreants would have assuredly murdered you, my faithful Demetrius, said the Grand Vizier. Of that, my lord, there is little doubt, returned the young Greek, and I must confess that I shuddered more than once while listening to the discourse of the cold-blooded monsters. But Venturo and Antonio still remained behind for a few minutes, and the discourse which took place between them gave me a still further insight into the characters of the gang. Well, Venturo, said Antonio after a short pause, have you examined the packet which was entrusted to you? I have, and the contents are written in Greek or Arabic, or some such outlandish tongue, for I could not read a word of them, answered Venturo. And so I thought the best plan was to destroy them. You acted wisely, observed Antonio, by the saints. It was a good thought of mine to introduce you to my mother's lodger as a trustworthy messenger. If he only knew that we had shared his gold, and were laughing at him for his credulity, he would not be over well pleased. His purse appears to be pretty well lined, and when we have got all our present business off our hands, we will devote our attention to the lodger. The Arno is deep, and a foreigner the less in the city will not be noticed. Not at all, answered Venturo, but let us now hasten to join our companions. At what time are the officers of the Inquisition to visit the cottage? They are no doubt already in the neighborhood, replied Antonio, and will pounce upon their victims as soon as young Francisco leaves the place. Another set of officers are after the Marquis of Orsini. The 2 miscreants then departed, continuing their conversation in a low tone as they went along the street, but I overheard no more. The wretches, exclaimed the Grand Vizier in an excited voice. But vengeance will light upon them yet. Heaven grant that they may not go unpunished, said Demetrius. Your Highness may imagine the consternation with which I had listened to the development of the damnable plots, then in progress. But I nevertheless experienced a material solace in the fact that accident had thus revealed to me the whole extent of the danger which menaced those whom your Highness held dear. Without pausing to deliberate, I resolved, at all risks, to proceed at once to the cottage, and, if not too late, warn your aunt and lovely sister of the terrible danger which menaced them. Nay, more, I determined to remove them immediately from Florence, that very night, without an unnecessary moment's delay. Darting along the streets, as if my speed involved matters of life and death, I succeeded in passing the two villains, Venturo and Antonio, before they had entered the sphere of the brilliant illuminations of the casinos in the Vale of Arno, and I beard one say to the other, "There's some cowardly knave who has just done a deed of which he is no doubt afraid." Convinced by this remark that they suspected not who the person that passed them so rapidly was, I hurried on with increasing speed, and likewise with augmented hope to be enabled to save not only your lordship's aunt and sister from the officers of the Inquisition, but also the young Count of Riverola from the power of his miscreant enemies. Alas, my anticipations were not to be fulfilled. I lost my way amongst a maze of gardens connected with the villas bordering on the Arno, and much valuable time at such a crisis was wasted in the circuits which I had to make to extricate myself from the labyrinth and reach the bank of the river. At length I drew within sight of the cottage, but my heart beat with terrible alarms as I beheld lights moving rapidly about the house. It is too late, I thought, and yet I rushed on toward the place. But suddenly the door opened, and by a glare of light within, I saw 3 females closely muffled in veils, led forth by several armed men. It instantly struck me that the third must be the Countess Giulia of Arestino to whom I heard the miscreants allude. I stopped short, for I knew that any violent demonstration or interference on my part would be useless, and that measures of another kind must be adopted on behalf of the victims. As the procession now advanced from a cottage, I concealed myself in the adjacent grove, wondering whether Count Francisco had been already arrested or whether he had managed to elude his enemies. The procession, consisting of the officers of the Inquisition with their 3 female prisoners, who were dragged rather than led along, passed by the spot where I lay concealed, and the deep sobs which came from the unfortunate ladies, gagged though they evidently were, filled my heart with horror and anguish. As soon as they had disappeared, I struck further into the grove, knowing by its situation that the outlet on the other side would conduct me to the nearest road to that quarter of the city in which I lodged. But scarcely had I reached the outskirts of the little wood in the direction which I have named, when I saw a party of men moving on in front of me, through the obscurity of the night. It struck me that this party might consist of Antonio, Venturo, and other worthies, and I determined to ascertain whether Count Francisco had fallen into their hands. I accordingly followed them as cautiously as possible, taking care to skirt the grove in such a manner that I was concealed by its deep shade, whereas those whom I was watching proceeded further away from the trees. Thus the party in advance and myself continued our respective paths for nearly a quarter of an hour, during which I ascertained beyond all doubt that the men whom I was following were really the villains of the Antonio gang, and that they had a prisoner with them who could be no other than the Count of Riverola. At length the grove terminated, and I was about to abandon further pursuit as dangerous, when it struck me that I should be acting in a cowardly and unworthy manner not to endeavor to ascertain the locality of the cave of which I had heard the miscreants speak, and to which they were most probably conveying him who was so dear to the beautiful Signora Flora. Accordingly, I managed to track the party across several fields to a grove of evergreens. But as they advanced without caring how they broke through the crackling thickets, the noise of their movements absorbed the far fainter sounds which accompanied my progress. So successful was my undertaking that I was soon within 20 paces of them. But it was profoundly dark, and I was unable to observe their movements. I computed the distance they were from me, and calculated so as to form an idea of the exact spot where they were standing. For, by an observation which one of the villains let drop, I learnt that they had reached the entrance of their cavern. It also struck me that I heard a bell ring as if in the depths of the earth, and I concluded that this was a signal to obtain admittance. While I was weighing these matters in my mind, Lomolino suddenly exclaimed, Let the prisoner be taken down first, and have a care, Venturo, that the bandage is well fastened." "All right, Captain," was the reply. And thus I ascertained that Lomolino was the chief of some band, most probably, I thought, of robbers. For I remembered the allusions which had been made that evening by Antonio to a certain predatory visit some months previously to the Rivarola mansion. "God help Francisco," I said within myself, as I reflected upon the desperate character of the men who had him in their power. And then I was consoled by the remembrance that he was merely to be detained as a prisoner for a period, and not harmed. "Unfortunately, such demons as those Florentine banditti are capable of every atrocity," observed the Grand Vizier. "True, my lord," observed Demetrius, "but let us hope that all those in whom your highness is interested will yet be saved. I shall, however, continue my narrative. 3 or 4 minutes had elapsed since the robbers had come to a full stop, when I knew by the observations made amongst them that they were descending into some subterranean place. I accordingly waited with the utmost anxiety until I was convinced that they had all disappeared with their prisoner. And then I crept cautiously along to the place at which I had already reckoned them to have paused. I stooped down and carefully felt upon the ground until I was enabled to ascertain the precise point at which the marks of their footsteps had ceased. At this moment, the moon shone forth with such extreme brilliancy that its beams penetrated the thick foliage, and I now observed with horror that I had advanced to the very verge of a steep precipice, on the brink of which the grove suddenly ceased. Had not the moon thus providentially appeared at that instant, I should have continued to grope about in the utter darkness and have assuredly fallen into the abyss. I breathed a fervent prayer for this signal deliverance. But not a trace of any secret entrance to a cavern could I find, no steps, no trapdoor. Well aware that it would be dangerous for me to be caught in that spot, should any of the banditti emerge suddenly from their cave, I was reluctantly compelled to depart. But before I quitted the place, I studied it so well that I should have no difficulty in recognizing it again. In fact, just at the precise spot where the footsteps of the banditti ceased, an enormous chestnut tree, which for more than a century must have continued to draw from the earth its nourishment, slopes completely over the precipice, while on the right of this tree, as you face the abyss, is a knot of olives, and on the left an umbrageous lime. These features of the spot I committed to memory, with the idea that such a clue to the robbers' retreat might not eventually prove useless. "I will extirpate that nest of vipers, that horde of remorseless banditti," exclaimed Ibrahim Pasha, in a tone indicative of strong excitement. "Your Highness has the power," responded Demetrius, "but the Florentine authorities must be completely impotent in respect to such a formidable horde of lawless men. The remainder of my narrative is soon told, my lord," returned the young Greek. "I returned to my lodgings in safety, but determined not to remain there a single hour longer than necessary. For apart from the resolve which I had formed already, in consequence of the various and unforeseen incidents which had occurred, to return to Constantinople, the murderous designs of Antonio and Venturo in respect to myself would have hastened my removal at all events to another lodging. That night's sleep never visited my eyes, so amazed and grieved was I at the calamities which had befallen those who were so dear to your Highness. Very early in the morning I arose from a feverish bed and sallied forth to learn tidings of the Marquis of Orsini. For, thought I, if this nobleman has escaped arrest by the officers of the Inquisition, he might be enabled to effect somewhat in aiding the female victims. But I heard at his dwelling that he had been arrested the previous evening on a charge of sacrilege, perpetrated with others, in respect to the Carmelite convent. Frustrated in this quarter, I repaired to the principal clerk of the criminal tribunal, and inquired the name and address of a lawyer of eminence and repute. The clerk complied with my demand, and recommended me to Angelo Duras, the brother of a celebrated Florentine physician. "Both of whom are known to me by name," observed the Grand Vizier, "and Angelo Duras is a man of unblemished integrity. It delights me much to know you employed him." "I found him too," continued Demetrius, "a kind-hearted and benevolent man. he received me with affability, and I narrated to him as much as necessary of the particulars which I have detailed to your Highness. Without stating by whom I was employed, I merely represented to him that I was deeply interested in the Francatelli family, and that it was of the utmost importance to obtain a delay for 2 or 3 months in the criminal proceedings instituted against those innocent females, as, in the meantime, I should undertake a journey to a place at some considerable distance, but the result of which would prove materially beneficial to the cause of the accused. He observed that the interest of the Count of Arestino, who would doubtless endeavor to hasten the proceedings in order to wreak speedy vengeance upon his wife and the Marquis of Orsini, was very powerful to contend against, but that gold could accomplish much. I assured him that there would be no lack of funds to sustain even the most expensive process, and I threw down a heavy purse as an earnest of my ability to bear the cost of the suit. He committed to paper all the particulars that I had thought it prudent to reveal to him, and after some consideration said, "I now see my way clearly. I will undertake that the final hearing of this case, at least so far as it regards the Francatellis, shall be postponed for 3 months. You may rely upon the fulfillment of this promise. Let the Count of Arestino do his worst." Thus assured, I quitted the worthy pleader and proceeded to visit Father Marco, who, as I had happened to learn when in conversation with your Highness' aunt, was the family confessor. I found that excellent man overwhelmed with grief at the calamities which had occurred, and to him I confided, under a solemn promise of inviolable secrecy, who the present Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire really was, and how I had been employed by you to visit Florence for the purpose of watching over the safety of your relatives. I, however, explained to Father Marco that his vow of secrecy was to cease to be binding at any moment when the lives of the Francatellis should be menaced by circumstances that might possibly arise in spite of all the precautions that I had adopted to postpone the final hearing of their case, and that should imminent peril menace those lives, he was immediately to reveal to the Duke of Florence the fact of the relationship of the Francatellis with one who has power to punish any injury that might be done to them. Though well knowing, my lord, the obstinacy of the Christian states in venturing to beard Ottoman might, I considered this precaution to be at all events a prudent one, and Father Marco promised to obey my injunctions in all respects. "I was not mistaken in thee, Demetrius," said the Grand Vizier, "when I chose thee for that mission on account of thy discreetness and foresight." "Your Highness' praises are my best reward," answered the Greek. "I have now done all that I could possibly effect or devise under the circumstances which prompted me to think or act, and it grieved me that I was unable to afford the slightest assistance to the young Count of Riverola. But I dare not wait longer in Italy, and I was convinced that the authorities in Florence were too inefficient to root out the horde of banditti, even had I explained to them the clue which I myself obtained to the stronghold of those miscreants. I accordingly quitted Florence in the afternoon of the day following the numerous arrests which I have mentioned, and had I not been detained so long at Rimini by adverse winds, your Highness would not have been kept for so many weeks without the mournful tidings which it was at length my painful duty to communicate in person to your lordship. That delay, my faithful Demetrius, said the Grand Vizier, was no fault of thine. Fortunately, the squadron was already equipped for sea, and, instead of repairing to the African frontier to chastise the daring pirates, it is on its way to the Tuscan coast, where, if need be, it will land 20,000 soldiers to liberate my relations and the young Count of Riverola. A pretext for making war upon the Italian states has been afforded by their recent conduct in sending auxiliaries to the succor of Rhodes, and of that excuse I shall not hesitate to avail myself to commence hostilities against the proud Florentines should a secret and peaceful negotiation fail. But now that thou hast recapitulated to me all those particulars which thou didst merely sketch forth at first, it seems to me fitting that I anchor the fleet at the mouth of the Arno, and that I send thee, Demetrius, as an envoy in a public capacity, but in reality to stipulate privately for the release of those in whom I am interested. Thus terminated the conference between Ibrahim Pasha and his Greek dependent, a conference which had revealed manifold and astounding occurrences to the ears of the Lady Nisida of Riverola. Astounding indeed. Francisco in the hands of the formidable banditti, Flora in the prison of the Inquisition, and the Ottoman Grand Vizier bent upon effecting the marriage which Nisida abhorred. These tidings were sufficient to arouse all the wondrous energies of that mind which was so prompt in combining intrigues and plots, so resolute in carrying them out, and so indomitable when it had formed a will of its own. Ominous were the fires which flashed in her large, dark eyes, and powerful were the workings of those emotions which caused her heaving bosom to swell as if about to burst the bodice which confined it. When, retreating from the partition floor between the two saloons, and resuming her seat at the cabin windows to permit the evening breeze to fan her fevered cheek, Nisida thought within herself, "It was indeed time that I should quit that accursed island and return to Italy." Chapter 58. The roseate streaks which the departing glories of a Mediterranean sunset left lingering for a few minutes in the western horizon were yielding to the deeper gloom of evening, a few days after the scene related in the preceding chapter. As Nisida rose from her seat at the open windows of her splendid saloon on board the Ottoman admiral's ship, and began to lay aside her apparel, preparatory to retiring to rest, she was already wearied of the monotonous life of shipboard, and the strange revelations which the discourse between Ibrahim Pasha and Demetrius had developed to her ears rendered her doubly anxious to set foot upon her native soil. The Grand Vizier had paid his respects to her every day since she first embarked on board the Turkish ship, and they exchanged a few observations, rather of courtesy than in any deeper interest, by means of the tablets. Ibrahim's manner toward her was respectful, but when he imagined himself to be unperceived by her, his eyes were suddenly lighted up with the fires of ardent passion, and he devoured her with his burning glances. She failed not to notice the effect which her glorious beauty produced upon him, and she studiously avoided the imprudence of giving him the least encouragement, not from any innate feeling of virtue, but because she detested him as a man who was bent on accomplishing a marriage between her brother and Flora Francatelli. This hatred she concealed, and even the eagle-sighted Ibrahim perceived not that he was in any way displeasing to the lovely Nisida. With the exception of the Grand Vizier and the slaves who waited upon her, the lady saw no one on board the ship, for she never quitted the saloon allotted to her, but passed her time chiefly in surveying the broad sea and the other vessels of the fleet from the windows, or in meditating upon the course which she should pursue on her arrival in Florence. But let us return to the thread of our narrative. The last tints of the sunset were, we said, fading away when the Lady Nisida commenced her preparations for retiring to rest. She closed the casements, satisfied herself that the partition door between the two saloons was well secured, and then threw herself upon the voluptuous couch spread in one of the smaller cabins opening from her own magnificent apartment. She thought of Fernand, her handsome Fernand, whom she had abandoned on the Isle of Snakes, and profound sighs escaped her. Then she thought of Francisco, and the idea of serving that much-beloved brother's interests afforded her a consolation for having thus quitted the clime where she had passed so many happy days with Wagner. At length sleep fell upon her, and closed over the large, dark, brilliant eyes the white lids, beneath the transparent skin of which the blue veins were so delicately traced, and the long, jetty lashes reposed on the cheeks which the heat of the atmosphere tinged with a rich carnation glow. And when the moon arose that night, its silver rays streamed through the window set in the porthole of that small cabin, upon the beauteous face of the sleeper. But hark! There is the light sound of a footfall in the saloon from which that cabin opens. The treacherous Ibrahim possesses a key to the partition door, and having successfully wrestled with his raging desires until this moment, he is at length no longer able to resist the temptation of invading the sanctity of Nisida's sleeping place. Already has he set his foot upon the very threshold of the little side cabin, having traversed the spacious saloon, when a hand is laid upon his shoulder, and a voice behind him says in a low tone, "Your Highness has forgotten the fate of the murdered Calanth." Ibrahim started, shook the hand from off him, and exclaimed, "Dog of a Negro! What and who has made thee a spy upon my actions?" At the same instant that Ibrahim felt the hand on his shoulder and heard the well-known voice uttering the dreadful warning in his ears, Nisida awoke. Her first impulse was to start up, but, checking herself with wondrous presence of mind, as the part of the deaf and dumb person which she had imposed upon herself, to play flashed with lightning velocity across her brain, comprehending, too, in an instant, that the Grand Vizier had violated her privacy, but that some unknown succor was at hand. She remained perfectly motionless, as if still wrapped up in an undisturbed slumber. The Grand Vizier, and the individual whom he had in his rage addressed as a dog of a Negro, retreated into the saloon, Nisida holding her very breath so as not to lose a word that might pass between them should their dialogue be resumed. "Your Highness asks me what and who has made me a spy upon your actions," said the Negro in a low, monotonous voice, and speaking with mingled firmness and respect. "Those questions are easily answered. The same authority which ordered me to wrest from thine arms some months past the lady who might be unfortunate enough to please your Highness' fancy, exercises an unceasing supervision over you, even on this ship, and in the middle of the mighty sea. To that authority, all your deeds and acts are matters of indifference save those which would render your Highness faithless to an adoring wife. Remember, my lord, the fate of Calanthe, the sister of your dependent Demetrius, she who was torn from your arms, and whose beauteous form became food for the fishes of the Bosporus. How knew you who she was?" demanded the Grand Vizier, in a low, hoarse voice, the power of his utterance having been temporarily suspended by the rage that filled his soul at finding his iniquitous design in respect to Nisida, thus suddenly baffled by the chief of the 3 black slaves, whose attendance in this expedition had been forced upon him by the Sultana Valida. "How knew you who she was?" he again asked. "Rather demand, my lord, what can escape the prying eyes of those by whom your Highness has been surrounded ever since the seals of office were in your grasp," returned the slave. "But you would not betray that secret to Demetrius, who is now devoted to me, who is necessary to me, and who would loathe me were he to learn the dreadful fate of his sister," said the Grand Vizier with rapid and excited utterance. "I have no eyes and no ears, great Pasha," said the Negro, "save in respect to those matters which would render you faithless to the sister of the Sultan. Would to heaven that you had neither eyes nor ears at all, that you did not exist indeed," exclaimed Ibrahim, unable to repress his wrath. Then, in a different and milder tone, he immediately added, "Slave, I can make thee free. I can give thee wealth, and thou mayest dwell in happy Italy whither we are going for the remainder of thy days. Reflect, consider. I love that deaf and dumb Christian woman who sleepeth there. I already love her to distraction. Thwart me not, good slave, and thou mayest command my eternal gratitude. My lord, 2 other slaves overhear every word that now passes between us," responded the Ethiopian, his voice remaining calm and monotonous. "And even were we alone in all respects, I would not betray the trust reposed in me. But not on your Highness would the effects of your infidelity to the Princess Aisha fall. No, my lord, I have no authority to harm you. Had your Highness succeeded in your purpose ere now, the bowstring would have forever stifled the breath in the body of that deaf and dumb Christian lady, and her corpse would have been thrown forth from these windows into the sea. Such are my instructions, my lord, and thus every object of your sated passion must become your victim also." "Better, better were it," exclaimed Ibrahim, in a tone denoting the profoundest mental anguish, "to be the veriest mendicant who implores alms at the gate of the Mosque of St. Sophia than the Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire." With these words he rushed into the adjoining saloon, the Negro following and fastening the door behind him. Nisida now began to breathe freely once more. From what perils had she escaped? The violation of her couch by the unprincipled Ibrahim would have been followed by her immediate assassination at the hands of the Ethiopian, whom the Sultana mother had placed as a spy on the actions of her son-in-law. On the other hand, she felt rejoiced that the incident of this night had occurred. for it had been the means of revealing to her a secret of immense importance in connection with the Grand Vizier. She remembered the terms of grief and affection in which Demetrius had spoken of the disappearance of Calanthe, and she had heard enough on that occasion to convince her that the Greek would become the implacable enemy of any man who had wronged that much-loved sister. How bitter, then, would be the hatred of Demetrius! How dreadful would be the vengeance which he must crave against him whose lustful passion had led to the murder of Calanthe. Yes, Ibrahim, thy secret is now in possession of Nisida of Riverola, in the possession of that woman of iron mind and potent energy, and whom thou fondly believest to be deaf and dumb. Nisida slept no more that night, the occurrences of which furnished her with so much food for profound meditation, and with the earliest gleam of dawn that tinged the eastern heaven, she rose from her couch. Entering the saloon, she opened the windows to admit the gentle breeze of morning, and ere she commenced her toilet, she lingered to gaze upon the stately ships that were ploughing the blue sea in the wake of the admiral's vessel wherein she was. Suddenly her eyes fell upon what appeared to be a small speck at a little distance. But as this object was moving rapidly along on the surface of the Mediterranean, it soon approached sufficiently near to enable her to discern that it was a boat impelled by a single sail. Urged by an undefinable, and yet a strong sentiment of curiosity, Nisida remained at the saloon window, watching the progress of the little bark, which bounded over the waves with extraordinary speed, bending gracefully to the breeze that thus wafted it onward. Nearer and nearer toward the vessel it came, though not pursuing the same direction, and in 5 minutes it passed within a few yards of the stern of the Capitan Pasha's ship. But, oh, wondrous and unaccountable fact! There, stretched upon his back in that bounding boat, and evidently buried in deep slumber, with the rays of the rising sun gleaming upon his fine and now slightly flushed countenance, lay he whose image was so indelibly impressed upon the heart of Nisida, her handsome and strangely fated Fernand Wagner. The moment the conviction that the sleeper was indeed he struck to the mind of Nisida, she would have called him by name. She would have endeavored to awake him, if only to exchange a single word of fondness, for her assumed dumbness was for the moment forgotten. But she was rendered motionless and remained speechless, stupefied, paralyzed, as it were, with mingled wonder and joy. Wonder that he should have found the means of escape from the island, and joy that she was thus permitted to behold him at least once again. But the pleasure which this incident excited in her mind was transitory indeed, for the boat swept by, as if urged on by a stronger impulse than that of the gentle breeze of morning, and in another minute Nisida beheld it no more. The sun was setting behind the western hills of Sicily as Fernand Wagner entered the squalid suburb, which at that period stretched from the town of Syracuse to the sea. His step was elastic, and he held his head high, for his heart was full of joyous and burning hope. Hitherto the promises of the angel who had last appeared to him were completely fulfilled. The boat was wafted by a favorable breeze direct from the island of Snakes to the shores of Sicily, and he had landed in the immediate vicinity of Syracuse, the town in which a further revelation was to be made in respect to the breaking of the spell which had fixed upon him the frightful doom of the werewolf. But little suspected Fernand Wagner that one morning while he slept, his boat had borne him through the proud fleet of the Ottomans. Little wist he that his beloved Nisida had caught sight of him as he was wafted rapidly past the stern of the Capitan Pasha's ship. For on that occasion he had slept during hours, and when he had awakened, not a bark nor sail save his own was visible on the mighty expanse of water. And now it was with elastic step and joyous heart that the hero of our tale entered the town of Syracuse. But suddenly he remembered the singular nature of the inquiry that he was there to make, an inquiry concerning a man whose years had numbered 162. Nevertheless, thought Wagner, that good angel who gave me a sign whereby I should become convinced of the reality of her appearance, and whose promises have all been fulfilled up to this point, could not possibly mislead me. No, I will obey the command which I received, even though I should visit every human dwelling in the town of Syracuse. For heaven works out its wise purposes in wondrous manners, and it is not for me to shrink from yielding obedience to its orders, nor to pause to question their propriety. And oh, if I can but shake off that demon influence which weighs upon my soul, if I can but escape from the shackles which still enchain me to a horrible doom, how sincere will be my thanks to heaven, how unbounded my rejoicings. As Wagner had reached this point in his meditations, he stopped at the door of a barber's shop of mean appearance. The pole, with the basin hanging to it, denoting that the occupant of the place combined, as was usual in those times, the functions of shaver and bloodletter or surgeon. Hastily surveying the exterior of the shop, and fancying that it was precisely the one at which his inquiries should commence, barbers in that age being as famous for their gossiping propensities as in this, Fernand entered, and was immediately accosted by a short, sharp-visaged, dark-complexioned old man who pointed to a seat, saying in a courteous or rather obsequious tone, "What is your will, senor?" Fernand desired the barber-surgeon to shave his superfluous beard and trim his hair, and while that individual was preparing his lather and sharpening his razor in the most approved style of the craft, Wagner asked in a seemingly careless tone, "What news have you, good master, in Syracuse?" "Naught of importance, senor," was the reply. "Mere everyday matters. Syracuse is indeed wretchedly dull. There were only 2 murders and 3 attempts at assassination reported to the lieutenant of police this morning, and that is nothing for a town usually so active and bustling as ours. For my part, I don't know what has come over the people. I stepped as far as the dead house just now to view the body of a young lady, unclaimed as yet, who had her head nearly severed from her trunk last night. And then I proceeded to the great square to see whether any executions are to take place tomorrow. But really, there is nothing of any consequence to induce one to stir abroad in Syracuse just at this moment. Murders and attempts at assassination are matters of very common occurrence amongst you then?" said Wagner inquiringly. "We get a perfect surfeit of them, senor," returned the barber, now applying the soap to his customer's face. "They fail to create any sensation now, I can assure you. Beside, one gets tired of executions." "Naturally enough," said Fernand. "But I have heard that there are some very extraordinary personages in Syracuse. Indeed, there is one who has lived to a remarkable age. The oldest person I know of is the abbot of St. Mary's," interrupted the barber, "and he, repeated Wagner with feverish impatience, "is 97 and 3 months, senor. A great age, truly," responded the barber-surgeon. Fernand's hopes were immediately cooled down, but thinking that he ought to put his inquiry in a direct manner, he said, "Then it is not true that you have in Syracuse an individual who has reached the wondrous age of a century 62? "Holy Virgin, have mercy upon you, senor," ejaculated the barber, "if you really put faith in the absurd stories that people tell about the Rosicrucians." "Ah, then the people of Syracuse do talk on such matters," said Wagner, conceiving that he had obtained a clue to the aim and object of his inquiry. "Have you never heard, senor, of the Order of the Rosy Cross?" demanded the barber, who was naturally of a garrulous disposition, and who now appeared to have entered on a favorite subject. "I have heard in my travels vague mention made of such an order," answered Fernand. "But I never experienced any curiosity to seek to learn more, and, indeed, I may say, that I know nothing of the Rosicrucians save their mere name." "Well, senor," continued the barber, "for common pastalk, it is as good a subject as any other. But no one shall ever persuade me either that there is really such an order as the Brothers of the Rosy Cross, or that it is possible for human beings to attain the powers attributed to that fraternity." "You interest me much by your remarks, good leech," exclaimed Fernand. "I pray you to give me further explanation." "With infinite pleasure, senor, since you appear to desire it," returned the barber, still pursuing his tonsorial duties. "You must know that there are many wild legends and stories abroad concerning these invisible beings, denominated Rosicrucians. But the one which gains most general credence is that the brotherhood was founded by a certain Christianus Rosenkreuz, a German philosopher, who fancied that the arts and sciences might be developed in such a manner as to confer the greatest possible blessings on the human race. Then the aims of Rosencrux are entirely good and philanthropic, said Wagner interrogatively. As a matter of course, Signor, said the barber. And therefore, if such a man ever did live, he must have been an insane visionary, for who would believe that knowledge could possibly make us richer, happier, or better? All the philosophy in the universe could never convert this shop into a palace. But you are wandering from your subject, my good friend, gently remonstrated Fernand. I crave your pardon, Signor. Let me see. Oh, I recollect. We were talking of Christianus Rosencrux. Well, Signor, the fabled philosopher was a monk and a very wise as well as a very good man. I am only telling you the most generally received legend, mind, and would not have you think that I believe it myself. So this Rosencrux, finding that his cloistral existence was inconvenient for the prosecution of his studies, traveled into the East, and spent many years in acquiring the knowledge handed down to the wise men of those climes by the ancient Magi and Chaldeans. He visited Egypt and learnt many wonderful secrets by studying the hieroglyphics on the Egyptian pyramids. I forget how long he remained in the East, but it is said that he visited every place of interest in the Holy Land and received heavenly inspirations on the spot where our Savior was crucified. On his return to Europe, he saw full well that if he revealed all his knowledge at once, he would be put to death by the Inquisition as a wizard, and the world would lose the benefit of all the learning he had acquired. So says the legend, and it goes on to recite that Christianus Rosencrux then founded the Order of the Rosy Cross, which was nothing more or less than a brotherhood of wise men whom he initiated in all his secrets, with the intention that they should reveal from time to time small portions thereof, and thus give to the world by very slow degrees that immense amount of knowledge which he supposed would have stupefied and astounded everybody if made public all at once. Strange, most strange, thought Wagner within himself, that I should never have gleaned all these details before, eager as my inquiries and researches in the pursuit of knowledge have been. But heaven has willed everything for the best, and it is doubtless intended that my salvation shall proceed from the very quarter which was least known to me, and concerning which I have manifested the most contemptuous indifference in the sphere of knowledge. You appear to be much interested, Signor, said the barber, in this same tale of Christianus Rosencrux. But there is too much intelligence depicted on your countenance to allow me to suppose that you will place any reliance on the absurd story. How is it possible, Signor, that an order could have existed for so many years without any one member ever having betrayed the secrets which bind them all together? Moreover, their place of abode and study is totally unknown to the world, and if they inhabited the deepest caverns under the earth, accident must, sooner or later, have led to its discovery. Believe me, Signor, 'tis naught save a ridiculous legend. Though a poor, ignorant man myself, I hope I have too much good sense and too much respect for my father confessor to suppose for a minute that there is on earth any set of men more learned than the holy ministers of the Church. How long ago is Christianus Rosencrux reported to have lived? Demanded Wagner, suddenly interrupting the garrulous and narrow-minded Sicilian. There we are again, he ejaculated. The credulous declare that Rosencrux discovered in the East the means of prolonging existence, and though he was born as far back as the year 1359, he is still alive. Had not the barber turned aside at that precise instant to fill an ewer and place a towel for his customer's use, he would have been surprised by the sudden start and the expression of ineffable joy which denoted Fernand's emotions, as by a rapid calculation mentally made. Our hero perceived that if Rosencrux were born in 1359 and alive at that moment, namely in 1521, his age would be exactly 162. It is Christianus Rosencrux, then, he said to himself, whom I have inquired for, whom I am to see, and who will dissolve the spell that has been placed upon me. But where shall I seek him? Whither shall I go to find his secret abode? The duties of the barber were completed, and Wagner threw down a piece of gold, saying, Keep that coin, friend, for your discourse has greatly interested me, and has indeed well deserved it. The poor old man had never possessed in all his life so much money at one time, and so vast was his joy that he could only mutter a few broken sentences to express his gratitude. "I require not thanks, my good friend," said Wagner, "but one word ere I depart. Knowest thou the spot which rumor indicates as the abode of that sect of whom we have been speaking?" "Nay, excellent signor," replied the barber. "There your question masters me, for in this case rumor goes not to such a length as to afford hints for an investigation which would prove its utter fallacy. All that I have heard, signor, concerning the Rosicrucians, you have learnt from my lips, and I know no more." Wagner, finding that further inquiry in that quarter was useless, took leave of the old man and, traversing the suburb, entered the town of Syracuse. Chapter 59. Fernand was now at a loss how to act. He felt convinced that it was useless to institute any further inquiries relative to the whereabouts of the secret order of the Rosy Cross, because, had popular rumor ever hinted at any clue in that respect, the garrulous and inquisitive barber would have been sure to hear of it. He was not, however, disheartened. No, very far from that, for he was confident that the same supernal power that had hitherto directed him, and which was rapidly clearing away all obstacles in his path toward perfect emancipation from the influence of the evil one, would carry him to a successful and triumphant issue. Throwing himself, therefore, entirely on the wisdom and mercy of heaven, he roamed about the town of Syracuse, without any settled object in view, until he was much wearied, and it was very late. He then entered a miserable hostel, or inn, the best, however, that he could discover, and there, having partaken of some refreshment, he retired to the chamber allotted to him. Sleep soon visited his eyes, but he had not long enjoyed the sweets of slumber when that balmy repose was interrupted either by a touch or sound, he knew not which. Starting up in his couch, he perceived a tall figure, muffled in a huge dark mantle and wearing a slouched broad-brimmed hat, standing by the side of the bed. "Rise, Fernand Wagner," said a mild but masculine voice, "and follow me. He whom thou seekest has sent me to lead thee to him." Wagner did not hesitate to obey this mandate, which he felt certain was connected with the important business that had borne him to Syracuse. His apparel was speedily assumed, and he said, "I am ready to follow thee, stranger, whoever thou art, and whithersoever thou mayst lead, for my faith is in heaven." "Those who have faith shall prosper," observed the stranger in a solemn tone. He then led the way noiselessly down the steep staircase of the inn, and issued forth by the front gate, closely followed by Wagner. In deep silence did they proceed through the dark, narrow, and tortuous streets, leaving at length the town behind them, and then entering upon a barren and uneven waste. By degrees an object, at first dimly seen in the distance, and by the uncertain moonlight, which was constantly struggling with the dark clouds of a somewhat tempestuous night, assumed a more defined appearance, until a mass of gigantic ruins at length stood out from the somber obscurity. In a few moments the moon shone forth purely and brightly, and its beams falling on decayed buttresses, broken Gothic arches, deep entranceways, remnants of pinnacles and spires, massive walls of ruined towers, gave a wildly romantic, and yet not unpicturesque aspect to the remains of what was evidently once a vast monastic institution. The muffled stranger led the way amongst the ruins, and at last stopped at a gate opening into a small square enclosure formed by strong iron railings, 7 feet high and shaped at the points like javelins. Passing through the gateway, the guide conducted Wagner into a cemetery, which was filled with the marble tombs of the mitred abbots who had once held sway over the monastery and the broad lands attached to it. "You behold around you," said the muffled stranger, waving his arm toward the ruins, "all that remains of a sanctuary once the most celebrated in Sicily for the piety and wisdom of its inmates. But a horrible crime, a murder perpetrated under circumstances unusually diabolical, the criminal being no less a person than the last Lord Abbot himself, and the victim a beauteous girl whom he had seduced, rendered this institution accursed in the eyes of God and man. The monks abandoned it, and the waste over which you have passed is now the unclaimed but once fertile estate belonging to the abbey. The superstition of the Sicilians has not failed to invent terrific tales in connection with these ruins. And the belief that each night at 12 o'clock the soul of the guilty abbot is driven by the scourge of the demon through the scene alike of his episcopal power and his black turpitude, effectually prevents impertinent or inconvenient intrusion. The observation with which the muffled stranger concluded his brief narrative convinced Wagner that it was amongst those ruins the brethren of the Rosy Cross had fixed their secret abode. But he had no time for reflection, inasmuch as his guide hurried him on amidst the tombs, on which the light of the silver moon now streamed with a power and an effect that no dark cloud for the time impaired. Stopping at the base of one of the most splendid monuments in the cemetery, the muffled stranger touched some secret spring, and a large marble block immediately opened like a door, the aperture revealing a narrow flight of stone steps. Wagner was directed to descend first, a command which he obeyed without hesitation, his guide closing the marble entrance ere he followed. For several minutes the two descended in total darkness. At length, a faint, glimmering light met Wagner's view, and as he proceeded it grew stronger and stronger until it became of such dazzling brilliancy that his eyes ached with the supernatural splendor. That glorious luster was diffused from a silver lamp, hanging to the arched roof of a long passage or corridor of masonry, to which the stone steps led. "Fernand Wagner," said the guide in his mild and somewhat monotonous voice, "thou now beholdest the eternal lamp of the Rosicrucians. For 120 years has that lamp burnt with as powerful a luster as that which it now sheds forth, and never once, no, not once during that period, has it been replenished. No human hand has touched it since the day when it was first suspended there by the great founder of our sect." All doubt was now dispelled from the mind of Wagner, if a doubt he had even for a moment entertained, since the muffled stranger had summoned him from the inn. He was indeed in the secret abode of the holy sect of the Rosy Cross. His guide, too, was a member of that brotherhood, and there, almost too dazzling to gaze upon, burnt the eternal lamp which was the symbol of the knowledge cherished by the order. Wagner turned to gaze in wonder and admiration upon his guide, and beneath the broad brim of the slouched hat, he beheld a countenance venerable with years, imposing with intelligence, and benevolent with every human charity. "Wise and philanthropic Rosicrucian," exclaimed Wagner, "I offer thee my deepest gratitude for having permitted me to enter this sanctuary. But how camest thou to learn that I sought admittance hither, and unveil to me the great mysteries of this place? We are the servants of holy angels, who reveal to us in visions the will of the Most High," answered the Rosicrucian, "and they who commanded me to bring thee hither will induce thine heart to retain our secret inviolable." "Not for worlds," cried Wagner, with an enthusiasm which denoted sincerity, "would I betray ye." "'Tis well," said the Rosicrucian with philosophic calmness, as if he put more faith in the protecting influence of heaven than in the promises of man. "I shall not accompany thee further. Follow that passage. At the extremity there are 2 corridors branching off in different directions, but thou wilt pursue the one leading to the right. Proceed fearlessly, and stop not till thou shalt stand in the presence of the founder of the sect." Fernand hastened to obey these directions, and having threaded the 2 passages, he entered a large and rudely hollowed cavern, where the feelings of mingled awe and suspense with which he had approached it were immediately changed into deep veneration and wonder, as he found himself in the presence of one who, by his appearance, he knew could he none other than Christianus Rosencrux. Never had Fernand beheld a being of such venerable aspect, and, though old, evidently very old, as indeed Wagner knew him to be, yet the founder of the celebrated Rosicrucians manifested every appearance of possessing a vigorous constitution, as he was assuredly endowed with a magnificent intellect. His beard was long and white as snow. A century and 60 years had not dimmed the luster of his eyes, and his form, though somewhat bent, was masculine and well-knit. He was seated at a table covered with an infinite variety of scientific apparatus, and articles of the same nature were strewed upon the ground. To the roof hung an iron lamp, which indeed burnt faintly after the brilliant luster of the eternal flame that Wagner had seen in the passage. But its flickering gleam shone lurid and ominous on a blood-red cross suspended to the wall. Fernand drew near the table and bowed reverentially to the Rosicrucian chief, who acknowledged his salutation with a benignant smile. "Wagner," he said in a firm but mild tone, "I have been forewarned of thy coming and am prepared to receive thee. Thy constant and unvarying faith in heaven has opened to thee the gates of salvation, and it is mine to direct thee how to act, that the dreadful doom which thou hast drawn upon thyself may be annihilated soon and forever." The venerable man paused, and Fernand again bowed lowly and with profound respect. "So soon as the morning sun shall have revisited this hemisphere," continued Rosencrux, "thou must depart for Italy. Start not, Fernand, but prepare to obey that power which will sustain thee. On arriving in Italy, proceed direct to Florence, and fear not to enter that city even in the broad daylight. Thou wilt not be harmed. There await the current of those circumstances that must lead to the grand event, which is ordained to break the spell that has cast upon thee the doom of a werewolf. For as thou didst voluntarily unite thyself in the face of heaven with Donna Nisida of Riverola, so it is decreed, for the wisest purposes, that a circumstance intimately connected with her destiny must become a charm and a talisman to change thine own. On thine arrival in Florence, therefore, seek not to avoid Lady Nisida, but rather hasten at once to her presence. And again I say, a supernal power will protect thee from any baneful influence which she might still exercise over thee. For the spell that the evil one hath cast upon thee, Fernand Wagner, shall be broken only on that day, and in that hour when thine eyes shall behold the skeletons of two innocent victims suspended to the same beam." Having uttered these words in a louder and hurried, but not the less impressive tone than he had at first used, Christianus Rosencrux motioned impatiently for Wagner to depart. And Fernand, amazed and horrified at the dreadful words which had met his ears, retreated from the cavern and sped rapidly back to the spot where he had quitted his guide, whom he found waiting his return beneath the undying lamp. The Rosicrucian conducted Wagner in silence from that deep and subterranean abode beneath the tomb, thence through the cemetery amidst the ruins of the monastery, and across the wild waste back to Syracuse. Nor did the muffled brother of the Rosy Cross take leave of Fernand until they had reached the door of the hostel. There they parted, the Rosicrucian invoking a blessing upon the head of Wagner, who regained his chamber without disturbing the other inmates of the house, but with the conflicting emotions of ardent hopes and appalling fears and holy aspirations filling his breast. By degrees, however, as he was enabled to reason to himself with increasing calmness, the fears and the doubts became fainter and fainter, while the hopes and the aspirations grew stronger and stronger, and at length, throwing himself upon his knees, he exclaimed fervently, "O Lord, deal with me as thou wilt. Thy will be done." It was late in the afternoon of a sultry day, toward the close of September, or, to be more particular, on the 25th of that month, that a numerous and brilliant cavalcade, on emerging from a grove which bounded one of the sinuosities of the Arno, came within sight of the towers and pinnacles of Florence. On the white felt turbans of 150 Ottoman soldiers glistened the crescent, the symbol of Islamism, and their steel-sheathed scimitars and the trappings of their horses sent forth a martial din as they were agitated by the rapidity of the march. 48 slaves, also mounted on steeds procured at Leghorn, followed the soldiers with a short interval between the two corps, and in the space thus left rode the Greek Demetrius and Lady Nisida of Riverola. The latter wore the garb of her sex, and sat upon her horse with the grace of an Amazonian queen. The moment the cavalcade came in sight of the fair city of flowers, a flush of joy and triumph suddenly diffused itself over Nisida's countenance, and her lips were simultaneously compressed to prevent the utterance of that exclamation of gladness which her heart sent up to her tongue. Demetrius now commanded a temporary halt, addressing himself to a Turkish youth who had been attached to his person in the capacity of secretary. He said, "Yakub, Hie thou in advance, with an escort of 2 soldiers and 2 slaves, and push on to Florence. There seek an immediate interview with the President of the Council of State, and acquaint that high functionary with the tidings of my approach. Thou wilt inform him that I am about to enter Florence in the peaceful capacity of envoy from the puissant and most glorious Ibrahim Pasha, the vizier of the Sultan, to treat on divers matters interesting to the honor of the Ottoman Porte and the welfare of all Italy. In the meantime, I shall so check our speed that we may not reach the city until after sunset, which arrangement will afford you 2 full hours to accomplish the mission which I now trust to thee." Yakub bowed and hastened to obey the commands which he had received, speeding toward Florence, attended by 2 soldiers and 2 slaves. Demetrius then ordered his party to dismount and rest for a short space upon the banks of the Arno. Some of his slaves immediately pitched a tent, into which he conducted Nisida, and refreshments were served to them. When the repast was concluded, and they were left alone together for a few minutes, Nisida's manner suddenly changed from calm patrician reserve to a strange agitation. Her lips quivered, her eyes flashed fire. And then, as if desperately resolved to put into execution the idea which she had formed, she seized Demetrius by the hand, bent her head toward him, and murmured in the faintest whisper possible, "Start not to hear the sound of my voice. I am neither deaf nor dumb, but this is not the place for explanations. I have much to tell you, much to hear, for I can speak to thee of Calanthe, and prove that he whom thou servest so zealously is a wretch meriting only thy vengeance. My God, what marvels are now taking place?" murmured the Greek, surveying Nisida in profound astonishment not unmingled with alarm. "Silence, silence, I implore you," continued she in the rapid, low, and yet distinctly audible whisper. "For your sake, for mine, betray me not. Deaf and dumb must I appear, deaf and dumb must I yet be deemed for a short space. But tonight, at 12 o'clock, you will meet me, Demetrius, in the garden of the Riverola mansion, and then I will conduct you to an apartment where we may confer without fear of being overheard, without danger of interruption." "I will not fail thee, lady," said the Greek, scarcely able to recover from the amazement into which Nisida's sudden revelation of her power of speech and hearing had thrown him. Then, as an oppressive feeling seized upon his soul, he demanded, "But Calanthe, lady, in the name of heaven. One word more, and let that word give me hope that I may see my sister again." "Demetrius," answered Nisida, her countenance becoming ominous and somber, "you will never behold her more. The lust of Ibrahim Pasha, nay, start not so violently, brought destruction and death upon Calanthe." The features of the young Greek were at first distorted with anguish, and tears started from his eyes. But in the next moment, their expression changed to one denoting the fiercest rage. Nisida understood all that was passing in his soul, and she bent upon him a significant glance which said more eloquently than language could have done, "Yes, vengeance thou shalt have." She then rose from the velvet cushions which had been spread upon the ground within the tent, and waving her hand in token of temporary farewell to Demetrius, hastened forth, mounted her horse, and departed, alone and unattended, toward Florence. Great was the surprise that evening of the numerous servants and dependents at the Riverola mansion, when Donna Nisida suddenly reappeared after an absence of very nearly 7 months, and that absence so unaccountable to them. Although her haughty and imperious manner had never been particularly calculated to render her beloved by the menials of the household, yet her supposed affliction of deafness and dumbness had naturally made her an object of interest, and, moreover, as close upon 3 months had elapsed since Count Francisco himself had disappeared in a strange and alarming way 2 days only after his return from the wars, the domestics were pleased to behold at least one member of the lost family come back amongst them. Thus it was with sincere demonstrations of delight that the dependents and menials welcomed Donna Nisida at Riverola, and she was not ungracious enough to receive their civilities with coldness. But she speedily escaped from the ceremonies of this reception, and, intimating by signs to the female minions who were about to escort her to her apartments that she was anxious to be alone, she hurried thither. her heart leaping with joy at the thought of being once more beneath the roof of the palace of her forefathers. "And, Fernand, wast thou forgotten?" "Oh, no, no. In spite of all her revived schemings and new plots, Nisida, thy well-beloved Nisida, had room in her heart for thine image." On reaching her own suite of apartments, the key of which had been handed to her by one of the female dependents, Nisida found everything in the same state as when she last was there. And it appeared to her a dream, yes, a very wondrous dream, that she had been absent for nearly 7 months. And during that period had seen and experienced such strange vicissitudes. The reader need scarcely be informed that Nisida's first impulse, on entering her own suite of apartments in the Riverola mansion, was to hasten and gaze once more upon the portrait of her mother. And intent, earnest, enthusiastic was the upraised look now fixed upon that portrait. Even as when we first saw Nisida contemplating the sweet and benignant countenance in the 2nd chapter of our narrative. Yes, and again was her gaze indicative of a devotion, an adoration, a worship. "Oh, my sainted mother," thought Nisida within her breast, "I have not proved ultimately faithless to the solemn vows I pledged to thee upon thy deathbed. No, if for a time I yielded to the voluptuous idleness of love and passion in that now far-off Mediterranean isle, yet, at last did I arouse myself to energy for young Francisco's sake. And I came back as soon as heaven sent me the means of return to the place where my presence may best serve his interests and carry out thy wishes. For, oh, when thou wast alive, my worshipped, my adored mother, how good, how kind, how affectionate wast thou toward me. And that tenderness of a mother for her offspring, ah, how well can I comprehend it now, for I also shall soon become a mother. Yes, Fernand. Within the last week, I have received the conviction that a being bearing thine image will see the light in due time, and the honor of the proud name of Riverola requires that our child must not be born of an unwedded mother. But wilt thou seek me out, Fernand? Oh, where art thou now? Whither was the bark, in which I beheld thee last, wafting thee away?" And all the while that these thoughts were agitating within her mind, Donna Nisida kept her eyes intently fixed on the portrait. But on reflecting a second time that should she fail to meet with Wagner soon again, or should he prove faithless to her, or if, indeed, he should nurse resentment and loathing for her on account of her unworthy conduct toward him on the island, and that her child should be born of an unwedded mother. When, we say, she thought of this dread probability a second time, she burst into tears, and turned away from the contemplation of her mother's countenance. And Nisida so seldom wept, that when tears did escape the usually sealed-up springs of her emotions, they came in torrents, and were most bitter and painful to shed. But she at length triumphed over her feelings, or rather, their outpourings relieved her. And now the remembrance of another duty which she had resolved upon performing the moment she should reach home again was uppermost in her mind. She contemplated a visit to the mysterious closet, the dark cabinet of horrible secrets, in order to ascertain whether curiosity had triumphed over Francisco's prudence, or if anyone indeed had violated the loneliness of that chamber in which the late Count of Riverola had breathed his last. She accordingly took a lamp in her hand, for it was now far advanced in the evening, and proceeded to the apartment where a father's dying injunctions had been given to her brother, and which that father and that brother had so little suspected to have been heard and greedily drunk in by her ears. The door of the room was locked. Nisida accordingly proceeded forthwith to her brother's chamber, and there, in a secret place where she knew he had been accustomed to keep papers or valuables, she found the key of the chamber containing the mysterious closet, but not the key of the closet itself. Of this latter circumstance she was glad, inasmuch as she conceived that he had adopted her counsel to carry it invariably secured about his person, so that no prying domestics might use it in his absence. Returning, therefore, with the one key which she had found, she entered the apartment where her father had breathed his last. Unchanged was its appearance, in mournfulness and gloom unchanged, in arrangements and features precisely the same as when she last was there, on the night when she intercepted the banditti in their predatory visit. She drew aside the hangings of the bed. A cloud of dust flew out, and for a few moments she stood gazing on the couch where the dark spirit of her sire had fled from its mortal tenement. And as she still lingered near the bed, the remembrance of the death scene came so vividly back to her mind, that for an instant she fancied she beheld the cold, stern, relentless countenance of the late Count of Riverola upon the pillow. And she turned away more in loathing and abhorrence than alarm, for through her brain flashed in dread association with his memory the awful words. And as the merciless scalpel hacked and hewed away at the still almost palpitating flesh of the murdered man, in whose breast the dagger remained deeply buried, a ferocious joy, a savage, hyena-like triumph filled my soul, and I experienced no remorse for the deed I had done. Yes, she turned aside and was advancing rapidly toward the mysterious closet, when, holy God, was it reality or imagination? Was it a human being or a specter from another world? For a tall, dark form, muffled apparently in a long cowl, or it might be a cloak, but Nisida was too bewildered to discriminate aright, glided from the middle of the room where her eyes first beheld it, and was lost to view almost as soon as seen. Strong-minded as Nisida was, indomitable as was her courage, and far away as she was from being superstitious, yet now she staggered, reeled, and would have fallen had she not come in contact with the mysterious closet, against which she leaned for support. She gasped for breath, and her eyes were fixed wildly upon the door by which the figures had disappeared. Nevertheless, she had so far retained her presence of mind as to grasp the lamp firmly in her hand, for at that moment, after such a fright, in the room where her father had died, and in the close vicinity of the fearful cabinet, even Nisida would have fainted with terror to be left in darkness. "'Twas imagination, naught save imagination," she thought within herself, as she exerted all her power to surmount the alarms that had seized upon her. "But no! I remember to have closed the door carefully behind me, and now it is open." As that reminiscence and conviction flashed to her mind, she nerved herself to advance into the passage, but all was silent, and not a soul was there save herself. Scarcely knowing what to think, yet ashamed to give way to superstitious fears, Nisida retraced her steps and proceeded to examine the door of the closet. She was satisfied that it had never been opened since the night of her father's death, for the seals which she had induced Francisco to place upon the lock next day were still there. But all the while she was thus scrutinizing the door, the lock, and the seals, she could not help occasionally casting a furtive glance around, to convince herself that the tall, dark, muffled form was not standing behind her. And, as she retraced her way to her own apartments, she stopped now, and then through dread that other footsteps beside her own echoed in the long and lonely corridors of the old mansion. She, however, regained her chamber in safety, and fell into a deep reverie respecting the tall figure she had seen. Were it not for the fact, of which she was confident, of her having closed the door on entering the room where her father had died, she would have concluded that her imagination had deluded her, but she now feared lest she might be watched by spies for some unknown and hostile purpose. It was perplexing, to say the least of it, and Nisida determined to adopt all possible precautions against her secret enemies, whoever they might be. She accordingly arose from her seat, put off her upper garment, donned her thin but strong corselet, and then assumed the black velvet robe which reached up to her throat, concealing the armor beneath. Her flexible dagger, that fatal weapon which had dealt death to the unfortunate Agnes, was next thrust into the sheath formed by the wide border of her stomacher, and Nisida smiled with haughty triumph as if in defiance to her foes. She then repaired to one of the splendid saloons of the mansion, and ere she sat down to the repast that was served up, she dispatched a note acquainting Dr. Duras with her return and requesting his immediate presence. In about half an hour the physician arrived, and his joy at beholding Nisida again was only equaled by his impatience to learn the cause of her long absence, and all that had befallen her during the interval. She made a sign for the old man to follow her to the retirement of her own apartments, and then, having closed the door, she said to him in a low tone, "Doctor, we will converse by means of signs no more, For, though still forced to simulate the deaf and dumb in the presence of the world, yet now, with you, who have all along known my terrible secret, our discourse must be too important to be carried on by mere signs. Nisida, returned Duras, also in a low and cautious tone, thou knowest that I love thee as if thou wast my own daughter, and thy voice sounds like music upon my ears. But when will the dreadful necessity which renders thee dumb before the world, when will it cease, Nisida? Soon, soon, doctor, if thou wilt aid me, answered the lady. A long and earnest conversation then ensued, but it is not necessary to give the details to the reader, inasmuch as their nature will soon transpire. Suffice it to say that Nisida urged a particular request, which she backed by such explanation, and we must also say misrepresentations as she thought suitable to her purpose. And that doctor, Duras eventually, though not without compunction and hesitation, at length acceded to her prayer. She then gave him a brief account of her abduction from Florence by the villain Stefano, her long residence on the island of Snakes, and her deliverance from thence by the Ottoman fleet, which was now off the port of Leghorn. But she said nothing of Fernand Wagner, nor did she inform the physician that she was acquainted with the cause of Francisco's disappearance and the place where he was detained. At length, doctor. Duras took his leave, but ere he left the room Nisida caught him by the hand, saying in a low yet impressive tone, "Remember your solemn promise, my dear friend, and induce your brother to leave Flora Francatelli to her fate." I will, answered the physician. "And after all you have told me, and if she be really the bad, profligate, and evil-disposed girl you represent her, it will be well that the Inquisition should hold her tight in its grasp." With these words, doctor, Duras departed, leaving Nisida to gloat over the success which her plans had thus far experienced. Chapter 60. It was verging toward midnight, and the moon was concealed behind dark clouds when a tall figure, muffled in a cloak, climbed over the railing which enclosed one portion of the spacious garden attached to the Riverola Palace. That person was Fernand Wagner. He had arrived in Florence 2 days before that on which Nisida returned to the ancestral dwelling. He had entered the city boldly and openly in the joyous sunlight, and yet no one molested him. He even encountered some of the very esbirri who had arrested him in the preceding month of February. They saluted him respectfully, thus showed that they recognized him, but offered not to harm him. His trial, his condemnation, and his escape appeared all to have been forgotten. He repaired to his mansion. His servants, who had remained in possession of the dwelling, received him with demonstrations of joy and welcome, as if he had just returned under ordinary circumstances from a long journey. Truly, then, he was blessed by the protection of heaven. And, more wondrous still, on entering his favorite room, he beheld all his pictures in their proper places, as if none of them had ever been removed, as if the confiscation of several by the criminal tribunal had never taken place. Over the one which had proclaimed the secret of his doom to the judges and the audience on the occasion of his trial, still hung the black cloth, and an undefinable curiosity, no, not a sentiment of curiosity, but one of hope, impelled him to remove the covering. And how exquisite was his joy, how great his amazement, how sincere his thanksgivings when he beheld but a blank piece of canvas. The horrible picture of the werewolf, a picture which he had painted when in a strangely morbid state of mind, had disappeared. Here was another sign of heaven's goodness, a further proof of celestial mercy. On instituting inquiries, Fernand had learnt that Donna Nisida had not yet come back to Florence, but he employed trusty persons to watch and give him notice of her arrival the instant it should occur. Thus Nisida had not been half an hour at the Riverola mansion when Fernand was made acquainted with her return. From the conversation which had taken place between them at various times on the island, and as the reader is well aware, Wagner felt convinced that Nisida would again simulate deafness and dumbness, and he was therefore desirous to avoid giving her any surprise by appearing abruptly before her, a proceeding which might evoke a sudden ejaculation, and thus betray her secret. Moreover, he knew not whether circumstances would render his visits, made in a public manner, agreeable to her, and, perhaps, Pardon him, gentle reader. Perhaps he was also curious to learn whether she still thought of him, or whether the excitement of her return had absorbed all tender feelings of that nature. Influenced by these various motives, Wagner muffled himself in a long Tuscan cloak and repaired to the vicinity of the Riverola mansion. He passed through the gardens without encountering anyone, and, perceiving a side door open, he entered the building. Ascending the stairs, he thought that he should be acting in accordance with the advice given him by Rosencrux, and also consistent with prudence, were he at once to seek an interview with Nisida privately. He therefore repaired in the direction of the principal saloons of the palace, but losing his way amidst the maze of corridors, he was about to retire when he beheld the object of his search, the beautiful Nisida, enter a room with a lamp in hand. He now felt convinced that he should meet her alone, and he hurried after her. In pursuance of his cautious plan, he opened the door gently, and was already in the middle of the apartment, when he perceived Nisida standing by the side of a bed, and with her head fixed in that immovable manner which indicates intent gazing upon some object. Instantly supposing that some invalid reposed in that couch, and now seized with a dreadful alarm lest Nisida, on beholding him, should utter a sudden ejaculation which would betray the secret of her feigned dumbness, Fernand considerately retreated with all possible speed. Nor was he aware that Nisida had observed him, much less that his appearance there had excited such fears in her breast, those fears being greatly enhanced by his negligence in leaving the door open behind him. Oh! Had Nisida known it was thou, Fernand Wagner, how joyous, how happy she would have been. For the conviction that she bore the pledge of your mutual passion had made her heart yearn that eve to meet with thee again. And was it a like attraction on thy part, or the mysterious influence that now guided all thy movements, which induced thee at midnight to enter the Riverola gardens again, that thou mightest be, as it were, upon the same spot where she dwelt, and sent the fragrance of the same flowers that perfumed the atmosphere which she breathed? Oh! Doubtless it was that mysterious influence, for thou hast now that power within thee which made thee strong to resist all the blandishments of the siren, and to prefer the welfare of thine own soul to aught in this world beside. We said then, at the commencement of this chapter, that Fernand entered the Riverola gardens shortly after midnight. But scarcely had he crossed the iron railings, turned into the nearest path formed by shrubs and evergreens, when he was startled by hearing another person enter the grounds in the same unceremonious manner. Fernand accordingly stood aside in the deep shade of the trees, and in a few moments a figure, muffled like himself in a cloak, passed him rapidly by. Wagner was debating in himself what course he should pursue, for he feared that some treachery was intended toward Nisida, when to his boundless surprise he heard the mysterious visitant say in a low tone, "Is it you, lady?" To which question the unmistakable and never-to-be-forgotten voice of his Nisida answered, "'Tis I, Demetrius. Follow me noiselessly, and breathe not another word for the present." Fernand was shocked and grieved at what he had just heard, and which savored so strongly of an intrigue. Had not his ears deceived him? Was this the Nisida from whom he had parted but little more than 3 weeks back, and who had left him that tender note which he had found in the hut on the island? But he had no time for reflection. The pair were moving rapidly toward the mansion, and Wagner unhesitatingly followed, his footsteps being soundless on the damp soil of the borders of flowers, and his form being concealed by the shade of the tall evergreens which he skirted. He watched Nisida and her companion until they disappeared by a small private door at the back of the mansion, and this door was by them incautiously left unlocked, though shut close. It opened rapidly to Wagner's hand, and he found himself at the foot of a dark staircase, the sound of ascending steps on which met his ears. Up that narrow flight he sped, noiselessly but hastily, and in a few moments he was stopped by another door which had just closed behind those whom he was following. Here he was compelled to pause, in the hope that the partition might not be so thick as completely to intercept the sounds of the voices in the chamber. But after listening with breathless attention for a few minutes, he could not catch even the murmuring of a whisper. It now struck him that Nisida and her companion might have passed on into a room more remote than the one to which that door had admitted them, and he resolved to follow on. Accordingly, he opened the door with such successful precaution that not a sound, not even the creaking of the hinge, was the result, and he immediately perceived that there was a thick curtain within, for it will be recollected that this door was behind the drapery of Nisida's bed. At the same time, a light, somewhat subdued by the thick curtain, appeared, and the sound of voices met Fernand's ears. "Signor," said the melodious voice of Nisida in its sweetest, softest tones, "it is due to myself to tender fitting excuse for introducing you thus into my private chamber, but the necessity of discoursing together without fear of interruption, and in some place that is secure from the impertinence of eavesdroppers, must serve as an apology." "Lady," replied Demetrius, "it needed no explanation of your motive in bringing me hither to command on my part that respect which is due to you." A weight was removed from Wagner's mind. It was assuredly no tender sentiment that had brought Nisida and the Greek together this night, and the curiosity of Fernand was therefore excited all the more strongly. "We will not waste time in unnecessary parlance," resumed Nisida after a short pause. "Nor must you seek to learn the causes, the powerful causes which have urged me to impose upon myself the awful sacrifice involved in the simulation of loss of speech and hearing. Suffice it for you to know that, when on board the Capitan Pasha's ship, I overheard every syllable of the conversation which one day took place between the apostate Ibrahim and yourself, a conversation wherein you gave a detailed account of all your proceedings at Florence, and in the course of which you spoke feelingly of your sister Calanthe. Alas, poor Calanthe!" exclaimed Demetrius in a mournful tone, "and is she really no more?" "Listen to me while I relate the manner in which I became aware of her fate," said Nisida. She then explained the treacherous visit of the Grand Vizier to the cabin, wherein she had slept on board the Ottoman admiral's ship, the way in which the Ethiopian slave had interfered to save her, and the conversation that had taken place between Ibrahim and the Negro, revealing the dread fate of Calanthe. "Is it possible that I have served so faithfully a man possessed of such a demon heart?" cried Demetrius. "But I will have vengeance, lady. Yes, the murdered Calanthe shall be avenged. And I too must have vengeance upon the proud and insolent vizier who sought to violate all the laws of hospitality in respect to me," observed Nisida, "and who seeks to marry his sister, the low-born Flora, the sister of the base renegade, to the illustrious scion of the noble house of Riverola. Vengeance, too, must I have upon the wretch Antonio, the panderer to my father's illicit and degrading amours, the miscreant who sought to plunder this mansion, and who even dared to utter threats against me in that conversation with his accomplice Venturo, which you, signor, overheard in the streets of Florence. This game wretch it is, too, who consigned my brother to the custody of banditti. And though, for certain reasons, I deplore not that captivity which Francisco has endured, inasmuch as it has effectually prevented him from interesting himself on behalf of Flora Francatelli, yet as Antonio was animated by vengeance only in so using my brother, he shall pay the penalty due on account of all his crimes. And in the task of punishing Antonio, lady, said Demetrius, shall I be right glad to aid, for did not the villain deceive me infamously in respect to the dispatches which I sought to forward to Constantinople when last I was at Florence? And, not contented with that vile treachery, even plotted with his accomplice Venturo against my life. Vengeance, then, upon our enemies, Demetrius? Exclaimed Nisida. And this is how our aim shall be accomplished, she continued, in a lower and less excited tone. The ambitious views of Ibrahim Pasha must experience a signal defeat, and as he is too powerful to be personally injured by us, we must torture his soul by crushing his relations. We must punish him through the medium of his sister and his aunt. This evening I had a long discourse with Dr. Duras, who is devoted to my interests, and over whom I wield a wondrous power of persuasion. He has undertaken to induce his brother, Angelo Duras, to abandon the cause of the Francatellis, and the Inquisition will, therefore, deal with them as it lists. Father Marco I can also manage as I will. He understands the language in which the deaf and dumb converse, for he has so long been confessor to our family. Tomorrow, I will undertake to send him to Rome on some charitable mission connected with the church. Thus the only persons whom you secured when last you were in Florence, in the interests of the Francatellis, will cease to watch over them. And, as they are accused of being accomplices in the sacrilege perpetrated in the Carmelite convent, naught will save them from the flames of the autodafé. "Oh, spirit of the murdered Calanth," exclaimed Demetrius with savage joy, "thou wilt be avenged yet. And thou, false vizier, shalt writhe in the flames at the stake. Now, as for Antonio, and the rest of the banditti who stormed the convent and gave freedom to the hated Flora, who have likewise captured my brother, and who have so long been a terror to Florence," continued Nisida, "we must annihilate them all at one blow. Not a soul of the gang must be spared." Nisida knew full well that at least some of the banditti were acquainted with the fact that she was the murderess of Agnes, and that they could also tell an awkward tale of how she sought to bribe them to rescue Fernand Wagner in case of an adverse judgment on the part of the criminal tribunal. The total annihilation of the horde was consequently the large aim at which she aspired, and her energetic mind shrunk not from any difficulties that might appear in the way toward the execution of that object. "The design is grand, but not without its obstacles," observed Demetrius. "Your ladyship will moreover adopt measures to rescue the Lord Count of Riverola first." "By means of gold, everything can be accomplished amongst villains," returned Nisida, "and the necessary preliminaries to the carrying out of our object rest with you, Signor. Tomorrow morning must you seek Antonio. He knows not that you suspect his villainy, and, as you will say nothing relative to the failure in the arrival of your dispatches at Constantinople, he will rest secure in the belief that you have not yet discovered that deed of treachery. You must represent yourself as the mortal enemy of the Count of Riverola, and so speak as to lead Antonio to confess to you where he is and offer to become the instrument of your vengeance. Then bribe Antonio heavily to deliver up Francisco into your power tomorrow night at a particular hour, and at a place not far from the spot where you know the secret entrance of the banditti's stronghold to be." "All this, lady," said Demetrius, "can be easily arranged. Antonio would barter his soul for gold. Much more readily, then, will he sell the Count of Riverola to one who bids high for the possession of the noble prisoner." "But this is not all," resumed Nisida. "'Tis merely the preface to my plan. So soon as the shades of tomorrow's evening shall have involved the earth in obscurity, a strong party of your soldiers, properly disguised but well armed, must repair in small sections, or even singly, to that grove where you have already obtained a clue to the entrance of the robbers' stronghold. Let them conceal themselves amongst the trees in the immediate vicinity of the enormous chestnut that overhangs the precipice. When the robbers emerge from their lurking place with Francisco, your soldiers will immediately seize upon them. Should you then discover the secret of the entrance to the stronghold, the object will be gained. Your men will penetrate into the subterranean den, and the massacre of the horde will prove an easy matter. But should it occur that those banditti who may be employed in leading forth my brother do shut up the entrance of their dens so speedily that your dependents discover not its secrets, then must we trust to bribery or threats to wrest that secret from the miscreants. At all events, Antonio will be present to accompany Francisco to the place which you will appoint to meet them. And as the villain will fall into your power, it will perhaps prove less difficult to induce him to betray his comrades than it might be to persuade any of the banditti themselves." "Lady, your plan has every element of success," observed Demetrius, "and all shall be done as you suggest. Indeed, I will myself conduct the expedition. But should you thus at once effect the release of Don Francisco, will he not oppose your designs relative to the condemnation of Flora Francatelli by the Inquisition?" "Doctor, Duras is well acquainted with the precise process," answered Nisida. "And from him, I learnt that the third examination of the prisoners will take place tomorrow, when judgment will be pronounced should no advocate appear to urge a feasible cause of delay." "The arrests took place on the 3d of July," said Demetrius. and Angelo Duras undertook to obtain a postponement for 3 months. "Tomorrow, lady, is but the 26th of September. "True," responded Nisida. "But were a delay granted, it would be for 8 days. And thus you perceive how nicely Angelo Duras had weighed all the intricacies of the case, and how accurately he had calculated the length of the term to be gained by the exercise of the subtleties of the inquisitorial law. Therefore, as no advocate will appear to demand delay, Flora is certain to be condemned tomorrow night, and the release of Francisco may take place simultaneously. For when once the Grand Inquisitor shall have pronounced the extreme sentence, no human power can reverse it. And now," added Nisida, "but one word more. The Grand Vizier commanded you to dispatch a courier daily to Leghorn with full particulars of all your proceedings. See that those accounts be of a nature to lull the treacherous Ibrahim into security, for, were he to learn that his aunt and sister are in dread peril, he would be capable of marching at the head of all his troops to sack the city of Florence." "Fear not on that subject, lady," answered Demetrius. "I will so amuse the demon-hearted Grand Vizier by my dispatches, that he shall become excited with joyous hopes, so that the dread blow which we are preparing for him, may be the more terribly severe." The Greek then rose to take his leave of Donna Nisida, and Wagner, having closed the secret door as noiselessly as he had opened it, hurried away from the Riverola mansion bewildered and grieved at all he had heard, for he could no longer conceal from himself that a very fiend was incarnate in the shape of her, whom he had loved so madly. Having tossed on a feverish couch for upward of an hour, unable to banish from his mind the cold-blooded plot which Nisida and Demetrius had resolved upon in order to consign Flora Francatelli and her equally innocent aunt to the stake, Wagner at last slept through sheer exhaustion. Then Christianus Rosencrux appeared to him in a dream and said, "Heaven hath chosen thee as the instrument to defeat the iniquitous purposes of Riverola in respect of 2 guiltless and deserving women. Angelo Duras is an upright man, but he is deluded and misled by the representations made to him by Nisida, through his brother, the physician, relative to the true character of Flora. In the evening at 9 o'clock, hie to Angelo Duras. Command him in the name of justice and humanity to do his duty toward his clients, and he will obey thee. Then, having performed this much, speed thou without delay to Leghorn, and seek the Grand Vizier, Ibrahim Pasha. To him shalt thou merely state that Demetrius is a traitor, and that tremendous perils hang over the heads of the Vizier's much-loved relatives. Manifest no hatred to the Vizier on account of his late treacherous intention with regard to the honor of Nisida, for vengeance belongeth not to mortals. And in these measures only, of all the deeply ramified plots and designs which thou didst hear discussed between Nisida and Demetrius, shall thou interfere. Leave the rest to heaven." The founder of the Rosicrucians disappeared, and when Fernand awoke late in the day, for his slumber had been long and deep, he remembered the vision which he had seen, and resolved to obey the order he had received. Beneath the massive and heavy tower of the Palazzo del Podesta, or Ducal Palace of Florence, was the tribunal of the Holy Inquisition. Small, low, and terribly sombre in appearance was this court, with walls of the most solid masonry, an arched roof, and a pavement formed of vast blocks of dark-veined marble. Thither the light of heaven never penetrated, for it was situate far below the level of the earth, and at the very foundation of that tower which rose, frowning and sullen, high above. Iron lamps diffused a lurid luster around, rendering ghastly the countenance alike of the oppressors and the oppressed. And when it was deemed necessary to invest the proceedings with a more awe-inspiring solemnity than usual, torches, borne by the familiars or officers of the Inquisition, were substituted for these iron lamps. Over the judgment seat was suspended a large crucifix. On one side of the court were 3 doors, one communicating with the corridor and flight of stone steps leading to and from the tribunal, the second affording admission into the torture chamber, and the third opening to the prisons of the Inquisition. It was about 7 o'clock in the evening, on the 26th of September, that Flora Francatelli and her aunt were placed before the Grand Inquisitor, to be examined for the second time. When the familiars, habited in their long, black, ecclesiastical dresses, with the strange cowls or hoods shading their stern and remorseless countenances, led in the two females from the separate cells in which they had been confined. The first and natural impulse of the unhappy creatures was to rush into each other's arms. But they were immediately torn rudely asunder, and so stationed in the presence of the Grand Inquisitor as to have a considerable interval between them. But the glances which the aunt and niece exchanged gave encouragement and hope to each other, and the sentiments which prompted those glances were really cherished by the persecuted females, inasmuch as Father Marco, who had been permitted to visit them occasionally, dropped sundry hints of coming aid, and powerful, though invisible, protection, thereby cheering their hearts to some little extent and mitigating the intensity of their apprehensions. Flora was very pale, but never, perhaps, had she appeared more beautiful, for her large blue eyes expressed the most melting softness, and her dark brown hair hung disheveled over her shoulders, while her bosom heaved with the agitation of suspense. "Woman," said the Grand Inquisitor, glancing first to the aunt and then to the niece, his eyes, however, lingering upon the latter, "know ye of what ye are accused? Let the younger speak first." "My lord," answered Flora, in a firmer tone than might have been expected from the feelings indicated by her outward appearance. "When on a former occasion I stood in the presence of your eminence, I expressed my belief that secret enemies were conspiring, for their own bad purposes, to ruin my beloved relative and myself. And yet I call heaven to witness my solemn declaration that knowingly and willfully we have wronged no one by word or deed." "Young woman," exclaimed the Grand Inquisitor, "thou hast answered my questions evasively. Wast thou not an inmate of that most holy sanctuary, the convent of Carmelite nuns? Wast thou not there the companion of Giulia of Aristino? Did not a sacrilegious horde of miscreants break into the convent, headed or at least accompanied by a certain Manuel d'Orsini, who was the lover of the Countess? Was not this invasion of the sacred place undertaken to rescue that guilty woman? And did she not find an asylum at the abode of your aunt, doubtless with your connivance until the day of her arrest?" "None of those circumstances, my lord," replied Flora, "do I attempt to deny, but it is so easy to give them a variety of colorings, some of which, alas, may seem most unfavorable to my venerable relative and to myself." "Oh, my lord, do with me what thou wilt," exclaimed Flora, clasping her hands together in a single paroxysm of anguish. "But release that aged woman, suffer not my beloved aunt, my more than mother, to be thus persecuted. Have mercy, my lord, upon her. Oh, have mercy, great judge, upon her." "Flora, dearest Flora," cried Dame Francatelli, the tears trickling fast down her countenance, "I do not wish to leave you. I do not seek to be set free. I will stay in this dreadful place so long as you remain a prisoner also, for though we are separated—" "Woman!" exclaimed the Grand Inquisitor, not altogether unmoved by this touching scene. "The tribunal cannot take heed of supplications and prayers of an impassioned nature. It has to do with facts, not feelings." At this moment, there was a slight sensation amongst the familiars stationed near the door of the judgment hall, and an individual who had just entered the court, and who wore the black robe and the cap or toque of a counselor, advanced toward the Grand Inquisitor. "My lord," said the advocate with a reverential bow, "the day after the arrest of these females, I submitted to the Council of State a memorial, setting forth certain facts which induced the President of the Council to issue his warrant to order the postponement of the second examination of the two prisoners now before your eminence, until this day. And the case has been postponed accordingly," answered the Grand Inquisitor. "It will now proceed, unless reasonable cause be shown for further delay. The prisoners are obstinate. Instead of confessing their heinous crimes and throwing themselves on the mercy of heaven, for past the hope of human mercy they assuredly break forth into impassioned language, savoring of complaint. Indeed, the younger attributes to the machinations of unknown enemies the position in which she is placed. Yet have we positive proof that she was leagued with those who perpetrated the sacrilege which ended in the destruction of the Carmelite convent. And the elder prisoner gave refuge not only to the young girl, her niece, but also to a woman more guilty still, thus rendering herself infamous as one who encouraged and concealed the enemies of the Church, instead of giving them up to the most holy Inquisition. Wherefore, continued the Grand Inquisitor, it remaineth only for me to order the prisoners to be put to the torture, that they may confess their crimes and receive the condemnation which they merit. At the terrible word torture, Dame Francatelli uttered a cry of agony, but it was even more on account of her beloved niece than herself, while Flora, endowed with greater firmness than her aunt, would have flown to console and embrace her, had not the familiars cruelly compelled the young maiden to retain her place. "My lord," said Angelo Duras, for he was the advocate who appeared on behalf of the prisoners, "I formally and earnestly demand a delay of 8 days ere this final examination be proceeded with." "It is impossible," returned the Grand Inquisitor, while his words went like ice shafts to the hearts of the unhappy women. "In addition to the charges against them which I have already glanced at, it appeareth that one Alessandro Francatelli, who is nearly related to them both, hath abjured the Christian faith and become a Mussulman. This fact was reported many months ago to the Council of State, and in the cottage lately habited by the prisoners was found a costly set of jewels, ornamented with sundry Moslem devices and symbols, all of which are hateful to the true Catholic. It is therefore natural to suppose that they themselves have secretly abjured their country's religion, and have already received the reward of their apostasy." "No, never, never," exclaimed the aunt, clasping her hands together, and showing more anguish by this cruel suspicion than by any other portion of the treatment which she had received at the hands of the Inquisition. On her side, Flora appeared to be astounded at the accusation made against her aunt and herself by the Grand Inquisitor. "My lord," said Angelo Duras, "the very statement which has just been put forth by your eminence furnishes a new ground whereon I base my requisition for a delay of 8 days, in order to prepare a fitting defense on behalf of the prisoners. The Council of State is now sitting in deliberation on certain demands made by the newly arrived Ottoman envoy, and should your eminence refuse my requisition for a delay, it will be my duty forthwith to apply to that august body." The Grand Inquisitor endeavored to reason with the advocate on the inconvenience of obstructing the business of the tribunal, but Angelo Duras, knowing that he had the law on his side, was firm, and the judge was finally compelled to accord the delay. Flora and her aunt were accordingly conveyed back each to her separate cell, while Angelo Duras retired, murmuring to himself, "I shall doubtless offend my brother by my conduct in this respect, after my solemn promise to him to abandon the cause of the Francatellis. But I prefer having obeyed that young man of godlike aspect and persuasive manner who visited me ere now to abjure me not to neglect my duty." The next case that occupied the attention of the Grand Inquisitor on the present occasion was that of the Jew Issachar ben Solomon. The old man was indeed a miserable spectacle. His garments hung loosely about his wasted and attenuated form. His countenance was wan and ghastly, but the fire of his eyes was not altogether quenched. He was heavily chained, and, as he walked between the 2 familiars who led him into the tribunal, he could scarcely drag himself along. For the persecuted old man had been confined for nearly 7 months in the prison of the Inquisition, and during that period he had suffered acutely with the damps of his dungeon, the wretched food doled out to him, and the anguish occasioned by conscious innocence unjustly accused of a dreadful crime. "Jew," said the Grand Inquisitor, "when last thou wast examined by me, thou didst obstinately refuse to confess thy grievous sins. This is the day for the final investigation of thy case, and thou mayst produce witnesses in thy favor if thou canst." "My lord," replied Issachar ben Solomon in a weak and tremulous voice, "unless heaven should work a miracle in my favor, I have no hope in this life. I do not fear death, my lord, for, persecuted, reviled, despised, accused as I am, I can yet lay my hand on my heart and say I have never injured a fellow creature. But, my lord," he continued, his voice growing stronger with excitement, "it is sufficient that I am a Jew to ensure my condemnation. And yet strange indeed is that Christian faith, or rather should I say, most inconsistent is the conduct of those who profess it, in so far as this ruthless persecution of my race is concerned. For where, my lord, is your charity, where is your tolerance, where is your mercy? If I be indeed involved in mental darkness, 'tis for you to enlighten me with argument, not coerce me with chains. Never have I insulted a Christian on account of his creed. Wherefore should I be insulted in mine? Granting that the Jew is in error, he surely deserves pity, not persecution. For how came I by the creed which I profess, even as your lordship obtained yours, which is that of Christian? Our parents reared us each in the belief which they respectively professed, and there is no more merit due to your eminence for being a Christian than there is blame to be attached to me for being a Jew. Had all the religions of the earth been submitted to our consideration when we were children, and had it been said to each of us, select a faith for yourself, then there might be some merit in choosing the one most popular and the most assuredly conducive to personal safety. But such was not the case, my lord, and I am a Jew for the same reason that you are a Christian, and I cling to the creed of my forefathers even as you adhere tenaciously to that faith which your ancestors have handed down to you. Reproach me not, then, because I am a Jew. And now I will pass to another subject, my lord," continued Issachar, becoming more and more animated as he proceeded. "I am accused of a fearful crime of murder. The evidence rests upon the fact that stains of blood were observed upon the floor of a room in my house. The answer is simple. 2 men, one of noble birth, the other a robber, fought in the room, and the blood of one of them flowed from a slight wound. This is the truth, and yet I know that I am not believed. Merciful heavens! Of what would you accuse me? Of murder. And it was hinted, when last I stood before your eminence, that the Jews have been known to slay Christian children as an offering to heaven. My lord, the Jews worship the same God as the Christians, for the Christians adopt that book in which the Jews put faith. Then I appeal to your eminence whether the God whom the Christians worship would delight in such sacrifices. And as you must answer nay, the reply acquits the Jews also of the hideous calumny sought to be affixed upon us. The Jews, my lord, are a merciful and humane race. The records of your tribunals will prove that the Jews are not addicted to the shedding of blood. They are too patient, enduring, and resigned to be given to vengeance. Behold how they cling to each other, how they assist each other in distress. And charity is not narrowed to small circles, my lord. It is a sentiment which must become expansive, because it nourisheth itself and is cherished by those good feelings which are its only reward. Think you, my lord, that if I saw a fellow creature starving in the street, I should wait to ask him whether he were a Christian, a Jew, or a Mussulman? Oh, no, no, the world's bread was given for men of all nations and all creeds." Issachar would have continued his address to the Grand Inquisitor, but sheer exhaustion compelled him to desist, and he would have sunk upon the cold marble had not the familiars supported him. By his own words is he convicted of disbelief in the most holy Catholic faith. Said the Grand Inquisitor, "But I find, by a memorial which was addressed to me many mouths ago, indeed, very shortly after the arrest of this miserable unbeliever, and signed by Manuel Marquis of Orsini, that the said Marquis hath important evidence to give on behalf of the Jew. Now, though Manuel d'Orsini be himself a prisoner of the Holy Office, yet as he hath not yet been judged, he is a competent witness." Orders were then given to introduce the Marquis, and Issachar ben Solomon murmured to himself, "Is it possible that the young man can have felt sympathy for me? Ah, then I was not mistaken in him. In spite of his dissipation and his wildness, he possesses a generous heart." In a few minutes, the Marquis of Orsini was led into the judgment hall. He was chained, but he carried his head erect, and, though his countenance was pale and careworn, his spirit was not crushed. He bowed respectfully, but not cringingly, to the Grand Inquisitor and bestowed a friendly nod of recognition upon the Jew. "This memorial, dated in the month of March last, was signed by you?" said the Grand Inquisitor interrogatively as he displayed a paper to the Marquis. "That memorial was signed by me," answered Orsini in a firm tone. "And I rejoice that your eminence has at length granted me an opportunity of explaining the matter hinted at therein. Your eminence sits there, it is presumed, to administer justice. Then let justice be done toward this innocent man, albeit that he is a Jew, for solemnly do I declare that the blood which stained the floor in Issachar's house flowed from my right arm. And it may not be amiss to observe," continued the Marquis, "that the worthy Jew there did not only bind the wound for me with as much care as if I myself had been an Israelite, or he a Christian, but he moreover offered me the aid of his purse, and therefore am I under obligations to him which I can never wholly discharge. In good sooth, my lord," added Manuel, in whom neither a lengthened imprisonment nor the awful solemnity of the present scene could entirely subdue the flippancy which was habitual to his speech. "In good sooth, my lord, he is a splendid specimen of a Jew, and I pray your eminence to discharge him forthwith." "This levity ill becometh you, Manuel d'Orsini," said the Grand Inquisitor, "for you yourself are in terrible danger." Then, upon a signal given, the familiars conveyed the Marquis back to his dungeon. But ere he left the judgment hall, he had the satisfaction of beholding the Jew's eyes fixed upon him with an expression of boundless gratitude and deep sympathy. Tears, too, were trickling down the cheeks of the Israelite, for the old man thought within himself, "What matters it if the rack dislocate my limbs? But it is shocking, oh! It is shocking to reflect that thy fellow creatures, noble youth, shall dare to deface and injure that godlike form of thine." "Jew!" suddenly exclaimed the Grand Inquisitor, "I put no faith in the testimony of the witness who has just appeared in thy favor. Confess thy sins. Avow openly that thou hast murdered Christian children to obtain their blood for use in thy sacrifices, and seek forgiveness from heaven by embracing the faith of Jesus." The unhappy Israelite was so appalled by the open, positive, and undisguised manner in which an atrocious charge was revived against him, that he lost all power of utterance and stood stupefied and aghast. "Away with him to the torture chamber," cried the Grand Inquisitor in a stern and remorseless tone. "Monster!" exclaimed the Jew, suddenly recovering his speech as that dreadful mandate warned him that he would now require all his energy, all his presence of mind. "Monster!" he repeated in a voice indicative of loathing and contempt. "And thou art a Christian!" The familiars hurried Issachar away to the torture chamber, which, as we before stated, opened upon the tribunal. And terrible indeed was the appearance of that earthly hell, that terrestrial Hades, invented by fiends in human shape, that den of horrors constituting, indeed, a fitting foretaste of trans-Stygian torment. The Grand Inquisitor followed the victim and the familiars into this awful place, and, on a signal being given by that high functionary, Issachar was stripped of all his upper clothing and stretched on the accursed rack. Then commenced the torture, the agonizing torture by means of that infernal instrument, a torture which dislocated the limbs, appeared to tear the members asunder, and produced sensations as if all the nerves of the body were suddenly being drawn out through the brain. "Dost thou confess? And wilt thou embrace the Christian faith?" demanded the Grand Inquisitor from time to time. "I have nothing to confess. I will not renounce the creed of my forefathers," answered Issachar in a tone of bitter agony as he writhed upon the rack, while every fresh shock and jerk of the infernal engine seemed as if it would tear the very life out of him. But the old man remained firm in the declaration of his innocence of the dreadful crime imputed to him. Stanch also to his creed did he remain, and having endured the full extent of that special mode of torture, he was borne back to his dungeon, cruelly injured, with dislocated limbs, blood streaming from his mouth and nostrils, and these terrible words of the Grand Inquisitor ringing in his ears. "Obstinate and impenitent one, Satan claims thee as his own. Therefore art thou condemned to death by fire at the approaching auto-da-fé." Half an hour afterward another human being lay stretched upon that accursed rack, and agonizing, oh, most agonizing were the female shrieks and rending screams which emanated from the lips of the tortured victim. but which reached not beyond the solid masonry of those walls and the massive iron-plated door. The white and polished arms were stretched out in a position fearfully painful beyond the victim's head, and the wrists were fastened to a steel bar by means of a thin cord, which cut through flesh, muscle, and nerve to the very bone. The ankles were attached in a similar manner to a bar at the lower end of the rack, and thus from the female's hands and feet thick clots of gore fell on the stone pavement. But even the blood flowed not so fast from her lacerated limbs as streamed the big drops of agony from her distorted countenance, that countenance erst so beautiful and so well beloved by thee, Manuel d'Orsini. 4-0. Upon that rack lay stretched the fair and half-naked form of Giulia of Aristino, its symmetry convulsing in matchless tortures, the bosom palpitating awfully with the pangs of that earthly hell, and the exquisitely modeled limbs enduring all the hideous pains of dislocation, as if the fibers that held them in their sockets were drawn out to a tension at which they must inevitably snap in halves. But who gazes on that awful spectacle? Whose ears drink in those agonizing screams, as if they made a delicious melody? With folded arms, compressed lips, and remorseless, though ashy pale countenance, the old lord of Aristino stands near the rack, and if his eyes can for a moment quit that feast which they devour so greedily, it is but to glance with demoniac triumph toward Manuel d'Orsini, whom an atrocious refinement of cruelty, suggested by the vengeful Count himself, has made a spectator of that appalling scene. And terrible are the emotions which rend the heart of the young Marquis. But he is powerless. He cannot stretch forth a hand to save his mistress from the hellish torments which she is enduring, nor can he even whisper a syllable to inspire her with courage to support them. For he is bound tightly. The familiars, too, have him in their iron grasp, and he is gagged. Nevertheless, he can see, and he can hear. He can behold the rending tortures of the rack, and he is compelled to listen to the piercing screams which the victim sends forth. If he close his eyes upon the horrible spectacle, imagination instantly makes it more horrible even still. And, moreover, in the true spirit of a chivalrous heart, he seeks by the tenderness of his glances to impart at least a gleam of solace to the soul of her who has undergone so much, and is suffering now so much more, through her fatal love of him. The Grand Inquisitor, who is an intimate friend of the Count of Aristino, ministers well and faithfully to the infernal vengeance of that old Italian noble. For the remorseless judge urges on the torturers to apply the powers of the rack to the fullest extent. And while the creaking sound of wheels mingles with the cracking noise of dislocating limbs, the Count of Aristino exclaims, "I was once humane and benevolent, Giulia, but thy conduct has made me a fiend." "A fiend," shrieked the tormented woman. "Oh, yes, yes, thou art a fiend, a very fiend. I have wronged thee, but this vengeance is horrible. Mercy, mercy. Oh, for one drop of water, mercy, mercy." The rack gave the last shock of which its utmost power was capable. A scream more dreadful, more agonizing, more piercing than any of its predecessors, rent this time the very walls of the torture chamber. And with this last outburst of mortal agony, the spirit of the guilty Giulia fled forever. Yet was not the vengeance of the Count of Aristino satisfied, and the Grand Inquisitor was prepared to gratify the hellish sentiment to the fullest extent. The still warm and palpitating corpse of the Countess was hastily removed from the rack, and the familiars stripped, nay, tore off the clothing of Manuel d'Orsini. The countenance of the young nobleman was now terribly somber, as if the darkest thoughts were occupying his inmost soul, and his eyes were bent fixedly on the dreadful engine, to the tortures of which it appeared to be his turn to submit. The familiars, in order to divest him of his garments, and also to stretch him in such a way on the rack that his arms might be fastened over his head to the upper end of that instrument, had removed the chains and cords which had hitherto bound him. And now the fatal moment seemed to be at hand, and the familiars already grasped him rudely to hurl him on the rack, when, as if suddenly inspired by a superhuman strength, the young nobleman dashed the men from him. Then, with lightning speed, he seized a massive iron bar that was used to move the windlass of the rack, and in another instant, Before a saving arm could intervene, the deadly instrument struck down the Count of Aristino at the feet of the Grand Inquisitor, who started back with a cry of horror. The next moment the Marquis was again powerless and secure in the grasp of the familiars. But he had accomplished his purpose, he had avenged his mistress and himself, and the old Lord of Aristino lay, with shattered skull, a corpse upon the cold pavement of the torture chamber. "Back with the murderer to his dungeon," exclaimed the Grand Inquisitor in a tone of fearful excitement and rage. "We must not afford him a chance of dying upon that engine of torture. No, no, the lingering flames of the autodafé are reserved for the Marquis d'Orsini." And in pursuance of the sentence thus pronounced, Manuel was hurried away to his dark and solitary cell, there to remain a prey to all the dreadful thoughts which the occurrences of that fatal evening were so well calculated to marshal in horrible array to his imagination. Chapter 61. While these awful scenes were being enacted in the subterranes of the Holy Inquisition, Demetrius was actively engaged in directing those plans and effecting those arrangements which the scheming disposition of Nisida of Riverola had suggested. We should observe that in the morning he had sought and found Antonio, with whom he had so expertly managed that the villain had fallen completely into the snare spread to entrap him, and had not only confessed that he held at his disposal the liberty of the Count of Riverola, but had also agreed to deliver him up to the Greek. In a word, everything in this respect took place precisely as Nisida had foreseen. Accordingly, so soon as it was dark in the evening, 60 of the Ottoman soldiers quitted by 2 and 3s the mansion which the Florentine government had appropriated as a dwelling for the envoy and his suite. The men whom Demetrius thus entrusted with the execution of his scheme, and whose energy and fidelity he had previously secured by means of liberal reward and promise of more, were disguised in different ways, but were all well armed. To be brief, so well were the various dispositions taken, and so effectually were they executed, that those 60 soldiers had concealed themselves in the grove indicated by their master, without having excited in the minds of the Florentine people the least suspicion that anything unusual was about to take place. It was close upon 11 o'clock at night, when Demetrius, after having obtained a hasty interview with Nisida, whom he acquainted with the progress of the plot, repaired to the grove wherein his men were already distributed, and took his station in the midst of the knot of olives on the right of the huge chestnut tree which overhung the chasm. Nearly a quarter of an hour elapsed, and naught was heard save the waving of the branches and the rustling of the foliage, as the breeze of night agitated the grove. But at the expiration of that brief period, the sound of voices was suddenly heard close by the chestnut tree, not preceded by any footsteps nor other indication of the presence of men, and thus appearing as if they had all at once, and in an instant emerged from the earth. Not a moment had elapsed, no, not a moment, ere those individuals whose voices were thus abruptly heard were captured and secured by a dozen Ottoman soldiers, who sprung upon them from the dense thickets around or dropped amongst them from the branches overhead, and so admirably was the swoop made, that 5 persons were seized, bound and held powerless and incapable of resistance, ere the echo of the cry of alarm which they raised had died away in the maze of the grove. And simultaneously with the performance of this skillful maneuver, a shrill whistle was wafted from the lips of Demetrius through the wood, and as if by magic, a dozen torches were seen to light up, and numbers of men, with naked scimitars gleaming in the rays of those firebrands, rushed toward the spot where the capture had been made. The effect of that sudden illumination, those flashing weapons, and that convergence of many warriors all toward the same point was striking in the extreme, and as the glare of the torches shone on the countenances of the 4 men in the midst of whom was Francisco, the whole 5, however, being held bound and powerless by the Ottoman soldiers, it was evident that the entire proceeding had inspired the guilty wretches with the most painful alarm. Demetrius instantly knew that the handsome and noble-looking young man in the midst of the group of captives and captors must be Don Francisco of Riverola, and he also saw at a glance that one of the ruffians with him was Antonio. but he merely had leisure at the moment to address a word of reassurance and friendship to Nisida's brother, for, lo, the secret of the entrance to the robbers' stronghold was revealed, discovered. Yes, there, at the foot of the tree, and now rendered completely visible by the glare of the torchlight, was a small square aperture, from which the trapdoor had been raised to afford egress to the captured party. "Secure that entrance," cried Demetrius hastily, "and hasten down those steps, some dozen of you, so as to guard it well." Then, the instant this command was obeyed, he turned toward Francisco, saying, "Lord of Riverola, am I right in thus addressing you?" "Such is my name," answered Francisco. "And if you, brave chief, will but release me and lend me a sword, I will prove to thee that I have no particular affection for these miscreants." Demetrius gave the necessary order, and in another moment the young Count of Riverola was not only free, but with a weapon in his hand. The Greek then made a rapid but significant, fatally significant sign to his men, and, quick as thought, the three robbers and their confederate Antonio were strangled by the bowstrings which the Ottomans whipped around their necks. A few stifled cries, and all was over. Thus perished the wretch Antonio, one of those treacherous, malignant, and avaricious Italians who bring dishonor on their noble nation, a man who had sought to turn the vindictive feelings of the Count of Aristino to his own purposes, alike to fill his purse and to wreak his hateful spite on the Riverola family. Scarcely was the tragedy enacted, when Demetrius ordered the 4 bodies to be conveyed down the steps disclosed by the trapdoor. "For," said he, "we will endeavor so to direct our proceedings that not a trace of them shall be left upon ground, as the Florentines would not be well pleased if they learnt that foreign soldiers have undertaken the duties which they themselves should perform." Several of the Ottomans accordingly bore the dead bodies down the steps, and Demetrius, accompanied by Francisco, followed at the head of the greater portion of the troops, a sufficient number, however, remaining behind to constitute a guard at the entrance of the stronghold. While they were yet descending the stone stairs, Demetrius seized the opportunity of that temporary lull in the excitement of the night's adventures, to give Francisco hasty but welcome tidings of his sister. And the reader may suppose that the generous-hearted young count was overjoyed to learn that Nisida was not only alive, but also once more an inmate of the ancestral home. Demetrius said nothing relative to Flora, and Francisco, not dreaming for a moment that his deliverer even knew there was such a being in existence, asked no questions on that subject. His anxiety was not, however, any less to fly to the cottage, for it must be remembered that he was arrested first, on the 3d of July, and had yet to learn all the afflictions which had fallen upon Flora and her aunt, afflictions of the existence, whereof he had been kept in utter ignorance by the banditti during his long captivity of nearly 3 months in their stronghold. But while we are thus somewhat digressing, the invaders are penetrating further into the stronghold. Headed by Demetrius and Francisco, and all carrying their drawn scimitars in their hands, the corps proceeded along a vast vaulted subterrane, paved with flagstones until a huge iron door studded with nails barred the way. "Stay," whispered Francisco, suddenly recollecting himself. "I think I can devise a means to induce the rogues to open this portal, or I am much mistaken." He accordingly seized a torch and hurried back to the foot of the stone steps, in the immediate vicinity of which he searched narrowly for some object. At last he discovered the object of his investigation, namely a large bell hanging in a niche, and from which a strong wire ran up through the ground to the surface. This bell Francisco set ringing, and then hurried back to rejoin his deliverers. Scarcely was he again by the side of Demetrius, when he saw that his stratagem had fully succeeded, for the iron door swung heavily round on its hinges, and in another moment the cries of terror which the 2 robber sentinels raised on the inner side were hushed forever by the Turkish scimitars. Down another flight of steps, the invaders then precipitated themselves, another door at the bottom, having been opened in compliance with the same signal which had led to the unfolding of the first. And now the alarm was given by the sentinels guarding the second post, those sentinels flying madly on, having beholden the immolation of their comrades. but Demetrius and Francisco speedily overtook them just as they emerged from another long, vaulted and paved cavern passage, and were about to cross a plank which connected the two sides of a deep chasm in whose depths a rapid stream rushed gurgling on. Into the turbid waters the two fugitive sentinels were cast. Over the bridge poured the invaders, and into another caverned corridor, hollowed out of the solid rock, did they enter, the torchbearers following immediately behind the Greek and the young count. It was evident that neither the cries of the surprised sentinels nor the tread of the invaders had alarmed the main core of the banditti. For, on reaching a barrier formed by massive folding doors, and knocking thereat, the portals instantly began to move on their hinges, and in rushed the Ottoman soldiers, headed by their two gallant Christian leaders. The robbers were in the midst of a deep carouse in their magnificent cavern hall when their festivity was thus rudely interrupted. "We are betrayed," thundered Lomolino, the captain of the horde. "To arms! To arms!" But the invaders allowed them no time to concentrate themselves in a serried phalanx, and tremendous carnage ensued. Surprised and taken unaware as they were, the banditti fought as if a spell were upon them, paralyzing their energies and warning them that their last hour was come. The terrible scimitars of the Turks hewed them down in all directions. Some, who sought to fly, were literally cut to pieces. Lomolino fell beneath the sword of the gallant Count of Riverola, and within 20 minutes after the invaders first set foot in the banqueting hall, not a soul of the formidable horde was left alive. Demetrius abandoned the plunder of the den to his troops, and when the portable part of the rich booty had been divided amongst them, they returned to their own grove, into which the entrance of the stronghold opened. When the subterrane was thus cleared of the living, and the dead alone remained in that place which had so long been their home, and was now their tomb, Demetrius ordered his forces to disperse and return to their quarters in Florence in the same prudent manner, which had characterized their egress thence a few hours before. Francisco and Demetrius, being left alone together in the grove, proceeded by torchlight to close the trapdoor, which they found to consist of a thick plate of iron covered with earth, so prepared by glutinous substances, no doubt, that it was hard as rock, and thus, when the trap was shut down, not even a close inspection would lead to a suspicion of its existence. So admirably did it fit into its setting and correspond with the soil all around. It required, moreover, but a slight exercise of their imaginative powers to enable Demetrius and Francisco to conjecture that every time any of the banditti had come forth from their stronghold, they were accustomed to strew a little fresh earth over the entire spot, and thus afford an additional precaution against the chance of detection on the part of anyone who might chance to stray in that direction. We may also add that the trapdoor was provided with a massive bolt which fastened it inside when closed, and that the handle of the bell wire, which gave the signal to open the trap, was concealed in a small hollow in the old chestnut tree. Having thus satisfied his curiosity by means of these discoveries, Demetrius accompanied Francisco to the city, and during their walk thither, he informed the young count that he was an envoy from the Ottoman Grand Vizier to the Florentine government, that he had become acquainted with Nisida on board the ship which delivered her from her lonely residence on an island in the Mediterranean, and that as she had by some means or other learnt, where Francisco was imprisoned, he had undertaken to deliver him. The young count renewed his warmest thanks to the chivalrous Greek for the kind interest he had manifested in his behalf, and they separated at the gate of the Riverola mansion, into which Francisco hurried to embrace his sister, while Demetrius repaired to his own abode. The meeting between Nisida and her brother Francisco was affecting in the extreme, and for a brief space, the softer feelings in the lady's nature triumphed over those strong, turbulent, and concentrated passions which usually held such indomitable sway over her. For her attachment to him was profound and sincere, and the immense sacrifice she had made in what she conceived to be his welfare and interests had tended to strengthen this almost boundless love. On his side, the young count was rejoiced to behold his sister, whose strange disappearance and long absence had filled his mind with the worst apprehensions. Yes, he was rejoiced to see her once more beneath the ancestral roof. And, with a fond brother's pride, he surveyed her splendid countenance, which triumph and happiness now invested with an animation that rendered her surpassingly beautiful. A few brief and rapidly given explanations were exchanged between them, by means of the language of the fingers, Francisco satisfying Nisida's anxiety in respect to the success of her project, by which the total extermination of the banditti had been effected, and she conveying to him as much of the outline of her adventures during the last 7 months as she thought it prudent to impart. They then separated, it being now very late, and, moreover, Nisida had still some work in hand for that night. The moment Francisco was alone, he exclaimed aloud, "Oh, is it possible that this dear sister who loves me so much is really the bitter enemy of Flora? But tomorrow I must have a long explanation with Nisida, and heaven grant that she may not stand in the way of my happiness. Oh, Flora, dearest Flora, if you knew how deeply I have suffered on your account during my captivity in that accursed cavern, and what must you have thought of my disappearance, my absence? Alas! Did the same vengeance which pursued me wreak its spite also on thee, fair girl? Did the miscreant, Antonio, who boastingly proclaimed himself to my face the author of my captivity, and who sullenly refused to give me any tidings of those whom I cared for, and of what was passing in the world without, did he dare to molest thee? But suspense is intolerable. I cannot endure it even for a few short hours. No, I will speed me at once to the dwelling of my Flora, and thus assuage her grief and put an end to my own fears at the same time." Having thus resolved, Francisco repaired to his own apartment, enveloped himself in a cloak, secured weapons of defense about his person, and then quitted the mansion unperceived by a living soul. Almost at the same time, but by another mode of egress, namely, the private staircase leading from her own apartments into the garden, and which has been so often mentioned in the course of this narrative, Donna Nisida stole likewise from the Riverola Palace. She was habited in male attire, and beneath her doublet she wore the light but strong cuirass which she usually donned ere setting out on any nocturnal enterprise, and which she was now particularly cautious not to omit from the details of her toilet, inasmuch as the mysterious appearance of the muffled figure, which had alarmed her on the previous evening, induced her to adopt every precaution against secret and unknown enemies. Whither was the Lady Nisida now hurrying through the dark streets of Florence? What new object had she in contemplation? Her way was bent toward an obscure neighborhood in the immediate vicinity of the cathedral, and in a short time she reached the house in which Dame Margaretha, Antonio's mother, dwelt. She knocked gently at the door, which was shortly opened by the old woman, who imagined it was her son that sought admittance. For, though in the service of the Count of Aristino, Antonio was often kept abroad late by the various machinations in which he had been engaged, and it was by no means unusual for him to seek his mother's dwelling at all hours. Margaretha, who appeared in a loose wrapper hastily thrown on, held a lamp in her hand, and when its rays streamed not on the countenance of her son, but showed the form of a cavalier handsomely apparelled, she started back in mingled astonishment and fear. A second glance, however, enabled her to recognize the Lady Nisida, and an exclamation of wonder escaped her lips. Nisida entered the house, closed the door behind her, and motioned Dame Margaretha to lead the way into the nearest apartment. The old woman obeyed tremblingly, for she feared that the lady's visit boded no good, and this apprehension on her part was not only enhanced by her own knowledge of all Antonio's treachery toward Count Francisco, but also by the imperious manner, determined looks, and strange disguise of her visitress. But Margaretha's terror speedily gave way to indescribable astonishment when Nisida suddenly addressed her in a language which not for many, many years had the old woman heard flow from that delicious mouth. "Margaretha," said Nisida, "you must prepare to accompany me forthwith? Be not surprised to hear me thus capable of rendering myself intelligible by means of an organ on which a seal was so long placed. A marvelous cure has been accomplished in respect to me during my absence from Florence. But you must prepare to accompany me, I say, your son Antonio, my son, ejaculated the woman, now again trembling from head to foot and surveying Nisida's countenance in a manner denoting the acutest suspense. "Your son is wounded, mortally wounded in a street skirmish." "Wounded?" shrieked Margaretha. "Oh, dear lady, tell me all, tell me the worst. What has happened to my unfortunate son? He is dead, he is dead. Your manner convinces me that hope is past." And she wrung her hands bitterly, while tears streamed down her wrinkled cheeks. "No, he is not dead, Margaretha," exclaimed Nisida. "But he is dying, and he implored me by everything I deemed sacred to hasten thither and fetch you to him, that he may receive your blessing and close his eyes in peace." "In peace," repeated the old woman bitterly. Then to herself she said, "Donna Nisida suspects not his perfidy, knows not all his wickedness." "Delay not," urged the lady, perceiving what was passing in her mind. "You are well aware that my brother, who, alas, has disappeared most mysteriously, dismissed Antonio abruptly from his service many months ago. But, whatever were the cause, it is forgotten, at least by me. So tarry not, but prepare to accompany me." Margaretha hastened to her bedroom and reappeared in a few minutes, completely dressed and ready to issue forth. "Keep close by me," said Nisida as she opened the house door, "and breathe not a word as we pass through the streets. I have reasons of my own for assuming a disguise, and I wish not to be recognized." Margaretha was too much absorbed in the contemplation of the afflicting intelligence which she had received to observe anything at all suspicious in these injunctions. And thus it was that the two females proceeded in silence through the streets leading toward the Riverola mansion. By means of a pass-key, Nisida opened the wicket gate of the spacious gardens, and she traversed the grounds, Margaretha walking by her side. In a few minutes they reached a low door, affording admission into the basement story of the palace, and of which Nisida always possessed the key. "Go first," said the lady in a scarcely audible whisper. "I must close the door behind us." "But wherefore this way?" demanded Margaretha, a sudden apprehension starting up in her mind. "This door leads down to the cellars. The officers of justice are in search of Antonio, and I am concealing him for your sake," was the whispered and rapid assurance given by Nisida. "Would you have him die in peace in your arms or perish on the scaffold?" Margaretha shuddered convulsively and hurried down the dark flight of stone steps upon which the door opened. Terrible emotions raged in her bosom, indescribable alarms, grief, suspicion, and also a longing eagerness to put faith in the apparent friendship of Nisida. "Give me your hand," said the lady, and the hand that was thrust into hers was cold and trembling. Then Nisida hurried Margaretha along a narrow subterranean passage, in which the blackest night reigned. And though the old woman was a prey to apprehensions that increased each moment to a fearful degree, she dared not utter a word either to question, to implore, or to remonstrate. At length they stopped, and Nisida, dropping Margaretha's hand, drew back heavy bolts which raised ominous echoes in the vaulted passage. In another moment, a door began to move stubbornly on its hinges, and almost at the same time a faint light gleamed forth, increasing in power as the door opened wider, but still attaining no greater strength than that which a common iron lamp could afford. Margaretha's anxious glances were plunged into the cellar or vault to which the door opened, and whence the light came, but she saw no one within. It, however, appeared as if some horrible reminiscence connected with the place came back to her startled mind, for, falling on her knees and clinging wildly to her companion, she cried in a piercing tone, "Oh, lady, wherefore have you brought me hither? Where is my son? What does all this horrible mystery mean? But, chiefly now of all, why are we here at this hour? In a few moments you shall know more," exclaimed Nisida, and as she spoke, with an almost superhuman strength she dragged, or rather, flung the prostrate woman into the vault, rushing in herself immediately afterward and closing the door behind her. "Holy God!" shrieked Margaretha, gazing wildly round the damp and naked walls of solid masonry, and then up at the lamp suspended to the arched ceiling. "Is this the place? But no, you are ignorant of all that. It was not for that you brought me hither. Speak, lady, speak. Where is Antonio? What have I done to merit your displeasure? Oh, mercy, mercy, Bend not those terrible glances upon me. Your eyes flash fire. You are not Nisida, you are an evil spirit. Oh, mercy, mercy. And thus did the miserable woman rave, as, kneeling on the cold, damp ground, she extended her tightly clasped hands in an imploring manner toward Nisida, who, drawn up to her full height, was contemplating the groveling wretch with eyes that seemed to shoot forth shafts of devouring flame. Terrible indeed was the appearance of Nisida. Like to an avenging deity was she, no longer woman in the glory of her charms and the elegance of her disguise, but a fury, a very fiend, an implacable demoness, armed with the blasting lightnings of infernal malignity and hellish rancor. "Holy Virgin, protect me!" shrieked Margaretha, every nerve thrilling with the agony of ineffable alarm. "Yes, call upon heaven to aid you, vile woman," said Nisida in a thick, hoarse, and strangely altered voice, "for you are beyond the reach of human aid. Know ye whose remains, or rather the mangled portions of whose remains, lie in this unconsecrated ground? Ah, well may you start in horror and surprise, for I know all. A terrific scream burst from the lips of Margaretha, and she threw her wild looks around as if she were going mad. "Detestable woman!" exclaimed Nisida, fixing her burning eyes more intently still on Margaretha's countenance. "You are now about to pay the penalty of your complicity in the most odious crimes that ever made knights terrible in Florence. The period of vengeance has at length arrived. But I must torture ere I slay ye. Yes, I must give thee a foretaste of that hell to which your soul is so soon to plunge down. Know, then, that Antonio, your son Antonio, is no more. Not 3 hours have elapsed since he was slain, assassinated, murdered, if you will so call it, and by my commands. Oh, lady, have pity upon me, a bereaved mother," implored the old woman in a voice of anguish so penetrating that, vile as she was, it would have moved any human being save Nisida. "Do not kill me, and I will end my miserable days in a convent. Give me time to repent of all my sins, for they are numerous and great. Oh, spare me, dear lady, have mercy upon me, have mercy upon me. What mercy had you on them whose mangled remains are buried in the ground beneath your feet?" demanded Nisida in a voice almost suffocated with rage. "Prepare for death, your last moment is at hand." And a bright dagger flashed in the lamplight. "Mercy, mercy!" exclaimed Margaretha, springing forward and grasping Nisida's knees. "I know not what mercy is," cried the terrible Italian woman, raising the long, bright, glittering dagger over her head. "Holy God, protect me!" "Lady, dear lady, have pity upon me!" shrieked the agonized wretch, her countenance hideously distorted and appallingly ghastly as it was raised in such bitterly earnest appeal toward that of the avengeress. "Again I say mercy, mercy!" "Die, fiend!" exclaimed Nisida, and the dagger, descending with lightning speed, sunk deep into the bosom of the prostrate victim. A dreadful cry burst from the lips of the wretched woman, and she fell back a corpse. "Oh, my dear, my well-beloved, and never-to-be-forgotten mother," said Nisida, falling upon her knees by the side of the body and gazing intently upward, as if her eyes could pierce the entire building overhead and catch a glimpse of the spirit of the parent whom she thus apostrophized. Pardon me for this deed. Thou didst enjoin me to abstain from vengeance, but when I thought of all thy wrongs, the contemplation drove me mad, and an irresistible power, a force which I could not resist, has hurried me on to achieve the punishment of this wretch who was so malignant an enemy of thine. Dearest mother, pardon me, look not down angrily on thy daughter." Then Nisida gave way to all the softer emotion which attended the reaction that her mind was now rapidly undergoing after being so highly strung, as for the last few hours it was, and her tears fell in torrents. For some minutes she remained in her kneeling position, and weeping till she grew afraid. Yes, afraid of being in that lonely place with the corpse stretched on the ground, a place, too, which for other reasons awoke such terrible recollections in her mind. Starting to her feet, and neither waiting to extinguish the lamp, which she herself had lighted at an early period of the night, nor to withdraw her dagger from the bosom of the murdered Margaretha, Nisida fled from the vault and regained her own apartment in safety and unperceived. ***. When morning dawned, Nisida rose from a couch in which she had obtained 2 hours of troubled slumber, and, having hastily dressed herself, proceeded to the chamber of her brother Francisco. But he was not there, nor had his bed been slept in during the past night. "He is searching after his Flora," thought Nisida. "Alas, poor youth, how it grieves me thus to be compelled to thwart thee in thy love. But my oath, and thine interests, Francisco, demand this conduct on my part. And better it is that thou shouldst hear from strangers the terrible tidings that thy Flora is a prisoner in the dungeon of the Inquisition, where she can issue forth only to proceed to the stake. Yes, and better too is it that she should die than that this marriage shall be accomplished." Nisida quitted the room and repaired to the apartment where the morning repast was served up. A note, addressed to herself, lay upon the table. She instantly recognized the handwriting of Dr. Duras, tore open the billet, and read the contents as follows. "My brother Angelo came to me very late last night and informed me that a sense of imperious duty compelled him to change his mind relative to the 2 women Francatelli. He accordingly appeared on their behalf and obtained a delay of 8 days. But nothing can save them from condemnation at the end of this period, unless indeed immense interests be made on their account with the Duke. My brother alone deserves your blame, dear friend. Let not your anger fall on your affectionate and devoted servant, Geronimo Duras." Nisida bit her lips with vexation. She now regretted she had effected the liberation of Francisco before she was convinced that Flora was past the reach of human mercy. But, in the next moment, she resumed her haughty composure as she said within herself, "My brother may essay all his influence, but mine shall prevail." Scarcely had she established this determination in her mind when the door was burst open, and Francisco, pale, ghastly, and with eyes wandering wildly, staggered into the apartment. Nisida, who really felt deeply on his account, sprung forward, received him in her arms, and supported him to a seat. "Oh, Nisida, Nisida," he exclaimed aloud in a tone expressive of deep anguish, "what will become of your unfortunate brother? But it is not you who have done this. No, for you were not in Florence at the time which beheld the cruel separation of Flora and myself." And, throwing himself on his sister's neck, he burst into tears. He had apostrophized her in the manner just related, not because he fancied that she could hear or understand him, but because he forgot, in the maddening paroxysms of his grief, that Nisida was, as he believed, deaf and dumb. She wound her arms round him, she pressed him to her bosom, she covered his pale forehead with kisses, while her heart bled at the sight of his alarming sorrow. Suddenly he started up, flung his arms wildly about, and exclaimed in a frantic voice, "Bring me my steel panoply. Give me my burgonet, my cuirass, and my trusty sword, and let me arouse all Florence to a sense of its infamy in permitting that terrible Inquisition to exist. Bring me my armor, I say, the same sword I wielded on the walls of Rhodes, and I will soon gather a trusty band to aid me." But, overcome with excitement, he fell forward, dashing his head violently upon the floor before Nisida could save him. She pealed the silver bell that was placed upon the breakfast table, and assistance soon came. Francisco was immediately conveyed to his chamber. Dr. Duras was sent for, and on his arrival he pronounced the young nobleman to be laboring under a violent fever. The proper medical precautions were adopted, and the physician was in a few hours able to declare that Francisco was in no imminent danger, but that several days would elapse ere he could possibly become convalescent. Nisida remained by his bedside and was most assiduous, most tender, most anxious in her attentions toward him, and when he raved in his delirium of Flora and the Inquisition, it went to her very heart to think that she was compelled by a stern necessity to abstain from exerting her influence to procure the release of one whose presence would prove of far greater benefit to the sufferer than all the anodynes and drugs which the skill of Dr. Duras might administer. Chapter 62. The sick room, Florence in dismay. It was about an hour past daybreak on the 1st of October, 5 days after the incidents related in the 3 preceding chapters. Nisida, worn out with long watchings and vigils in her brother's chamber, had retired to her own apartment, but not before she had seen Francisco fall into a sleep which, under the influence of a narcotic ordered by the physician, promised to be long and soothing. The lady had not quitted the chamber of the invalid 10 minutes when the door was slightly opened, and someone's looks were plunged rapidly and searchingly into the room. Then the visitor, doubtless satisfied by the result of his survey, stole cautiously in. He advanced straight up to the table which stood near the bed, drew a small vial from the bosom of his doublet, and poured its crystal contents into the beverage prepared to quench the thirst of the invalid. Then, as he again secured the vial about his person, he murmured, "The medicament of Christian Rosencrux will doubtless work greater wonders than those of Dr. Duras, skilled though the latter be." Having thus mused to himself, the visitor shook Francisco gently, and the young count awoke, exclaiming petulantly that he was athirst. A goblet of the beverage containing the Rosicrucian fluid was immediately conveyed to his lips, and he drank the refreshing draught with eagerness. The effect was marvelous indeed. A sudden tinge of healthy red appeared upon the cheeks a moment before so ashy pale, and fire once more animated the blue eyes, and Francisco recovered complete consciousness and self-possession for the first time since the dread morning when he was attacked with a dangerous illness. He closed his eyes for a few minutes, and when he opened them again, he was surprised to perceive by his bedside a young, well-attired, and very handsome man, whose countenance appeared to be familiar to him. "Count of Riverola," said the visitor, bending over him and speaking in a low but kind tone. "Despair not. Succor is at hand, and ere 48 hours shall have passed away, your well-beloved Flora will be free." Joy lighted up the countenance of the young nobleman as these delightful words met his ears, and, seizing his consoler's hand, he exclaimed, "1,000 thanks for this assurance! But have we not met before? Or was it in those wild dreams which have haunted my imagination that I have seen thee?" "Yes, we have met before, Count," was the reply. "Dost thou not remember Fernand Wagner?" Francisco passed his hand across his brow, as if to settle his scattered thoughts. Then, at the expiration of a few moments, he said, "Oh, yes, I recollect you. I know that I had conceived a great friendship for you when some strange incident, I cannot remember what, and it is of no matter, parted us. Do not excite yourself too much by racking your memory to decipher the details of the past," returned Wagner. "I dare not stay another minute with you now, therefore listen attentively to what more I have to say. Yield yourself not up to despondency, on the contrary, cherish every hope that is dear to you. Within a few days, Flora shall be yours. Yes, solemnly do I assure you that all shall take place as I affirm, but your agency is not needed to ensure her liberation. Heaven will make use of other means. Compose your mind, then, and suffer not yourself to be tortured by vain fears as to the future. Above all, keep my visit to thee a profound secret. Intimate not to thy sister Nisida that thou hast seen me. Follow my counsel in all these respects, and happiness is in store for thee." Fernand pressed the young count's hand warmly as he terminated these rapidly delivered injunctions, and then retreated from the chamber ere the invalid had time to utter a syllable indicative of his gratitude. But how different was Francisco now! How different did Nisida find him, on her return to his room, from what he was when she had left him 2 hours before. Nor less was Dr. Duras astonished at his next visit, to perceive that his patient had made in those 2 hours as rapid strides toward convalescence as he could barely have hoped to see accomplished in a week. In obedience to a hint rapidly conveyed by a signal from Nisida to the physician, the latter touched gently upon the subject of Flora Francatelli. But Francisco, resolute in his endeavors to follow the advice of Fernand Wagner and to avoid all topics calculated to excite, responded briefly, and immediately spoke on another matter, but he did not think the less deeply on that interesting subject. No, he cherished the image of his Flora and the hope of being yet united to her, with an enthusiasm which a love so ardent as his passion alone could feel. And Nisida congratulated herself on the conviction which she now very naturally entertained, that he had resigned himself to the loss of the young maiden, and was exerting his utmost to banish her altogether from his memory. Throughout the day, Francisco continued to improve rapidly, and on the following morning he was enabled to leave his couch. Indeed, his recovery was so marvelously quick that Dr. Duras considered it to be a perfect phenomenon in the history of medicine, and Nisida looked upon the physician, whom she conceived to be the author of this remarkable change, with unfeigned admiration. It was verging toward the hour of sunset, the 2d of October, when a rumor of a most alarming nature circulated with the celerity of wildfire through the city of Florence. At first the report was received with contemptuous incredulity, but by degrees, as circumstances tended to confirm it, as affrighted peasants came flying into the town from their country homes, bearing the dread tidings, the degenerate and voluptuous Florentines gave way to all the terrors which, in such cases, were too well adapted to fill the hearts of an emasculated people with dismay. For, while the dwellers of the City of Flowers were thinking only of the gay festival which invariably commenced their winter season, while the nobles and wealthy burghers were whiling their time pleasantly in the regilding and decoration of their palaces or mansions, while the Duke was projecting splendid banquets, and the members of the Council of State were dreaming of recreation and enjoyment, rather than of the duties of office, while, too, preparations were being made for the approaching auto-da-fé, that terrible spectacle which the Inquisition annually offered to the morbid tastes of a priest-ridden people, while, in a word, Florence seemed wrapped up in security and peace. At such a moment the astounding intelligence arrived that a mighty army was within a few hours' march of the sovereign city of Tuscany. Yes, this was the news that suddenly spread confusion and dismay throughout Florence, the news which told how the Ottoman fleet, for some days past moored off the port of Leghorn, had vomited forth legions, and how the formidable force was approaching at a rapid rate. Under the command of the Grand Vizier in person, the Seraskier and Saipasalar of the armies of the Sultan. The moment these things were bruited abroad in the city, Demetrius, the Greek, fled secretly, for he too well understood that his treacherous intentions had, in some unaccountable manner, transpired and reached the ears of Ibrahim Pasha. Nisida was perfectly astounded, and, for the first time in her life, she felt her energies paralyzed, all her powers of combination suddenly laid prostrate. As for Francisco, he could not help thinking that the invasion of Italy by the Turks was connected with the succor so mysteriously, but confidently promised by Wagner, although he was not only ignorant of the relationship subsisting between the Grand Vizier and his beloved Flora, but was even unaware of the fact that this high functionary was the same Ibrahim, whose prisoner he had been for a few hours on a former occasion in the island of Rhodes. The Council of State assembled to deliberate upon the proper course which should be adopted at so critical a moment. But when the resources of Florence and the means of resisting the invaders were scrutinized, when it was discovered that there were not 3,000 soldiers to defend the place, nor arms sufficient to equip more than 1,500 volunteers in addition to the regular force, all idea of attempting to make a stand against an army which was in reality 20,000 strong, but which the exaggerations of fear had trebled in amount, was ultimately abandoned. The sun went down and was succeeded by no illuminations that night. Florence was in mourning. A spell had fallen upon the City of Flowers. Her streets were deserted, and within the houses those who possessed wealth were busily engaged in concealing their gold and jewels in cellars, holes dug in the ground, or at the bottom of wells. The general consternation was terrific indeed, and the solemn stillness which prevailed throughout the town, so lately full of animation and happiness, was even more dreadful than that which had accompanied the plague 2 centuries before. It was near midnight when messengers from the Grand Vizier, who was now within 3 miles' march of the city, arrived at the western gate and demanded admission, that they might obtain an immediate audience of the Duke. The request was directly complied with, and the envoys were conducted to the palazzo, where the prince immediately assembled the Council of State to receive them, himself presiding. The audience was in other respects strictly private, but the nature of the interview was soon proved to have been most unexpectedly pacific. For 2 hours after the reception of the envoys, criers proceeded throughout the city, proclaiming the joyful news that the Grand Vizier had of his own accord proposed such terms as the Council of State had not hesitated to accept. Thus, at 2 o'clock in the morning, were the Florentines at first alarmed by hearing the monotonous voices of the criers breaking upon the solemn stillness, but their fear changed into gladness ineffable. Ere those functionaries had uttered a dozen words of the proclamation which they were entrusted to make. What the terms were did not immediately transpire, but 2 circumstances which occurred ere it was daybreak, and which, though conducted with considerable secrecy, nevertheless soon became generally known. These circumstances, we say, afforded ample scope for comment and gossip. The first was the occupation of the Riverola Palace by the Ottoman soldiers who had accompanied Demetrius as an escort, and whom he had left in Florence. And the second was the fact that 2 females, closely muffled up, were removed from the prison of the Inquisition and delivered over to the charge of the Grand Vizier's messengers, who conveyed them out of the city. But the curiosity excited by these incidents was absorbed in the general anxiety that was evinced by the Florentine people to feast their eyes with the grand, interesting, and imposing spectacle which the dawn of day revealed to their view. For, far as the eye could reach, on the western side of Florence, and commencing at the distance of about 1/4 of a mile from the city, a mass of innumerable tents and pavilions showed where the Ottoman army was encamped. Myriads of banners of all colors floated from the tall javelins to which they were affixed before the entrance of the chief officers' tents, and in front of the entire encampment waved, at the summit of a spear planted in the ground, the 3 crescents, which invariably accompany the march of a Turkish army. The sunbeams glittered on thousands of bright crescents, and the brazen pommels of the mounted sentinels' saddles shone like burnished gold. It was indeed a grand and imposing spectacle, and the din of innumerable voices mingling with the sounds of martial music reached the ears of those Florentines who, more daring than the rest, advanced nearly up to the outposts of the encampment. But in the meantime, a scene of profound and touching interest had taken place in the gorgeous pavilion of the Grand Vizier. While it was yet dark, and ere that martial panorama of tents and pavilions developed itself to the admiring and astonished eyes of the Florentines, 2 females, closely muffled in handsome cashmere shawls, which had been presented to them for the purpose, were treading the Ottoman encampment, under the guidance of the messengers to whom they had been consigned. It is hardly necessary to inform the reader that these females were the elder Signora Francatelli and her beautiful niece Flora. Their sudden and most unexpected deliverance from the terrible dungeons of the Inquisition, and the profound respect with which they were treated by those into whose charge the familiars of the Holy Office had surrendered them, inspired them with the most lively joy, and their congratulations were expressed by frequent pressures of each other's hands, as they proceeded in company with their guides. But they knew not by whom, or how, nor wherefore they had been released, and yet a vague suspicion, founded solely on the fact that their conductors wore the Ottoman garb, that Alessandro must be in some way connected with the matter, had entered their minds. It was, at all events, clear that no harm was intended them, for they were not treated as prisoners, and thus they hastened on in confidence and hope. It was not until they had left the city some distance behind that the bright moon showed them a confused mass of white objects in front, and they were both marveling what the strange and unknown spectacle could be, when their party was suddenly challenged by the sentries of an outpost. The leader of the little escort gave the watchword, and now, as the 2 females drew nearer to the encampment, the mass of white objects became more shapely, until, in a few minutes, the pointed tops of the tents and pavilions stood out in strong relief against the now purple sky. What could this unusual spectacle mean? They were still in the dungeons of the Inquisition when the alarm, caused by an approaching army, had circulated through Florence, and the rumor had not reached their ears. For the first time since the moment of their release, they now hung back and manifested signs of fear. "Be not terrified, ladies," said the chief of the escort, speaking in excellent Italian. "Ye have no cause for apprehension. Before you spread the innumerable tents of the Ottoman army, and it is to the presence of this mighty host that ye are indebted for your freedom." "But whither are you taking us?" inquired Flora, scarcely reassured. "To the pavilion of His Highness, Ibrahim Pasha, the Grand Vizier of the glorious Sultan Solomon," answered the Turk. "And at the hands of that powerful minister ye will receive naught but honorable and kind treatment." "Know you, Signor?" inquired Flora. "If there be in the Ottoman camp a young man who, when a Christian," she added with a profound sigh, "bore the name of Alessandro Francatelli." "There is such a young man," responded the Turkish messenger, "and you will see him presently." "Oh, is it then to him that we owe our deliverance?" demanded the beauteous maiden, her heart fluttering with varied emotions at the idea of meeting her brother. "Is he attached to the person of that mighty man whom you denominate the Grand Vizier? And shall we see him in the pavilion of His Highness?" "You will see him in the pavilion of His Highness," answered the Turk. "And the Grand Vizier himself, is he a good, kind man?" asked Flora. "Is my brother, I mean Alessandro, a favorite with him?" "I believe that the mighty Ibrahim loves no man more than Alessandro Francatelli, lady," said the Turk, highly amused by these questions which were put to him, although his manner was respectful and calm. "Then there is a chance that Alessandro will rise in the service of the Sultan," continued Flora, naturally anxious to glean all the information she could respecting her brother. "There is not a more enviable personage in the imperial service than he whom you style Alessandro Francatelli. Heaven be thanked that he is so prosperous, poor boy," exclaimed the aunt, who had been an attentive listener to the preceding discourse. "But your Grand Vizier, Signor, must be very powerful to have a great army at his disposal." "The Grand Vizier, lady," returned the Ottoman envoy, "is second only to the Sultan, and in him we see a reflection of the imperial majesty. At a sign from the great and potent Ibrahim, every scimitar throughout this host of 20,000 men would leap from its sheath in readiness to strike where, and at whom he might choose to order. Nay, more, lady, he has the power to gather together mighty armies, so numerous that they would inundate Christendom as with a desolating sea. Allah be thanked. There is no limit to the power of the mighty Ibrahim so long as he holdeth the seals of his great office." The two females made no further observation aloud, but they thought profoundly on all that they had just heard. For in a short time they were to stand in the presence of this puissant chief, whom the Ottomans seemed to worship as a god, and who wielded a power which placed him on a level with the proudest potentates in the Christian world. In the meantime, the little party had entered the precincts of the Ottoman encampment, a complete city of tents and pavilions, ranged in the most admirable order and with all the regularity of streets. A solemn silence prevailed throughout the camp, interrupted only by the measured pace and the occasional challenge of sentinels. At length, Flora and her aunt perceived in the clear moonlight a pavilion loftier, larger, and more magnificent than any they had yet seen. The pinnacle glittered as if it were tipped with a bright star, the roof was of dazzling whiteness, and the sides were of dark velvet, richly embroidered with gold. It stood in the midst of a wide space, the circumjacent tents forming a complete circle about it. Within this enclosure of tents, the sentries were posted at very short intervals, and instead of walking up and down, they stood motionless as statues, their mighty scimitars gleaming in the moonlight. In profound silence did the little party proceed toward the entrance of the vast pavilion, which the females had no difficulty in discerning to be the habitation of the potent and dreaded chief into whose presence they were now repairing. In front of this splendid tent floated two large banners, each from the summit of a tall javelin, the head of which was of burnished gold. One of these enormous flags was green, the other was blood red. The first was the sacred standard of the Prophet Mohammed, and accompanied the Grand Vizier in his capacity of representative and vice-regent of the Sultan. And the latter was the banner which was always planted in front of the pavilion inhabited by the Saraskier, or commander-in-chief of the Ottoman army, At the entrance of the vast tent stood 4 mounted sentinels, horses and men alike so motionless that they seemed to be as many equestrian statues. "In a few moments," whispered the leader of the little escort to the 2 females, "you will be in the presence of the Grand Vizier, who will receive you alone." "And Alessandro Francatelli?" inquired Flora in a tone of disappointment. "Will he not be there also?" "Fear not, you shall behold him shortly," answered the Turk, and passing behind the mounted sentinels, he drew aside the velvet curtain, at the same time bidding Flora and her aunt enter the pavilion. A blaze of light bursting forth from the interior of the magnificent tent dazzled and bewildered them, as the ottoman gently gushed them onward, for they hung back in vague and groundless alarm. The curtain was instantly closed behind them, and they now found themselves inside the gorgeous abode of the Grand Vizier. The pavilion was decorated in the most sumptuous manner. Crystal chandeliers were suspended to the spars which supported the canvas ceiling, and the pillars which supported those spars were gilt and inlaid with mother-of-pearl. Rich sofas placed around the sides, vases, some containing flowers and others delicious perfumes, tables laden with refreshments of the most exquisite kind. In a word, all the evidences of enormous wealth and all the accessories of luxurious splendor were displayed in this sumptuous abode. At the further end of the pavilion was seated an individual, whom, by the intimation they had already received, and by the magnificence of his attire, Flora and her aunt immediately knew to be the Grand Vizier. He soon granted them the opportunity they so anxiously awaited, and it was not a great while ere they found themselves completely reassured, and conversing with a freedom which they had hardly hoped would characterize their interview. But who can describe the wonder and amazement which overwhelmed Flora and her aunt, when, in the person of the Grand Vizier, was revealed to them the long-absent brother and nephew, Alessandro Francatelli. It is needless to give in detail the events which were narrated in their conversation. After a long and interesting recapitulation of the thrilling events which had attended them thus far, they turned to that more immediate matter which lay nearest their hearts. When the Count of Riverola at length joined the party, the young nobleman, taking Flora's hand, exclaimed, "I am anxious to secure this jewel as soon as possible. Our union may be celebrated privately and without useless pomp and ceremony. A few hours hence may see us allied to part no more. I have a friend in Florence, Fernand Wagner. And if he be your friend, Count, you cannot possess one more likely to be sincere," exclaimed the Vizier. "He has indeed proved a warm friend to me," continued Francisco. "2 days ago I was stretched upon a bed of sickness, delirious, my mind wandering and my reason gone." "Merciful heavens!" cried Flora, shuddering from head to foot and contemplating her intended husband with the deepest solicitude. "Yes, I was in a desperate state," said the Count. "But Wagner came. He breathed words of hope in my ears, and I recovered rapidly. So rapidly and so completely that I feel not as if I had ever known indisposition save by name. I was, however, about to observe that there is an oratory in Signor Wagner's mansion, and there may the ceremony be performed. Fernand is, moreover, well acquainted with the language by which the deaf and dumb communicate their ideas, and through friendship for me, he will break the tidings of my marriage to my sister." "Be it as you propose," said the Grand Vizier. Then, after a moment's pause, he added, speaking in a low and mysterious whisper, "And if you will not shrink from the contact of the renegade at the altar of God, a renegade in name only and not in heart, a renegade to suit his worldly purposes and not from conviction, then shall I be present at the ceremony." "Yes," he continued, perceiving that his aunt, his sister, and the young Count surveyed him with mingled pleasure and amazement. "Yes, in a deep disguise I will quit the encampment and enter Florence, for it would grieve me deeply to be excluded from the solemn scene." "Dearest Alessandro, for thus you will permit me still to call you," exclaimed his aunt, "your words have made my happiness complete. Oh, you are still a Christian in heart, thank God. Not for worlds would I that you should be absent from the ceremony, which makes your sister the Countess of Riverola," exclaimed Francisco. "The arrangements so happily come to and so amicably digested were now to be carried into effect. The expectant bridegroom accordingly took a temporary leave of the vizier, Flora and the aunt, and returned to the city to seek his friend Fernand Wagner, it being understood that those whom he had just left should meet him at that seigneur's mansion by midday. The morning was now breaking, and every rooftop in Florence was crowded with persons anxious to obtain a view of the encampment, as we have stated at the close of the preceding chapter. Chapter 63. The Manuscript. In accordance with the plans detailed in the preceding chapter, Francisco and Flora, accompanied by the good dame Francatelli, and preceded by a suitable guard, now departed from the gorgeous pavilion of the Grand Vizier on their way to the mansion of Wagner. On arriving at the walls of the city, the Ottoman guard left them and retraced their steps to the Turkish encampment, while our little party proceeded on its way through the now crowded streets and soon arrived at the residence of Wagner. With many congratulations did Fernand receive them, and being informed of the purport of their visit, hastened to acquaint his chaplain of the duties that were required of him. And before the sun was an hour higher in the heavens, Francisco, Count of Riverola, and Flora Francatelli were joined together in the indissoluble bonds of wedlock. It was now, for the first time since his recovery, that the recollection of the solemn oath Francisco had made to his dying father came across his mind, that on that day and that hour in which he was married, he and his bride should visit the secret chamber. And he hurriedly told Wagner that it was of the utmost importance that he should be at the Riverola Palace within the hour, and at the same time he requested his kind friend to accompany him. On arriving at the Riverola Palace, the party were instantly admitted, notwithstanding that the Turkish soldiers placed there by the Grand Vizier still guarded the gates, and Francisco proceeded alone to his sister's apartment, where he found her sitting, busied in conjecturing the cause of her recent detention, for Ibrahim, on the completion of the marriage ceremony, of which he had been an unseen observer, had given orders to free her from all restraint on her person. On perceiving Francisco, Nisida tenderly embraced him, and by signs he informed her that a person wished to be admitted to her presence. Having signified her acquiescence, Francisco retired, and in a few moments returned, leading by the hand his blushing bride, while Wagner followed, a few paces in the rear. No sooner had Nisida's eyes fallen on the form of Flora than she started from her seat, her eyes flashing with concentrated hate, and her haughty lip curled in withering contempt, for well she guessed the purport of her visit. But the next moment her eyes fell on the advancing form of her adored Wagner, and those eyes, lit up as with the fires of hell, lost their demoniac glare in the beams of love which gleamed in their dark depths. And her lip of scorn was changed into an enchanting smile of the sweetest welcome, a transition from hate to love, a change of feelings as well as features of which woman, loving woman, alone is capable. And the next moment, regardless of the presence of Francisco and Flora, she rushed into the arms of her long-lost, her adored Wagner. ***. Nisida was now acquainted with the marriage of her brother. The secret chamber had been visited, the manuscript brought forth to be read. But one of the party that but a few moments before occupied that room was no more. Fernand Wagner was dead. True to the letter were the words of the founder of the Order of the Rosy Cross, that, "The spell which the evil one hath cast upon thee, Fernand Wagner, shall be broken only on that day, and that hour when thine eyes shall behold the bleached skeletons of two innocent victims suspended to the same beam." Flora and Francisco had visited the secret chamber alone, but the scream of horror which came from the bride on seeing the spectacle which there presented itself to her brought Wagner and Nisida to their side. Instantly on seeing the skeletons, the prophecy of Rosencrux rushed on the mind of Wagner. A complete revolution came over his whole frame, beautiful visions floated before his eyes, as of angels waiting to receive him and herald him to eternal glory, then stretching forth his arms. As if to embrace something immaterial, he fell heavily to the earth, and in a few moments he had breathed his last in the arms of Nisida. ***. We will now proceed to the reading of the manuscript. and pass over a detail of the indescribable agony that rent the heart of Nisida on seeing her beloved Wagner, a corpse, and the revulsion of her feelings on beholding the loathsome change that came over the face and form of the once godlike Fernand, a repetition of which would grate too harshly on the feelings of the reader. The manuscript. In order that you, Francisco, and she who, as your bride, shall accompany you on your visit to the secret cabinet wherein you are destined to find this manuscript. In order, I say, that you may both fully comprehend the meaning of the strange and frightful spectacle there prepared to meet your eyes. It is necessary that I should enter into a full and perfect detail of certain circumstances, the study of which will, I hope, prove beneficial to the lady whom you may honor with the proud name of Rivarola. In the year 1494, I visited Naples on certain pecuniary business, an intimation of which I found amongst the private papers of my father, who had died about 10 months previously. I was then just 21, and had not as yet experienced the influence of the tender passion. I had found the ladies of Florence so inveterately given to intrigue, and had seen so many instances in which the best and most affectionate of husbands were grossly deceived by their wives, that I had not only conceived an abhorrence at the idea of linking my fortunes with one of my own countrywomen, but even made a solemn vow that if ever I married, my choice should not fall upon a Tuscan. It was with such impressions as these that I quitted Florence on the business to which I have alluded, and I cared not if I never returned thither, so shallow, heartless, and superficial did its gay society appear to me. On my arrival at Naples, I assumed the name of Cornari, and, representing myself as a young man of humble birth and moderate fortune, mixed in the best society that would receive a stranger of such poor pretensions. I had already learned at Florence that the fair sex are invariably dazzled by titles and riches, and I had a curiosity to try whether I should be at all sought after when apparently unpossessed of such qualifications. Not that I had any serious thoughts of matrimony, for I was far from being so romantic as to suppose that any beautiful lady of high birth would fall in love with me so long as I passed for plain Signor Cornari. No, it was merely a whim of mine, would that I had never undertaken to gratify it. I was altogether unattended by any retinue, having quitted Florence with only a single valet, who died of sudden illness on the road. Thus did I enter Naples alone, with my package of necessaries fastened to the saddle of the steed that bore me. I put up at a small but respectable hostel, and the first few days of my residence at the Neapolitan capital were passed in making inquiries concerning the individual whose large debt to my deceased father had been the principal cause of my journey thither. I found him at length, but perceiving that he was totally unable to liquidate the claim upon him, I did not discover my real name and took my leave, resolving to think no more of the matter. Returning to the inn, I happened to pass through one of the most squalid and miserable parts of the city, when my attention was suddenly fixed upon the most charming female figure I had ever seen in my life. The object of my interest was respectably but plainly clad. Indeed, she appeared to belong to the class of petty tradespeople. Her form was most perfect in its symmetry, her gait was peculiarly graceful, and her manners were evidently modest and reserved, for she looked neither to the right nor to the left, but pursued her way with all the unobtrusiveness of strict propriety. I longed to behold her face, and, quickening my steps, presently passed her. I then had an opportunity of beholding the most beautiful countenance that ever adorned a woman. Heaven seemed to smile through the mirror of her mild black eyes, and there was such an indescribable sweetness in the general expression of her face that it might have served a limner to copy for the countenance of an angel. She saw that I gazed intently upon her, and instantly turned aside into another street, for I should observe that females of the lower orders in Naples are not permitted to wear veils. I stood looking after her until she was lost to my view, and then I went slowly back to the inn, my mind full of the image of the beautiful unknown. Day after day did I rove through that same quarter of the city in the hope of meeting her again, and every evening did I return to my lonely chamber, chagrined and disappointed. My spirits sank, my appetite fled, and I grew restless and melancholy. At length, I one morning beheld her in the flower market, and I stood gazing on her with such enthusiastic, and yet such respectful admiration, that though she turned away, still methought it was not with a feeling of resentment. I was transfixed to the spot for some minutes, and it was not until she had disappeared amidst the crowd gathered in that quarter that I could so collect my scattered thoughts as to curse my folly for having omitted such an opportunity of accosting her. I, however, inquired of an old woman of whom she had purchased some flowers, who she was, but all the information I could glean was that she had recently been in the habit of buying a few flowers every Wednesday of that same old woman. I went away more contented than I had felt for many days, because I now felt certain that I knew where to meet the lovely creature again. Nevertheless, during the 6 succeeding days I rambled about the flower market and the squalid quarter of the city where I had first seen her, but my search was unsuccessful, and the greater the disappointment I experienced, the more powerful grew my love. Yes, it was indeed love which I now felt for the first time, and for a being to whom I had never spoken, whom I had only seen twice, and on these occasions only for a few minutes, and whom I knew, by her garb, to belong to the poorer class. But on the following Wednesday I saw her for the 3rd time, and when she beheld me standing near the old woman's flower stall, she appeared vexed and surprised, and was about to turn away. I, however, approached her, besought her to accept of the choicest nosegay which I had been able to find, and continued to speak to her in so ardent, yet respectful a manner, that she no longer viewed me with resentment, but with something approaching to interest. And if I had been charmed by her beauty, when as yet I had seen her at a comparative distance, how enraptured was I now by a nearer contemplation of that heavenly countenance. I assured her that her image had never been absent from my heart since first I saw her, that I should never know peace or happiness again until she would give me some hope, and that I would sooner die than have her construe my words into an insult. She was touched by the earnestness and evident sincerity of my manner, and, encouraged by her silence, I proceeded hastily to inform her that my name was Cornari, that I was a young man of humble birth, but that I possessed a modest competency, and was my own master. I then pressed her to accept my nosegay, but, suddenly bursting into tears, she exclaimed, "Oh, Signor, you know not whom you have thus honored with your notice," and hurried away, leaving me absolutely stupefied with astonishment and grief. It immediately struck me that she was a lost and degraded creature who dared not respond to a virtuous love. But a few moments' reflection told me that such innocence, such artlessness, such candor never could be assumed, never feigned. No, they were most natural. And this conviction, added to the intense curiosity which now inspired me to fathom the mystery of her singular remark, rendered me more anxious than ever to meet with her again. Several weeks passed without seeing the gratification of my wish, and I was becoming seriously ill with disappointment and defeated hope when accident led me to encounter her once more. She would have avoided me, but I absolutely compelled her to stop. Seizing her hand, I said, "Look at me. Behold to what I am reduced. Mark these pale and sunken cheeks, and have pity on me." "And I, too," she murmured, "have been very miserable since we last met. Then you have thought of me." I exclaimed, retaining her hand still in mine, and reading love in the depths of her large, dark eyes. "I have," she answered bitterly, withdrawing her hand at the same time. Then in a tone of deep anguish she added, "I implore you to let me proceed on my way, and if you value your own happiness, you will never seek to see me more." "But my happiness depends on seeing you often," I exclaimed, "and if the offer of an honest heart be acceptable, I have that to give." She shuddered dreadfully from head to foot. "Surely you are not married already?" I said, rendered desperate by her strange and incomprehensible manner. "I married?" she absolutely shrieked forth. Then, perceiving that I was perfectly amazed and horrified by the wild vehemence of her ejaculations, she said in a subdued, melancholy tone, "I adjure you to think of me no more." "Listen, beauteous stranger," I exclaimed, "I love and adore you. My happiness is at stake. Repeat that cruel adjuration, and you inflict a death blow. If I be loathsome to your sight, tell me so, but leave me not a prey to the most horrible suspense. If you have a father, I will accompany you to him and make honorable proposals." "My father," she murmured, while her countenance was suddenly swept by a passing expression of anguish so intense that I began to tremble for her reason. I implored her to speak candidly and openly, and not in brief sentences of such ominous mystery. She scarcely appeared to listen to my words, but seemed totally absorbed in the mental contemplation of a deeply seated woe. At length, she suddenly turned her large, dark eyes upon me, and said in a low, plaintive, profoundly touching tone, "Signor Cornari, again I adjure you to think of me no more. But for my own sake, I would not have you believe that unmaidenly conduct on my part is the cause of the solemn prayer I thus make to you. No, no, I have naught wherewith I can reproach myself, but there are reasons of terrible import that compel me to address you in this manner. Nevertheless," she added, more slowly and hesitatingly, "if you really should continue to entertain so deep an interest in me as to render you desirous to hear the last explanation from my lips, then may you rely upon meeting me on this spot, and at the same hour, 15 days hence." She then hurried away. How that fortnight passed I can scarcely tell. To me it appeared an age. I was deeply, madly enamored of that strange, beautiful, and apparently conscientious being, and the mystery which involved her threw around her a halo of interest that fanned the flame of my passion. I was prepared to make any sacrifice rather than abandon all hope of calling her my own. The proud title of Riverola was as nothing in my estimation when weighed in the balance against her charms, her bewitching manner, her soft, retiring modesty. I moreover flattered myself that I was not indifferent to her, and I loved her all the more sincerely, because I reflected that if she gave her heart to me, it would be to the poor and humble Cornari, and not to the rich and mighty lord of Riverola. At length the memorable day, came, and she failed not to keep her appointment. She was pale, very pale, but exquisitely beautiful, and she smiled in spite of herself when she beheld me. She endeavored to conceal her emotions, but she could not altogether subdue the evidence of that gratification which my presence caused her. "You have disregarded my most earnest prayer," she said, in a low and agitated tone. "My happiness depends upon you," I answered. "In the name of heaven, keep me not in suspense, but tell me, can you and will you be mine?" "I could be thine, but I dare not," she replied in a voice scarcely audible. "Reveal to me the meaning of this strange contradiction, I implore you." Said I, again a prey to the most torturing suspense, "Do you love another?" "Did I love another," she exclaimed, withdrawing the hand which I had taken, "I should not be here this day." "Pardon me," I cried, "I would not offend you for worlds. If you do not love another, can you love me?" Again she allowed me to take her hand, and this concession, together with the rapid but eloquent glance she threw upon me, was the answer to my question. "Then, if you can love me," I urged, "why cannot you be mine?" "Because," she replied in that tone of bitterness which did me harm to hear it, "you are born of parents whose name and whose calling you dare mention, whereas you would loathe me as much as you now declare that you love me, were you to learn who my father is. For mother, alas, I have none. She has been dead many years," and tears streamed down her cheeks. I also wept, so deeply did I sympathize with her. "Beloved girl," I exclaimed, "you wrong me. What is it to me if your father be the veriest wretch, the greatest criminal that crawls upon the face of the earth, so long as you are pure and innocent?" "No, no," she cried hastily, "you misunderstand me. There breathes not a more upright man than my father." "Then wherefore should I be ashamed to own my marriage with his daughter?" I asked in an impassioned manner. "Because," she said, in a tone of such intense anguish that it rent my heart as she began to speak, "because," she repeated slowly and emphatically, "he is viewed with abhorrence by that world which is so unjust. For that which constitutes the stigma is hereditary office in his family, an office that he dares not vacate under pain of death. And now you can too well comprehend that my sire is the public executioner of Naples." This announcement came upon me like a thunderbolt. I turned sick at heart. My eyes grew dim. My brain whirled. I staggered and should have fallen had I not come in contact with a wall. It appeared to me afterward that sobs of ineffable agony fell upon my ears, while I was yet in a state of semi-stupefaction. and methought likewise that a delicate, soft hand pressed mine convulsively for a moment. Certain it was that when I recovered my presence of mind, when I was enabled to collect my scattered thoughts, the executioner's daughter was no longer near me. I was in despair at the revelation which had been made, overwhelmed with grief, too, at having suffered her thus to depart, for I feared that I should never see her more. Before me was my hopeless love. Behind me, like an evil dream, was the astounding announcement which still rang in my ears, though breathed in such soft and plaintive tones. 3 or 4 minutes were wasted in the struggles of conflicting thoughts, ere I was sufficiently master of myself to remember that I might still overtake the maiden who had fled from me. It struck me that her father's dwelling must be near the criminal prison, and this was in the squalid quarter of the town where I had first encountered her. Thither I sped, into the dark streets, so perilous after dusk, I plunged, and at length I overtook the object of my affection just as she was skirting the very wall of the prison. I seized her by the hand and implored her to forgive me for the manner in which I had received the last explanation to which I had urged her. "It was natural that you should shrink in loathing from the bare idea," she said, in a tone which rent my heart. "And now leave me, Senor, for further conversation between us is useless." "No," I exclaimed, "I will not leave you until I shall have exacted from you a promise that you will be mine, and only mine. For I could not live without you, and most unjust should I be, most unworthy of the name of a man, if I were to allow a contemptible prejudice to stand in the way of my happiness." She returned no answer, but the rapidity of her breathing and the ill, subdued sobs which interrupted her respiration at short intervals convinced me that a fierce struggle was taking place within her bosom. For it was now quite dark, and I could not see her face. The hand, however, which I held clasped in my own, trembled violently. "Beautiful maiden," I said after a long pause, "wherefore do you not reply to me? Were I the proudest peer in Christendom, I would sacrifice every consideration of rank and family for your sake. What more can man say? What more can he do?" "Signor Cornari," she answered at length, "prudence tells me to fly from you, but my heart prompts me to remain. Alas! I feel that the latter feeling is dominant within me. And you will be mine," I demanded eagerly. "Thine forever," she murmured, her head sinking upon my breast, "but I shall not dwell unnecessarily on this portion of my narrative. Suffice it to say we parted, having arranged another meeting for the next evening. It was on this occasion that I said to her, "Vitangela, I have thought profoundly on all that passed between us yesterday, and I am more than ever determined to make you my wife. Let us away to your father and demand his consent to our union." "Stay," she said, in an emphatic tone, "and hear me patiently ere you either renew the promise to wed me or reiterate your desire to seek my father. You must know," she continued, while I listened with painful suspense, "that my father will not oppose a step in which his daughter's happiness is involved. But the very moment that sees our hands joined will behold the registry of the marriage in the book kept by the lieutenant of police, and thereby will be constituted a record of the name of one who, if need be, must assume the functions of that office which my sire now fills." "What mean you, Vitangela?" I demanded, horrified by the dim yet ominous significance of these horrible words. "I mean," she continued, "that the terrible post of public executioner must remain in our family while it exists, and those who form marriages with us are considered to enter into our family. When my father dies, my brother will succeed him, but should my brother die without leaving issue, or having a son to take his place, you, Signor, if you become my husband, will be forced to assume the terrible office." "But I am not a Neapolitan," I exclaimed, "and I should hope that, when we are united, you will not insist upon dwelling in Naples." "I would give worlds to leave this odious city," she said emphatically. "Nothing detains me here another day, nor another hour," I cried. "Let the priest unite our hands, and we forthwith set off for Florence. But why should not our marriage take place privately, unknown even to your father? And in that case, no entry could be made in the books of the lieutenant of police. You have expressed that desire which I myself feared to utter, lest you should think it unmaidenly," she murmured. For your sake I will quit home and kindred without further hesitation." I was rejoiced at this proof of affection and confidence on her part, and it was arranged between us that we should be married on the ensuing evening and in the most private way possible. Before we parted, however, I drew from her a solemn pledge that, when once she had become my wife, she would never even allude to her family, that she would not communicate to them the name of her husband nor the place of our abode, under any circumstance, in a word, that she would consider her father and brother as dead to her, and she to them. With streaming eyes and sobbing heart, she gave the sacred promise I required, ratifying it with an oath which I made her repeat to my dictation. On the ensuing evening, Vitangela met me according to appointment, and it was then I revealed to her my real name and rank. "Dearest girl," I said, "you gave me your heart, believing me to be a poor and humble individual, and you have consented to become my wife and abandon home and kindred for my sake. Profoundly then do I rejoice that it is in my power to elevate you to a position of which your beauty, your amiability, and your virtue render you so eminently worthy. And in my own native Florence, no lady will be more courted, nor treated with greater distinction than the Countess of Riverola." She uttered an exclamation of sorrow and would have fallen to the ground if I had not supported her. "Oh," she murmured, "I would have been happier were you indeed the humble Signor Cornari." "No, think not thus," I urged. "Wealth and rank are too powerful aids to happiness in this life. But at all events, my beloved Vitangela, you now recognize more than ever the paramount necessity which induces you to maintain inviolate your solemn vow of yesterday." "I require no such inducement to compel me to keep that pledge," she answered. "Think you that I would bring disgrace on the name, whether humble or lofty, with which you have proposed to honor me? Oh, no, never, never." I embraced her fondly, and we proceeded to the dwelling of a priest by whom our hands were united in the oratory attached to his abode. At daybreak we quitted Naples, and in due time we reached Florence, where my bride was received with enthusiastic welcome by all the friends of the Riverola family. My happiness appeared to have been established on a solid foundation by this alliance, and the birth of Nisida in 1495, just 1 year after the marriage, was a bond which seemed to unite our hearts the more closely if possible. Indeed, I can safely assert that not a harsh word ever passed between us, nor did aught occur to mar our complete felicity for years after our union. In 1500, however, a circumstance took place which proved to be the first link in the chain of incidents destined to wield a dire influence over my happiness. It was in the month of April of that year. Oh, how indelibly is the detested date fixed on my memory! The Duke Piero de' Medici gave a grand entertainment to all the aristocracy of Florence. The banquet was of the most excellent description, and the gardens of the palace were brilliantly illuminated. The days of Lorenzo, the Magnificent, seemed to have been revived for a short period by his degenerate descendant. All the beauty and rank of the Republic were assembled at this festival. But no lady was more admired for the chaste elegance of her attire, the modest dignity of her deportment, and the loveliness of her person than Vitangela, Countess of Riverola. After the banquet, the company proceeded to the gardens, where bands of music were stationed, and while some indulged in the exhilarating dance, others sauntered through the brilliantly lighted avenues. I need not inform you that no husband, unless he were anxious to draw down upon himself the ridicule which attaches itself to extreme uxoriousness, would remain linked to his wife's side all the evening at such an entertainment as the one of which I am speaking. I was therefore separated from the Countess, whom I left in an arbor with some other ladies, and I joined the group which had assembled around the prince. I know not exactly how it was I happened to quit my companions, after a lively conversation which had probably lasted about an hour. Certain, however, it is that before midnight I was proceeding alone down a long avenue in which utter darkness reigned, but outside of which the illuminations shone brilliantly. Suddenly I heard voices near me, and one of them appeared to be that of the Countess of Riverola, but they were speaking in so subdued a tone that I was by no means confident in my suspicion. The voices approached, and a sentiment of curiosity, unaccountable at the time, as I believed Vitangela to be purity itself, impelled me to listen more attentively. To conceal myself was not necessary. I had to remain perfectly still for my presence to be unknown, utter darkness prevailing in the avenue. The persons who were conversing advanced. "You know," said the soft and whispering voice which I believed to be that of my wife, "you know how sincerely, how tenderly I love you, and what a frightful risk I run in according you thus a few moments' private discourse." The voice of a man made some reply, the words of which did not reach my ears. Then the pair stopped, and I heard the billing sound of kisses. Oh, how my blood boiled in my veins! I grasped the handle of my sword, but I was nailed to the spot. My state of mind was such that though I longed, I thirsted for vengeance, yet was I powerless, motionless, paralyzed. To the sound of kisses succeeded those of sobbing and of grief on the part of the lady whose voice had produced such a terrible effect upon me. Holy Virgin! I thought, she deplores the fate that chains her to her husband. She weeps because she has not courage to fly with her lover. And now I experienced just the same sensations as those which stunned and stupefied me on that evening at Naples, when I first heard that Vitangela was the child of the public executioner. Several minutes must have passed while I was in this condition of comparative insensibility, or rather while I was a prey to the stunning conviction that I was deceived by her whom I had loved so well and deemed so pure. When I awoke from that dread stupor, all was still in the dark avenue. Not a footstep, not a whispering voice was heard. I hurried along amidst the trees, my soul racked with the cruelest suspicions. And yet I was not confident that it was positively my wife's voice that I had heard. And the more I pondered on the circumstance, the more anxious was I to arrive at the conviction that I had indeed been deceived by some voice closely resembling hers. I accordingly hurried back to the arbor where I had last seen her in the company of several Florentine ladies. Joy animated my soul when I beheld Vitangela seated in that arbor, and in the very spot, too, where I had beheld her upward of an hour previously. But she was now alone. "Where are your friends?" I asked in a kind tone as I approached and gently took her hand. "Indeed, I know not," she replied, casting a hurried glance around and now appearing surprised to find that there was not another lady near her. She seemed confused, and I also observed that she had been weeping very recently. The joy which had for a moment animated me was now succeeded by a sudden chill that went to my heart death-like, icy. But, subduing my emotion, I said, "Your ladyship has not surely remained here ever since I last saw you, more than an hour ago." "Yes," she responded without daring to raise her eyes to meet mine. I knew that she lied, most foully lied. Her confusion, her whole manner betrayed her. But I exercised a powerful mastery over my mind. The suspicion which I had all along entertained was strengthened greatly, but not altogether confirmed. And I resolved to wait for confirmation ere I allowed my vengeance to burst forth. Moreover, it was necessary to discover who the gallant might be, the favored one who had superseded me in the affections of Vitangela. I, however, promised myself that when once my information was complete, my revenge should be terrible. And this resolution served as a solace for the moment, and as an inducement for me to conceal alike the suspicions I had imbibed and the dreadful pain they had caused me. Presenting my hand, therefore, to Vitangela, I escorted her to that part of the ground where the company were now assembled, and where I hoped that some accident might make known to me the person of the gallant with whom, as I supposed, she had walked in the avenue. Anxiously, but unsuspected, did I watch the manner of the Countess every time she returned the salutation of the various nobles and cavaliers whom we encountered in our walk. But not a blush, not a sign of confusion on her part, not one rapidly dealt but significant glance, afforded me the clue I so ardently sought. And yet it struck me that she often cast furtive and uneasy, or rather searching looks hither and thither, as if to seek and single out someone individual in the multitudes moving about the illuminated gardens. She was certainly preoccupied, and even mournful, but I affected not to observe that a cloud hung over her spirits, and in order to throw her completely off her guard, I talked and laughed quite as gaily as was my wont. To be brief, The festivities terminated a little before sunrise, and I conducted the Countess back to our mansion. From that night forth, I maintained the strictest watch upon her conduct and proceedings. I appointed Margaretha, the mother of my page Antonio, to act the spy upon her, but weeks and months passed, and nothing occurred to confirm the terrible suspicion that haunted me night and day. I strove to banish that suspicion from my mind. Heaven knows how hard I tried to crush it. But it was immortal, and it beset me as if it were the ghost of some victim I had ruthlessly murdered. Vitangela saw that my manner had somewhat changed toward her, and she frequently questioned me on the subject. I, however, gave her evasive answers, for I should have been ashamed to acknowledge my suspicion if it were false, and it was only by keeping her off her guard I should receive confirmation if it were true. Thus nearly 9 months passed away from the date of the ducal banquet, and then you, Francisco, were born. The presence of an heir to my name and wealth was a subject of much congratulation on the part of my friends, but to me it was a source of torturing doubts and racking fears. You never bore the least, no, not the least resemblance, either physical or mental, to me, whereas the very reverse was the case with Nisida, even in her infancy. From the moment of your birth, from the first instant that I beheld you in the nurse's arms, the most agonizing feelings took possession of my soul. Were you indeed my son? Or were you the pledge of adulterous love? Merciful heavens! In remembering all I suffered when the terrible thoughts oppressed me, I wonder that you, Francisco, should now be alive, that I did not strangle you as you lay in your cradle. And, oh God, how dearly I could have loved you, Francisco, had I felt the same confidence in your paternity as in that of your sister Nisida. But no, all was at least doubt and uncertainty in that respect, and, as your cast of features and physical characteristics developed themselves, that hideous doubt and that racking uncertainty increased until there were times when I was nearly goaded to do some desperate deed. Those mild blue eyes, that rich brown hair, that feminine softness of expression which marked your face belonged not to the family of Rivarola. Time wore on, and my unhappiness increased. I suspected my wife, yet dared not proclaim the suspicion. I sought to give her back my love, but was utterly unable to subdue the dark thoughts and crush the maddening uncertainties that agitated my soul. At last, I was sinking into a state of morbid melancholy, when an incident occurred which revived all the energies of my mind. It was in 1505, Nisida being then 10 years old, and you, Francisco, 4, when Margaretha informed me one evening that the Countess had received a letter which had thrown her into a state of considerable agitation, and which she had immediately burned. By questioning the porter at the gate of the mansion, I learnt that the person who delivered the letter was a tall, handsome man of about 32, with brown hair, blue eyes, and a somewhat feminine expression of countenance. Holy Virgin! This must be the gallant, the paramour of my wife, the father of the boy on whom the law compelled me to bestow my own name. Such were the ideas that immediately struck me, and I now prepared for vengeance. Margaretha watched my wife narrowly, and on the evening following the one on which the letter had been delivered, Vitangela was seen to secure a heavy bag of gold about her person, and quit the mansion by the secret staircase of her apartment, that apartment which is now the sleeping place of your sister Nisida. Margaretha followed the Countess to an obscure street, at the corner of which the guilty woman encountered a tall person, enveloped in a cloak, and who was evidently waiting for her. To him she gave the bag of gold, and they embraced each other tenderly. Then they separated, the Countess returning home, unconscious that a spy watched her movements. Margaretha reported all that had occurred to me, and I bade her redouble her attention in watching her mistress. Now that the lover is once more in this city, I thought, and well provided with my gold to pursue his extravagance, there will soon be another meeting, and then for vengeance such as an Italian must have. But weeks and months again passed without affording the opportunity which I craved. Yet I knew that the day must come, and I could tutor myself to await its arrival, if not with patience, at least with so much outward composure as to lull the Countess into belief of perfect security. Yes, weeks and months passed away, aye, and years too, and still I nursed my hopes and projects of vengeance, the craving for which increased with the lapse of time. And now I come to the grand, the terrible, the main incident in this narrative. It was late one night in the month of January 1510, Nisida being then 15 and thou, Francisco, 9, that Margaretha came to me in my own apartment and informed me that she had seen the tall gallant traverse the garden hastily and obtain admission into the Countess' chamber by means of the secret staircase. The hour for vengeance had at length come. Margaretha was instantly dispatched to advise two bravos, whose services I had long secured for the occasion, that the moment had arrived when they were to do the work for which they had been so well paid in advance, and by the faithful performance of which they would still further enrich themselves. Within half an hour all the arrangements were completed. Margaretha had retired to her own chamber, and the bravos were concealed with me in the garden, nor had we long to wait. The private door opened shortly, and two persons appeared on the threshold. The night was clear and beautiful, and from my hiding place I could discern the fondness of the embrace that marked their parting. And they parted, too, never to meet again in this life. Vitangela closed the door, and her lover was passing rapidly along amidst the trees in the garden when a dagger suddenly drank his heart's blood. That dagger was mine and wielded by my hand. He fell without a groan, dead, stone dead at my feet. Half of my vengeance was now accomplished. The other half was yet to be consummated. Without a moment's unnecessary delay, the corpse was conveyed to a cellar beneath the northern wing of the mansion, and the two bravos then hastened to Vitangela's chamber, into which they obtained admission by forcing the door of the private staircase. In pursuance of the orders which they had received from me, they bound and gagged her, and conveyed her through the garden to the very cellar where, by the light of a gloomy lamp, she beheld her husband standing close by a corpse. "Bring her near," I exclaimed, unmoved by the looks of indescribable horror which she threw around. When her eyes caught sight of the countenance of that lifeless being, they remained fixed with frenzied wildness in their sockets, and even if there had been no gag between her teeth, I do not believe that she could have uttered a syllable. And now commenced the second act in this appalling tragedy. While one of the bravos held the Countess in his iron grasp, in such a manner that she could not avert her head, the other, who had once been a surgeon, tore away the garments from the corpse, and commenced the task which I had before assigned to him. And as the merciless scalpel hacked and hewed away at the still almost palpitating flesh of the murdered man, in whose breast the dagger remained deeply buried, a ferocious joy, a savage, hyena-like triumph filled my soul, and I experienced no remorse for the deed I had done. Far, very far from that, for as the work progressed, I exclaimed, "Behold, Vitangela, how the scalpel hews that form so loved by thee. Now hack away at the countenance, deface that beauty, pick out those mild blue eyes." And I laughed madly. The Countess fainted, and I ordered her to be carried back to her apartment, where Margaretha awaited her. Indeed, I had naturally foreseen that insensibility would result from the appalling spectacle which I compelled my wife to witness, and Margaretha was prepared to breathe dreadful menaces in her ears the moment she should recover, menaces of death to herself and both her children if she should reveal. Even to her father confessor, one tittle of the scene which that night had been enacted. The surgeon bravo did his work bravely, and the man who had dishonored me was reduced to naught save a skeleton. The flesh and the garments were buried deep in the cellar. The skeleton was conveyed to my own chamber, and suspended to a beam in the closet where you, Francisco, and your bride are destined to behold it, along with another. My vengeance was thus far gratified. The bravos were dismissed, and I locked myself up in my chamber for several days to brood upon all I had done, and occasionally to feast my eyes with the grim remains of him who had dared to love my wife. During those days of seclusion, I would see no one save the servant who brought me my meals. From him, I learnt that the Countess was dangerously ill, that she was indeed dying, and that she besought me to visit her if only for a moment. But I refused, implacably refused. I was convinced that she craved my forgiveness, and that I could not give, Doctor, Duras, who attended upon her, came to the door of my chamber and implored me to grant him an interview. Then Nisida sought a similar boon, but I was deaf to each and all. Yes, for there was still a being on whom I yet longed to wreak my vengeance, and that being was yourself, Francisco. I looked upon you as the living evidence of my dishonor, the memorial of your mother's boundless guilt. But I recoiled in horror from the idea of staining my hands with the blood of a little child. Yet, I feared if I came near you, if I saw your clinging affectionately to Vitangela, if I heard you innocently and unconsciously mock me by calling me father. I felt I should be unable to restrain the fury of my wrath. I know not how long I should have remained in the seclusion of my own chamber, perhaps weeks and months, but one morning shortly after daybreak, I was informed by the only servant whom I would admit near me, that the Countess had breathed her last during the night, and that Nisida was so deeply affected by her mother's death, that she, poor girl, was dangerously ill. Then I became frantic on account of my daughter, and I quitted my apartment, not only to see that proper aid was administered to her, but to complete the scheme of vengeance which I had originally formed. Thus, in the first place, Doctor, Duras was enjoined to take up his abode altogether in the Riverola Palace, so long as Nisida should require his services. And, on the other hand, a splendid funeral was ordered for the Countess Riverola. But Vitangela's remains went not in the velvet-covered coffin to the family vault. No, her flesh was buried in the same soil where rotted the flesh of her paramour, and her skeleton was suspended from the same beam to which his bones had been already hung. For I thought within myself, this is the first time that the wife of a Count of Riverola has ever brought dishonor and disgrace upon her husband, and I will take care that it shall be the last. To Nisida will I leave all my estates, all my wealth, save a miserable pittance as an inheritance for the bastard Francisco. She shall inherit the title, and the man on whom she may confer her hand shall be the next Count of Riverola. The wedding day will be marked by a revelation of the mystery of this cabinet, and the awful spectacle will teach him, whoever he may be, to watch his wife narrowly, and will teach her what it is to prove unfaithful to a fond husband. To both, the lesson will be as useful as the manner of conveying it will be frightful, and they will hand down the tradition to future scions of the Riverola family. Francisco, too, shall learn the secrets of the cabinet. He shall be taught why he is disinherited, why I have hated him. And thus even from the other world shall the spirits of the vile paramour and the adulterous wife behold the consequences of their crime perpetuated in this. Such were my thoughts, such were my intentions, but an appalling calamity forced me to change my views. Nisida, after a long and painful illness, became deaf and dumb, and Doctor, Duras gave me no hope of the restoration of her lost faculties. Terrible visitation. Then was it that I reasoned with myself, that I deliberated long and earnestly upon the course which I should pursue. It was improbable that, afflicted as Nisida was, she would ever marry. And I felt grieved, deeply grieved, to think that you, Francisco, being disinherited and Nisida remaining single, the proud title of Riverola would become extinct. I therefore resolved on the less painful alternative of disinheriting you altogether, and I accordingly made a will by which I left you the estates, with the contingent title Count of Riverola, under certain conditions which might yet alienate both property and rank from you, and endow therewith your sister Nisida. For should she recover the faculties of speech and hearing by the time she shall have attained the age of 36, she will yet be marriageable and may have issue. But should that era in her life pass, and she still be deaf and dumb, all hope of her recovery will be dead. Thus, if she still be so deeply afflicted at that age, you, Francisco, will inherit the vast estates and the lordly title which, through the circumstances of your birth, it grieves me to believe will ever devolve upon you. Such were my motives for making that will which you are destined to hear read, doubtless before the time comes for you to peruse this manuscript. And having made that will, and experiencing the sad certainty that my unfortunate daughter will never become qualified to inherit my title and fortune, but that the name of Riverola must be perpetuated through your marriage, I have determined that to you and to your bride alone shall the dread secrets of the cabinet be revealed. Thus terminated the manuscript. Powerful in meaning and strong in expression, as the English language may be rendered by one who has the least experience in the proper combination of words. Yet it becomes totally inadequate to the task of conveying an idea of those feelings, those harrowing emotions, those horrifying sentiments, which were excited in the breasts of Francisco di Rivarola and the beautiful Flora by the revolution of the manuscript. At first the document begat a deep and mournful interest, as it related the interviews of the late Count with Vitangela in the streets of Naples. Then amazement was engendered by the announcement of that lovely and unhappy being's ignominious parentage. But a calmness was diffused through the minds of Flora and Francisco, as if they had found a resting place amidst the exciting incidents of the narrative when they reached that part which mentioned the marriage. Their feelings were, however, destined to be speedily and most painfully wrung once more, and Francisco could scarcely restrain his indignation. Yes, his indignation even against the memory of his deceased father, when he perused those injurious suspicions which were recorded in reference to the honor of his mother. Though unable to explain the mystery in which all that part of the narrative was involved, yet he felt firmly convinced that his mother was innocent, and he frequently interrupted himself in the perusal of the manuscript to give utterance to passionate ejaculations expressive of that opinion. But it was when the hideous tragedy rapidly developed itself, and the history of the presence of two skeletons in the closet was detailed. It was then that language became powerless to describe the mingled wrath and disgust which Francisco felt, or to delineate the emotions of boundless horror and wild amazement that were excited in the bosom of Flora. In spasmodic shuddering did the young countess cling to her husband when she had learned how fearfully accurate was the manner in which the few lines of the manuscript, which she had read many months previously in Nisida's boudoir, fitted in the text, and how appalling was the tale which the entire made. She was cruelly shocked, and her heart bled for that fine young man whom she was so proud to call her husband, but whom his late father had loathed to recognize as a son. And Nisida? What were her feelings as she lay stretched upon a couch, listening to the contents of the manuscript which she had read before? At first one hope, one idea was dominant in her soul, the hope that Flora would be crushed even to death by revelations which were indeed almost sufficient to overwhelm a gentle disposition and freeze the vital current in the tender and compassionate heart. But as Francisco read on, and when he came to those passages which described the sufferings and the cruel fate of her mother, then Nisida became a prey to the most torturing feelings. Dreadful emotions were expressed by her convulsed countenance and wildly glaring eyes, and she muttered deep and bitter anathemas against the memory of her own father. For well does the reader know that she had loved her mother to distraction, and thus the horrifying detail of the injuries heaped upon the head and on the name of that revered parent aroused all her fiercest passions of rage and hate, as completely as if that history had been new to her, and as if she were now becoming acquainted with it for the first time. Indeed, so powerful, so terrible, was the effect produced by the revival of all those dread reminiscences and heartrending emotions on the part of Nisida that, forgetting her malignant spite and her infernal hope with regard to Flora, she threw her whole soul into the subject of the manuscript. And the torrent of feelings to which she thus gave way was crushing and overwhelming to a woman of such fierce passions, and who had received so awful a shock as that which had stretched her on the couch where she now lay. For the fate of him whom she had loved with such ardor, and the revulsion that her affection experienced on account of the ghastly spectacle which Wagner presented to her view in his dying moments, the disgust and loathing which had been inspired in her mind by the thought that she had ever fondled that being in her arms and absolutely doted on the superhuman beauty that had changed to such revolting ugliness. It was all this that had struck her down, paralyzed her, inflicted a mortal, though not an instantaneous blow upon that woman so lately full of energy, so strong in moral courage, and so full of vigorous health. Thus impressed with the conviction that her end was approaching, The moment the perusal of the manuscript was concluded, the Lady Nisida said, in a faint and dying tone of voice, "Francisco, draw near as possible, and listen to what I have now to communicate, for it is in my power to clear up all doubt, all mystery relative to the honor of our sainted mother, and convince thee that no stigma, no disgrace attaches itself to thy birth." "Alas, my beloved sister," exclaimed the young count, "you speak in a faint voice, you are very ill. In the name of the Holy Virgin, I conjure you to allow me to send for Dr. Duras." "No, Francisco," said Nisida, her voice recovering somewhat of its power as she continued to address him. "I implore you to let me have my own way, to follow my own inclinations. Do not thwart me, Francisco. Already I feel as if molten lead were pouring through my brain, and a tremendous weight lies upon my heart. Forbear, then, from irritating me, my well-beloved Francisco." "Oh, Nisida!" cried the young count, throwing his arms around his sister's neck and embracing her fondly. "If you love me now, if you ever loved me, grant me one boon. By the memory of our sainted mother, I implore you, by your affection for her, I adjure you, Nisida." "Speak, speak, Francisco," interrupted his sister hastily. "I can almost divine the nature of the boon you crave, and my God," she added, tears starting from her eyes as a painful thought flashed across her brain. "Perhaps I have been too harsh, too severe. At all events, it is not now, on my deathbed, that I can nurse resentment." "Your deathbed?" echoed Francisco in a tone or acute anguish, while the sobs which convulsed the bosom of the young countess were heard alike by him and his sister. "Yes, dearest brother, I am dying," said Nisida, in a voice of profound and mournful conviction. "And therefore let me not delay those duties and those explanations which can alone unburden my heart of the weight that lies upon it. And first, Francisco, be thy boon granted, for I know that thou wouldst speak to me of her who is now thy bride. Come to my arms, then. Flora, embrace me as a sister, and forgive me if thou canst, for I have been a fierce and unrelenting enemy to thee." "Oh, let the past be forgotten, my friend, my sister," exclaimed the weeping Flora, as she threw herself into Nisida's outstretched arms. And the young wife and the young woman embraced each other tenderly, for deep regrets and pungent remorse at last attuned the mind of Nisida to sweet and holy sympathy. "And now," said Nisida, "sit down by my side and listen to the explanations which I have promised. Give me your hand. Flora, dear Flora, let me retain it in mine, for at the last hour and when I am about to leave this fair and beauteous earth, I feel an ardent longing to love those who walk upon its face and to be loved by them in return. But, alas, alas," she added somewhat bitterly, "reflections and yearnings of this nature come too late. Oh, Flora! The picture of life is spread before you, while from me it is rapidly receding and dissolving into the past. Like our own fair city of palaces and flowers, when seen from a distance beneath the glorious lights of the morning, may that glorious picture continue to appear to thee, and mayst thou never draw near enough to recognize the false splendors in which gorgeous hues may deck the things of this world. Mayst thou never be brought so close to the sad realities of existence as to be forced to contemplate the breaking hearts that dwell in palaces, or to view in disgust the slime upon flowers." "Nisida," said Francisco, bending over his sister and speaking in a voice indicative of deep emotion, "the kind words you utter to my beloved Flora shall ever, ever remain engraven upon my heart." "And on mine also," murmured the young countess, pressing Nisida's hand with grateful ardor, while her eyes, radiant with very softness, threw a glance of passionate tenderness upon her generous-hearted and handsome husband. "Listen to me," resumed Nisida, after a short pause, during which she gave way to all the luxury of those sweet and holy reflections which the present scene engendered. And these were the happiest moments of the lady's stormy life. "Listen to me," she repeated, "and let me enter upon and make an end of my explanations as speedily as possible. And first, Francisco, relative to our sainted, our innocent, our deeply wronged and much injured mother. You have already learned that she was the daughter of the public executioner of Naples. And you have heard that ere she became our father's wife, she swore a solemn oath. She pledged herself in the most solemn manner that she would never even allude to her family, that she would not communicate to them the name of her husband nor the place of his abode, under any circumstances, in a word. That she would consider her father and brother as dead to her. And yet she had a tender heart, and after she became the Countess of Riverola, she very often thought of the parent who had reared her tenderly and loved her affectionately. She thought also of her brother Eugenio, who had ever been so devoted to his sister. But she kept her promise faithfully for 5 years, until that fatal day of April 1500, which our father has so emphatically mentioned in his narrative. It was in the garden belonging to the ducal palace that she suddenly encountered her brother Eugenio. Her brother, ejaculated Francisco joyfully. Oh, I felt certain that she was innocent. Yes, she was indeed innocent, repeated Nisida, but let me pursue my explanations as succinctly as possible. It appeared that the old man, the executioner of Naples, was no more, and Eugenio, possessing himself of the hoardings of his deceased father, had fled from his native city to avoid the dread necessity of assuming the abhorrent office. Accident led the young adventurer to Florence in search of a more agreeable employment as a means whereby to earn his livelihood, and having formed the acquaintance of one of the Duke's valets, he obtained admittance to the gardens on that memorable evening when the grand entertainment was given. In spite of the strict injunctions he had received not to approach the places occupied by the distinguished guests, he drew near the arbor in which our mother had been conversing with other ladies, but where she was at that moment alone. The recognition was immediate, and they flew into each other's arms. It would have been useless, as well as unnatural, for our mother to have refused to reveal her rank and name. Her brilliant attire was sufficient to convince her brother that the former was high, and inquiry would speedily have made him acquainted with the latter. She accordingly drew him apart into a secluded walk and told him all, but she implored him to quit Florence without delay, and she gave him her purse and one of her rich bracelets, thereby placing ample resources at his disposal. 5 years passed away, and during that period she heard no more of her brother Eugenio. But at the expiration of that interval, she received a note stating that he was again in Florence. That necessity had alone brought him hither, and that he would be at a particular place at a certain hour to meet either herself or some confidential person whom she might instruct to see him. Our mother filled a bag with gold, and put into it some of her choicest jewels, and thus provided, she repaired in person to the place of appointment. It grieved her generous heart thus to be compelled to meet her brother secretly, as if he were a common robber or a midnight bravo. But for her husband's peace, and in obedience to the spirit of the oath which imperious circumstances had alone led her in some degree to violate, she was forced to adopt that sad and humiliating alternative. Alas, poor mother, sobbed Francisco, deeply affected by this narrative. Again did 5 years elapse without bringing tidings to our mother of Eugenio, continued Nisida, and then he once more set foot in Florence. The world bad not used him well, fortune had frowned upon him, and, though a young man of fine spirit and noble disposition, he failed in all his endeavors to carve out a successful career for himself. Our mother determined to accord him an interview in her own apartment. She longed to converse with him at her ease, to hear his tale from his own lips, to sympathize with and console him. Oh, who could blame her if in so doing she departed from the strict and literal meaning of that vow which had bound her to consider her relations as dead to her? But the fault, if fault it were, was so venial that to justify it is to invest it with an importance which it would not have possessed save for the frightful results to which it led. You have already heard how foully he was waylaid, how ruthlessly he was murdered. Holy Virgin! My brain whirls when I reflect upon that hideous cruelty which made our mother the spectator of his dissection. For, even had he been a lover, even were she guilty, even if the suspicions of our father had all been well-founded. Dwell not upon this frightful topic, my beloved Nisida, exclaimed Francisco, perceiving that she was again becoming greatly excited, for her eyes dilated and glared wildly, her bosom heaved in awful convulsions, and she tossed her arms frantically about. No, I will not. I dare not pause to ponder thereon. She said, falling back upon the pillow and pressing her hands to that proud and haughty brow behind which the active, racking brain appeared to be on fire. "Tranquilize yourself, dearest sister," murmured Flora, bending over the couch and pressing her lips on Nisida's burning cheek. I will, Flora, whom I now love as much as I once hated," exclaimed the dying lady. "But let me make an end of my explanations. You already know that our dear mother was gagged when she was compelled to witness the horrible deeds enacted in the subterranean charnel house by the dim light of a sickly lamp. But even if she had not been, no word would have issued from her lips, as the manuscript justly observes. During her illness, however, she sought an interview with her husband for the purpose of proving to him her complete innocence, by revealing the fact that his victim was her own brother. But he refused all the entreaties proffered with that object, and our unfortunate mother was forced to contemplate the approach of death with the sad conviction that she should pass away without the satisfaction of establishing her guiltlessness in the eyes of our father. Then was it that she revealed everything to me alone, to me, a young girl of only 15, when those astounding facts were breathed into my ears. I listened with horror, and I began to hate my father, for I adored my mother. She implored me not to give way to any intemperate language or burst of passion, which might induce the inmates of the mansion to suspect that I was the depositary of some terrible secret. "For," said our mother when on her deathbed, "if I have ventured to shock your young mind by so appalling a revelation, it is only that you may understand wherefore I am about to bind you by a solemn vow to love, protect, and watch over Francisco, as if he were your own child, rather than your brother. His father, alas, hates him. This I have observed ever since the birth of that dear boy, but it is only by means of the dread occurrence of the other night that I have been able to divine the origin of that dislike and unnatural loathing. Your father, Nisida," continued my mother, "believes that I have been unfaithful and suspects that Francisco is the offspring of a guilty amour. With this terrible impression upon his mind, he may persecute my poor boy. He may disinherit him. He may even seek to rid him of life. Kneel, then, by my bedside, Nisida, and swear by all you deem sacred, by the love you bear for me, and by your hopes of salvation, that you will watch unweariedly and unceasingly over the welfare and the interests of Francisco, that you will make any sacrifice, incur any danger, or undergo any privation, to save him from the effects of his father's hate, that you will exert all possible means to cause the title and fortune of his father to descend to him, and that you will in no case consent to supplant him in those respects. And lastly, that you will keep secret the dread history of my brother's fate and your knowledge of your father's crime. To all these conditions of the vow, I solemnly and sacredly pledged myself, calling heaven to witness the oath. But I said to our mother, my father will not forever remain locked up in his own apartment. He will come forth sooner or later, and I must have an opportunity of speaking to him. May I not justify you, my dear mother, in his eyes? May I not assure him that Eugenio was your brother? He will then cease to hate Francisco, and may even love him as he loves me, and you may then have no fears on his account. Alas, the plan which you suggest may not be put into execution, replied our dying mother. For were your father to be aware that I had revealed the occurrences of that dread night to you, Nisida, he would feel that he must be ever looked upon as a murderer by his own child. Moreover, such appears to be the sad and benighted state of his mind, that he might peradventure deem the tale relative to Eugenio a mere excuse and vile subterfuge. No, I must perish disgraced in his eyes unless he should accord ere I die the interview which yourself and the good doctor Duras have so vainly implored him to grant me. Our dear mother then proceeded to give me other instructions, Francisco, relative to yourself, but these, added Nisida, glancing toward Flora, would now be painful to unfold. And yet, she continued hastily, as a second thought struck her, it is impossible, my sweet Flora, that you can be weak-minded, for you have this day seen and heard enough to test your mental powers to the extreme possibility of their endurance. Moreover, I feel that my conduct toward you requires a complete justification, and that justification will be found in the last instructions which I received from the lips of my mother. Dearest Nisida, said the young countess. No justification is needed. No apology is required in reference to that subject. For your kind words, your altered manner toward me now, your recognition of me as a sister, made so by union with your brother. Oh, this would efface from my mind wrongs 10,000 times more terrible than any injury which I have sustained at your hands. But, continued Flora in a slow and gentle tone, if you wish to explain the nature of these instructions which you received from the lips of your dying parent, let not my presence embarrass you. Yes, I do wish to render my explanation as complete as possible, dearest Flora, replied Nisida. For if I have acted severely toward you, it was not to gratify any natural love of cruelty, nor any mean jealousy or spite. On the contrary, the motives were engendered by that imperious necessity which has swayed my conduct, modeled my disposition, and regulated my mind ever since that fatal day when I knelt beside my mother's deathbed and swore to obey her last words. For thus did she speak, Flora. Nisida, there is one more subject relative to which I must advise you, and in respect to which you must swear to obey me. My own life furnished a sad and terrible lesson of the impropriety of contracting an unequal marriage. All my woes, all my sorrows, all the dreadful events which have occurred may be traced to the one great fact that the Count of Riverola espoused a person of whose family he was ashamed. Nisida, she continued, her voice becoming fainter and fainter, watch you narrowly and closely over the welfare of Francisco in this respect. Let him not marry beneath him. Let him not unite himself to one whose family contains a single member deserving obloquy or reproach. Above all, see that he marries not till he shall have reached an age when he will be capable of examining his own heart through the medium of experience and matured judgment. If you see him form a boyish attachment of which you have good and sufficient reason to disapprove, exert yourself to wean him from it. Hesitate not to thwart him. Be not moved by the sorrows he may manifest at the moment. You will be acting for his welfare. And the time will speedily come when he will rejoice that you have rescued him from the danger of contracting a hasty, rash, and ill-assorted marriage. These were the last instructions of our mother, Francisco, and I swore to obey them. Hence my sorrow, my fears, my anger when I became aware of the attachment subsisting between yourself, dear brother, and you, my sweet Flora. And that sorrow was enhanced. Those fears were augmented, that danger was increased, Flora. When I learnt that your brother Alessandro had renounced the creed of the true God, and that your family thereby contained a member deserving of obloquy and reproach. But that sorrow, those fears, and that anger have now departed from my soul. I recognize the finger of heaven, the will of the Almighty in the accomplishment of your union, despite of all my projects, all my intrigues to prevent it. I am satisfied, moreover, that there is in this alliance a fitness and a propriety which will ensure your happiness. And may the spirit of my sainted mother look down from the Empyrean palace where she dwells, and bless you both. Even as I now implore the divine mercy to shed its beauties and diffuse its protecting influence around you. Nisida had raised herself up to a sitting posture as she uttered this invocation so sublimely interesting and solemnly sincere, and the youthful pair, simultaneously yielding to the same impulse, sank upon their knees to receive the blessing of one who had never bestowed a blessing on mortal being until then. She extended her hands above those two beautiful bending heads, and her voice, as she adjured heaven to protect them, was plaintively earnest and tremulously clear, and its musical sound seemed to touch the finest chord of sympathy, devotion, and love that vibrated in the hearts of that youthful noble and his virgin bride. When this solemn ceremony was accomplished, an immense weight appeared to have been removed from the soul of the Lady Nisida of Riverola, and her countenance wore a calm and sweet expression, which formed a happy contrast with the sovereign hauteur and grand contempt that were wont to mark it. I have now but little more to say in explanation of my past conduct, she resumed, after a long pause. You can readily divine wherefore I affected the loss of those most glorious faculties which God has given me. I became enthusiastic in my resolves to carry out the injunctions of my dear and much-loved mother, and while I lay upon a bed of sickness, a severe illness produced by anguish and horror at all I had heard from her lips, and by her death, so premature and sad, I pondered 1,000 schemes, the object of which was to accomplish the great aims I had in view. I foresaw that I, a weak woman, then indeed a mere girl of 15, should have to constitute myself the protectress of a brother who was hated by his own father, and I feared lest that hatred should drive him to the adoption of some dreadful plot to rid himself of your presence. Francisco, perhaps even to deprive you of your life. I knew that I must watch all his movements and listen to all his conversations with those unprincipled wretches who are ever ready to do the bidding of the powerful and the wealthy. But how was all this to be accomplished? How was I to become a watcher and a listener, a spy ever active, and an eavesdropper ever awake, without exciting suspicions which would lead to the frustration of my designs, and perhaps involve both myself and my brother in ruin? Then was it that an idea struck me like a flash of lightning, and like a flash of lightning was it terrible and appalling when breaking on the dark chaos of my thoughts. At first I shrank from it, recoiled from it in horror and dismay, but the more I considered it, the longer I looked that idea in the face, the more I contemplated it, the less formidable did it seem. I have already said that I was enthusiastic and devoted in my resolves to carry out the dying injunctions of my mother. And thus, by degrees, I learnt to reflect upon the awful sacrifice which had suggested itself to my imagination as a species of holy and necessary self-martyrdom. I foresaw that if I effected the loss of hearing and speech, I should obtain all the advantages I sought, and all the means I required to enable me to act as the protectress of my brother against the hatred of my father. I believed also that I should not only be considered as unfit to be made the heiress of the title and fortune of the Riverola family, but that our father, Francisco, would see the absolute necessity of treating you in all respects as his lawful and legitimate son, in spite of any suspicions which he might entertain relative to your birth. There were many other motives which influenced me, and which arose out of the injunctions of our mother, motives which you can well understand, and which I need not detail. Thus it was that, subduing the grief which the idea of making so tremendous a sacrifice excited, on the one hand, and arming myself with the exultation of a martyr on the other, thus it was that I resolved to simulate the character of the deaf and dumb. It was, however, necessary to obtain the collusion of Dr. Duras, and this aim I carried after many hours of argument and persuasion. He was then ignorant, and still is ignorant, of the real motives which had prompted me to this self-martyrdom. But I led him to believe that the gravest and most important family interests required that moral immolation of my own happiness, and I vowed that, unless he would consent to aid me, it was my firm resolve to shut myself up in a convent and take the veil. This threat, which I had not the least design of carrying into effect, induced him to yield a reluctant acquiescence with my project, for he loved me as if I had been his child. He was moreover consoled somewhat by the assurance which I gave him, and in which I myself felt implicit confidence at the time, that the necessity for the simulation of deafness and dumbness on my part would cease the moment my father should be no more. In a word, the kind doctor Duras promised to act entirely in accordance with my wishes, and I accordingly became Nisida the deaf and dumb. Merciful heavens! That immeasurable sacrifice was made for me, cried Francisco, throwing himself into the arms of his sister and imprinting 1,000 kisses on her cheeks. Yes, for your sake and in order to carry out the dying commands of our mother, the sainted Vitangela, responded Nisida. I shall not weary you with a description of the feelings and emotions with which I commenced that long career of duplicity. By the very success that attended the part which I had undertaken to perform, you may estimate the magnitude and the extent of the exertions which it cost me thus to maintain myself a living, a constant, and yet undetected lie. 10 years passed away, 10 years marked by many incidents which made me rejoice, for your sake, Francisco, that I had accepted the self-martyrdom which circumstances had suggested to me. At length our father lay upon his deathbed, and then, oh, then I rejoiced, Yes, rejoiced, though he was dying, for I thought that the end of my career of duplicity was at hand. Judge then of my astonishment, my grief, my despair, when I heard the last injunctions which our father addressed to you, Francisco, on that bed of death. What could the mystery of the closet mean? Of that I then knew nothing. Wherefore was I to remain in complete ignorance of the instructions thus given to you, and what was signified by the words relative to the disposal of our father's property? For you may remember that he spoke thus, addressing himself, of course, to you. You will find that I have left the whole of my property to you. At the same time, I will specify certain conditions relative to your sister Nisida, for whom I have made due provision only in the case, which is, alas, almost in defiance of every hope, of her recovery from that dreadful affliction which renders her so completely dependent upon your kindness. These ominous and mysterious words seem to proclaim defeat and overthrow to all the hopes that I had formed relative to the certainty of your being left the sole and unconditional heir alike to title and estate. I therefore resolved to maintain the character of the deaf and dumb until I should have fathomed the secrets of the closet, and have become acquainted with the conditions of the will. Oh, well do I remember the glance which the generous-hearted Duras cast toward me, when, returning to the chamber, he inquired by means of that significant look whether the last words of our dying father were prognostic of hope for me, whether, indeed, the necessity of sustaining the dreadful duplicity would cease when he should be no more. And I remember also that the look and the sign by which I conveyed a negative answer were expressive of the deep melancholy that filled his soul. Alas, my dear self-sacrificed sister, murmured Francisco, tears trickling down his cheeks. Yes, my disappointment was cruel indeed, continued Nisida. But the excitement of the scenes and incidents which followed rapidly the death of our father restored my mind to its wonted tone of fortitude, vigor, and proud determination. That very night, Francisco, I took the key of the cabinet from your garments while you slept. I sped to the chamber of death. I visited the depository of horrible mysteries, and for the first time I became aware that 2 skeletons were contained in that closet. And whose fleshless relics those skeletons were, the dreadful manuscript speedily revealed to me. Then was it also for the first time that I learnt how Margaretha was the detestable spy whose agency had led to such a frightful catastrophe in respect to Eugenio and Vitangela. Then I became aware that our mother's corpse slept not in the vault to which a coffin had been consigned. In a word, the full measure of our sire's atrocity, O God, that I should be compelled thus to speak, was revealed to me, but on Margaretha have I been avenged. Added Nisida, in a low tone, and with a convulsive shudder produced by the recollection of that terrible night when she immolated the miserable woman above the grave where lay a portion of the remains of her mother and of Eugenio. You have been avenged on Margaretha, sister, ejaculated Francisco, surveying Nisida with apprehension. Yes, she replied, her large black eyes flashing with a scintillation of the former fires. That woman, I have slain her. But start not, Flora. Look not reproachfully upon me, Francisco. 'Twas a deed fully justified, a vengeance righteously exercised, a penalty well deserved. And now let me hasten to bring my long and tedious explanations to a conclusion, for they have occupied a longer space than I had at first anticipated, and I am weak and faint. Little, however, remains to be told. The nature of our fathers will compel me to persist in my self-martyrdom, for I had sworn to my dying mother not to accept any conditions or advantages which should have the effect of disinheriting you, Francisco. Oh, what a debt of gratitude do I owe thee, my beloved sister! Exclaimed the young count, deeply affected by the generous sacrifices made by Nisida on his behalf. And think you I have experienced no reward? Asked the lady in a sweet tone and with a placid smile. Do you imagine that the consciousness of having devoted myself to the fulfillment of my adored mother's wishes has been no recompense? Yes, I have had my consolations and my hours of happiness, as well as my sufferings and periods of profound affliction. But I feel a soft and heavenly repose stealing over me. 'Tis a sweet sleep, and yet it is not the slumber of death. "No, no, 'tis a delicious trance into which I am falling, 'tis as if a celestial vision," she said no more. Her eyes closed, she fell back and slept soundly. Merciful heavens! "My sister is no more," exclaimed Francisco in terror and despair. "Fear not, my beloved husband," said Flora. "Nisida sleeps, and 'tis a healthy slumber. The pulsations of her heart are regular, her breath comes freely. Joy, joy, Francisco, she will recover." "The Holy Virgin grant that your hope may be fulfilled," returned the young count. "But let us not disturb her. We will sit down by the bedside, Flora, and watch till she shall awake." But scarcely had he uttered these words when the door of the chamber opened, and an old man of venerable appearance, and with a long beard as white as snow, advanced toward the newly married pair. Francisco and Flora beheld him with feelings of reverence and awe, for something appeared to tell them that he was a mortal of no common order. "My dear children," he said, addressing them in a paternal manner, and his voice firm but mild, "ye need not watch here for the present. Retire, and seek not this chamber again until the morning of tomorrow. Fear nothing, excellent young man, for thou hast borne arms in the cause of the cross. Fear nothing, amiable young lady, for thou art attended by guardian angels." And as the venerable man thus addressed them severally, he extended his hands to bless them. And they received that blessing with holy meekness, and yet with a joyous feeling which appeared to be of glorious augury for their future happiness. Then, obedient to the command of the stranger, they slowly quitted the apartment, urged to yield to his will by a secret influence which they could not resist, but which nevertheless animated them with a pious confidence in the integrity of his purpose. The door closed behind them, and Christian Rosencrux remained in the room with the dead Wagner and the dying Nisida. Chapter 64. While the incidents related in the last few chapters were taking place at the Riverola Palace, the Council of State had assembled to receive the Grand Vizier, the mighty Ibrahim, who had signified his intention of meeting that august body at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Accordingly, as soon as he had witnessed the marriage ceremony which united his sister to the Count of Riverola, he returned from Wagner's mansion to his own pavilion in the midst of the Ottoman encampment. There he arrayed him in a manner becoming his exalted rank, and mounting his splendid caparisoned steed, he repaired with a brilliant escort to the ducal palace. The streets of the city of Florence were thronged with multitudes eager to gain a sight of the representative of the Sultan, a view of the man whose will and pleasure swayed the greatest empire in existence at that period of the world's age. And as Ibrahim passed through those avenues so well known to him, threaded those thoroughfares, each feature of which was so indelibly impressed upon his memory, and beheld many, many familiar spots, all of which awakened in his mind reminiscences of a happy childhood, and of years gone by, when, too, he reflected that he had quitted Florence poor, obscure, and unmarked amidst the millions of his fellow-men, and that now, as he entered the beauteous city, multitudes came forth to gaze upon him, as on one invested with a high rank and enjoying a power mighty to do much. When he thought of all this, his bosom swelled with mingled emotions of pride and tenderness, regret and joy, and while tears trembled upon his long black lashes, a smile of haughty triumph played on his lips. On the procession goes, through the crowded streets and across the spacious squares, watched by the eyes of transcendent beauty and proud aristocracy from the balconies of palaces and the casements of lordly mansions. On, amidst a wondering and admiring populace, and grateful, too, that so great a chief as Ibrahim should have spared their city from sack and ruin. At length, the Grand Vizier, attended by the great begalabegs and pashas of his army, entered the square of the ducal palace, and as his prancing steed bore him proudly beneath the massive arch, the roar of artillery announced to the City of Flowers that the Ottoman minister was now within the precincts of the dwelling of the Florentine sovereign. The Duke and the members of the Council of State were all assembled in the court of the Palazzo to receive the illustrious visitor, who, having dismounted from his horse, accompanied the prince and those high dignitaries to the council chamber. When the personages thus assembled had taken their seats around the spacious table, covered with a rich red velvet cloth, the Grand Vizier proceeded to address the Duke and the councillors. "High and mighty prince and noble and puissant lords," he said, in the tone of one conscious of his power, "I am well satisfied with the manner in which my demands have been fulfilled up to this moment. Two ladies, in whom I feel a deep and sincere interest, and who were most unjustly imprisoned to suit the vindictive purposes of the Count of Aristino, have been delivered up to me. And ye have likewise agreed to make full and adequate atonement for the part which Florence enacted in the late contest between the Christians and Mussulmans in the island of Rhodes. I have therefore determined to reduce my demands upon the Republic, for indemnity and compensation, to as low a figure as my own dignity, and a sense of that duty which I owe to my sovereign, whom God preserve many days, will permit. The sum that I now require from your treasury, mighty prince and puissant lords, is 100,000 pistoles, and in addition thereto, I claim peculiar privileges for Ottoman vessels trading to Leghorn, guarantee of peace on the part of the Republic for 3 years, and the release of such prisoners now in the dungeons of the Inquisition, whom it may seem good to me thus to mark out as deserving of your mercy. 100,000 pistoles, my lord, would completely exhaust the treasury of the Republic," said the Duke, with dismay pictured upon his countenance. "Think you," cried the Grand Vizier angrily, "that I shall dare to face my imperial master on my return to Constantinople, unless I be able to lay at his feet a sum adequate to meet the expenses incurred by this expedition of a great fleet and a powerful army? Your Highness will at least accord us a few days wherein to obtain the amount required," said the Duke, "for it will be necessary to levy a tax upon the Republic. I grant you until sunset, my lord, until sunset this evening," added the Grand Vizier, speaking with stern emphasis. "And if you will permit me to tender my advice, you will at once command the Grand Inquisitor and the Count of Aristino to furnish the sum required. For the former, I am inclined to suspect, is a most unjust judge, and the latter, I am well convinced, is a most cruel and revengeful noble." "The Count of Aristino is no more, your Highness," answered the Duke. "The Marquis of Orsini murdered him before the very eyes of the Grand Inquisitor, and will therefore head the procession of victims at the approaching auto-da-fé. By the footstool of Allah, that shall not be," exclaimed Ibrahim. "The machinations of the Count of Aristino threw into the Inquisition dungeons those two ladies whom ye delivered up to me last night, and it was my intention, when I spoke of releasing certain prisoners ere now, to stipulate for the freedom of all those whom the vengeance of that Count has immured in your accursed prison house. See then, my lords, that all those of whom I speak be forthwith brought hither into our presence. It may be proper to inform the reader that Flora had solicited her brother to save the Marquis of Orsini and the Countess Giulia, to whom the young wife of Francisco had been indebted for her escape from the Carmelite convent. 4. As the secrets of the torture chamber were never suffered to transpire, she was of course ignorant of the death of the guilty Giulia, and of the assassination of the Count of Aristino by the Marquis of Orsini. At the command of Ibrahim Pasha, who spoke in a firm and resolute manner, the Duke summoned a sentinel from the corridor adjoining the council chamber, and issued the necessary orders to fulfill the desire of the Grand Vizier. Nearly a quarter of an hour elapsed, during which one of the councillors drew up the guarantee of peace and of the commercial privileges demanded by Ibrahim. At length the door opened, and several familiars made their appearance, leading in Manuel d'Orsini and Issachar ben Solomon, both heavily chained. The former walked with head erect and proud bearing. The latter could scarcely drag his wasted, racked, and tottering limbs along, and was compelled to hang upon the arms of the familiars for support. Nevertheless, there was something so meek, so patient, and so resigned in the expression of the old and persecuted Israelite's countenance, that Ibrahim Pasha's soul was touched with a sentiment of pity in his behalf. "But these are not all the prisoners," exclaimed the Grand Vizier, turning angrily toward the Duke. "Where is the Countess Giulia of Aristino?" "My lord, she is no more," answered the prince. and heaven be thanked that she is indeed no more," cried Manuel d'Orsini in a tone of mingled rage and bitterness. "Fortunate is it for her that death has snatched her away from the grasp of miscreants in human shape and who call themselves Christians. My lord," he continued, turning toward Ibrahim, "I know not who you are, but I perceive by your garb that you are a Moslem, and I presume that your rank is high by the title addressed to you by the Duke. Presume not thus to intrude your observations on His Highness the Grand Vizier," exclaimed one of the counselors in a severe tone. "On the contrary," said Ibrahim Pasha, "let him speak, and without reserve. My lord of Orsini, fear not, I will protect you." "The remark I was about to make, illustrious vizier," cried Manuel, "is brief, though it may prove not palatable to the patrons of the Inquisition and the supporters of that awful engine of despotism and cruelty," he added, glancing fiercely at the Duke and the assembled counselors. "I was anxious to observe that the Christian Church has founded and maintained that abhorrent institution, and that there is more true mercy, more genuine sympathy, and more of the Holy Spirit of forgiveness in the breast of this reviled, despised, and persecuted Jew, than in the bosoms of all the miserable hypocrites who have dared to sanction the infernal tortures which have been inflicted upon him. For myself, I would not accept mercy at their hands, and I would rather go in the companionship of this Jew to the funeral pile than remain alive to dwell amongst a race of incarnate fiends, calling themselves Christians. This insolence is not to be borne," exclaimed the Duke, starting from his seat, his countenance glowing with indignation. "Your Highness and all the counselors now assembled well merit the reproaches of the Marquis of Orsini," said the Grand Vizier sternly. "But it is for me to command here, and for you to obey, proud prince. Let the chains be removed from those prisoners forthwith." The Duke sank back in his chair, and, subduing his rage as well as he was able, he made a sign to the familiars to set the Jew and the Marquis at liberty. "Grand Vizier," exclaimed Manuel, "the life and the liberty which, at your all-powerful nod, are restored to me will prove irksome and valueless if I be compelled to remain in a Christian land. Confer not favors by halves, my lord. Render me completely grateful to you. Take me into your service, even as a slave, if your Highness will, but let me accompany to a Mussulman country a Mussulman who can teach the Christians such a fine lesson of mercy and forgiveness. You shall go with me to Constantinople, Manuel, but not as a slave," returned Ibrahim, profoundly touched by the sincere tone and earnest manner of the young noble. "No, you shall accompany me as a friend." "A thousand thanks, Grand Vizier, for this kindness, this generosity," said the Marquis, deeply affected. Then, as a sudden idea struck him, he turned toward the Jew, exclaiming, "But we must not leave this old man behind us. 'Twere the same as if we were to abandon a helpless child in the midst of a forest inhabited by ferocious wolves." "Yes, yes, let me accompany you, excellent young man," murmured Issachar, clinging to the arm of the Marquis, for their chains were now knocked off. "You were the first Christian who ever spoke kindly to me, and I have no kith, no kindred on the face of the earth. I am a lone, desolate old man, but I have wealth, much wealth, Manuel d'Orsini, and all that I have shall be thine." "The Jew shall accompany us, my lord," said Ibrahim, addressing himself to the Marquis. Then, turning toward the Duke, he exclaimed in a severe tone, "But a few hours remain till sunset, and the ransom of 100,000 pistoles must be paid to me, or I will deliver up this proud palace and the homes of the counselors now assembled to the pillage of my troops." "Nay, nay, my lord," cried the Jew, horror-struck at the threat. "Bring not the terrors of sack and storm and carnage into this fair city. 100,000 pistoles, your Highness says. 100,000 pistoles," he added in a slower and more musing tone. "'Tis a large sum, a very large sum. And yet, to save so many men and their innocent families from ruin, from desolation. Yes, my lord," he exclaimed, hastily interrupting himself. I will pay you the ransom money." "No, by Allah," ejaculated Ibrahim, "not a single pistole shall be thus extorted from thee. Sooner shall the Florentine treasury grant thee an indemnification for the horrible tortures which thou hast endured, than thy wealth be poured forth to furnish this ransom money. "Come, my lord of Orsini. Come, worthy Jew," continued the Grand Vizier, rising from his seat. "We will depart to the Ottoman encampment." "Patience, your highness, for a few hours," urged the Duke, "and the 100,000 pistols shall be counted out before thee." "This poor man," answered the Grand Vizier, indicating the Jew with a rapid glance, "has been so racked and tortured in your accursed prison house that he cannot be too speedily placed under the care of my own chirurgeon. For this reason I depart at once. See that the ransom be dispatched to my pavilion ere the sun shall have set behind the western hills." With these words the Grand Vizier bowed haughtily to the Duke and quitted the council chamber. Manuel d'Orsini followed, supporting Issachar ben Solomon, and, on reaching the court, one of Ibrahim's slaves took the Jew up behind him on his steed. The Marquis was provided with a horse, and the cavalcade moved rapidly away from the precincts of the ducal palace. Profiting by the hint which Ibrahim Pasha had offered them, the Duke and the councillors instantly levied a heavy fine upon the Grand Inquisitor, and the remainder of the money required to make up the amount demanded was furnished from the public treasury. Thus, by the hour of sunset, the ransom was paid. At an early hour on the ensuing morning, Francisco de Riverola and his beautiful, blushing bride quitted the chamber where they had passed the night in each other's arms, and repaired to the apartment where so many terrible mysteries had been revealed to them, and so many dreadful incidents had occurred on the preceding day. Hand in hand they had traversed the passages and the corridors leading to that room in which they had left Christian Rosencrux with the dead Wagner and the dying Nisida. Hand in hand and silently they went, that fine young noble and charming bride. On reaching the door of the chamber, Francisco knocked gently, and the glance of intelligence which passed between himself and Flora showed that each was a prey to the same breathless suspense, the same mingled feelings of bright hopes and vague fears. In a few moments the door was slowly opened, and the venerable old man appeared, his countenance wearing a solemn and mournful aspect. Then Francisco and the young countess knew that all was over, and tears started into their eyes. Christian Rosencrux beckoned them to advance toward the bed, around which the curtains were drawn closer. And as they entered the room, the rapid and simultaneous glances which they cast toward the spot where Fernand Wagner fell down and surrendered up his breath showed them that the corpse had been removed. Approaching the bed with slow and measured steps, Rosencrux drew aside the drapery, and for a moment Francisco and Flora shrank back from the spectacle which met their view. But at the next instant, they advanced to the couch and contemplated with mournful attention the scene presented to them. For there, upon that couch, side by side, lay Fernand Wagner and Nisida of Riverola, stiff, motionless, cold. "Grieve not for her lost children," said Christian Rosencrux. "She has gone to a happier realm, for the sincere repentance which she manifested in her last hours has atoned for all the evil she wrought in her lifetime. From the moment, young lady, when she banished from her soul the rancor long harbored there against thee, from the instant that she received thee in her arms and called thee sister, the blessing of heaven was vouchsafed unto her. She was penitent, very penitent, while I administered to her the consolations of religion, and a complete change came over her mind. Grieve not, then, for her. Happy on earth she never could have been again, but happy in heaven she doubtless now is." Francisco and the young countess knelt by the side of the couch, and prayed for a long time in silence, with their faces buried in their hands. When they again raised their heads and glanced around, the venerable old man no longer met their eyes. Christian Rosencrux had departed, leaving Francisco and Flora in complete ignorance of his name, but they experienced a secret conviction that he was something more than an ordinary mortal, and the remembrance of the blessing which he had bestowed upon them the preceding day shed a soothing and holy influence over their minds. Little now remains to be said. A few brief observations and a rapid glance at the eventual fortunes and fates of the leading characters in the tale will acquit us of our task. Nisida and Wagner were entombed in the same vault, and their names were inscribed upon the same mural tablet. The funeral was conducted with the utmost privacy, and the mourners were few, but their grief was sincere. And among them was Dr. Duras, who had loved Nisida as if she had been his own child. On the night following the one on which these obsequies took place, another funeral procession departed from the Riverola Palace to the adjacent church, and 2 coffins were on this occasion, as on the former, consigned to the family tomb. But the ceremony was conducted with even more privacy than the first, and one mourner alone was present. This was Francisco himself, and thus did he perform the sad duty of interring in sacred ground the remains of his ill-fated mother Vitangela and her brother Eugenio. The manuscript of the late Count of Riverola was burnt. The closet which so long contained such fearful mysteries was walled up. The chamber where so many dreadful incidents had occurred was never used during the lifetime of Francisco and Flora. The Grand Vizier remained with his army a few days beneath the walls of Florence, and during that time, Issachar ben Solomon so far recovered his health and strength, under the skillful care of an Egyptian physician, as to be able to visit his dwelling in the suburb of Alacros, and secure the immense wealth which he had amassed during a long life of activity and financial prosperity. When the day of the Grand Vizier's departure arrived, he took a tender farewell of his sister Flora and his aunt, both of whom he loaded with the most costly presents, and in return he received from Francisco a gift of several horses of rare breed and immense value. Nor did this species of interchange of proofs of attachment end here, for every year, until Ibrahim's death, did that great minister and the Count of Riverola forward to each other letters and rich presents, thus maintaining to the end that friendship which had commenced in the island of Rhodes, and which was cemented by the marriage of Francisco and Flora. Issachar ben Solomon and Manuel d'Orsini accompanied the Grand Vizier to Constantinople, and were treated by him with every mark of distinction. But the Jew never completely recovered from the tortures which he had endured in the prison of the Inquisition, and in less than 2 years from the date of his release, he died in the arms of the Marquis, to whom he left the whole of his immense fortune. Manuel d'Orsini abjured Christianity and entered the Ottoman service, in which his success was brilliant and his rise rapid, thanks to the favor of the Grand Vizier. The reader of Ottoman history will find the name of Mustafa Pasha frequently mentioned with honor in the reign of Solomon the Magnificent. And Mustafa Pasha, Begalerbeg of the mighty province of Anatolia, was once Manuel d'Orsini. For nearly 16 years did Ibrahim Pasha govern the Ottoman realms in the name of the Sultan. For nearly 16 years did he hold the imperial seals which had been entrusted to him at a period when the colossal power of the empire seemed tottering to its fall. During that interval, he raised the Ottoman name to the highest pinnacle of glory, extended the dominions of his master, and shook the proudest thrones in Christendom to their foundation. Ferdinand, King of Hungary, called him brother, and the Emperor Charles V of Germany styled him cousin in the epistolary communications which passed between them. But a Greek who had long cherished a deadly hatred against the puissant Grand Vizier, at last contrived to enter the service of the Sultan in the guise of a slave. And this man, succeeding in gaining that monarch's ear, whispered mysterious warnings against the ambition of Ibrahim. Solomon became alarmed, and, opening his eyes to the real position of affairs, perceived that the vizier was indeed far more powerful than himself. This was enough to ensure the immediate destruction of a Turkish minister. Accordingly, one evening, Ibrahim was invited to dine with the Sultan and to sleep at the imperial palace. Never had Solomon appeared more attached to his favorite than on this occasion, and Ibrahim retired to a chamber prepared for him, with a heart elated by the caresses bestowed upon him by his imperial master. But in the dead of night, he was awakened by the entrance of several persons into the room, and starting up with terror, the Grand Vizier beheld 4 black slaves, headed by a Greek, creep snake-like toward his couch. And that Greek's countenance, sinister and menacing, was immediately recognized by the affrighted Ibrahim, though more than 15 years had elapsed since he had set eyes upon those features. Short and ineffectual was the struggle against the messengers of death. The accursed bowstring encircled the neck of the unhappy Ibrahim, and at the moment when the vindictive Greek drew tight the fatal noose, the last words which hissed in the ears of the Grand Vizier were, "The wrongs of Calanthe are avenged." Thus perished the most powerful minister that ever held the imperial seals of Ottoman domination, and the long pent-up but never subdued vindictive feelings of Demetrius were assuaged at length. Dame Francatelli had long been numbered with those who were gone to their eternal homes when the news of the death of Ibrahim Pasha reached Florence. But the Count and Countess of Riverola shed many, many tears at the sad and untimely fate of the Grand Vizier. Time, however, smooths down all grief, and happiness again returned to the Riverola Palace. For when Francisco and Flora looked around them and beheld the smiling progeny which had blessed their union, when they experienced the sweet solace of each other's sympathy, the outpourings of two hearts which beat as one, ever in unison, and filled with a mutual love which time impaired not, then they remembered that it was useless and wrong to repine against the decrees of Providence. And, in this trusting faith in heaven and in the enjoyment of each other's unwearying affection, they lived to a good old age, dying at length in the arms of their children. The end.